Chapter 1. The Night of the Nine Tails Uprising. The village of Konoha lay in ruins. Upon the ceiling altar, two golden-haired infants rested. A pair of adults, pierced through the chest, held these infants tightly, having already succumbed to lifelessness. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped forward, his expression laden with sorrow as he cradled the two infants in his arms. Minato. Kushina. A week later, the entire village of Konoha held a funeral for the fallen ninjas in the Nine Tails Uprising and for the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. On this day, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already retired, announced that he would temporarily assume the position of Hokage until the fifth Hokage was appointed. A month later, though the Nine Tails Uprising had passed, the scars it left on Konoha remained. Despite the pervasive grief, the villagers endeavored to rebuild their home. At the same time, a rumor began to circulate throughout the village. It was said that two children had suddenly appeared in Konoha, embodiments of the Nine Tails. Upon hearing the rumor, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a decree to all surviving ninjas who had participated in the battle against the Nine Tails. He strictly prohibited the dissemination of information regarding the deceased fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, and his two orphans, and commanded the containment of the current rumors surrounding Konoha. This matter was not to be discussed. Those who violated this rule would face severe punishment. The reasons behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's decree were twofold. The first consideration revolved around Minato himself. As the fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, he had been the greatest contributor during the Third Shinobi World War. Minato's achievements on the battlefield were indeed remarkable. However, such accolades were inevitably rooted in the act of killing. Although he had slain ninjas from other villages, this still forged an indelible chain of hatred. If the enemies were to discover that their foe had left behind children, they might very well infiltrate Konoha to eradicate the remnants. The second consideration pertained to the two children. Though they were the offspring of Namake's Minato, and, for the sake of Konoha, had the Nine Tails sealed within them, they too deserved to be regarded as heroes. Yet, they remained Jinchuriki. In the eyes of ordinary people, a Jinchuriki was nearly synonymous with a tailed beast. Tailed beasts were direct harbingers of destruction, while Jinchuriki posed a constant potential for calamity. Having witnessed the absolute terror of the Nine Tails, the status of hero bore little weight. Thus, even if the children were declared the sons of the fourth Hokage, it would not bring about any change. On the contrary, their heroic identities might lead to resentment from the villagers, causing psychological distress. By concealing the truth, the children born now and in the future would remain unaware of their status as Jinchuriki. This way, the two children could still have playmates. Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to create a relatively relaxed and free environment for the children in the future. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in a pile of paperwork. At that moment, the door to the Hokage office swung open. A man with a bandaged right eye, a cross-shaped scar on his chin, and a grim demeanor stepped into the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his surprise. "Danzo, what brings you here?" Danzo replied coldly. "Recently, several groups of unidentified ninjas have attempted to infiltrate Konoha. They have all been eliminated by my root ninjas. Their likely objective is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I can stave them off once or twice, but I cannot do so indefinitely. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki must be under vigilant watch. Hiruzen, hand over the two Nine Tails Jinchuriki to me. It is the safest course of action." Sarutobi Hiruzen flatly refused. "Absolutely not. I know what you're thinking. Danzo, I will not entrust Naruto and Minma to you. If you fear I might use them for experiments, you need not worry. I can assure you that I will only be responsible for their safety. I will not interfere in any other matters. The Nine Tails must be safeguarded at all costs. You understand what would happen if anything were to go awry with the Nine Tails." Danzo's words were resolute. And indeed, as Danzo stated, the Jinchuriki must be protected at all costs. Konoha could function without a Jinchuriki, but could not afford to be without one. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unconvinced, given Danzo's numerous past transgressions. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still reluctant, Danzo continued to persuade. "Hiruzen, If you're unwilling to entrust both of them to me, then at least give me one. Should anything happen, I will be here to support you. Though my methods may be ruthless, everything I do is for Konoha. After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally relented. I can hand over Minma to you, but under one condition. My telescope technique must allow me to see Minma at all times. Though Danzo was somewhat reluctant, he acquiesced, agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, saying, "Follow me." He led Danzo to his home. Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence now stood desolate. His wife had perished in the turmoil of the Nine Tails uprising. In a crib, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Minma lay sleeping peacefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently picked up Uzumaki Minma, his eyes filled with reluctance. Before handing him over to Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested, "How about this, Danzo? Since you have no children of your own, you could adopt Minma and act as his grandfather." Danzo frowned deeply. "Hiruzen, you know I lack the time and inclination for such matters." Sarutobi Hiruzen touched Minma's small face tenderly, saying, "Only in this way can I truly trust you with Minma." Danzo took a deep breath and ultimately conceded, "I understand." Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully handed Uzumaki Minma over to Danzo. Danzo embraced Uzumaki Minma. As he contemplated his new role as Minma's grandfather, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Moreover, gazing at Minma's cherubic face, an unfamiliar feeling stirred within him. Just as Danzo was about to leave with Uzumaki Minma in his arms, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but issue a warning. "Danzo, I will be watching over Minma. At all times do not think of using him for anything." Danzo paused, his back still turned. "Do as you please, my only concern is ensuring the safety of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, correcting him. "You are now Minma's grandfather. Do not refer to him as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Danzo looked at Uzumaki Minma in his arms and reiterated, "I will ensure Uzumaki Minma's safety, and he will always belong to Konoha." As time flowed on, 2 years passed. In the route, Uzumaki Minma had learned to walk and even speak. Yet, the innocent little face of Uzumaki Minma was filled with confusion. Am I Uzumaki Minma? Currently, Uzumaki Minma could only vaguely recall fragments of this world. If I am Uzumaki Minma, then it seems I should be in a limited world of Yulu. But Uzumaki Minma gazed at Danzo, who sat expressionless yet shrouded in a shadowy aura, his small head spinning with turmoil. And what on earth does it mean that the dark side of the ninja is my grandfather? If this is a limited Yulu, then shouldn't Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina still be alive? Grandfather Danzo? Thinking he was dreaming, Uzumaki Minma tentatively called out to Danzo. Danzo, with a stern expression, corrected him. "Call me Lord Danzo." Uzumaki Minma jumped in fright. "Yes, Grandfather Danzo." Danzo's face darkened, but he refrained from correcting Uzumaki Minma again. Deep down, Danzo felt a twinge of regret for agreeing to adopt Uzumaki Minma 2 years prior. Initially, Danzo had not only wished to prevent any accidents befalling the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, but also aimed to cultivate a Jinchuriki who would obey only him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique had thwarted Danzo's plans at every turn. On one occasion, Danzo could no longer restrain himself and interfered with Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique. Yet the very next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen visited the route. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen now came by almost every few days, much to Danzo's frustration. At this rate, he would be unable to cultivate Uzumaki Minma according to his intentions. "Ha, Danzo, I'm here." Though only the voice was heard, Danzo already knew who was arriving. The door to Danzo's office creaked open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen strode in. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen scooped up Uzumaki Minma and inquired, "Minma, how have you been lately? Have you been listening to Grandpa Danzo?" Danzo rolled his eyes in exasperation. "If you're so worried, why not take it back with you? It would spare me the trouble. I'm quite busy myself. I've just arranged matters concerning Naruto, and there are numerous tasks in Konoha that demand my attention. Besides, Danzo, you've been taking good care of Minma, allowing him to stay in your office. It seems you have quite an affection for little Minma. How about I send little Naruto over too?" Then you would have 2 grandsons, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested. Enough. 1 is already a nuisance, 2 would surely drive me to madness. Danzo firmly rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal. Danzo was convinced that once Uzumaki Naruto entered Root, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on the place, employing his telescope technique around the clock. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen's visits to Root had escalated from once every 3 days to a daily occurrence. Now, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique, many of Danzo's projects had come to a standstill, mired in inactivity. This was Root, not a daycare. If Uzumaki Naruto were to arrive, would Danzo still be able to maintain the operations here? At that moment, Uzumaki Minma wore a bewildered expression. Naruto was here too? What on earth was happening in this world? Shouldn't he and Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist, be one and the same? After exchanging a few words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took his leave. Uzumaki Minma fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that although he was en route, he was still quite safe. Perhaps it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's constant attention that deterred Danzo from acting against him. Suddenly, Uzumaki Minma was struck by an impulsive desire to court danger. This impulse manifested in action. Staggering unsteadily, Uzumaki Minma approached Danzo and called out sweetly, "Grandpa Danzo." Danzo glanced down at Uzumaki Minma, asking, "What is it?" Uzumaki Minma opened his arms wide, exclaiming, "Hug." Danzo's brows furrowed sharply. A pang of anxiety gripped Uzumaki Minma. Had he just committed a grave mistake? What a troublesome little brat. Danzo muttered under his breath, but nonetheless extended his arms, lifting Uzumaki Minma into his embrace and settling him onto his lap. Uzumaki Minma sat quietly on Danzo's lap, while Danzo began perusing a stack of documents. Before long, the young Uzumaki Minma, prone to drowsiness, inadvertently leaned against Danzo and fell into a deep slumber. Danzo glanced at Uzumaki Minma, exhaling a weary sigh. Truly troublesome. With utmost care, Danzo lifted Uzumaki Minma and placed him in the crib situated within his office. In his dreams, Uzumaki Minma envisioned a black 9-tailed fox, a creature adorned with a mask, and a dark orb. Another year passed. Ever since Uzumaki Minma had that dream, his originally golden hair had gradually darkened. Now his hair had transformed entirely to black, devoid of any trace of gold. At this moment, Uzumaki Minma was meandering through Root. Curious, he reached out to touch anything peculiar he encountered. Whenever he spotted other ninjas at work, he would pause to observe for a while. The inhabitants of Root, however, made no attempt to hinder Uzumaki Minma, for all were aware that Uzumaki Minma was Danzo's grandson. Now, Uzumaki Minma had grown thoroughly acquainted with everything in Root, even with his eyes closed. He would not lose his way. Yet, each time he attempted to leave Root, someone would invariably intervene. Within the Root office, Danzo was engrossed in his duties. "Ryoma, where is that little brat?" From the shadows of the office emerged a man clad in a black cloak, wearing dark sunglasses with a purple mar tattooed on the right side of his face. "Yamanaka Ryoma," Danzo's direct subordinate. Yamanaka Ryoma respectfully replied, "Young Master Minma is currently playing within Root." Danzo frowned, reprimanding, "This is utterly ridiculous. Is Root a place for play? You should." Suddenly, Danzo's tone shifted. "Never mind, let him be. Just ensure he doesn't leave Root." Over the course of the year, Danzo's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He had gradually grown accustomed to the presence of Uzumaki Minma. Now, Danzo had completely relinquished the notion of molding Uzumaki Minma into a mere vessel of the 9 tails who would obey his every command. Instead, he aspired to cultivate Uzumaki Minma into a competent ninja. Danzo intended to seek out several powerful ninjas within Root to personally instruct Uzumaki Minma. Uzumaki Minma had roamed around Root for quite some time. Feeling a tinge of boredom, he decided to return to his room. However, as he passed by the main gate of Root, Uzumaki Minma was astonished to discover that there were no ninjas stationed at the entrance. "Are we not waiting for them?" Major Dachi replied impatiently, "What nonsense are you speaking? Including Dylan, there are only 7 of you from the CIA. How could 2 possibly be left behind on the aircraft?" At that moment, The two helicopters had already begun their return journey. The crowd faintly heard two piercing screams and the dull sound of an explosion emanating from one of them. Simultaneously, a cold, authoritative voice echoed in their minds. Candidates 952705 and 952708 have lost the objective conditions to complete the mission and have been eliminated prematurely. This sudden grim news sent shockwaves through the civilians, leaving them in utter disbelief. How could two individuals, who had just been alive moments before, be so casually erased? When did human life become so insignificant? At this juncture, Major Dachi turned back, urging, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up." It was then that the crowd realized that Major Dachi's team and Yin Luo had unknowingly distanced themselves significantly. They could not exceed 100 meters. The crowd recalled this life-threatening rule, and a cold sweat broke out as they hurriedly pursued them. One office worker, evidently unaccustomed to physical exertion, found himself drenched in sweat and gasping for breath after only a few minutes, gradually falling behind the group. Desperately trying to keep up, he called out, "Wait for me. Cough. Please wait for me." Yet, in this life or death moment, who would slow their pace for him? Seeing no one waiting, panic gripped him, and he stumbled over a vine on the ground. Struggling to rise, he realized his ankle throbbed painfully, rendering him unable to stand. In terror, he cried out, "Wait for me. I've hurt my foot. Help me." The white-collar girl, hearing his pleas, exclaimed with compassion, "Major, please wait. Someone is injured and needs assistance." However, Major Dachi seemed deaf to her cries, not even glancing back, continuing to run headlong. The others likewise ignored her entreaties, sighing in resignation. The white-collar girl could only continue to follow the main group. The office worker, seeing no one come to his aid, was overwhelmed with fear and despair. Under the pressure of impending death, he suddenly cursed bitterly, "We came together. Can anyone help me run? You selfish bastards. I curse you all to an ill fate." Just as he vented his resentment, a grim gray screen abruptly appeared. Following that, a blood-soaked number began to count down. 98, 99, 100. As the number reached 100, the office worker's expression twisted into one of excruciating agony. His face flushed, eyes bulging, veins on his forehead standing out. No. The intense pain elicited a chilling scream from him. In the next moment, he exploded like an overinflated balloon. Blood and flesh erupted like fireworks, staining the nearby trees a deep crimson. The other candidates caught a glimpse of this horrific scene, a collective chill coursing through them. Candidate 952704 has failed the mission and has been eliminated. The majority of civilians, witnessing death for the first time in such a brutal manner, turned pale and began to vomit. Yet, even amidst their retching, they dared not cease their flight, stumbling forward while simultaneously heaving, a sight both tragic and absurd. As a mercenary, Yin Luo naturally remained unfazed by such a spectacle. He was preoccupied. Reminiscing about the plot of The Predator, the storyline involved Major Dachi's team being dispatched to South America to rescue cabinet members. After neutralizing local guerrillas, they found themselves ensnared in a deadly hunting game orchestrated by the alien predator. This formidable being not only possessed extraordinary strength and advanced weaponry but could also render itself invisible. It effortlessly hunted down all team members except Major Dachi through assassination. In a fit of rage, Major Dachi sought vengeance for his fallen comrades, engaging the predator in a brutal confrontation utilizing cold weapons and traps, ultimately defeating it. As Yin Luo recalled the details of the predator, he remembered more and more. Its thermal imaging could be obscured by mud. Its cloaking device was vulnerable to water. It did not harm defenseless humans. Even in its final struggle against Dachi, both were left gravely wounded. These were all potential points of leverage. Yin Luo secretly contemplated, if the plot were to unfold as expected, the predator would ultimately be ensnared by a trap. At that moment, it would be exceedingly vulnerable, easily vanquished by anyone. If I were to lie in wait nearby, I could effortlessly reap the rewards of their struggle. Therefore, it is imperative that the original storyline remains undisturbed, progressing seamlessly to that pivotal moment. As he reveled in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed Major Dachi raising his fist to signal everyone to halt. Yin Luo followed his gaze and discovered that the handsome Special Forces soldier named Ben had found a downed helicopter. This was, in fact, the very helicopter that the cabinet had been aboard. The Dachi team needed to investigate the wreckage of the aircraft to ascertain whether any useful clues could be uncovered. Such developments were a natural progression of the narrative, and Yin Luo would naturally refrain from interference. Taking advantage of this brief respite, he meticulously examined his equipment. The weapon allocated to him by Dachi was an AR-15 automatic rifle, which would later gain notoriety as the M16 automatic rifle. This iconic firearm boasted remarkable firing rate and power. Furthermore, the addition of an M203 grenade launcher to Yin Luo's weapon transformed it into a formidable instrument of destruction. Yin Luo was exceedingly pleased with the firearm, yet a perplexing thought emerged in his mind. Since Dachi has bestowed this gun upon me, does it now rightfully belong to me? Just as this uncertainty blossomed within him, a dispassionate electronic voice interjected, stating, "The AR-15 automatic rifle is a non-droppable item, exclusively for use within this realm, and may not be taken beyond this world." Goodness. Am I also provided with a little secretary? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yen Luo inquired several times yet received no satisfactory response. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "Damn it." During his interaction with the space, those enigmatic civilian candidates had gathered together, shrouded in mystery, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. After a while, they surprisingly approached Yen Luo, appearing as if they had something to say yet hesitating to voice it. Yen Luo inquired with a frigid tone, "What are you all gathering around for? Speak up if you have something to say." With years of experience as a mercenary, Yen Luo keenly understood that on the battlefield, inept allies could often prove more detestable than the enemy. Thus, from the very beginning, he had no intention of engaging with these novices and naturally would not offer them any semblance of goodwill. Yen Luo's dreadful demeanor rendered the common folk somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, the dashing blonde gentleman forced a smile and remarked, "After all, we are comrades united in survival. I believe it is imperative that we become acquainted with one another. Allow me to begin. Greetings. My name is Lu Mao. Prior to entering this realm, I was engaged in the finance sector. In my leisure time, I also relish outdoor activities, which has endowed me with a certain agility, making me capable of undertaking reconnaissance tasks." Once Lu Mao concluded, the others hastened to introduce themselves. The white-collar girl, named Lin Na, aged 25, had been an accountant before entering this space. She enjoys watching films and possesses a fair understanding of the narrative surrounding the Predator. The alluring woman, Li Ming, aged 23, claimed to be a content creator. However, her opulent attire and seductive demeanor suggested she was likely a kept mistress. As for the rather inconspicuous office worker, Jiang Yu, aged 28, he worked in the IT industry. His appearance was unremarkable, and he lacked any particular talents, rendering him nearly forgettable. After everyone had presented themselves, they all turned their expectant gazes toward Yen Luo, eager to learn about this enigmatic powerhouse. Yet, Yen Luo merely uttered his name and offered no further elaboration. The group waited in vain for more, their expressions becoming increasingly awkward. Nonetheless, they remained steadfastly in front of Yen Luo, unwilling to depart. Seeing this, Yen Luo impatiently inquired, "Is there anything else?" El Mao continued with a forced smile, "Brother Yen Luo, our mission has only just commenced, yet we have already suffered the loss of 3 comrades. The casualty rate is exceedingly high. I believe that the remaining members should unite, offering mutual support to prevent further fatalities. Among us, you possess the finest physical condition and wield a weapon. Thus, we have deliberated and wish to nominate you as our captain, to lead us in the continuation of our task." Beside them, Li Ming chimed in sweetly, "Indeed. Brother Yen Luo exudes the essence of masculinity. You must protect us." The other two showered Yen Luo with flattery, calling him a great hero and a natural leader. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have been overwhelmed by such praise and readily agreed. However, Yen Luo disdainfully replied, "Not interested. You may carry on without me. What nonsense. What captaincy? This is merely an attempt to make me their free muscle and bodyguard. Only a fool would consent to such a proposition." The group, having exerted considerable effort in their flattery, found themselves ruthlessly rebuffed by Yen Luo, leaving them somewhat embarrassed. They were tempted to berate him for his lack of appreciation and isolate this cold-hearted giant. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding them that only by aligning with Yen Luo could they hope to survive the unfolding narrative. Thus, they persisted, clinging to their hopes that he might reconsider. Yen Luo, witnessing their persistent refusal to leave, felt his dwindling patience evaporate entirely. He turned decisively towards the Qi. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he glanced back at Li Ming with a sardonic smile and remarked, "So, you are Li Ming? You possess a certain charm, I must admit. Should the opportunity arise, perhaps we could engage in a more profound exchange. I might contemplate offering you assistance. As for the others, spare me your presence. I find you utterly uninteresting." "What?" Yen Luo's crude and explicit remark startled Li Ming. She stood there, her face flushed, at a loss for how to respond. Although Yen Luo was not altogether unappealing, she was not inclined to barter her body for his protection in front of everyone. How would others perceive her? It was evident that the handsome man named El Mao held an interest in Li Ming as well. Upon witnessing Yen Luo's teasing of her, El Mao's expression turned a shade of green, and he coldly remarked, "Since you are unwilling to join our team, you need not concern yourself with our safety. Thank you for your kind intentions." After speaking, El Mao cast a provocative glance at Yen Luo. However, he failed to notice that Li Ming subtly nodded in Yen Luo's direction behind him. Haha, quite amusing indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. When Yen Luo approached Qi, he coincidentally encountered Ben, who had returned to report the findings of his reconnaissance. The helicopter had been struck in the head, and the guerrillas had seized everything within. Major Qi inquired, "How did they bring down the helicopter? Was it a heat-seeking missile?" Ben nodded affirmatively, "It appears so. Furthermore, Major, this is no ordinary helicopter, to me. It resembles more of a reconnaissance aircraft." "Is that so?" Qi fell into contemplation upon hearing this. At that moment, their nominal superior, CIA agent Dylan, also returned from the wreckage. Qi immediately confronted him. "Dylan, This situation is becoming increasingly perplexing. How could the gorillas possess heat-seeking missiles? This contrasts sharply with your previous assertions. Dachi's team had been summoned by Dylan under the pretext of rescuing cabinet members. They were solely engaged in rescue missions, refusing to partake in assassination or warfare. Yet, with the current clues, Dachi sensed that the situation was likely more intricate than merely rescuing cabinet officials. Dylan, a robust African-American with a meticulously groomed beard, had once been a special forces operative. However, the fervor in his eyes had dissipated, leaving only the insidious cunning characteristic of a politician. With a flickering gaze, he perfunctorily remarked, "There may be foreign forces supporting these guerrillas. We have also observed an improvement in their equipment." At that moment, a rugged-looking Indian man wearing a cowboy hat returned from a nearby reconnaissance. Yin Luo remembered this individual. His name was Billy, endowed with an acute sense of smell and extraordinary insight, making him the most formidable scout of the Dachi team. Dachi immediately inquired, "Billy, what have you discovered?" Billy replied slowly, "Based on the footprints, there were originally 12 individuals in the helicopter, all captured by the guerrillas. However, I have also detected additional tracks. 6 individuals wearing American military boots are approaching from the north, also in pursuit of that guerrilla group." Dachi turned to Dylan, questioning, "What is the meaning of this? Have you summoned other teams?" Dylan retorted defensively, "I have not. Those could merely be military boots seized by the guerrillas." Dachi, of course, found his excuses unconvincing but could not refute them. He snorted disdainfully and commanded Billy, "Track them. I wish to see who they truly are." Billy promptly responded, "Yes, Major." Billy's tracking was remarkably efficient. In less than an hour, he had located the 6 suspicious individuals. Alas, they had been transformed into lifeless corpses, skinned and gruesomely hung from trees like livestock. A towering black man named Mike retrieved a nameplate from a pile of entrails and tossed it to Dachi. Upon receiving the nameplate, Dachi recognized it, stating, "Jimmy Hop. I remember him. He belonged to the North Carolina unit, an exceptionally skilled soldier." He coldly questioned Dylan. "How did his team end up here?" Dylan, his gaze flickering, defended, "Perhaps they had another mission. I was unaware they were in this area." Dachi, seeing Dylan evade responsibility so easily, scoffed and approached Billy, who was currently examining several shell casings with great care. Dachi inquired, "What exactly transpired here?" Billy furrowed his brow, perplexed, and replied, "It is quite strange, Major. They seem to have fallen into some kind of ambush and were firing blindly in all directions." Dachi shook his head, stating, "I cannot fathom that someone of Jimmy Hop's caliber would fall into an ambush." Billy contemplated, "Perhaps. I have not detected any signs of an ambush either." Yin Luo was initially engrossed in the unfolding narrative as everything progressed as anticipated. However, he suddenly spotted a woman named Lin Na, a white-collar worker, hastening towards them. As she approached, she exclaimed, "It's the Predator. Major, it's an extraterrestrial known as the Predator that has slain these individuals." Dachi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered, and murmured, "Predator?" Meanwhile, Yin Luo was internally screaming, "Damn it. This fool intends to alter the storyline. Does she seek her own demise?" With a rifle slung over his shoulder, Yin Luo advanced towards Lin Na, radiating a murderous aura. Unaware of her precarious situation, Lin Na continued to implore, "Major, what I'm saying may sound outlandish, but our survival hinges on it. An alien, a predator, has infiltrated this rainforest. Jimmy's squad was its victim. I believe it's lurking in the trees, watching us, marking us as its next prey. Major, request reinforcements, or we'll share Jimmy's squad's fate." Her pronouncements left everyone stunned. Dutch turned to Dylan, incredulous. "Dylan, is this true?" Dylan, equally shocked, shrugged, "Don't ask me. This is the first I've heard of such a preposterous notion." Suddenly, Yin Luo guffawed, "Of course it's not true. My colleague is simply too engrossed in science fiction, prone to such fanciful delusions. She recently swore she was Luke Skywalker's sister. She's become obsessed with sci-fi movies." Dutch and the others nodded knowingly, exchanging derisive glances at Lin Na. Seeing this, Lin Na cried out, "No, listen to me. The Predator is nearby, ready to strike." But Yin Luo, cutting her off, put an arm around her shoulder and led her away, chuckling, "Lin Na, Major Dutch is busy. He hasn't time for your ramblings. Save your fantasies for me." Lin Na protested, "Yin Luo, what are you doing? Let me speak." She struggled, attempting to break free of Yin Luo's grip, but his strength was too great. A desk worker, she stood no chance against him. Yin Luo leaned close to Lin Na's ear and coldly hissed, "If you wish to avoid death, then silence yourself and follow me obediently." As he spoke, he forcefully gripped the side of Lin Na's neck with his left hand. A sudden wave of weakness washed over her, rendering her powerless as he dragged her away to a secluded spot. Once they were completely out of sight of Dachi and the others, Yin Luo's expression transformed into one of ruthless ferocity. He seized Lin Na's hair and violently hurled her to the ground. Then he placed a foot upon her head, crushing her skull with a chilling crack. He intended to torment her slowly, a cruel outlet for his pent-up fury. The excruciating pain brought Lin Na to the brink of unconsciousness. With a face full of terror, she pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. Yin Luo, I have done you no wrong, have I?" Yin Luo disregarded Lin Na's pleas for mercy, pressing down with his right foot, intent on gradually crushing her skull. He sought to extinguish his pent-up rage through this torturous method of killing. However, a sharp warning suddenly echoed in his mind. Warning. You are attacking subject number 952,702. This world is a non-combative realm. Killing a candidate will incur a penalty of 1,000 points. It has been detected that your remaining points are insufficient with a negative balance, leading to immediate obliteration. Damn it. The realization of his impending annihilation struck him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo, with a similar ruthless disposition, proceeded to shatter all of her limbs. He then seized the barely conscious Lina, demanding, "Speak. Why do you wish to alter the narrative?" The excruciating pain radiating from her limbs brought Lina to the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, with indignation, she retorted, "You inquire why I seek to change the plot? Is it not for the sake of survival? As I stand here, the merciless warrior is poised to unleash a massacre, with no means to defend myself. Am I merely to watch helplessly as I am slain?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon Yen Luo's words, Lin Na instantly fell silent. It seemed he had accurately discerned her hidden thoughts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo sneered. Fairness? You still fail to grasp the reality. The world has changed. This is no longer a society where everyone is treated equally. In this realm, it is a brutal law of survival of the fittest. The strong dictate the rules. Just as you have infringed upon my interests, be prepared for the consequences. He leaned close to Lin Na's ear and cruelly laughed. Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare your life this time. But soon, as the march resumes. Pray that your so-called allies will take you, this burden, along with them. Otherwise, you shall lie here, helplessly witnessing your own demise. With that, he callously tossed the terrified Lin Na back to the ground and departed without a backward glance. Lu Mao and the others had been observing the scene from a distance. Once Yen Luo left, they rushed to Lin Na's side. Her limbs were unnaturally twisted, with broken bones protruding through her skin, presenting a truly harrowing sight. Li Ming, frightened, hid in Lu Mao's embrace, trembling as she exclaimed, "How could he commit such a cruel act? It is utterly inhumane. Lin Na, you must be in excruciating pain." Lu Mao gritted his teeth and cursed. He is indeed a beast wearing a human guise. Such malevolence will surely draw divine retribution. Jiang Yu, concerned, inquired, "Lin Na, what did you do to provoke him? Please tell us so we can avoid a repeat." Lin Na, of course, would not reveal that her intention was to seize the rewards. She replied intermittently, "I don't know what happened. He seemed to have gone mad, torturing me like this. It truly hurts so much." Everyone expressed their sympathy for Lin Na's plight and vehemently condemned Yen Luo's brutal madness. Lin Na, with a pitiful plea, asked, "Will you all take me with you? Please don't leave me here to die." Upon her words, an oppressive silence fell over the group. After a moment, Lu Mao, unable to meet her gaze, replied, "Lin Na, I must take care of Li Ming. You know our bond. I truly cannot spare the time for you." Jiang Yu hastily rejected her as well, saying, "Don't look to me. I cannot manage alone. If only we had a stretcher, Lu Mao and I could carry you. But alas, we do not." He continued, "Besides, your injuries are severe. It would be best for you to rest here. Moving about might only worsen your condition." His words were utterly absurd. With death looming, who would fear exacerbating their injuries? Yet, this was merely a hollow excuse to dismiss Lin Na. Indifferent to her belief in their words, failing to catch up with the chi would lead to obliteration. None wished to see their stamina and speed hindered by Lin Na's plight, for that would be tantamount to suicide. In despair, Lin Na cried out, "But we are teammates. Did we not agree to support each other until the end? How can you abandon me like this?" Lu Mao, feeling a twinge of guilt, comforted her, saying, "Rest assured. Lin Na, once we grow stronger, we will avenge you. I will personally slay that scoundrel Yen Luo. You can be at peace." At that moment, Jiang Yu, who had been intently watching the chi, suddenly shouted, "They are about to march again. Everyone, hurry." And with that, he dashed towards the chi. "Lin Na, we must go. Take care." Lu Mao and Li Ming quickly followed suit, leaving Lin Na behind. Lin Na gazed vacantly in the direction of their departure, murmuring, "Why has it come to this? Why me? I only wish to grow stronger to aid others. Is that truly a fault? Has the world really changed?" Just as despair engulfed her heart, a grim screen suddenly popped up, displaying a bloody countdown. 98, 99, 100. No. Lin Na screamed in desperation from the ground. With a low rumble, a horrific explosion ensued, showering the surrounding bushes with a gruesome mix of blood and shattered bones. Candidate 952702, mission failed. Eradicated. The trio of Lu Mao, hearing the announcement, felt their spirits plummet. This marked the fourth candidate to be eliminated, as they'd mere civilian candidates in similar predicaments. felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They could not help but mourn for their fallen comrades. In the span of just half a day, they had come to grasp the brutality of this evolution space. Their initial skepticism had transformed into profound reverence. The surreal experience of their journey had morphed into an undeniable reality, yet this harsh reality was far too cruel. At that moment, Yen Luo's heart was far less burdened than theirs. On the contrary, upon receiving the news of Lin Na's demise, he felt an unexpected relief wash over him. He had indeed harbored concerns that those inexperienced individuals might unite and bring along the burden of Lin Na. In that case, he would have to exert considerable effort to deal with them all. To be fair, he regarded Lin Na as possessing commendable qualities among the common folk. Not only did she manage to remain composed amidst the upheaval, but she also had a profound understanding of the film's plot. As long as she adhered faithfully to the storyline to avoid danger, she had a genuine chance of surviving until the end in this world. Once she exited the iron-blooded realm, she could leverage the points earned to enhance her abilities. In doing so, she would be able to compensate for her deficiencies in martial prowess and successfully ascend to safety. Regrettably, her insatiable greed led her to covet rewards beyond her capacity, resulting in her offending Yen Luo, which ultimately precipitated her premature exit. The foolishness of overestimating oneself is indeed worthy of disdain. Yen Luo coldly remarked on Lin Na's final evaluation. The Dachi team had endured a prolonged march. Under Billy's leadership, they swiftly navigated through the primordial forest, relentlessly tracking the gorilla's traces. Just as Jiang Yu and Li Ming were nearing their physical limits, Billy, leading the way, finally signaled everyone to halt. They gazed down from the hillside, where a vast and rudimentary encampment lay before them. At that moment, the authoritative voice of the space echoed in their minds. Successfully arrived at the gorilla camp. Main mission 1 completed. Points reward distribution in progress. Distribution complete. The distance restriction for Major Dachi has been lifted. Candidates are now free to act. Upon hearing that they no longer had to follow Dachi, Lu Mao and the others were nearly moved to tears. This cursed distance restriction had loomed over them like the side of death, poised to claim their lives at any moment. Now, it had finally been lifted. The three felt an immense sense of relief. Unconcerned with their image, they collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the air of freedom. In stark contrast to Lu Mao and the others' exhaustion, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo possesses an extraordinary ability to perceive the existence of every singular point of integration, much like the initial discourse on space suggests. These enigmatic integrals will ultimately serve as his sole currency in the future. Yen Luo can utilize them to acquire enhancements in bloodline, skills, attributes, and more. This will pave the way for him to embark on an extraordinary journey. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo curled his lip. A few minutes later, Major Dutch, having completed his reconnaissance of the gorilla camp, stealthily returned to the hillside. He announced to the group, "Those bastards have killed a hostage. We're going to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the gray screen automatically reappeared before the candidates. Scarlet letters gradually materialized upon it. Main Task 2. Assist Dutch's squad in attacking the gorilla camp. Task rewards. Ordinary Guerrilla Soldiers, 10 points. Machine Gun Bunker, 50 points. Fuel Depot, 50 points. Helicopter, 100 points. Guerrilla Leader, 100 points. Soviet Military Advisor, 200 points. Task Failure Penalty, none. After reading the introduction to the second main quest, Yen Luo exclaimed in astonishment. This task surprisingly has no penalties for failure and offers such abundant rewards. It seems purely a reward stage. At that moment, Major Dachi began to organize the combat assignments. Mike, Breen, you two are responsible for dealing with the machine gun bunker. Billy, Ben, you two will handle the guards. Dylan. As he mentioned Dylan, Major Dachi pointed mockingly at the three incapacitated members. Dylan, you shall take these three lively companions as your support. Finally, he turned to Yen Luo and stated, "As for you, my tall friend, you will accompany me to assault the fuel depot. Once everyone is in position, we shall commence our operation." Yen Luo nodded and replied, "Yes, Major." However, he soon mustered the audacity to inquire, "Major, could you possibly lend me a few grenades? There are numerous enemies here, and the targets are substantial, making it quite suitable to employ grenades." Major Dachi resolutely declined, stating, "No, I cannot. I have very few left, and they are all of necessity. You should seek assistance from Ben. He has an abundance of grenades." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo took the grenade launcher and nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "That's enough. Thank you very much." Upon noticing that there were no further inquiries from the crowd, Major Dachi declared, "Commence operations." Immediately, everyone brandished their weapons and rushed toward their respective battlegrounds. However, Yen Luo did not accompany Major Dachi to the fuel depot. Instead, he seized the opportunity to slip away and stealthily made his way toward the center of the camp. At that moment, he had completely disregarded Major Daki's plans and was determined to execute his own strategy. The mission's objective was to seize points. If he acted last under Daki's command, all the targets would have been eliminated by then. Among the various rewards in the second mission, the bounties for eliminating Soviet advisors, helicopters, and guerrilla leaders were the most lucrative. The total reward for these 3 targets amounted to a staggering 400 points, equivalent to the elimination of 40 ordinary personnel. It is worth noting that there were only about 40 to 50 ordinary soldiers within the entire camp. These 3 targets were conveniently located near the central square of the camp. Thus, Yin Luo planned to stealthily advance to the central square and capture them all in one fell swoop. Despite his towering stature, he moved with the swiftness of a specter, a skill honed through countless battles. These guerrilla fighters were merely a disorganized group of unruly foot soldiers. With effortless stealth, Yin Luo infiltrated the open-air depot situated on the plaza. From atop a shelving unit, he meticulously surveyed the surroundings. An aircraft rested in the central square. While the whereabouts of the Soviet advisor remained unknown, Yin Luo recalled that the guerrilla leader was ensconced within the 2-story edifice at the heart of the area. As per the original sequence of events, the commencement of the assault by Dutch's squadron would be heralded by a cataclysmic explosion, rousing all within the vicinity. The guerrilla leader would promptly abscond through the rear window of the edifice, whereas the Soviet advisor would opt to evacuate via the aircraft. Given the protracted duration required for the aircraft to become airborne, Yin Luo resolved to prioritize the elimination of the guerrilla leader, the most likely to evade capture. With practiced agility, he descended from the shelving unit and, utilizing the adjacent structures as cover, advanced toward the 2-story edifice. Having silenced 3 sentries with swift precision, Yin Luo successfully reached the rear window of the edifice. Rather than immediately breaching the structure, he cautiously positioned himself against the wall, maintaining a low profile. He then trained his weapon upon the rear window, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. After a lapse of approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the anticipated cacophony erupted from the encampment's front. Major Dutch, employing a pumping vehicle and remotely detonated explosives, had triggered an explosion within the guerrillas' mess hall, where at least a dozen rank-and-file members were congregated. The entire encampment was instantly thrown into pandemonium, with the air filled with gunfire, explosions, and the imprecations of the combatants. Yin Luo dismissed the cacophony around him and attentively listened to the sounds emanating from the small building. Before long, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps near the back window. Almost immediately, a stout man clad in military attire clambered through the window. This individual was none other than the guerrilla leader attempting to make his escape. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind him, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Struggling to turn around, he beheld the tall figure of a Huaxia man, who wore a sinister smile. Once again, the gun's muzzle belched forth flames. The bullet struck the guerrilla leader squarely between the eyes, dispatching him with ruthless efficiency. The guerrilla leader has been eliminated, earning 100 points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo chose not to squander any more time in that place and swiftly made his way towards the central square. The thundering sound of helicopters could now be distinctly heard. Upon reaching the front of the small building, Yin Luo caught sight of the helicopter poised for takeoff. He scanned it with his scope and discerned that it was already filled to capacity. It seemed that the Soviet advisor had indeed boarded. Yin Luo swiftly switched his rifle to grenade mode and aimed it at the helicopter, unleashing a devastating shot. The resounding explosion engulfed the helicopter, igniting its fuel tank and resulting in an even greater detonation. As the flames subsided, the helicopter lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. With only a few charred remains inside, he had successfully eliminated a Soviet advisor, earning 200 points. The destruction of the helicopter garnered him an additional 100 points. Furthermore, slaying 5 ordinary guerrilla fighters awarded him another 50 points. Observing the newly acquired 450 points in his mind, Yin Luo smiled and remarked, "All done." After claiming these 3 bountiful rewards, he felt a slight relief. Taking a brief respite, he resumed firing upon the panicked guerrilla fighters with his rifle. They were all mere points in motion, and Yin Luo aimed to maximize his kills. Like a specter, he darted swiftly between buildings. Upon encountering scattered enemies, he dispatched them with his rifle without hesitation. If he spotted a room crowded with foes, he would switch to grenade mode and bombard the interior. Ultimately, this camp would be annihilated by the Daki squad. As long as he refrained from troubling the soldier named Anna, his reckless actions would not alter the narrative. By the time Daki and his team reached the central area, Yin Luo had nearly dealt with all the enemies. He had amassed a total of 150 points. Major Daki, seeing Yin Luo's reckless behavior, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing running around? Didn't I tell you?" Just as he was berating him, he was met with the sight of scattered guerrilla corpses and the blazing wreckage of the helicopter. Daki turned in astonishment and asked, "Did you do all of this?" Yin Luo nodded and recounted, "At that moment, I spotted a helicopter in the central square. Concerned that the local leader might escape by air once hostilities commenced, I hurried over. The situation was quite urgent, and I didn't have the time to inform you. By the way, Major, I just saw a Soviet military advisor board the helicopter, and I took care of that matter as well. Upon hearing that Yin Luo had accomplished so much in such a brief span, everyone was left speechless in astonishment. It took Major Daki a while to regain his composure, and he praised, "Excellent work, big fellow. You are so remarkable that you hardly seem like a CIA agent. What is your name?" Yin Luo replied, "I am Yin Luo." "Major." Daki smiled and said, "Well done, Yin Luo." LV Mao and the others looked at Yin Luo with a mixture of envy and jealousy. They were acutely aware of Yin Luo's intentions and understood the substantial rewards he had reaped. LV Mao muttered under his breath, "Damn it. He has hogged all the benefits. We're left to trail behind and eat dust. If only I had a gun." Hearing LV Mao's complaint, Jiang Yu pointed to the corpses strewn across the ground and reminded, "Brother LV, aren't there guns everywhere? We can seize a couple when the opportunity arises." LV Mao retorted angrily, "The rewards have already been snatched up by him. What use would our guns be? And even if I gave you one, would you know how to use it?" Di Long, hearing the commotion behind him, turned and chastised, "What are you two whispering about? You're useless at a critical moment, and yet here you are, chattering after the battle. If it weren't for Yin Luo, I would have lost face because of you. You three, go clean up the battlefield and collect all the casings. Leave no trace behind." LV Mao and the others swallowed their indignation and replied, "Yes, Commander." After reprimanding them, Di Long turned to Yin Luo with a more amiable demeanor and inquired, "Yin Luo, have you searched the small building at the center?" He was essentially asking if Yin Luo had retrieved the confidential documents from within, which was the primary objective of this operation. Yin Luo shook his head and said, "I deeply apologize, Commander. The firepower within is overwhelming. I could not dare to breach the interior. What a jest. Those documents offer no reward. Why would I squander my time retrieving them? Furthermore, Anna is situated within that small building, and she is an exceedingly crucial character in the narrative." Yin Luo had no intention of provoking her. He had deliberately avoided the small building to clear the soldiers. Damn it. Upon hearing that Yin Luo had not retrieved the documents, Dylan cursed softly and hurried towards the small building. Major Daki, noticing his anxious demeanor, couldn't help but feel suspicious and silently followed suit. As another round of intense gunfire erupted from within the small building, all the candidates heard the authoritative voice from the space. "The guerrilla camp has been completely cleared. Main mission 2 is complete. Due to candidates 952703, 952706, and 952,707 failing to eliminate a single enemy, their performance has been deemed abysmal. Each will face a penalty of 100 points. Candidate 952701, having independently dealt with the majority of the enemies in Mission 2, will receive an additional reward of 300 points. Lu Mao, who was diligently collecting shell casings, nearly spat blood upon hearing the announcement from the space. His face contorted with rage as he exclaimed, "Bastard. Wasn't it stated that there would be no penalties for Mission 2? Why are they deducting our points? And they took away half of them. Moreover, this damn space has rewarded that scoundrel Yin Luo with our deducted points. Is it trying to drive me to madness?" Li Ming patted Lu Mao's back in an attempt to console him, saying, "All right, brother Lu Mao, don't be so angry. Yin Luo is indeed far more capable than us. It's only natural that we cannot compete with him. However, as long as the three of us unite, we will surely survive until the end. Surviving is more important than anything else." Yet, while her words suggested reassurance, her gaze flickered towards Yin Luo, her thoughts a mystery. At that moment, Yin Luo was engrossed in the recent announcement. In Mission 2, he not only seized the majority of the rewards, but also siphoned off half of the civilians' earnings. Fortune seemed to favor him. This incident also highlighted that the space encouraged candidates to engage actively in battles for rewards while sternly punishing those who adopted a passive approach to victory. Just as Yin Luo contemplated the intentions of the space, Li Ming stealthily approached him and whispered, "Brother Yin Luo, do the words you spoke back then still hold true? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Yin Luo chuckled. "Ha ha ha. No problem. I am quite adept at cherishing delicate beauty. I assure you, the experience will be unforgettable." Li Ming, with her enchanting eyes, replied, "Oh, you've piqued my interest even more." The two entered a room, their laughter echoing, and soon, indescribable sounds emerged from within. At that moment, LV Mao remained blissfully unaware that Li Ming had already placed a metaphorical hat of forgiveness upon him. He was cheerfully rummaging through firearms with Jiang Yu. Perhaps spurred by the recent punishment, LV Mao now harbored an obsessive fixation on weaponry. Despite already carrying 2 rifles, he continued to seek a more portable handgun. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "With all these guns, even that infernal iron-blooded warrior wouldn't stand a chance. I could turn him into a beehive. This time, I must reclaim all the points I've lost." "Yin Luo, just wait and see." Jiang Yu chimed in, "Indeed, with these firearms, We needn't fear that brute Yin Luo any longer. He is utterly unreasonable and shows no camaraderie whatsoever. Perhaps with these weapons, we might even turn the tables on him. I wonder, if we were to eliminate him, would we inherit his points? LV Mao eagerly responded. We'll find out when the time comes. Meanwhile, Yin Luo, the object of their thoughts, was continually adjusting his attire. Nearby, Li Ming coyly remarked, Brother Yin Luo, you are truly remarkable. I've fallen for you. How about I become your woman? That way, we could both be happy. Transitioning into his sage-like demeanor. Yin Luo brusquely pushed Li Ming aside, disdainfully retorting, do not try that with me. Just because of this one time, you think you can entangle me? Dream on. Now. Hurry up and get ready. Task 3 should be released soon. With that, he disregarded Li Ming's attempts to cling to him and got off the bed. Li Ming pouted in disappointment. Sigh. Are all men so heartless? I hope we have another chance in the future. I shall never forget this feeling for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo felt his legs weaken. He quickly changed the subject, saying, do not be so pessimistic. Since we have already completed the transaction, I assure you that I will ensure your survival. You must pay close attention to what I am about to say, as it pertains to your very existence. Li Ming, upon hearing this, promptly sat up straight, her expression earnest as she fixed her gaze upon Yin Luo. Yin Luo organized his thoughts and gradually elucidated, according to the progression of the narrative. The next task will likely involve confronting the relentless pursuit of the predator. Do not be afraid. Simply remember that the predator does not slay the defenseless and unarmed. This is a crucial point to retain. Regardless of who offers you a weapon, do not accept it. You must maintain an image of utter helplessness. If you can achieve this, even if the predator stands before you, it will not take your life. Furthermore, you must stay close to the female captive captured by Dilong. In the original storyline, she and Daki were the only two survivors. Ultimately, she successfully boarded the rescue helicopter sent by headquarters. As long as you remain close to her, you will undoubtedly be safe. This is a matter of your own survival. Li Ming listened intently, committing nearly every word spoken by Yin Luo to memory. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo nodded and remarked, very well. You seem to be listening attentively. Now, I have conveyed all I needed to. Whether you can truly survive depends on your own efforts. I wish you the best of luck, Li Ming. With that, he firmly patted Li Ming on the shoulder once more. This time, she refrained from any playful retorts. Instead, she turned and bestowed a heartfelt kiss upon Yin Luo's cheek. Sincerely expressing, Yin Luo, thank you for sharing so much with me. I will certainly persevere until the very end. After bidding farewell to Li Ming, Yin Luo returned to the central square to await the arrival of Team Daki. After a considerable wait, a gray light screen automatically materialized, announcing, Main Quest 3, escape the relentless pursuit of the predator and successfully board the rescue helicopter at headquarters. Completion reward, 500 points. Failure penalty, erasure. Note, this quest constitutes the final task within the Predator universe. Successful completion will grant you a return to the original space. Is this truly the ultimate task? Yin Luo spoke with a hint of disappointment. He had meticulously planned for so long, anticipating the opportunity to showcase his abilities in the ensuing narrative. Yet, the final task amounted to nothing more than a mere escape? Just as Yin Luo was seething with indignation, the electronic voice chimed in once more. Due to candidate 952,701's exceptional performance in Task 2, the hidden task privileges have been unlocked. Would you like to view the hidden task? Upon hearing this, Yin Luo exclaimed with delight. Check it out. Check it out. No sooner had he spoken than the crimson text upon the gray light screen began to swiftly fade, replaced by a new message, hidden task, before the self-destruction of the iron-blooded warrior, eliminated by any means necessary. Completion rewards, 1. 5,000 points. 2. Title, Frenzied Hunter. Failure penalty, annihilation. After reading the description of the hidden task, Yin Luo's previous despondency evaporated instantly. The ambitious individual was not inclined to conclude this mission with a retreat. After all, the ensuing narrative promised a clear path ahead. As long as he could evade the iron-blooded warrior's pursuit, he could ultimately seize the fruits of victory. The thought of returning empty-handed was simply intolerable. Yet, what was this title of Frenzied Hunter? A form of honor? Yin Luo gazed at the second item of the task reward with a look of bewilderment. The electronic voice promptly responded. The title is an exceedingly rare reward within the realm of space. Some titles enhance the physical attributes of the bearer, while others bestow an additional skill. To put it simply, it is akin to an indelible piece of equipment bound to you. Each fantastical world conceals a unique title, attainable only by completing specific tasks or meeting certain conditions. Ah, so that is how it is. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo, of course, was indifferent to the primary mission 3. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded affirmatively, accepted. At that moment, the text on the gray screen transformed. Candidate 952701 is chosen to undertake a hidden mission. and the primary mission will be replaced. Replacement in progress. Replacement complete. Primary mission 3. Escape the relentless pursuit of the predators and eliminate them before their self-destruction. Note, this mission imposes no restrictions. Candidates may exercise their creativity freely. Completion reward. 1. 5,000 points. 2. The title of Frenzied Hunter. Failure penalty. Erasure. He gazed at his new primary mission. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Yin Luo searched for a concealed vantage point amidst the dense forest, he reflected on the film's narrative. At this juncture, the Dachi team found themselves encircled by the guerrilla forces. The helicopter was utterly incapable of reaching them. They had no choice but to traverse a treacherous mountain path to cross the border in order to receive support from headquarters. It was along this perilous route that they engaged in a valiant battle against the predator. Yin Luo's task was to trail them from a distance, vigilantly monitoring the unfolding events. Should the plot take an unexpected turn, he would need to promptly steer the storyline back on course or personally confront the predator. It was imperative to recognize that if this mission were to fail, he would also face annihilation. Thus, the predator must perish at all costs. To elude the predator's surveillance and shadow everyone effectively, he relied on the bucket of mud he had brought with him. In the original script, covering oneself in this mud would obscure the predator's thermal imaging vision. Although this notion might seem absurd, it was indeed a feature of the original narrative. What was initially intended as a loophole for Dachi had now been cleverly appropriated by Yin Luo. After applying a thick layer of mud upon himself, concealed within the dense foliage of a thicket, Yin Luo surreptitiously observed the activities within the encampment. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before Dutch and the others congregated in the plaza. By this juncture, they had ascertained that headquarters would not be dispatching a helicopter for their extraction, eliciting expressions of palpable fury from each of them. Dylan, in a fit of pique, was observed manhandling a Hispanic female soldier. Her countenance betrayed abject terror, as if she were in apprehension of some impending peril. This soldier was none other than Anna, the protagonist of the film. Dylan, now estranged from Dutch's squad, found himself without allies. He vociferously bellowed, Yin Luo, Elmao, Jiangyu, Li Meng, where in damnation are you all? Get over here, pronto. Upon hearing Dylan's summons, Elmao, Jiangyu, and Li Meng hastily made their way to his location. Dylan, having waited an extended period for Yin Luo's arrival, inquired with heightened volume, where in blazes is Yin Luo? What's become of him? Elmao, Jiangyu, and Li Meng responded with bewildered shakes of their heads. Dylan, incensed, exclaimed, damn it all. Every single one of you is just a source of aggravation. Fine, forget about him. With his capabilities, he should be able to manage without incident. I shall entrust you with a task forthwith. He thrust Anna forward, directing his subordinates. Keep a close watch on this captive. She may possess knowledge of the guerrilla's entire deployment. Under no circumstances must she be permitted to escape. The task of guarding a defenseless woman presented no discernible challenge. Elmao and Jiangyu assented in unison, affirming, understood. Sir, we guarantee the mission's success. Upon beholding the female soldier, Li Meng's visage immediately registered astonishment. Moments prior, Yin Luo had prophesied that Dylan would take a female soldier captive, instructing her to remain in close proximity. This swift fulfillment of the prediction left her in awe. She mused internally, it appears that Yin Luo's pronouncements are indeed veracious. Henceforth, I must adhere to his directives if I am to survive until the end. Following a period of respite and reorganization, the group finally departed from the encampment, commencing their eastward march. Yin Luo did not hasten to pursue, covered in mud, his piercing white eyes fixated on the central square. Surely, there must be something to discover. He recalled that the predator's cloaking technology was not utterly flawless. An indistinct outline would still manifest during movement. In the original narrative, the predator would infiltrate the camp after everyone had departed to conduct a reconnaissance. He must seize this opportunity to uncover the predator's whereabouts and thereby secure its position. Yin Luo focused his attention on several scattered boxes. Mike had just stepped on and crushed a scorpion here, recalling that the predator would meticulously examine the scorpion's carcass. Time passed slowly, as Yin Luo's eyes became increasingly strained. He began to doubt whether the predator would indeed appear. Suddenly, a slight ripple in the air near the boxes caught his attention. He quickly blinked and strained to observe. Following that ripple, he finally discerned a vague, humanoid silhouette. Once he saw through the predator's disguise, it became relatively easy to locate it. It resembled a translucent figure. Although light could penetrate its body, some refraction still occurred, revealing a faint outline. If it moved vigorously, that outline would become even more mottled, akin to a kaleidoscope. Utilizing this fleeting moment, Yin Luo was able to completely lock onto the predator's figure. After the predator left the camp, he stealthily followed suit. Clang, clang. Lu Mao was currently burdened with several firearms, each step producing a loud clattering sound. Dilong turned around, irritation evident in his voice. Lu Mao, why are you carrying so many guns? Don't you realize how noisy it is? Lu Mao replied earnestly, Commander, this is to ensure I can perform well in battle. Just like Yen Luo. Dilong sighed, suit yourself. Just don't hinder us during the fight. By the way, why has that kid Yen Luo caught up yet? What could have happened to him? Inwardly, Lu Mao could not help but wish for Yen Luo to encounter misfortune, quickly retorting with a smirk, who knows? Perhaps he was captured by guerrillas, or maybe the locals have taken him to roast him over a fire. Dilong shook his head. Someone like him doesn't seem like the type to get into that kind of trouble. Never mind. Let us just wait for him by the helicopter. Lu Mao pouted and turned to Li Ming, asking, Ming, are you really not going to take a pistol for self-defense? I even picked up a lightweight one just for you. Li Ming waved her hand, speaking sweetly, no need, Lu Mao Gidge. With you here to protect me. I already feel very safe. Besides, those guns are heavy and dangerous, and they smell of blood. I really don't want to carry one. Seeing Li Ming's resolute attitude, Lu Mao had no choice but to relent, reassuring her, all right, if you don't want to carry one, that is fine. I have plenty of guns. I will surely protect you. And that bastard Yen Luo, if he dares to have any ill intentions, Dachi gritted his teeth and demanded, inquire about what has transpired with this woman. Bin, filled with fury, approached Anna and barked, what did you witness? Who is responsible for their deaths? At that moment, Anna was still reeling from the recent horror. It was not until Bin's third inquiry that she hesitantly replied, I saw the jungle come to life and kill them. Dylan immediately retorted, you are talking nonsense. This must be the work of your guerrilla comrades. Dachi, the main force of the guerrillas has been pursuing us. We must leave before they encircle us. Bin countered, you are mistaken. We have been ahead of the guerrillas. How could they attack us? Enough, Dachi said darkly. I will not allow them to humiliate Hawkins as they did with Jimmy's squad. We must retrieve his body. All units, search in a sweeping formation. Commence action immediately. Yes, sir. The death of Hawkins cast a pall over the team. He had been kind-hearted and gentle, often regaling them with poor jokes to lighten the mood. Everyone held him in great affection. Suppressing their anger, they began to meticulously search for any clues in the vicinity. Bren, the squad's heavy weapons specialist, hefted his 6-barreled Gatling gun, cursing as he searched. Come out, you bastards. My weapon awaits you. Suddenly, the bushes ahead rustled, and Bren instinctively aimed his gun there. However, it was merely a foraging small creature. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he turned to search another direction when a beam of icy blue light struck him from behind. Boom. The beam, filled with immense energy, shattered his entire chest cavity, incinerating his insides to ashes. Nearby, Mike, who had been searching, rushed to the scene only to witness a translucent humanoid silhouette approaching Bren's corpse. It possessed a pair of bright yellow eyes, which, upon noticing Mike, attempted to flee. Contact the enemy, he shouted, raising his automatic rifle and unleashing a torrent of fire upon the creature. Rat-tat-tat. The dense barrage of bullets seemed to strike the creature's thigh. Yet it continued undeterred into the dense foliage. You bastard. Mike chased after it, continuing to fire, soon exhausting all the bullets in his weapon. He then seized Bren's Gatling gun, sweeping fire into the underbrush. As the 6 barrels began to spew flames, a storm of bullets erupted, shredding trees and vines in their path. The other squad members, alerted by the commotion, arrived, raising their weapons to unleash their own barrage into the dense jungle. Ben even took up a grenade launcher, bombarding the area relentlessly. Various weapons wreaked havoc upon the jungle, ensuring that no living creature could survive such a tempest of death. Once all the bullets had been expended, Ben ventured into the smoky thicket to search. Dachi turned to the still nervous Mike and gently asked, Mike, look at me. Who killed Bren? Who were you fighting? Mike struggled to respond. I saw a monster. It had cloaking camouflage and eyes that glowed yellow. Beyond that, I know nothing. Li Ming, who had lost sight of the group, was on the verge of tears. However, the sudden eruption of gunfire indicated the direction she should pursue. Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop. Li Ming raced toward the sounds of chaos. Before the gunfire ceased, she finally spotted the group in the midst of their frantic shooting. But instead of seeking Dachi or her superior Dylan, she threw herself into Anna's arms, weeping. I was so scared. I thought I would never find you again. It's so wonderful to see you. Anna was taken aback by Li Ming's overly enthusiastic display. She could not comprehend how their relationship had grown so close. At that moment, Ben returned from his search, reporting to the group, there are no traces. No bodies, no blood. We found nothing. Mike, in disbelief, exclaimed, that is impossible. I fired 200 rounds at it. There is nothing that could survive in that range. Sighing heavily, Major Dachi remarked, it seems we truly have encountered a formidable foe. Dylan, you had better contact that damned headquarters once more. Mike, my sergeant, establish a defensive position on the ridge and utilize all explosives available. Afterward, he glanced at Bren's mangled corpse and murmured, take care of him. We will bring him along. The Dachi squad departed the jungle. Yen Luo emerged silently from the thicket. At that moment, his body was caked with mud and dust, rendering him a sight of utter filth. Yet, his eyes remained strikingly bright, reminiscent of the legendary night demon. He strolled leisurely to the headless corpse of El Mao and taunted, ah, how pitiful indeed. Even the iron-blooded warrior scorns your remains. Not a single comrade bothers to retrieve your body, leaving you to rot in the wilderness. He casually kicked the ground a few times, covering El Mao's corpse with fallen leaves, and chuckled. In consideration of your past connection with your girlfriend, I shall tidy up your resting place. At least this will grant you some semblance of peace. Remember not to lead such a tragic life in your next incarnation. Farewell. Having concluded the arrangements for El Mao's final repose, Yin Luo once again approached the spot where the predator had recently been injured, beginning a meticulous search of the surroundings. Before long, he stumbled upon a patch of leaves stained with a luminous green blood. He delicately pinched a small amount between his fingers and brought it to his nose. An acrid, pungent scent, intertwined with an inexplicable fishy odor, surged into his nostrils, prompting a series of involuntary sneezes. Yin Luo shook his head and exclaimed, such vibrant colors, such intense aromas. How could they possibly remain oblivious? No wonder they were utterly annihilated. The recent bombardment had disrupted Yin Luo's pursuit, causing him to lose track of the predator. Fortunately, that individual named Mike managed to wound the predator, leaving behind a trail of blood. Yin Luo was confident in his ability to trace the footsteps of the predator. With a keen sense of smell, he meticulously searched the vicinity, quickly discovering the next trail of blood nearby. These bloodstains were conspicuously easy to locate, not only due to their distinctive scent, but also because they emanated a persistent green luminescence. With a determined spirit, he followed the blood trail, soon spotting the predator's figure perched atop a large tree. At that moment, it had shed its cloaking mechanism and was utilizing its armor's first aid kit to tend to its wounds. As the creature extracted a bullet from its thigh, it let out a deafening roar, a sound that resonated with both anguish and defiance. This roar was a deliberate proclamation to the Dutch team, signaling that it had not ventured far and that the hunt was still on. The Dutch team had constructed their most formidable defenses along the ridge. In the words of Mac, nothing can enter the perimeter without triggering a trap. However, that night, the predator instigated chaos by unleashing a wild boar, using the ensuing turmoil to stealthily infiltrate their position and abscond with Blaine's corpse. The sight of the empty body bag plunged the group into a profound silence. The predator's audacious act dealt a severe blow to the Dutch team's morale. Benny lamented, it evaded all our traps and snatched Blaine right before our eyes. The following morning, as daylight broke, the team meticulously examined last night's traps. Billy concluded, aside from the wild boar from last night, I haven't seen any signs of intrusion. Benny pondered, I can hardly fathom how it circumvented all these traps. The metal wires on the ground were nearly as dense as those of a tennis racket. Benny's remarks suddenly sparked a realization in Major Dutch. He glanced upwards, observing the towering trees that surrounded them. He exclaimed, could it be that it evaded the traps by traversing these trees? Turning to Anna and Li Ming, he sternly inquired, you two were by Blaine's body last night. What did you see? Li Ming shook her head in confusion, while Anna recalled, it camouflaged itself like a chameleon. It adeptly utilized the trees. Indeed, Major Dutch nodded, slicing the bindings on Anna's wrist with his dagger, declaring, that monster is hunting us all. We are like grasshoppers on the same string. I hope you can contribute as well. With that, he set off to gather the others. At that moment, Dylan pressed, what do you intend to do? Are we not leaving? Dutch replied earnestly, Dylan, we must unite against this monster. Otherwise, none of us will escape this forest. Anna interjected, sir, when that giant was killed, you must have injured it. I saw it bleed. Dutch nodded in agreement, his tone resolute. Well, since this damned creature bleeds, we can certainly kill it. He then rallied the team to prepare a second round of traps. This time, they discarded conventional metallic wires, opting instead for hemp ropes and vines as trip lines. They also replaced landmines and explosives with hunting nets and massive logs as mechanisms. Dutch deduced from the previous night's events that the creature might be able to detect modern equipment. Only by employing natural materials would they be able to elude its detection. Moreover, Dutch instructed the team to tie metal wires to the surrounding trees, leaving only those with traps unadorned. The cautious creature would assuredly avoid the metallic lines and unwittingly walk into their traps. After setting up these traps, the team concealed themselves behind the underbrush. Only Major Dutch stood boldly in the center of the thicket, wielding his rifle as bait to lure the creature into their snare. The team was brimming with enthusiasm. From a distant hill, Yin Luo observed the Dutch team's maneuvers through binoculars, occasionally taking bites from a skin viper. The raw snake meat was unprepared, yet Yin savored it as though relishing spicy strips, consuming bite after bite. Aware that a great battle loomed, he knew he needed to replenish his strength. Under the current circumstances, he could not start a fire to cook, thus, he settled for this simple sustenance. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he remained unfazed, adjusting the binoculars to continue his search. Soon, he muttered, found it. It is about to begin. Through the lens, the Predator's mottled, translucent form appeared. True to Dutch's expectations, it cautiously evaded all the trees adorned with metal wires, leaping between those unbound, gradually approaching Major Dutch. However, as it leaped onto the highest branch, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A taut vine suddenly ensnared its right foot, followed by a net ensnaring it completely. With a startled cry, the predator emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This was the first time the team heard such a terrified sound from it. Armed with weapons, they rushed forward, eager to eliminate the infernal creature. Yet, the predator retaliated. Unleashing its shoulder cannon in a frenzied barrage, the icy blue rays erupted chaotically, causing explosions that thwarted their advance. Furthermore, one of the beams fortuitously struck the trap-esh trigger. A massive log crashed down, striking Benny heavily. "Benny!" he cried out in agony, spewing blood as he was thrown back. Meanwhile, the predator utilized its iron claws to sever the net and escape. However, it chose not to continue attacking the group. After a moment's hesitation, it opted to flee. "I've got you. I've caught you." Mac, the African-American, immediately pursued with his rifle raised. "Mac, come back. We need to leave," Major Dutch shouted, attempting to call Mac back. But Dylan interjected. "You take them and go. I'll retrieve Mac." Dutch was taken aback by Dylan's willingness to rescue Mac, exclaiming, "This is not like you, Dylan." Dylan smiled wryly. "Perhaps I've caught your enthusiasm?" Dutch cautioned. "You cannot defeat that creature. It is far too powerful." Dylan, lacking confidence, replied, "Perhaps so, but I must avenge him. After all, Lumao also fell by its hand." Hearing this, Dachi sighed deeply. He tossed his rifle to Dylan, speaking earnestly, "Take care, brother." Dylan accepted the weapon and replied, "Have the helicopter wait for Mike and me." Without looking back, he hurried off to catch up with Mike. After watching Dylan depart, Dachi quickly went to check on Ben's condition. Billy, examining Ben's wounds, spoke with sorrow. "Major, he is gravely injured." Alarmed, Ben exclaimed, "No, don't leave me. I can hold on." Dachi quickly helped Ben to his feet, reassuring him. "No one will abandon you, Ben. Let us go." He picked up Ben's rifle and commanded the group, "Billy, take the radio." Everyone immediately began marching towards the helicopter. Billy hoisted the radio onto his back and continued to lead the way. Anna and Li Ming assisted Ben as they pressed forward. The group fled eastward in a state of panic for some time. When they reached a narrow wooden bridge, they were suddenly met with a barrage of gunfire. Following that, two screams echoed in succession. It was Mike and Dylan. A look of profound rage surged across Major Dachi's face. However, he soon despondently stated, "Alas, we must move on." Yet Billy was reluctant to proceed. With a stoic expression, he discarded his rifle and the radio into the abyss below, then removed his bulletproof vest. Standing bare-chested, he resolutely positioned himself on the bridge. Dachi, witnessing this, widened his eyes and pleaded, "Billy, we must go, Billy." But Billy remained silent, merely gesturing slightly with his hand. In that instant, Dachi comprehended Billy's intention to hold the line for the others. With a heavy heart, he led the group away, alone on the small bridge. Billy exuded an indomitable spirit. He had fled for far too long. He had trembled in fear for too long. Now, with nowhere left to run, he resolved to confront the beast in a final battle to reclaim his last shred of dignity. He drew the machete strapped to his leg and inflicted a deep cut across his chest. The fresh wound was acutely sensitive to the flow of air. He intended to counter the predator's cloaking abilities in this manner. Suddenly, a large tree shook violently, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Billy knew the monster had arrived. The predator tilted its head, scrutinizing the lone human standing defiantly before it. Astonishingly, Billy bore no firearm, merely wielding a small knife. The predator had come to Earth with the intent of hunting the strongest, seeking the ultim upon witnessing Chi plunge into the river. Yen Luo retracted his telescope and remarked with a sinister smile, "At last, we have reached this juncture. It is my turn to take the stage." Yen Luo sped along the path, swiftly arriving at the carefully chosen ambush site. The position he selected was remarkably strategic, allowing him to observe the entire area designated for the final confrontation. He glanced toward the riverbank and noticed Major Daki, who had just crawled weakly onto the shore. Exhausted, he collapsed into the muddy bank, gasping for breath. After falling from such a height and struggling in the turbulent waters for an extended period, even someone as robust as Daki was beginning to falter. However, before he could regain even a fraction of his strength, a heavy splash echoed as something plunged into the river. Daki realized with dread that the predator was hot on his trail. Its persistence was maddening. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath and struggled to crawl to safety. Yet, the mud was too treacherous after a prolonged struggle. He only managed to move a few meters and hastily concealed himself within a thicket. Meanwhile, the predator emerged slowly from the water. This time, it had not fully engaged its cloaking device. Sparks of blue light erupted from its armor, evidently damaged by the water. It lowered its gaze to its left wrist gauntlet, adjusting a few settings before completely disabling the cloaking mechanism. The scattered sparks finally ceased, but its true form was now fully exposed to the air. This was the first time Major Daki beheld the predator's authentic visage. Towering over 2 meters, it possessed a massive head adorned with a mask, with a ring of dreadlock-like tendrils at the back, clad in rudimentary armor that provided protection only at the shoulders, wrists, waist, and legs. It bore a peculiar short cannon mounted on its shoulder, aiming with a red beam. Staring at this bizarre creature, Daki marveled inwardly. This was certainly not the devil Anna had described. It was not even a creature that should exist on Earth. Could it truly be, as that CIA agent suggested, an extraterrestrial being from the cosmos? Her words were not mere ramblings. After reaching the shore, the predator meticulously began its search. Strangely, It repeatedly scanned the area yet chose to overlook Daki, who was practically unprotected right in front of it. An impossibility to miss. Nevertheless, it failed to detect him. After a fruitless search, the predator gradually ventured deeper into the dense forest. Daki, astonished that the creature had not noticed his presence, pondered in disbelief. Could it truly not see me? He glanced down at himself, realizing he was now caked in mud. As he touched the grime on his body, he fell into deep contemplation, observing that everything was proceeding as per the unfolding narrative. Yin Luo selected several relatively straight tree trunks to begin crafting weapons. Tonight, he would face the final battle of this world, where success or failure hinged on this singular moment. He needed to prepare thoroughly. From his pocket, he retrieved his last grenade, carefully dismantled it with his military knife, and poured the gunpowder and detonator into a piece of cloth. After wrapping it securely, he firmly bound it to the top of a wooden stick. Thus, an improvised grenade spear was born, his most potent weapon, to be unleashed at the most critical moment to determine the outcome. After creating the spear, Yin Luo attached his military knife to another stick, fashioning a simple short spear. Once these two weapons were completed, he chewed on the remains of a dead snake and reclined on the soft bed of leaves to rest. Over the past 2 days, he had either been marching or tracking the fearsome warrior, and an intense battle had erupted at the guerrilla camp, depleting his strength significantly. He needed to restore his body to peak condition before nightfall to face the impending conflict. Before long, he spotted Major Daki stealthily approaching the area. Observing the treacherous terrain around the great trees, he deemed it a strategically advantageous location for the final confrontation. He immediately designated this spot as the battleground and began to diligently set traps and craft weapons. Major Daki's exaggerated muscles seemed to bestow upon him boundless strength. What would have required the combined effort of 5 or 6 men to set up, he accomplished alone with ease. As night descended, he ignited a pile of firewood and let out a howl into the depths of the dense forest. This roar was imbued with immense fury and murderous intent, embodying his indomitable spirit and a vow for vengeance for his comrades. Upon hearing this provocative roar, the fearsome warrior was incensed and hurried to the location, only to discover a blazing campfire, with no sign of Major Daki. While it continued its search, Major Daki, concealed behind a large tree, hurled a grenade spear directly at its feet. The explosion violently knocked the fearsome warrior to the ground, yet it inflicted minimal damage, merely disrupting its cloaking mechanism. Enraged, the warrior began to unleash indiscriminate gunfire in all directions, with icy blue beams igniting a series of explosions, illuminating the forest as bright as day. Unfortunately, Daki was caught in one of the blasts and fell from the tree. Upon hitting the ground, he grit his teeth against the pain and threw another grenade spear at the fearsome warrior. This time, the spear detonated directly upon impact, leaving the warrior grievously wounded and bleeding profusely. In terror, it let out a shriek and fled into the distance. But its glowing green blood was too conspicuous against the night. Daki, observing the trail of blood with a cold smile, promptly seized his short spear and pursued. Following the bloodstains, he arrived at a cave but found no trace of the warrior. It dawned on him that he had fallen into a trap laid by the fearsome one, prompting him to detonate a grenade to disrupt the situation. Taking advantage of the chaos, he leapt into the river, the icy water swiftly washing away the mud that camouflaged him. As he emerged on the riverbank, he was immediately captured by the fearsome warrior, which seized him by the throat and lifted him high. After closely examining him, the warrior could not discern what made this human capable of inflicting harm upon it. However, this man had proven his strength and earned the right to engage in a true duel, to die with dignity. The fearsome warrior cast Daki to the ground and retreated a few meters, shedding its equipment piece by piece to prepare for a fair fight. When it removed its mask, Daki beheld the most grotesque face he had ever encountered: malicious eyes, a deformed visage, and a gaping jaw, a nightmarish creature from the depths of horror. Daki could not help but exclaim, "You are truly hideous." The fearsome warrior, uninterested in idle chatter, roared and charged at Daki. In a desperate attempt, Daki picked up a tree branch and struck the warrior with all his might, yet it caused no harm whatsoever. Instead, he was flung several meters away by a single swipe. Realizing he could not overpower it, Daki scrambled to his feet and staggered towards the traps he had set, while the victorious warrior followed him with a mocking demeanor, slowly advancing toward Daki's ambush point. Yin Luo hastily maneuvered with caution from his concealed position. The fearsome predator no longer relied on thermal imaging. The moment he made the slightest sound, he would undoubtedly be detected by the adversary. After Yin Luo stealthily approached within a distance of over 10 meters from the two, he dared not advance any further. At this moment, the predator was propped against a tree trunk bristling with sharp wooden spikes. This was the first trap set by Daki, designed to impale the creature upon successful activation. However, the trap was rather crudely constructed. The predator was no longer the blind beast of the past. It quickly sensed the danger and halted at the entrance of the trap. Seeing the predator stop just shy of the trap, Major Daki anxiously shouted, "Come on, you bastard spawned from a whore. Come kill me, you coward." Yet, the more he shouted, the less inclined the predator was to oblige. It examined the sharp wooden spikes with a cold sneer before maneuvering around to flank Daki. Damn it! Major Daki cursed in frustration. Wounded and exhausted, he was unable to flee or engage in combat. The predator could easily end his life. Just as despair enveloped him, he noticed the predator had positioned itself beneath the suspended log. This was his strongest killing move. Seizing the opportunity, Major Daki forcefully kicked the trigger, activating the trap. With a thunderous roar, the massive log descended with the weight of a mountain, hurtling towards the predator with the speed of a shooting star. The predator attempted to evade, but it was too late. As it leaped, the log struck with tremendous force. A piercing howl erupted from the predator as its body, from the chest down, was completely crushed by the log, spewing forth a stream of fluorescent green blood. Witnessing the creature's defeat at last, Major Daki's face reflected a sense of relief. He collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "I have conquered it. My comrades, I have avenged you." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby, and the long-absent Yen Luo appeared before the predator. "Yen Luo, you're alive?" Daki exclaimed in astonishment. However, Yen Luo paid him no heed. Instead, he raised his spear high and plunged it forcefully into the predator's skull. The predator emitted a shrill wail, yet despite being pierced through the head, it was not dead. Its right hand struggled to reach the wrist gauntlet on its left arm, attempting to activate the armor's self-destruct sequence, ready to unleash the micronuclear bomb contained within. Yen Luo would certainly not allow it to succeed. He exerted all his strength to pin down the right hand of the predator, then began to frantically stab at the creature's head. Crack, crack. Yen Luo relentlessly thrust his weapon numerous times until he transformed the predator's head into a puddle of luminescent green muck, before finally pausing to catch his breath. At that moment, a synthesized electronic voice proclaimed, "Candidate 952701 has slain the world boss. Main quest 3 completed. Reward distribution in progress. Distribution complete. Candidate 952701 has earned 5,000 points. Candidate 952701 has unlocked the title of Frenzied Hunter. Attention! The candidate has completed all main quests. Please select Return to the Realm within 1 hour." Yen Luo did not hasten to return to the realm. Instead, he gazed upon the description of the title Frenzied Hunt. Frenzied Hunt equipment effects. 1. Agility increased by 10. 2. Strength 2. Constitution 2. Intelligence 1-3. Comes with the skill Plunder. Upon defeating an enemy, one may expend 1,000 points to seize one piece of equipment from them. Note: usable only once per world. This title appears to be quite extraordinary, bestowing 4 distinct attribute enhancements along with an additional skill. Yen Luo praised with satisfaction and then eagerly chose to bind. The moment he connected with the title, his strength underwent a transformative change. His muscles visibly swelled, and the skin on his body became noticeably firmer. He could sense a significant enhancement in his power, speed, endurance, and resilience. Even his thoughts became remarkably clearer. Yen Luo marveled inwardly, "How astonishing! I never anticipated that such a minor enhancement in attributes could yield such a profound transformation." Moreover, this fortification transpired almost instantaneously, leaving me utterly bewildered as to how the space achieved it. While Yen Luo was still savoring his newfound prowess, Major Daki limped into view before him. He patted Yen Luo on the shoulder with palpable joy, exclaiming, "Yen Luo, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. Where have you been recently?" At that moment, the once formidable presence of Major Daki had dissipated. With his strength recently augmented, Yen Luo suddenly entertained a sinister thought. Since you are so weakened now, allow me to relish the sensation of vanquishing a protagonist." With this notion, Yen Luo's expression morphed into one of cold malevolence, and he thrust his spear viciously towards Daki's chest. The proximity of the two rendered Daki defenseless and caught him off guard. In an instant, the spear pierced through his torso. "Ah, Yen Luo, have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" Major Daki gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he glared at Yen Luo in disbelief. Simultaneously, a sharp warning echoed from the space. "Candidate 952701 is attempting to assassinate the destined child of this world. Warning: the elimination of this narrative character will precipitate incalculable changes in this realm. Please proceed with caution. Warning: military helicopters are approaching. The assassination of Major Daki will invoke relentless pursuit. By the time they arrive, it will all be over." Yen Luo let out a cold snort and began to vigorously stir the short spear in his grasp. The blade relentlessly sliced through Daki's heart, ultimately carving out a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his left chest. "You madman!" Daki roared those words before falling utterly silent. The synthesized electronic voice timely announced, "The child of destiny in this world, Alan Daki Shuefu, has been slain. Earned 2,500 points. Acquired world dice 1. At that moment, both the iron-blooded warrior and Major Daki began to emit glimmers of light. The iron-blooded warrior revealed a treasure chest radiating blue light, while Major Daki unveiled a treasure chest glowing green. "What on earth? Is this equipment dropping?" Yen Luo gazed at the two treasure chests, his face alight with astonishment. Yet, before he could reach for them, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted behind him. The deafening sound of gunshots rang out as dozens of bullets struck him in various parts of his body. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo nodded and, filled with curiosity, inquired. How on earth did you manage to survive? Jiang Yu, having endured suppression and disdain for far too long, was eager to showcase his knowledge. He enthusiastically explained, hee. Of course, it's because I am well versed in the plot of this film. The Predator focuses nearly all its attention on the Dutch team. As long as one keeps a sufficient distance and feigns vulnerability, one will not fall victim to the Predator's relentless pursuit. Am I right, brother Yin Luo? Yin Luo nodded. Praising. You are absolutely right. I never expected you to be far more astute than Lin Na. You possess the remarkable ability to remain inconspicuous, even deceiving me, truly impressive. Jiang Yu, upon hearing Yin Luo commend her, felt an even greater sense of pride as she exclaimed, haha. To receive praise from a master like you is indeed a tremendous honor. Alas, if only that fool Li Ming had your discernment. What does Li Ming have to do with this? Yin Luo shook his head and inquired. Since you already know how to safely navigate this world, why not simply board the helicopter? He continued, do you no longer wish to complete the main quest? Jiang Yu burst into laughter, exclaiming, haha. Staying here until the end, I can still await the helicopter that comes to retrieve Daki. Besides, like you, I yearn to claim the boss's head at the final moment. Anyone who has watched this film knows that the Predator becomes exceedingly vulnerable at the end, easily dispatched by a mere stone. Alas, I have arrived a moment too late. Yet, he quickly added with a sense of pride, however, this situation is still quite favorable. You managed to slay Daki. I certainly could not have accomplished that. I shall receive an additional reward. The treasure chest dropped by the protagonist must contain some splendid treasures, right? Haha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo, taken aback, exclaimed, oh. So you have been pining for your sister-in-law all along? I thought you held great respect for that Lu Mao? Jiang Yu, filled with indignation, retorted, I was merely pretending. Who in their right mind would delight in being a sycophant? By what right should I, Jiang Yu, serve as his subordinate? As if realizing he had revealed too much, he swiftly added in a chilling tone, enough idle chatter. Yin Luo, in light of our shared status as candidates, I shall spare your life this time. Just leave those 2 treasure chests behind, and I will allow you to depart. Your primary mission must differ from ours, correct? Now that you have vanquished all your foes, you should be able to return to your realm, should you not? Yin Luo smiled and said, indeed, your wit is quite sharp. However, these 2 treasure chests are the fruits of my arduous battles, and I have no intention of bestowing them upon you. Furthermore, your chatter is rather excessive. Don't you think? With that, Yin Luo's muscles tensed dramatically. The bullets that had recently penetrated his body were forcibly expelled from the wounds, clattering to the ground. He withstood the bullets purely through sheer muscular strength. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo silently rejoiced to himself. He then drew the grenade spear from his back, spun around, and hurled it fiercely towards Jiang Yu. Yin Luo had been patiently awaiting Jiang Yu to draw nearer, and now the distance between them was less than 10 meters. At such a close range, Yin Luo, with his current physical prowess, could nearly hit the mark with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, possessing the physique of an ordinary person, stood no chance of evading such a rapid onslaught. The javelin struck precisely against his abdomen, instantaneously igniting the explosive at its tip. Boom. The violent explosion swiftly engulfed Jiang Yu's lower body, cleaving his form in 2. His upper half was propelled high into the air, only to crash down upon the ground like a ragged sack, with charred entrails and filth scattered everywhere. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Jiang Yu surprisingly clung to life. Gasping weakly, it hurt so much. Please, end it for me. I beg you, grant me a swift release. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo tore a large piece of tattered cloth from the corpse of Daki, wrapping 2 treasure chests and slinging them onto his back. Without pausing for breath, he rushed to the fallen Iron Blood warrior, activating his title skill, Plunder, for the first time. As 1,000 points vanished, a crimson light shot forth from his forehead, instantly enveloping the corpse of the Iron Blood warrior. An electronic voice timely announced, Plunder skill activation in progress. Activation successful. Acquired equipment. Fragmented Iron Blood armor. Armor is armor, but why is it still fragmented? Yin Luo muttered in dissatisfaction. The crimson light swiftly retreated from his forehead. Meanwhile, a tattered suit of armor had materialized in his hands. Yin Luogang had just intended to examine the attributes of his armor when the distant roar of helicopters began to resonate in the air. Had they already arrived? He cast a final glance at the perilous tropical rainforest, softly murmuring, return to the space. Much like when he traversed into the iron-blooded world, Yin Luo felt himself enveloped in darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a bizarre chamber. This room was filled with an overwhelming whiteness. Devoid of any furniture, and lacking even doors or windows, only a solitary white beam of light pierced through the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. It resembled a stark white cell. Goodness. Even if one were to serve time, it couldn't be this dismal, could it? Is this what they call the evolution space? Just as Yin Luo prepared to inquire with the electronic voice, a commanding tone suddenly resonated from all directions. The candidate has returned to the evolution space. Commencing the clearance assessment. Fantasy world, iron-blooded warrior world. Level, science fiction level 1. Type, exploration and survival. Plot exploration degree, 100. Main tasks completed, 3. Side tasks completed, 0. Kill count, 20. World boss 1, child of destiny 1. Candidate Ms. Kills, 0. Final evaluation, S. Rewards are being distributed. Obtained reward, bronze medal 1, 7,000 points. After receiving the clearance rewards, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo counted on his fingers and suddenly exclaimed, how come there are 1,000 points missing? Has the space embezzled them? His words inadvertently offended the evolution space, prompting a synthesized electronic voice to promptly emerge and clarify. The points usage record has been retrieved. The activation of the plunder skill has consumed 1,000 points. Yin Luo smacked his forehead and exclaimed, indeed, I completely overlooked this matter. He pondered, speaking of which. The cost of this plunder is rather exorbitant. It's unlikely that an ordinary candidate would earn even 1,000 points after conquering a single world, is it? Reflecting on this, he continued to contemplate. Yin Luo hastily grasped the salvaged armor, anxiously inspecting it as he muttered, to acquire such a wretched item for 1,000 points. I sincerely hope it does not result in a loss. As he examined it further, the attributes of the armor materialized before him. Damage Iron Blood Armor Iron Blood Set. 13 Equipment Quality. Green Excellence Equipment Effects. 1. Agility 1. Constitution 2. Lethal Wrist Blades. The right arm armor can deploy 2 razor-sharp wrist blades forged from high-density alloy for combat. 3. First Aid Kit. The left arm armor is equipped with medical tools capable of treating minor injuries. 4. Cloaking Camouflage. By refracting light, the wearer enters a state of concealment. Remaining motionless renders complete invisibility. Movement will affect the camouflage's efficacy, and submersion in water will temporarily disable the disguise. After reviewing the introduction to the armor, Yin Luo found it to be quite satisfactory, not as disappointing as he had initially imagined. He then cautiously inquired, how many points can be obtained from selling this equipment? The electronic voice promptly responded, the space reclamation of equipment will incur a depreciation fee of 50. The buyback price for this equipment is 1,500 points. Would you like to proceed with the sale? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo let out a long sigh of relief. After examining the plundered equipment, his gaze intensified as he turned towards the 2 resplendent treasure chests. One was a drop from a world boss, while the other was bestowed by a cinematic protagonist. Both filled him with eager anticipation. He first chose to open the chest that emanated a radiant blue glow. This was the drop from the Predator. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of blue light enveloped the surroundings. The chest instantaneously transformed into a metallic mask, resembling the one worn by the Predator. Acquired equipment. Cloaked Combat Platform Predator Set. 13 Equipment Quality. Rare Blue Equipment Effects. 1. Strength 1. Agility 1. Constitution 1. Intelligence 2. Thermal Vision. Enables the detection of enemy positions through thermal imaging, allowing one to see through illusions, invisibility, and other forms of camouflage. 3. Enhanced Detection. Analyzes and assesses the combat capabilities of adversaries. If the enemy's attributes exceed 1's owned by 5 times, only partial information can be discerned. If the enemy's attributes exceed 10 times, no information can be gathered. 4. Breathing Assistance. Aids the wearer in maintaining respiration in most environments. 5. Language Acquisition. Records and learns unfamiliar languages. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo was taken aback and exclaimed, are there still charges? This is truly outrageous. At that moment, the electronic voice fell silent, opting to disregard his grievances. All right. Let us proceed with the customization. With a sense of helplessness, Yin Luo reluctantly paid the customization fee. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he reasoned that spending an extra 100 was preferable to having nothing at all. As 100 points were deducted from his mind, the ironclad mask began to swiftly contract and reshape, soon fitting snugly against Yin Luo's face. In the final shaping phase, an electronic voice prompted him to specify the appearance of the mask. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo could finally perceive his surroundings. However, before him lay an expanse of blue haze, with only his own body emanating a radiant red glow. Yin Luo understood that this was the thermal imaging vision of the mask. He immediately commanded, switch vision. Upon this transition, Yin Luo discovered that the mask possessed a variety of visual modes: thermal imaging, night vision, targeting, fog, and light sensitivity, all included. After switching to the light sensitivity mode, Yin Luo discovered that this mode closely resembled his normal vision. Hence, he decided to focus on it. He also noticed that both the descriptions of the Iron Blood Mask and armor contained references to set 13. He pondered, these two must belong to the same set. Will equipping them grant a set bonus? With this thought in mind, he took action. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo immediately sensed a mysterious connection between the mask and armor. The electronic voice then announced, Iron Blood set effect activated. Hunter talent. Strength 2, Agility 2. To his astonishment, the set could indeed be assembled. Yin Luo was taken aback to discover that two pieces of equipment of differing qualities could be synthesized into a set. Moreover, the set effect was rather impressive. Following this enhancement, Yin Luo experienced a distinct sensation of increased strength. However, he was not in the mood to revel in this transformation, for he had a green treasure chest awaiting his attention. This was no ordinary chest, it was a reward bestowed upon the protagonist. As the chest dissolved into a radiant green light, an unassuming necklace materialized in Yin Luo's hand. Acquired equipment. Dachi's insignia quality of equipment. Green premium effects of equipment. 1. Luck 1-2. Favor of fate. When subjected to a fatal attack, the insignia will assist the wearer in averting the damage of that attack. Usable once per world. Though this equipment boasted only 2 effects, the skills it conferred were remarkably potent. Particularly, the favor of fate was akin to granting the wearer an additional life in each world. As for the luck 1, this was the first time Yin Luo encountered such an attribute, stirring within him a curiosity regarding its function. Up to this point, he had meticulously catalogued all his spoils, except for one item. He retrieved a pale purple die from his pocket, an additional reward obtained after vanquishing Doc, known as the World Die. Its exclusion from the treasure chest and designation as a separate reward indicated its exceptional nature. However, despite Yin Luo's extensive examination, he remained perplexed about its true purpose. Inquiring with the spatial interface yielded only a response of insufficient privileges to access the information. How irritatingly enigmatic. Reluctantly, he posed the question, how can one elevate their privileges? The electronic voice succinctly replied, by formally ascending to the rank of Evolver. Yin Luo inquired, what must one do to ascend to the status of an Evolver? The electronic voice responded in detail, a candidate must successfully navigate through the 3 realms of illusion, with each completion receiving a rating of E or above, in order to officially elevate to the rank of Evolver. Yin Luo nodded and remarked, so that is the case. No wonder you told me nothing. After all this time, I am still just an intern. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Yin Luo felt an immediate sense of irritation. As if to soothe Yin Luo's troubled spirit, the electronic voice proactively remarked, candidates have the liberty to alter the configuration of their exclusive chambers at will. Additionally, they may procure furnishings, food, and recreational amenities within the exchange hall. After each sojourn in a fantastical realm, candidates are afforded a 10-day respite in their private quarters before embarking on their next adventure. We encourage candidates to judiciously allocate this period to optimally recalibrate their mental and physical well-being. Yin Luo suddenly realized, no wonder there is no furniture. It turns out one must purchase it oneself. How does one enter the exchange hall? The electronic voice replied, simply touch the beam of light in the center of the room to communicate with the exchange hall. Ah, now I understand. Upon touching the beam of light, Yin Luo immediately sensed an exceptionally abstract realm. This space lacked a definitive shape, perpetually writhing and transforming. Surrounding him were ethereal streams of light and shadow, with only 4 enormous symbols standing out with remarkable clarity. Yin Luoming, though unfamiliar with these symbols, is able to comprehend their meanings: empowerment, equipment, service, life. Yin Luo's complete attention was immediately captivated by the enhancement category. Since this space was referred to as the evolution space, the perpetual theme of this realm must be the evolution of strength. Only through continuous enhancement can one sustain existence. He promptly chose to examine the enhancement category, only to be met with an electronic voice prompting. To utilize the enhancement feature, you must first quantify your physical attributes. Would you like to proceed with the quantification? Yin Luo immediately made his choice. Soon, he sensed a certain presence beginning to read his physical condition. The assessment of physical attributes was completed. Identification number, 952701, candidate, name, Yin Luo title, Frenzied Hunter Strength, 7, Equipment 5, related to attack intensity and burden capacity agility, 7, 9, Equipment 5, 9, related to attack and movement speed constitution, 7, Equipment 5, related to life strength, stamina, and resistance to anomalies intelligence, 4, Equipment 3, related to neural sensitivity, spell potency, and mana luck, 2, Equipment 1, related to skill assessments, treasure unlocking, and unknown success rates. This attribute is exceedingly difficult to enhance. Please cherish any opportunities for improvement. Note: the standard attributes for adult males are set at 1. This attribute information has been recorded in the personal terminal panel for convenient access at any time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo glanced over and observed that there were 3 categories within the enhancement section: single attribute enhancement, bloodline enhancement, and basic skill enhancement. He sequentially opened each category to examine them. Single attribute enhancement, as the name implies, allows for the individual enhancement of the 4 primary attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence. Each point allocated to an attribute requires the expenditure of 500 points. However, once any single attribute exceeds 100 points, the cost for each additional point escalates to 1,000 points. Should the attribute surpass 200 points, the price inflates to an astonishing 10,000 points. This pattern continues, with the cost multiplying tenfold for every additional 100 points. Ultimately, the prices reach a staggering level, making it highly unlikely that anyone would choose single attribute enhancement. Furthermore, Yin Luo noted the absence of any enhancement related to luck, indicating that this attribute is indeed exceedingly rare and exceptional. The basic skill enhancement encompasses foundational skills such as combat specialization, firearm specialization, survival expertise, and weapon mastery, with each enhancement consuming between 500 to 1,000 points. These skills prove invaluable for the common populace, enabling them to swiftly acquire fundamental combat proficiency. However, for Yin Luo, such enhancements hold no significance whatsoever. As a mercenary, he has long possessed these basic skills, complemented by extensive combat experience. He finds such rigid enhancements beneath his notice. Adjacent to the basic skill enhancement, there exists a category for advanced skill enhancements, though it appears grayed out. It seems that his current permissions are insufficient to access this enhancement category. Ultimately, Yin Luo delved into the realm of lineage enhancements. This category of augmentation appeared to be a splendid array of choices, leaving Yin Luo somewhat dazzled. Spider-Man lineage. Acquire a portion of Spider-Man's enhancements and abilities. Weakness: none. Lineage compatibility: strong. Price: 6,000 points, 1 bronze medal. Aquaman lineage. Gain some of Aquaman's abilities, with attributes doubling upon entering water. Click to view detailed data. Weakness: unable to remain away from water for extended periods. Lineage compatibility: poor. Price: 5,000 points, 1 bronze medal. Uchiha basic lineage. Obtain the innate talents of the Uchiha clan and manifest chakra. Weakness: none. Lineage compatibility: average. Price: 4,000 points, 1 bronze medal. Rubber devil fruit. Upon consumption, the body becomes rubberized and physical attributes are enhanced. Weakness: fear of sea prism stone and sharp weapons. Lineage compatibility: poor. Price: 4,000 points, 1 bronze medal. Werewolf mutation lineage. Acquire the ability to transform into a werewolf, significantly enhancing attributes upon transformation. Weakness: diminished rationality and fear of silver objects. Lineage compatibility: average. Price: 2,000 points, 1 black iron medal. Vampire Baron lineage. Gain enhancements and certain abilities of the vampire clan. Weakness: fear of sunlight, silver objects, crosses, and holy water. Lineage compatibility: poor. Price: 2,000 points, 1 black iron medal. The selection of lineages available is indeed extensive. From the Ghost Rider contract to Armament Hockey, Hulk mutation, Thor lineage, Sage of Six Paths lineage, Kryptonian lineage, and Scion lineage. Yin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement and his mouth watered at the thought. However, exchanging for these lineages requires not only tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points, but also various metals such as diamond metals and star metals. The modest amount of points he possessed was far from sufficient, leaving him to merely indulge in the visual feast. Having observed for a considerable time, Yin Luo began to comprehend. To exchange for a lineage, one would need not only exorbitant points, but also corresponding quality medals. He possessed a single bronze medal, awarded as a reward upon clearing a challenge. Upon inquiring within the space, he learned a comprehensive evaluation surpassing B rank upon completion of a challenge grants a medal. In the case of a first-tier world, achieving an A rank yields a black iron medal, an S rank grants a bronze medal, and an SS rank provides 2 bronze medals. As for how to obtain a high evaluation, it necessitates a comprehensive consideration of task completion, the quantity and quality of enemies defeated, and the absence of violations. The medals are bound to the individual and cannot be sold or transferred. Yin Luo also discerned from the spatial realm that inferior metals could be synthesized into superior metals at a ratio of 1 to 3. However, superior metals could only be decomposed into inferior metals at a ratio of 1 to 2. For instance, 3 black iron metals could be amalgamated to form 1 bronze metal. Yet 1 bronze metal could only be disassembled into 2 black iron metals, resulting in the unwarranted loss of 1 black iron metal. Consequently, it is unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to dismantle superior metals into inferior ones, as the loss would be exorbitantly detrimental. Upon comprehending the information regarding the metals, Yin Luo commenced a meticulous deliberation regarding the selection of a suitable lineage. After thorough contemplation, he initially dismissed those bloodlines with conspicuous vulnerabilities, such as lycanthropic mutations, vampiric ancestry, and devil fruit derivations. He recognized that other evolutionists would be intimately familiar with these inherent weaknesses and would undoubtedly exploit them to debilitate or even terminate him. Furthermore, Yin Luo needed to consider the practicality and compatibility of the bloodlines. As he accrued more rewards in the future, he would inevitably exchange them for additional bloodlines to augment his capabilities. Committing to bloodlines with poor compatibility from the outset, such as becoming a vampire or an aquatic sovereign, would be tantamount to severing his evolutionary trajectory. After careful consideration, Yin Luo ultimately favored the Captain America serum, the Spider-Man mutation, and the Uchiha clan lineage. In truth, the Venom symbiote bloodline held the most allure for him, priced at 10,000 points. Regrettably, its acquisition necessitated a silver medal. Helpless, Yin Luo had no choice but to concede. He meticulously examined the 3 bloodlines he had selected. Initiating a detailed comparison, Spider-Man initial mutation grants partial enhanced attributes and abilities of Spider-Man. Strength 4, Agility 5, Constitution 3, Intellect 2. Spider sense, like a spider. Acquire information through air vibrations, perceive everything around, and thus avoid danger. Super adhesion, adhere to solid surfaces with the aid of barbs on the hands. Web shooters, eject highly adhesive and flexible spider silk from the wrists to aid in combat. Price, 6,000 points bronze medal 1. Captain America serum, strength 3, agility 3, constitution 3. Intellect 1. Weapons master, rapidly master any weapon at hand. Price, 4,500 points bronze medal 1. Uchiha initial bloodline, strength 2, agility 3, constitution 2, intellect 2. Able to condense chakra and master fire-style ninjutsu. Upon advancement, can unlock a bloodline limit. Learning ninjutsu requires unlocking advanced skill enhancements. Price, 4,000 points bronze medal 1. Upon seeing this, Yin Luo eliminated the Uchiha initial bloodline once more. Although this bloodline appeared to possess immense potential, Yin Luo currently had no means to learn ninjutsu, rendering the bloodline excessively impractical. In this perilous evolutionary space, Yin Luo needed to enhance his strength as quickly as possible and would not invest points in the future. With the Uchiha bloodline eliminated, the remaining choices were much simpler. Although Captain America seemed to be evenly matched with anyone in the movies, as if his strength had no limit, he relied on his protagonist aura. He struggled to deal with even a few ordinary soldiers solely with his superpowers. In contrast, the skills provided by Spider-Man were highly practical and applicable in most scenarios. Therefore, Yin Luo unhesitatingly chose the most cost-effective Spider-Man bloodline. 6,000 points were immediately deducted from his mind, and the inconspicuous bronze medal vanished. In his private chamber, Yin Luo's body suddenly ascended slowly. A beam of white light immediately projected a gentle energy that enveloped his body. As the energy flowed within him, Yin Luo couldn't help but emit a comfortable moan. He felt warm all over, extremely comfortable. Every cell seemed to be cheering. However, this sensation came and went quickly. The gentle energy soon retracted into the beam of light, and Yin Luo plummeted from the air to the ground. Yin Luo, who had been enjoying the moment with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, quickly adjusted his posture, and landed gracefully on the ground. Is this my current power? Yin Luo felt the surge of his formidable attributes, exclaiming with exhilaration. His physique had become more statuesque and elongated, radiating an aura of pent-up energy. With a slight exertion of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, darting swiftly around the room. His velocity was so astonishing that it created afterimages in his wake. Whoosh! He extended his right hand and pointed at the ceiling. A milky white silk thread instantly spanned a distance of over 10 meters, firmly adhering to the ceiling. He was then swiftly yanked upwards by the thread, reaching the rooftop in an instant. Releasing the thread, He pressed his body against the ceiling and began to crawl in a frenzied manner. His eerie movements resembled those of a vengeful spirit from a horror film. With a triumphant roar, Yin Luo exclaimed, "Ha! I've been wanting to do that for ages." He landed gracefully upon the earth and promptly commanded, "Display my current attributes." Instantly, a gray screen materialized, showcasing Yin Luo's present statistics. ID 952701. Candidate. Current points 8600. Name Yin Luo. Title Wild Hunter. Bloodline Spider-Man. Initial mutation strength 11 agility 13 2 constitution 10 intelligence 6 luck 2 current skills plunder, web shooting, spider sense. Yin Luo beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. Your strength, agility, and constitution attributes have all surpassed double digits, and your intelligence is 6 times that of an average person. Yin Luo, having merely acquired a fraction of Spider-Man's attributes, experienced a profound transformation in his physical capabilities. He could scarcely fathom how terrifying his strength would become were he to possess the complete lineage of Spider-Man. The categories of equipment encompass 3 classifications: weapons, armor, and items. Yin Luo first entered the weapon classification to explore. Before the categories lay a plethora of technological weaponry, ranging from knives and guns to bows and swords, as well as machine guns and cannons. Even the awe-inspiring weapons such as Thor's hammer, Poseidon's trident, and Gundam mechas made an appearance in the list. However, the prices were astronomical. Interestingly, Yin Luo also spotted the shoulder cannon of the Predator. This must be the final component of the Iron Blood set. Equipping it would surely activate the complete set effect. Unfortunately, purchasing it required not only 8,000 points but also a black iron medal. With such an exorbitant price, Yin Luo certainly had no intention of being a fool, merely expressing regret. Had I known this item was so valuable, I would have searched for the shoulder cannon back then. If I could just hold it and activate the plunder alone, success would be certain. Alas, I hope to encounter a predator someday. After perusing the weapons, Yin Luo began to examine the armor and item categories. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth? There is even this thing?" What caught Yin Luo's attention was an item, the pocket of treasures damaged. Hailing from the world of Doraemon, a discarded treasure bag. Due to its damage, its storage capacity had diminished to a mere 15 cubic meters, allowing for the placement and retrieval of objects without the need for energy. After purchase, it can be affixed to any part of the body. Price: 500 points. Wow, this is quite a treasure. Moreover, it doesn't require a medal. Yin Luo promptly acquired the treasure pouch. A diaphanous, ivory-hued satchel materialized before him. He gingerly took the pouch in hand, scarcely registering its weight. Can it be affixed to any surface? Yin Luo muttered to himself. He casually slapped the treasure bag against the outer side of his right leg. The bag took root upon contact with the ground, seamlessly adhering to his trousers and transforming to match the fabric as if it were a conventional pocket. Simultaneously, a spacious area, roughly 10 square feet, materialized in his mind. He exchanged 10 points in the redemption hall for some bottled water and provisions, which he then stuffed into the treasure bag. The bottled water, significantly larger than the bag's opening, easily slipped inside, neatly arranged in the corner of the space. Yin Luo reached into his pocket and retrieved the items with the same ease as one would extract a set of keys. Quite remarkable. Yin Luo, with a delighted smile, extolled the virtues of his newfound acquisition. With this convenient bag of holding, his options for procuring equipment expanded exponentially. Though he possessed a mere 4,100 credits, the prices of conventional weaponry were remarkably reasonable. For instance, a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle could be obtained for a paltry 200 credits, while a hand-modified M134 Gatling machine gun cost a mere 300. Previously, he had dismissed these firearms as too cumbersome for practical combat deployment. However, with the advent of his commodious bag, he eagerly acquired pistols, rifles, submachine guns, grenades, smoke bombs, and a plethora of other ordnance. Following his arms purchase, he procured drones, listening devices, anti-material mines, and other military instruments. He even went so far as to purchase a wheeled heavy mortar, effectively transforming himself into a one-man field artillery detachment. The acquisition of these armaments depleted Yin Luo's reserves by 1,500 credits, with an additional 500 credits expended on ammunition. Yin Luo spent another 1,000 points to procure some psychic bullets. Although these bullets are costly, they hold the capability to inflict harm upon malevolent spirits. After all, he must navigate a world born from human imagination, inevitably facing the terrors depicted in horror films featuring vengeful ghosts. While these items may not be particularly powerful, they possess an array of sinister methods to inflict harm, which cannot be countered merely by physical strength. Now that he possesses a magic bag for storing items, he intends to amass an ample supply of weapons to confront various situations. Thus, he can remain composed in the face of any unforeseen circumstances. After acquiring these weapons and equipment, Yin Luo was left with only 1,600 points. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Alas, how quickly my over 10,000 points have dwindled to this." Truly, spending is effortless, yet saving is a considerable challenge. Of the remaining 1,600 points, he decided to reserve 000 points as a contingency fund for the next world, thereby avoiding the embarrassing predicament of being erased due to negative points. Consequently, he was left with a mere 600 points to allocate. He then spent 500 points on some healing items. Basic healing potion. Consuming it rapidly heals ordinary injuries for 1 minute, though it cannot mend severed limbs. Price, 100 points. Healing bandage. Alleviates and gradually heals ordinary injuries for 1 hour. Price, 50 points. Hemostatic spray. Quickly staunches bleeding and treats minor wounds. Allowing for repeated use, up to 5 times. Price, 50 points. These are the most fundamental healing items available. The healing bandage and healing potion can address similar injuries, however. The potion offers rapid recovery for emergencies, justifying its higher price of double that of the bandage. Yen Luo purchased 2 bottles of primary healing potions, 5 rolls of healing bandages, and 1 bottle of hemostatic spray. Thus, he was left with a mere 100 points. Clutching this paltry sum, he ventured into the daily necessities category to procure supplies. Fortunately, the items in the exchange hall were remarkably affordable. For just 1 point, he could acquire 10 barrels of drinking water or indulge in a lavish feast. As for furniture and appliances, they were practically given away. A luxurious home theater set cost only 0.5 points, while sofas, cabinets, dining tables, and wardrobes were a mere 0.1 points each. After Yen Luo purchased 10 days' worth of food and adorned his exclusive room to the brim, he found that he still had a surplus of points. It was evident that the space intended for candidates to immerse themselves fully in the fantasy world, allowing them to return and enjoy a well-deserved respite. This could be considered a reward of sorts. Well, his culinary skills were impressive enough to open a restaurant. Yen Luo gnawed on a greasy chicken leg, exhaling a heartfelt sigh. He had endured a life of hardship in the world of the Predator, where he had never tasted cooked food nor enjoyed a single restful night. Faced with the steaming and delectable feast before him, he devoured it ravenously. After satisfying his hunger and quenching his thirst, Yen Luo reclined on his newly acquired luxurious bed, contentedly watching movies. This was not mere entertainment. He was diligently catching up on the myriad of films and shows he had previously missed. After all, he would soon find himself struggling for survival within these very narratives, and who knows which tale might become his next reality. Gaining prior knowledge of the plots would undoubtedly provide him with a significant advantage, much like his experience in the world of Predator. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yen Luo was far from idle. He dedicated his nights to intensively studying various cinematic works, striving to familiarize himself with the fantastical worlds he might soon enter. As for the daylight hours, Yen Luo subjected himself to rigorous physical conditioning. It was unavoidable. His current physical attributes had increased to such an extent that he had become utterly unacquainted with his own corporeal form. He frequently experienced episodes of discontrol. For instance, a casual leap might propel him into a 5 or 6 meter high ceiling. A brisk pace could result in a collision with the wall, akin to a charge. Mealtimes were often marred by snapped chopsticks or shattered bowls. These instances served as irrefutable evidence of his diminished command over his body, leading to a severe distortion of all actions. Having weathered the crucible of life and death battles, Yen Luo profoundly understood that an incomplete mastery of one's physical form could precipitate a cascade of errors in combat. On the battlefield, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Therefore, to avert unforeseen incidents in the next world, he dedicated himself to regaining control. Confined to his chamber, Yen Luo immersed himself in fundamental physical conditionings. Much like a raw recruit, initially he circled the room's periphery in an endless marathon. Once he mastered this, he arranged the furniture into a labyrinthine obstacle course, navigating it in short, sharp bursts. After countless collisions with the hapless furniture, he tentatively acclimated to his body's amplified attributes. Progressing further, he escalated his training, meticulously revisiting the combat techniques he had previously learned. Each movement was executed with unwavering precision, striving for absolute accuracy. This was done to hone his microscopic control over his physique, thereby achieving complete familiarity with his physical form. Through Yen Luo's relentless practice, he ultimately gained mastery over his body, executing every action with flawless precision, enhanced by his extraordinary neural reaction speed. His command over his physical self ascended to even greater heights. On the dawn of the 11th day, Yen Luo was roused prematurely by a strident alarm. Warning. Respite concluded. Candidates are urged to enter the teleportation nexus with alacrity. Failure to comply within 10 minutes will result in termination. Warning. Respite concluded. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Yen Luo snapped. What's with the infernal racket so early in the morning? I nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Couldn't you have chosen midday to enter the world? Despite his grumbling, he swiftly composed himself and inquired of the system, instead of incessant nagging, how exactly do I access the next fantasy world? The electronic voice promptly responded. Initiate the teleportation sequence by stepping onto the rainbow bridge located at the room center. Was that radiant column not intended for exchanges? Before Yen Luo could complete his utterance, he noticed the white pillar of light had metamorphosed into a kaleidoscopic rainbow conduit. Tentatively, he advanced onto it, only to be unceremoniously yanked into a bizarre and bewildering dimension. Simultaneously, a commanding voice reverberated through the space. Candidate detected within the teleportation matrix. Initiating identity lock. Lock complete. Candidate designation 952701. Commencing fantasy world allocation. Allocation complete. Designated world. Biohazard. The spatial guidance faltered mid-sentence, abruptly plunging the surroundings into an unsettling silence. Yen Luo was momentarily bewildered, exclaiming, "Heavens! What's happening? Have I stumbled into a glitch?" Fortunately, the silence persisted for only a few seconds before the space calmly declared, "Exceptional combat potential detected in candidate 952,701's performance within the embraced world. A trial for elite evolutionist has been granted. Do you accept the trial? Is this a backdoor opportunity being presented to me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing those words, Yen Luo felt a wave of revulsion and with a grimace. He inquired further, "Let's return to the crux of the matter then. How does this so-called elite trial compare in difficulty to the normal world?" The electronic voice promptly responded, "The trials generally present a higher degree of challenge than the normal world, even to the extent of featuring formidable creatures from more advanced realms. Consequently, traversing the trial world carries a substantial risk of mortality. However, the trial tasks themselves will not exceed the limitations of a Tier 1 world." That sounds perilous indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo nodded thoughtfully and replied in a deep voice, "All right, I understand." At this point, the choice is quite evident. Ultimately, failing this elite trial carries no repercussions. After encountering life-threatening danger, one can entirely abandon the trial to preserve their life. Perhaps I might even succeed in completing the trial task. In that case, wouldn't I soar to great heights? Conversely, should I choose to forfeit, I would lose this singular opportunity to alter my destiny. I would be relegated to struggling for survival in the evolution space alongside others, passively accepting selection and evolution. As the saying goes, a step ahead leads to further advancements. With the advantage of exclusive evolution, those elite evolvers will certainly progress much faster than ordinary ones, widening the gap in strength. In the merciless evolution space, the weak have no future. They either perish due to increasingly difficult spatial tasks or fall victim to the oppression or even plunder by their formidable peers, just like Lin Na and her companions. Contemplating this, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo found himself ensnared in a state reminiscent of unconsciousness, surrounded by an infinite expanse of darkness. Fortunately, this state did not persist for long, as his vision rapidly returned to normal. He soon discovered himself within a uniquely designed wooden chamber. Towering beside him were numerous fierce and imposing figures, both robust men and warriors. At the forefront stood a short, stout man clad in an exquisite suit. With a beaming smile plastered across his face, he implored, "Zai Bujan. That old fellow, Dasna, is on the verge of returning to the land of waves. It is said he has even commissioned the ninjas of Konoha to escort him. If he returns and completes the bridge, it would be disastrous. Therefore, I must trouble you to take action once more." Zai Bujan? Upon hearing the words, Yen Luo felt a stir in his heart. He had not anticipated that upon awakening, he would encounter such a formidable rogue ninja, and he immediately gazed curiously ahead. Before him, on an opulent sofa, lounged a long-bodied middle-aged man with a sullen expression. His attire was quite peculiar, a headband askew, bandages obscuring his face, his upper body bare, and yet clad in high-waisted striped autumn trousers below. However, Yen Luo did not underestimate him due to his bizarre appearance, for he recognized this man as the notorious figure in the ninja world, Kisame Hashigaki. Upon hearing the words of the short, stout man, Kisame could not even be bothered to lift his eyelids, lazily complaining, "Kato, although I am temporarily residing here, you cannot expect me to deal with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Last time, I was forced to kill that fisherman named Kaisa, and now you want me to eliminate an old farmer. Do you truly believe I am akin to your ruffian subordinates?" This short, stout man was none other than Kato, the illustrious magnate of the shipping empire in the world of Naruto. Upon hearing Kisame's refusal of the task, Kato hurriedly explained, "But this time is different, Mr. Kisame. Because Leaf Village ninjas are involved, it is imperative." Before he could finish his sentence, Kisame abruptly raised his immense beheading sword, swinging it fiercely towards Kato. "What are you doing?" Kato exclaimed, retreating in alarm. "Julie, Fala, protect me." Upon hearing the summons, two bodyguards dressed as Ronin immediately drew their swords, desperately striking at the beheading sword. However, as soon as they made contact, the overwhelming force of the blade sent them crashing away. The sword continued its relentless path, halting mere inches from Kato's nose, rendering him paralyzed in fear upon the ground. Ha ha ha. Observing Kato's pitiful state, Kisame coldly laughed. The matters I decide are not for you to critique. They are merely ninjas from the Leaf Village, after all. With a commanding voice, Kisame ordered, Brothers of the Mist. At his command, 2 rogue ninjas, kneeling beside the sofa, rose, donning respirators and wielding enormous steel claws. They responded in unison, at your service, my lord. Kisame continued indifferently. You heard Mr. Kato's request, did you not? Go and eliminate them. Yes, they replied, bowing deeply. Kato, having mustered his courage, proposed, Mr. Kisame. I have heard that Leaf Village ninjas typically operate in squads of 4. Perhaps I should send 2 of my own to accompany you for mutual support? At this point, Kisame was already disinterested in further engaging with Kato, offering a barely perceptible nod. Seeing Kisame's acquiescence, Kato immediately commanded, Yenluo, Dar, you 2 will accompany them. We must ensure that Dazna does not return alive to the Land of Waves. Initially a spectator, Yenluo was taken aback by how swiftly he was called to action. He quickly feigned humility, replying, Yes, boss. The Ronin-like man beside him confidently responded, Do not worry, boss. Before departing, Yenluo could not resist using his iron blood mask to probe into Kisame's data. The combat platform rapidly relayed the information. Kisame Hashigaki, Strength, 15, Agility, Constitution, 11, Intelligence, Skills? Damn, what sort of perverse attributes are these? Is this man truly meant to exist in a world of this caliber? Witnessing Kisame's terrifying attributes left Yenluo astounded. Yenluo felt a chill of trepidation. This individual, aside from possessing a physique and strength that were relatively normal, displayed an intellect and agility that surpassed his by more than 5-fold, rendering any attempt at detection futile. It is important to note that when an adversary's attributes exceed one's own by a factor of 2, a suppression effect is established. Should the disparity reach 3-fold? A mere glance from the opponent could result in one's immediate demise. Although combat is not merely a contest of attributes, such a vast chasm in capability essentially allows for the disregard of any other factors. Yenluo's burgeoning confidence was instantaneously shattered. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. If Amir Zabuza was already so formidable, how extraordinarily monstrous must Kakashi be? Could I truly assassinate Dazna at the hands of such a creature? It seemed he sensed an intrusion upon his privacy. Zabuza suddenly opened his eyes, casting a piercing and menacing gaze in Yenluo's direction. The chilling malice within that stare sent shivers down Yenluo's spine. Fortunately, Zabuza merely regarded Yenluo with curiosity for a brief moment before closing his eyes once more, devoid of expression, refraining from punishing the affront. Perhaps he deemed Yenluo too feeble to warrant a personal reprimand. In just a few fleeting seconds, Yenluo was drenched in cold sweat. In that instant, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, as if a mere swipe of its claw could effortlessly extinguish his life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yenluo let out a cold laugh. He raised his hand and shot a strand of spider silk, which ensnared a towering tree. Then, swinging from the silk, he plunged into the depths of the forest. Dar, having attentively listened to Cardo's instructions, finally departed from the wooden cabin. However, upon stepping outside, he discovered that the area was utterly deserted. The so-called 3 companions had not waited for him at all. Overwhelmed by a mix of sorrow and indignation, he exclaimed, Where is everyone? Where have they gone? I am unfamiliar with the path to Konoha. How am I to assassinate that Dazna? Whoosh, whoosh. Yenluo swiftly navigated through the woods, utilizing the threads of a spider's silk. The distance between him and the ghostly brothers was diminishing rapidly. His relentless pursuit was driven by 2 motives. Firstly, his ignorance of the path to the hidden Leaf Village necessitated their guidance. Secondly, he intended to seize the opportunity to benefit from their confrontation. He vividly recalled that these ghostly brothers would soon engage in a direct clash with Kakashi's team. Although their combat skills were rather mediocre, easily manageable by Sasuke alone, the chaos they would undoubtedly create was sufficient for Yenluo to exploit. He was well aware that within his treasure pouch lay a Barrett rifle, with an impressive range exceeding 2,000 meters, concealed at the extreme range. He was confident that Kakashi could not possibly traverse such a vast distance in an instant to apprehend him. Encouraging himself, he mused. One must take risks to carve out a path. Should fortune favor him, and he managed to eliminate that Dazna, he would directly accomplish his trial mission, thereby avoiding the 3 formidable ninjas. In that moment, a revelation struck him. Perhaps the true intent of this trial was to bypass Kakashi and carry out the assassination of Dazna. After all, an opponent as formidable as Kakashi was far beyond the capability of mere candidates from a lower-tier world to confront. Yes, it must be so. With this newfound hope of completing the trial, Yenluo pressed on with even greater fervor, closing the gap between himself and the ghostly brothers. Soon, The trees before him began to widen, and suddenly, a brilliant light engulfed his vision. He burst forth from the forest, arriving at the banks of a vast river. Yin Luo gazed into the river, just in time to spot the ghost brothers who had just boarded their speedboat. He hurriedly shouted to the two, "Oh, esteemed ninja gentlemen, wait for me. Did we not agree to go together?" Among the ghost brothers, the one with long hair was the younger sibling, named Ming Tu. At that moment, he was attempting to start the engine. Upon hearing Yin Luo's shout, he irritably inquired, "Brother, is he calling us? Should we wait for him?" His elder brother, Yi Tu, retorted with annoyance, "Wait for him? We are not allies. If he stealthily eliminates Tsunade while we are engaged in battle, who will claim the bounty? If we fail to secure the reward, do you think Lord Zai would show us mercy?" Remarkably, Yi Tu's words pierced through Yin Luo's intentions. Ming Tu, striking his forehead in realization, exclaimed, "Ah, indeed. That makes sense. Then let us not wait for him any longer. We must depart swiftly." With that, he vigorously pulled on the engine's lever. The engine roared to life, emitting a deafening rumble, and the speedboat shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, Yin Luo was filled with exasperation and shouted, "Those damned little devils. Wasn't I told to wait? Are you in such a hurry to meet your fate?" With that, he reluctantly shot out a strand of spider silk, hoping to ensnare the speeding boat. Given the limited range of his silk, he had little hope. Yet, to his astonishment, the strand traversed several dozen meters and successfully adhered to the rear of the boat. Haha, truly, there is no path that the heavens do not provide. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Yin Luo observed the approaching figure of Ming Tu, he hastily examined his attributes. Ghost Ming Tu level. CH means strength 10, agility 11, constitution 9, intelligence 15. Noticing that his opponent's attributes were inferior to his own, Yin Luo's confidence surged tremendously. However, he feigned panic and exclaimed, "Please, do not strike. We are on the same side." Though his words suggested caution, his hands were far from idle. With a swift motion, his right arm extended, revealing two razor-sharp wrist blades, and he struck fiercely at Ming Tu's oncoming iron claws. Clang. Crack. The clash between the wrist blades and the iron claws emitted a piercing sound, followed by the astonishing sight of Ming Tu's iron claws being shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Ming Tu cried out in disbelief. Yin Luo grinned menacingly. What is impossible? Do not underestimate the technology of the Iron Blood civilization. With that, he launched himself into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of Ming Tu. The impact was tremendous, a blow filled with Yin Luo's pent-up resentment. Ming Tu was immediately struck with such force that he felt as though his insides were about to rupture, and he coughed up blood. Yet, this was far from over. Yin Luo seized the collar of Ming Tu, delivering a series of fierce blows to his face. In truth, he could easily have ended Ming Tu's life with his wrist blade at that moment. However, as previously mentioned, the two ghost brothers still held significant value for him. Thus, he merely inflicted injury upon him without delivering a fatal blow. "Brother." Seeing Ming Tu being assaulted mercilessly, a two on the boat cried out in a state of desperation. He disregarded the entanglement between Ming Tu and Yin Luo, hastily yanking the iron chain that connected them with all his might. Ming Tu was instantly propelled towards the speedboat. Still grappling with the assailant Yin Luo, "Perish, you scoundrel." A two bellowed, his voice hoarse as he witnessed Yin Luo draw nearer. Simultaneously, his sharp right claw lunged viciously toward Yin Luo's face. But instead of meeting Yin Luo, he was greeted by a sticky web projectile. The projectile instantly expanded into a vast net, ensnaring it too tightly. He struggled in a frenzy, attempting to break free from the clutches of the web. Yet, Spider-Man's web could halt even a train. Could it not restrain him? Yin Luo has already boarded the speedboat, yet he continues to writhe and struggle there. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo was about to strike again, but you two, with a slurred plea, implored, "Please, no more. Let us speak amicably. We are on the same side." Yin Luo, with a menacing expression, cursed vehemently, "Damn it. So now you realize you are part of the same group? It's too late." After venting his anger, he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the two brothers, relentlessly assaulting them until they were left gasping for breath. One must admit, these two brothers were exceedingly inept. Despite being 2 against 1, they were utterly incapable of putting up any resistance against Yin Luo, who had yet to deploy any firearms at this juncture. Their defeat was a disgrace to their dignity. Once Yin Luo had regained his composure, he menacingly approached the ghostly brothers and declared, "Upon our arrival in Konoha, everything will adhere to my directives. You will do as I command, or next time, my retribution will extend beyond mere fists and feet. Is that understood?" The bruised and battered U2 pointed toward a main road, stating, "This place is the essential passage from Konoha to the Land of Waves. We must remain here. Venturing further would attract the attention of Konoha's patrols." Yin Luo nodded and instructed, "Very well, let us lie in wait here. Take these with you." With that, Yin Luo retrieved 4 grenades from his pocket and handed them to Yi Tu and Ming Tu. After elucidating the method of use, he further instructed. When you spot Dazna and his companions, Ming 2, throw one grenade at the blonde imp and another at the dark-haired one. Yi 2. You shall throw one at the pink-haired little girl, and the last one is reserved for the ninja leading the Konoha team. Yi 2, perplexed, inquired, we set off together. How could you possibly know the arrangements of the Konoha team in advance? Yen Luo casually fabricated. Kato scouts have long since gathered comprehensive intelligence on the ninja squad we hired from Dazna. Remember, never transform into a puddle lying in ambush on the road. Simply remain hidden in the underbrush. Upon sighting anyone, promptly throw a grenade. The two ghost brothers gasped in astonishment. How could you possibly know we intended to do that? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo nodded earnestly and said, I assure you. He further added in his heart. As long as both of you are alive to spend it. After arranging the ghostly brothers, Yen Luo departed from his concealed position, retreating over 1,000 meters. At last, he discovered a grand tree, ideal for ambush sniping. However, he did not hastily ascend the tree. Instead, he first set up a mortar on the ground. While adjusting the parameters, he murmured to himself, merely relying on 4 grenades is insufficient to create chaos. I shall bring forth another wave of divine retribution. My apologies. Ghostly brethren. Ultimately, I shall eliminate you, though the timing may differ. You may rest easy. After successfully establishing the mortar, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo quickly zoomed in his perspective. Indeed. He saw 5 men and women adorned in peculiar attire traveling along the official road. Among them, a young boy with yellow hair was engaged in a heated argument with an elderly man wearing a conical hat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo revealed a chilling smile, softly murmuring. It is finally about to begin. He swiftly extracted a Barrett sniper rifle from his pocket, resting it against a tree trunk. He then produced a small remote control, idly toying with it in his hand. Now it was time to observe the Ghost Brothers. They must be held back. Through the iron mask, it was evident that the Ghost Brothers were also exhibiting signs of tension, their eyes fixated on the approaching 5, tightly clutching 4 grenades. Ming Tu, in disbelief, exclaimed, Brother, there truly is a blonde-haired brat and a pink-haired little girl. Yen Luo was right. Ye too, having also spotted Naruto and Sakura, contemplated briefly before decisively stating, Since that scoundrel spoke the truth, we shall proceed as he instructed. We will act when they come within 50 meters. Ming Tu nodded in agreement, understood. At that moment, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, loudly declaring, Hey, old man, listen closely. I am destined to become the Hokage, the most exceptional ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Remember that. Dazna raised a bottle of liquor, taking a swig before scoffing, Hokage, huh? The strongest ninja in your village? I highly doubt a little brat like you can achieve that. Provoked by the ridicule, Naruto lost his temper, shouting, Stop babbling. I am determined to become Hokage, no matter how difficult it may be. Once I become Hokage, even you will have to acknowledge me. Just as he finished his declaration, a dark sphere hurtled toward his face. Confused, Naruto wondered, what is that? As he reached out to defend himself, the grenade exploded violently. Boom. A tremendous shockwave enveloped him, accompanied by a barrage of shrapnel and steel balls. Kakashi-sensei. He barely managed to scream before the explosion sent him flying. Countless fragments and steel balls penetrated his body. Naruto. Kakashi shouted in rage. You too, dissatisfied, complained. Wasn't it supposed to be thrown after getting within 50 meters? Why throw it so hastily? Ming Tu apologized. I'm sorry, brother. That blonde brat was just too loud. I couldn't resist throwing it. You too, resigned, replied, Fine. Since it has begun, I shall act quickly. He then aimed at Sakura's position and hurled the grenade with force. Just as Kakashi intended to check on Naruto, he noticed another grenade speeding towards Sakura. Frantically, he yelled, Sakura, get away. But Sakura, positioned in front of Dazna, hesitated, saying, But the old man. In that fleeting moment of indecision, the grenade was upon them. Even if she wished to evade, it was too late. Boom. The violent explosion instantly engulfed Sakura. Farewell, Sasuke, she lamented internally, tightly shutting her eyes. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Curiously, Sakura opened her eyes, discovering that Kakashi had rescued her and Dazna from the blast radius. Sensei, Sakura exclaimed joyfully. But Kakashi offered no reply, as he swiftly moved toward Naruto. Upon reaching Naruto's side, Kakashi found that he had not perished, but was merely unconscious. However, his condition was dire. The explosion had nearly torn his chest apart. Countless gaping wounds were etched across his torso, blood gushing forth, and a faint crimson chakra enveloped Naruto, attempting to mend his wounds while simultaneously searing his skin. Kakashi observed Naruto's extending fangs and claws with growing concern. Is he on the verge of entering tailed beast transformation? He pondered. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. Well, in this situation, tailed beast transformation might not be a bad thing. At least it could save Naruto's life. I must first deal with those ambushers. Enduring the searing pain from the Fox Chakra, Kakashi relocated Naruto to safety. His single eye gleamed with cold determination as he charged toward the Ghost Brothers' hiding spot. At this moment, Ming Tu had already hurled another grenade at Sasuke, but it was deftly evaded. Seeing Kakashi charge toward them, Yato immediately threw the last grenade in his direction. Child's play. Kakashi scoffed, tossing a kunai to deflect the grenade effortlessly. Boom. The grenade exploded mid-air, leaving Kakashi unharmed. With no harm done, Yato shouted, Ming Tu, go. Understood. The Ghost Brothers leaped from the bushes, dragging a chain that connected them as they charged at Kakashi with murderous intent. From a kilometer away, Yin Luo observed with a smile. Now that everyone's attention is focused on the Ghost Brothers, it is the perfect moment for my ambush. He pressed the button on his remote, and a heavy mortar beneath the tree fired a shell. Yin Luo then raised his Barrett sniper rifle, locking onto Dazna with the masked targeting mode. As Sasuke and the others retreated to safety, they kept a vigilant eye on Kakashi's battle. They felt reassured as Kakashi's strength evidently surpassed that of the two ambushers, swiftly incapacitating them. Kakashi seized the bruised Yato and demanded, Are you Nin from the mist? Why did you attack us? Yato replied with a cold grin. Hiki, someone paid for Dazna's life. You are merely taking the bullet for him. Kakashi, puzzled, inquired, How could such an ordinary old man attract ninja assassins? Yato shook his head, chuckling, That's a question for him. And do you think our assassination attempt ends here? Kakashi, on high alert, responded, Could it be? Before he could finish, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Suddenly, a massive shell plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground like a meteor, landing squarely near Kakashi and the others. Boom. The deafening explosion engulfed the surroundings. All that remained in everyone's eyes was the blinding firelight that obliterated everything. Kakashi, who had intended to act, could only retreat in panic. Meanwhile, the incapacitated Yato and Ming Tu were instantly torn to shreds by the explosion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo felt an insatiable urge, pulling back the bolt to fire another shot. He then stuffed the Barrett sniper rifle into his pocket and leaped directly from the top of the towering tree. Upon landing, he deftly tucked the heavy mortar into his pocket before decisively fleeing deeper into the dense woods. After the explosion, Sasuke and Sakura swiftly pulled Tsunade behind the sturdy trunk of a massive tree. Fortunately, the blast was at a considerable distance, sparing them from significant harm. Sakura, initially concerned about Kakashi's safety, was suddenly jolted by a violent impact reverberating from the tree behind them. A crack, unthinkable in a tree that several people could embrace, appeared ominously. The previous strike had penetrated the sturdy trunk. An overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within Sakura. She realized, with horror, that the crack aligned perilously with Tsunade's head. Uncle, get down. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura lunged towards Tsunade. Yet, at that very moment, the deafening sound of another strike echoed. Whoosh. This time, the tree was cleaved through entirely. A barely perceptible black shattered Sakura's chest before continuing into Tsunade's right shoulder. A collective scream erupted from Sakura and Tsunade. Sakura felt a violent jolt through her body before succumbing to the chilling embrace of darkness. Meanwhile, Yin Luo, still in a frantic dash, received an alarming notification. Misty Hidden Rebel Ninja, Ghost Brothers, eliminated. Earned 1,000 points. Significant narrative character, Haruno Sakura, eliminated. Earned 3,000 points. World Anchor Point 1. Green Treasure Chest 1. Haruno Sakura is an exceedingly vital core character in this world. The candidates will face the wrath of Kakashi and Naruto. Side quest initiated. Kakashi's Revenge. Avoid being within 1 kilometer of Kakashi, or he will sense you immediately and pursue you relentlessly. Task duration. Permanent. Task failure, confronting Kakashi. Task reward, none. What the hell? How did I end up killing Sakura? I clearly aimed for Tsunade. This was a disaster. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo, filled with frustration, cursed under his breath and hurriedly embarked on his path of escape. Sakura. Sasuke lifted the battered form of Sakura, only to discover that she had entirely lost the spark of life. Is she dead? Sasuke murmured in disbelief. Strangely, he felt little sorrow. It was the crushing sense of defeat at having witnessed a comrade slain before his very eyes that drove him to the brink of madness. Sasuke, how is Sakura? Kakashi, arriving late, inquired anxiously. With a heavy heart, Sasuke replied, Sakura is dead. I'm sorry, sensei. I failed to protect my teammate. Sakura is dead? Kakashi's previously laid-back demeanor instantly morphed into something menacing, a fierce aura of killing intent surging forth from him. Who did this? Kakashi gritted his teeth as he questioned. Sasuke lowered his head, filled with shame, and replied, I don't know. I didn't see the murderer. I don't even know what jutsu he used. As Sasuke grew increasingly agitated, Kakashi placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, signaling that he understood. With a somber expression, he approached Sakura, gently closing her wide, unseeing eyes. In that moment, the anguish of losing Obito and Rin washed over Kakashi anew, nearly suffocating him. The vow to never abandon a single companion echoed relentlessly in his mind. I will avenge you, Sakura. I, Kakashi Itachi, swear it. Meanwhile, Luo, in the midst of his frantic flight, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. With a hint of worry, he muttered, has Kakashi set his sights on me? I must have covered over 5 kilometers by now. Damn it. The narrative has shifted entirely. Dasna should be too afraid to return to the land of waves now, and I am still being hunted by Kakashi. Luo sprinted with fervor. Finally arriving at the riverbank where the speedboat he had traveled on lay still. Just as he prepared to board, he faintly heard the sound of barking. Barking? Damn it. It's Kakashi's ninja hounds. They've tracked me down. A sudden surge of peril enveloped Luo, as if countless blades were poised to strike from all directions. With a pallid complexion, he hastily leaped onto the boat, frantically attempting to start the engine. 1 pull, 2 pulls. On the 3rd attempt, the engine finally roared to life. The speedboat surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing ahead with tremendous speed. Yet, even as he distanced himself from the riverbank, the sense of danger within Luo showed no signs of abating. He swiftly retrieved the immense 6-barreled Gatling gun from his pocket, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Before long, with rustling sounds emanating from the thicket, several ninja dogs of various breeds burst forth. Upon spotting Luo, they immediately began to bark furiously at the sky, seemingly alerting their master. So much for your barking. Luo swiftly turned the Gatling gun towards them, unleashing a barrage of fire. The relentless bullets surged forth like a tempest, swiftly cleaving through the dense foliage, severing a vast expanse of greenery in an instant. The pack of ninja hounds was instantly riddled with wounds, retreating in a panic back into the thicket, howling in distress. Yet while the dogs withdrew, the harbinger of death approached. A figure, with hair as white as snow and dressed in a green vest, charged forth from the depths of the forest. It was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Luo. At this moment, he had raised his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan spinning furiously. Fixated intently upon Luo, his countenance was dark enough to drip ink, radiating a palpable aura of hatred. I've got you now. Kakashi uttered these chilling words before commencing his pursuit along the riverbank, fueled by rage. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Luo shouted in anger and swiftly redirected his weapon towards Kakashi, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. The Gatling gun, capable of firing over 6,000 rounds per minute, erupted in a cacophony of sound. In mere seconds, Luo had unleashed nearly 1,000 bullets at Kakashi. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to a mere sieve. Yet, Kakashi deftly evaded every single bullet through the art of earth release. Emerging from another angle, Kakashi immediately retaliated by hurling shuriken and kunai with remarkable speed. However, the Gatling gun's relentless rate of fire created an impenetrable wall of bullets, effectively neutralizing each projectile thrown his way. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Seeing this, Luo was filled with fury and exclaimed, damn it. I refuse to believe that you are invincible. With that, he wielded the Gatling gun in one hand while his free left hand unleashed a barrage of web projectiles. Whoosh. The web projectiles were Spider-Man's swiftest form of attack. Upon nearing the target, they would unexpectedly expand into a highly adhesive web, a technique of remarkable utility. Kakashi, initially evading the web projectiles, was caught off guard when they transformed into webs after narrowly escaping. Suddenly ensnared, Kakashi found himself bound tightly by the web, severely hampering his speed. With this hindrance, an increasing number of web projectiles struck Kakashi. His pursuit gradually slowed. Kakashi, astonished, mused, does this bastard release ninja techniques without hand seals? No. There is no chakra flowing in this web. This is not a ninja technique. Who on earth is this person? A warrior? Or a demon? After pondering for quite some time without unraveling the mystery, he coldly resolved, regardless, I will interrogate him thoroughly once I capture him. Although a few delicate webs could hardly restrain Kakashi, their astonishing stickiness posed a significant challenge. No matter how vigorously he struggled and tore, he could not completely sever the strands. With his balance compromised, Kakashi was suddenly plunged into the rushing waters of the river. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo shot out spider silk, ensnaring the drone, and ascended into the sky alongside it. Observing the increasingly diminutive figure of Kakashi in the river below, Yin Luo chuckled triumphantly, exclaiming, "Humph. No matter how swiftly you run on land, I refuse to believe you can chase me up into the heavens." Just then, a voice filled with wrath erupted from the depths of the river, declaring, "You shall not escape." Chidori. A surge of pale blue electricity suddenly burst forth from the water. The frenzied currents swiftly incinerated the web enveloping Kakashi. Once the web was eradicated, Kakashi forcefully slammed the sphere of electricity against the water's surface. With a piercing explosion, Kakashi propelled himself towards Yin Luo, propelled by the shockwave of the blast. Damn, is it really necessary to be this dramatic? Yin Luo, wide-eyed and astonished, sighed deeply while desperately increasing the power of his drone. His ascent accelerated dramatically. Although Kakashi's method of pursuing through repulsion was innovative, it could not sustain flight for long. Soon, his body began to descend. Realizing the considerable distance between himself and Yin Luo, Kakashi, filled with unwilling rage, shouted, "You shall not escape." Kamui, with Kakashi's furious exclamation. The space surrounding a nearby drone suddenly distorted, and then, without warning, it vanished from sight. The loss of a drone did not cause Yin Luo to plummet from the sky. Rather, it merely slowed his flight speed somewhat. He had already ascended to a sufficient altitude, rendering any concern about speed unnecessary. Kakashi, rubbing his slightly stinging Mangeki Sharingan, murmured bitterly, "I aimed for his neck. Yet it deviated so much. This jutsu is indeed not fully developed." At that moment, Yin Luo's triumphant laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha. Kakashi, you worthless fool. Can't even avenge your own student? You continue to disappoint me. I shall grant you one last opportunity. I will be waiting for you in the land of waves. If you wish to avenge Sakura, come find me there." Ha ha. Accompanied by his gloating laughter, Yin Luo's figure receded farther and farther until it completely vanished into the horizon. Yin Luo's words pierced deeply into Kakashi's heart. He stood silently on the water, his head bowed in contemplation. The few ninja dogs nearby diligently sniffed the air for an extended period, only to return with a report of dismay, "Boss. The sin of the perpetrator vanished completely upon entering the water. We can pursue no further. Our apologies." Kakashi sighed in resignation. He gently patted the head of the pug dog, offering words of comfort. "Parker, you are not to blame. You have done exceedingly well. It is simply that this scoundrel is far too cunning." Upon hearing Kakashi's lack of reproach, the ninja dogs immediately began to affectionately nuzzle against him. While soothing the dogs, Kakashi murmured softly, "The land of waves, is it? It seems I must make a journey there regardless." Unbeknownst to him, a minuscule listening device had attached itself to his vest at some point. Yin Luo flew along the river throughout the entire night, finally arriving at the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. Just a short stretch across the strait remained before he could return to the Land of Waves. However, at that moment, the drone's endurance light began to sound an alarm. Yin Luo could only gently descend to the ground, retracting the drone into his bag for charging. However, he was not concerned about Kakashi catching up. Through his listening device, he had completely grasped the whereabouts of Kakashi and the others. "Mr. Dazna, can you now explain to me what is going on?" Kakashi's voice was laced with repressed anger. Dazna stammered, "Indeed, this is no longer an ordinary escort mission. A terrifying individual is after my life. You must have heard of this person." Kakashi coldly inquired, "Who is that?" After a prolonged silence, Dazna replied, "It is the wealthy magnate of the shipping company, Kato." Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, "Is he the chairman of the Kato Corporation? He ranks among the wealthiest individuals in the world. No wonder he can hire ninjas to assassinate you. And that formidable iron-masked assassin." Dazna fell silent once more before dejectedly stating, "Indeed, he outwardly runs a shipping business, but secretly colludes with gangs and ninjas to seize control of nations and enterprises. A year ago, he set his sights on the Land of Waves, completely blockading its maritime transport with his wealth and brute force. He aims to monopolize all the riches of our country. My task is to complete the bridge to the outside world and break Kato's blockade." Kakashi responded, "So that is the case." Dazna, filled with remorse, said, "I apologize for deceiving you. The situation has escalated far beyond my expectations, and even beyond your original mission. I have even caused that brave girl to lose her life. Therefore, I must continue on this path alone. Thank you for your care during this time." Kakashi did not respond to Dazna, seemingly contemplating his suggestion. Suddenly, Naruto's voice pierced the air, filled with a cry, "Uncle, what nonsense are you saying? Sakura sacrificed herself to protect you. She genuinely wanted to ensure your safe passage to the Land of Waves, right? How could we possibly fail to fulfill her dying wish?" Woo-woo. At this point, Naruto was utterly inconsolable. Sasuke coldly interjected, "That's right. Kakashi-sensei, the murderer of Sakura has likely returned to the Land of Waves. We must go there, regardless of the cost, to avenge her." Kakashi remained silent for a long time before finally murmuring, "Of course, we must avenge Sakura. But I do not want you to get involved any further. After all, this enemy." Naruto immediately interrupted, shouting, "You mustn't even think about it. Sakura is my teammate. Didn't you say we must never abandon any of our comrades? No matter what, I will personally avenge her. Furthermore." Naruto went on to declare a series of lofty yet somewhat disjointed proclamations until Yin Luo was left bewildered by his speech. Sasuke, too, coldly affirmed, "Sensei, That man killed my comrade right before my eyes. This humiliation. I must cleanse it with my own hands. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Confronted by his two disciples, he was fully aware that involving these children in such perilous circumstances was an irrational decision. Yet their resolute demeanor reminded him of Obito, of Rin, even of himself. He could empathize with the emotions and determination of his disciples at this moment. If he were to prevent them from going, this shadow might haunt them for a lifetime. After much contemplation, Kakashi hesitantly said, "Very well. Since you are so insistent, we shall resume our journey tomorrow morning. I will ensure that Sakura's body is returned." Upon hearing this, Luo could hardly believe his ears, exclaiming, "Has the plot returned to its original course? After such a significant upheaval, the story can revert to its intended direction? Is this the inertia of the narrative? Or perhaps a correction imposed by this world upon the storyline?" Luo felt as though he had uncovered a significant secret. He immediately sought confirmation from the electronic voice. But the other party fell into a profound silence, seemingly unwilling to respond. Even without a reply, I can still deduce the answer. Luo was unperturbed by the indifference of the space surrounding him, for his spirits were high. His greatest concern was that Dasna, terrified, would never return to the land of waves and would remain forever hidden in the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Kakashi, fueled by vengeance, relentlessly pursued him. Such a predicament would result in the trial mission being indefinitely stalled, and Luo himself might even face peril in this world. What a twist of fate. All thanks to the divine intervention of these two protagonists. Truly, Kakashi's diligent disciple. With this thought, Luo couldn't help but smirk. "Kakashi, I trust you are enjoying the chase in broad daylight. In return, I shall ensure that you and your apprentice reunite in the underworld." Haha. The following morning, Luo returned to Kato's temporary stronghold in the Land of Waves. Upon meeting Kato, he briefly recounted the outcome of the assassination attempt. Kato, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. The two ninjas dispatched by Zabuza couldn't even manage to lay a finger on Dasna before being eliminated? How infuriating. I did not spend this considerable sum to send these ninjas on a holiday. You lot, come with me to settle the score with that scoundrel Zabuza. Kato, accompanied by his entourage of henchmen, swiftly made his way to Zabuza's residence. Upon entering, Kato bellowed with great intensity, "Zabuza, the Ghost Brothers have failed." They were utterly oblivious to Dasna's presence before being dealt with by the Leaf Ninjas. In fact, it was one of my subordinates who eliminated a Leaf Ninja. After his outburst, he approached Zabuza and lamented, "I was led to believe that you were formidable ninjas, yet your performance has been nothing short of abysmal." Luo watched as Cardo brazenly spouted nonsense, secretly astonished. Has this fellow lost his mind? How dare he provoke such a notorious figure before him? Has a mere fortune made him so arrogant that he has lost all sense of direction? Indeed, without hesitation, Zaibu expression darkened as he raised his executioner's blade and swung it towards Cardo. The bald bodyguard beside Cardo reacted even more swiftly. In an instant, Cardo's arm was severed by the executioner's blade. Cardo, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never endured such torment and immediately clutched his severed arm. Screaming in agony, Zaibu, brandishing the executioner's blade, turned his chilling gaze towards Luo and ominously inquired, "You, explain what is happening here?" Luo had already faced Kakashi, and now, standing before Zabuza, he no longer felt the fear he once did. He replied with a calm yet assertive demeanor. "The ninjas dispatched by Konoha are led by Kakashi. The demon brothers are no match for him." A flicker of surprise crossed Zabuza's face as he remarked, "So it is him." Indeed, the level of the demon brothers cannot contend with such an adversary. He then turned to Luo, curiosity evident in his expression, and asked, "But you, not only did you manage to slay one of Kakashi's comrades, but you also evaded his pursuit and emerged unscathed. Moreover, I sense no trace of chakra emanating from you. How did you accomplish that?" Luo said lightly, "I have simply prepared adequately. I possess my own method of combat." "Oh?" Jianwen, eager to prove himself, remarked, "Then allow me to witness it as well. I cannot let him perceive me as weak and easily bullied." A sense of foreboding arose within Luo's heart. He swiftly retrieved 2 high-explosive grenades from his pocket and warned, "If you wish to avoid mutual destruction, I suggest you refrain from any reckless actions." The sinister figure, with a chilling smile, retorted, "Humph. Do you dare to threaten me?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luo retrieved 6 tightly bound high-explosive grenades from his pocket, coldly declaring, "Feel free to give it a try." Meanwhile, he reveled inwardly, thinking, "What a joke. I am not even afraid of Kakashi, who has already activated his cheat mode. Why would I fear you, a mere eyebrowless punk? If it comes to it, we shall perish together." Surviving Kakashi's grasp had bestowed upon Luo an immense sense of confidence. He shook off his earlier trepidation, exuding an aura of fearless determination. Yet, Zabuza, who despised anyone more arrogant than himself, scowled darkly and retorted, "Umph. No one can threaten me. I shall see whether you can throw faster than my blade." With that, he brandished his executioner's sword, poised to charge. At that moment, a voice as gentle as jade rang out, "Mr. Zabuza, Perhaps it is time to cease this. A sweet-faced girl emerged from the inner room, advising, I assure you. This masked gentleman's detonating talismans can take us all to the grave in an instant, including you, Mr. Zabuza. Oh? Zabuza seemed to take the girl's words to heart. Halting his attack and smiling, since you say so, I shall trust you this once. He then slumped back onto the sofa. Turning to the recently silenced Cardo with a grin, rest assured, having taken your money, I will certainly see to your affairs. This time, I shall personally confront this Hataki Kakashi. Cardo, now preoccupied with his animosity towards the maniac who had severed his arm, cared little for Dazna or Kakashi. His greatest ire was directed at the lunatic before him, wishing nothing more than for him to meet an untimely end. With a pale countenance, Cardo stiffly remarked, I hope you keep your promise this time. Otherwise, I shall have to seek other options. With that, he picked up his severed arm and commanded, let us go. The henchmen immediately surrounded Cardo as they exited the treehouse. Once they departed, the girl expressed her concern, how can you treat Cardo this way? Will he really pay you after this? A figure of his stature is unlikely to swallow his pride so easily. Zabuza scoffed at her words. What is there to worry about with a worthless coward? Should he dare to withhold payment, we shall personally retrieve it from him. By then, it will be more than just a mere arm that falls. Hearing Zabuza's words did little to alleviate the girl's worry. She pondered, I hope such a scenario does not come to pass. After leaving the treehouse, the severely weakened Cardo immediately commanded, hurry and notify my personal physician. I need him to prepare for my arm's surgery at once. Yes, boss. The bald bodyguard quickly took 2 henchmen and hastily departed. Cardo then turned to Yen Luo, grabbing his sleeve and sternly instructing, Yen Luo, keep a close watch on that scoundrel Zabuza. When he and the Konoha ninja are locked in a fierce battle, you must strike and capture them all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo firmly grasped his severed arm and then ruthlessly pressed into the wound. The guard, Cattle, already in a state of extreme weakness, immediately writhed in agony, nearly losing consciousness on the spot. Yet, the henchman, intimidated by Yen Luo's earlier ferocity, dared not intervene. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo is now alarmingly close to me. If he wishes to take my life, it would merely require the slightest flick of his finger. Yet, I have foolishly dispatched my bald bodyguard. The surrounding henchmen, clearly intimidated by Yen Luo's methods, have all retreated to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the blast. Cardo, nearly fainting from terror, pleaded in a quivering voice. I beg you, please do not kill me. I can offer double the reward. No, 10 times the reward. Yen Luo sneered disdainfully, you possess but a mere 2 worthless coins. Alas, to me, they are equivalent to mere scraps of paper. What I truly desire is no different from your own ambition, to see Dazna and the Leaf Village shinobi utterly perish. Thus, we can certainly continue our collaboration, President Cardo. As he spoke, he tightened his grip around Cardo's neck and ominously declared, however, in the time to come, you and your inept henchmen must adhere entirely to my directives. Should you delay my forthcoming plans, I shall have no choice but to unleash my wrath upon you. Do you grasp the gravity of this message? Cardo hastily nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Understood. Understood. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Seeing this, Yen Luo gently patted Cardo's face and chuckled. Well done, Cardo, you have matured. Cardo weakly replied, after years in business. The first lesson I learned was to recognize the times. Yen Luo, I've followed your advice. Could you please take me for treatment? I feel as though I might bleed to death at any moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo harbored murderous intent towards Cardo. After all, Cardo was indeed a figure of considerable significance in this world. Yet his combat prowess was alarmingly low. Eliminating him would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. However, Yen Luo had recently suffered a setback due to his interference with the narrative. Therefore, before dealing with Dazna, he was hesitant to recklessly engage with pivotal characters in the plot. Nonetheless, while Yen Luo was temporarily unable to eliminate Cardo, he could certainly exploit the power at his disposal. After all, Cardo was exceedingly easy to manipulate, possessing no martial skills and leading a cadre of fiercely loyal subordinates, rendering him a defenseless and naive girl in essence. Yen Luo faintly sensed that this individual might originally be the breakthrough point allocated by the space for the challengers. He should be utilized to accomplish the task. With this thought in mind, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo promptly pressed the intercom and commanded, everyone, conceal yourselves 200 meters from the target location and remain on standby. After speaking, he kicked the enormous cocoon beside him. Kato immediately echoed, did you hear that? Hurry up and do as Yin Luo instructed. Goodness, it truly spoke. Oh my, it was indeed the boss's voice. This black box is nothing short of miraculous. A cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted from the other side before someone finally responded, understood. Boss and Minister Yin Luo, to facilitate the management of the henchmen. Yin Luo appointed Kato as the temporary head of security for the Kato group. Although everyone was aware of how this position was obtained, it nonetheless sounded more pleasant in name. After organizing the henchmen, Yin Luo lazily reclined in his executive chair and jested, being a boss is truly delightful. Just utter a few words, and those beneath you will diligently attend to everything. No wonder you always appeared so irritable, as if accustomed to issuing commands. Kadu, with a grim expression, retorted, although I may not engage in manual labor, the intellectual demands placed upon me are by no means lesser. If you relish the sensation of commanding others, you could readily pledge your allegiance to me. I would genuinely bestow upon you the title of Minister of Security. At that point, all the enforcers and ninjas would be under your command. Yin Luo chuckled dismissively, not taking it seriously. He then retrieved another walkie-talkie to eavesdrop on the situation with Kakashi. As soon as he activated the device, Kakashi's voice resonated. We have now entered the land of waves. Everyone, remain vigilant. If enemies attack again, it will undoubtedly be more perilous than last time. That iron-faced fiend may very well ambush us. Naruto gritted his teeth and replied, rest assured, Sensei, I will be cautious this time. However, I can't wait for that scoundrel to show up so I can personally avenge Sakura. Dasna, upon hearing this, spoke with a sense of despondency. I apologize. This is all my fault. Kakashi reassured him, Mr. Dasna, do not blame yourself too much. After all, it was Sakura who took the initiative. Before he could finish, he suddenly shouted, everyone, get down. Immediately, a piercing whistle erupted from the walkie-talkie. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of wood being cleaved, a familiar brash voice declared, so it's you, Sharingan Kakashi. Might I request that you hand over that old man? Kakashi, slightly anxious, responded, I never expected to encounter this guy. Naruto, Sasuke, do not engage in combat. Form a defensive formation to protect Mr. Dasna. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo promptly shut down the listening device. Carduo, with a face full of astonishment, inquired, can this black box eavesdrop on the enemy's conversations? How extraordinary. If it could be utilized in business warfare, it would undoubtedly grant me unparalleled advantages. Is it possible for me to purchase this device? I am willing to pay any sum. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo could not help but scoff inwardly, thinking, with your life hanging by a thread, you still ponder over business warfare. Indeed, a merchant perishes for profit. He casually retorted, let us discuss such matters after we eliminate Dasna. With that, he hefted the massive cocoon containing Cardo onto his shoulder and departed from the office. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Yin Luo, in a state of urgency, chose not to join the throng of fighters. Instead, he stealthily concealed himself behind a large tree, burdened as he was by the weight of Kakashi's quest for vengeance. He understood that approaching the battlefield recklessly could alert Kakashi, leading to unwanted complications. This necessity compelled him to rely on Kato's subordinates. After suspending Kato from a branch with strands of silk, Yin Luo donned his iron mask and began to observe the fierce clash between Kakashi and Zabuza. At that moment, their combat had escalated into close-quarter brawling. Zabuza seemed to have the upper hand in agility. After a series of exchanges, Zabuza executed a swift maneuver, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kakashi tumbling into the river. Witnessing Kakashi at a disadvantage, Naruto and Sasuke instinctively moved to assist him. However, they were paralyzed by Zabuza's overwhelming aura of menace, rendered motionless in their place. As Kakashi plunged into the water, he was taken aback by its extraordinary density, rendering his movements sluggish. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he attempted to escape to the surface, only to find Zabuza had already materialized behind him. Zabuza, with dazzling speed, completed a series of hand seals and unleashed his specially crafted water prison technique. Kakashi was immediately ensnared within a transparent sphere of water. Immobilized and unable to move, Zabuza's hand delved into the water sphere, maintaining the water prison. He let out a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Kakashi, you've fallen for my trap. This is an inescapable, specially designed cage. You will remain here obediently while I deal with my primary target. Afterwards, we shall determine our fates. With that, he single-handedly performed the hand seals to summon the water clone technique. The river water around him began to rapidly coalesce and transform, soon forming a perfect replica of himself. It was at this critical moment that, upon witnessing the scene, Yin Luo's heart swelled with joy. He immediately commanded through the intercom, bring that mother and child to the designated location with utmost urgency. The response from the intercom was swift, understood, Minister Yin Luo. Meanwhile, Zabuza's clone had commenced a ferocious assault on Naruto and Sasuke. Despite their remarkable talents among the lower ninjas, they found themselves utterly powerless against the overwhelming strength of Zabuza. At that moment, Zabuza began to taunt the two, belittling them as mere children unworthy of being called ninjas. Little did he know, he had committed the gravest taboo in the world of shinobi. Naruto, the destined child, was known for his sharp tongue, and he could not abide by anyone mocking him. The protagonist's power within him surged forth, setting the wheels of fate into motion. Naruto's aura began to ascend dramatically as he articulated, "You there, the one without eyebrows. Listen closely. You should mark this down in your handbook. I shall undoubtedly become the Hokage of Konohagakure. I am Uzumaki Naruto." Upon uttering these words, Naruto's demeanor underwent a profound transformation, so striking that even Zabuza sensed something was amiss. An invisible, immense force began to ensnare him. How is this possible? How could I, the formidable Zabuza, be intimidated by such a child? Zabuza's mind screamed in disbelief. Just as Naruto was about to take action, a lazy, boisterous voice interrupted him. "Hey, Dazna and the young ones from Konoha. Look who we have here." The crowd was taken aback by this unexpected guest, then quickly turned toward the voice, only to discover two burly rogues dragging a mother and child from a distant hill. Dazna's eyes widened in horror as he recognized them. Shouting, "Tsunade, Inari, what do you intend to do?" This pair was none other than Dazna's daughter and grandson. One of the rogues sneered, "Oh, nothing much. Our boss simply wishes to have a little chat with you. I wonder if the old man is willing to oblige." As he spoke, a rogue leered menacingly. Tsunade, her mouth gagged, emitted a muffled sound of humiliation, tears of shame cascading down her cheeks. The rogue cackled, "Ha ha ha. Old man, if you don't come over obediently, we will have to. Well, you can imagine. Don't worry, we will definitely." With that, he hoisted the weeping pair and, along with his accomplice, hurriedly left the hill. "Tsunade," Dazna roared with fury, "you beasts. I will make you pay." He then charged after the two rogues with bloodshot eyes. Sasuke intercepted him, urging, "Uncle, don't fall into their trap so easily." Dazna shoved Sasuke aside, shouting vehemently, "What trap are you talking about at a time like this? No one can stop me. I refuse to let Tsunade suffer such indignity." At this moment, Naruto, equally incensed, declared, "Unforgivable. Those scoundrels are lower than beasts for doing this. We must stop them. Uncle, let us go together." The shocking scene had left an indelible mark on Naruto's young heart, and he could not bear to imagine what might transpire next. It was imperative to intervene before it was too late. Sasuke intended to continue advising, but Naruto had already seized Dazna and dashed forward. "Sigh, this reckless fool will be the death of us," Sasuke lamented, hastily following behind. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Kakashi observed the unfolding events in silence. Kakashi, unsure of how to navigate this predicament, could only offer a wry smile to Zabuza. Who would have thought that the illustrious Zabuza would engage in such despicable acts? Zabuza, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Would you believe me if I claimed ignorance of this situation?" Naruto and Dazna pursued fervently, ultimately locating the two rogues in an open field. They were gleefully tearing at Tsunade's clothing, their expressions akin to ravenous beasts. "Stop it, you bastards!" Naruto and Dazna shouted in unison. Yet the rogues appeared oblivious to their presence, continuing their vile actions. Whoosh! Sasuke finally caught up, and upon witnessing the scene, hurled two shuriken at the rogues. However, the rogues had been covertly monitoring them. Seeing Sasuke's attack, they quickly shielded Tsunade and Inari with their bodies. With a pair of thuds, the shuriken struck, but fortunately, the rogues shifted just enough to avoid fatal injuries. Still, Inari cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. Dazna, heartbroken, cried, "Don't use hidden weapons. You'll kill them." The rogues laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, if you wish to save them, come forth and battle us openly, rather than sneakily attacking like a rat." Furious, Sasuke retracted his shuriken. Naruto, filled with rage, shouted defiantly, "Fine. I'm not afraid of you." Shadow clone jutsu. As Naruto performed the hand seals, dozens of identical figures erupted around him. "Let us go, everyone." With a booming cry, Naruto's clones charged toward the rogues. Sasuke and Dazna joined the fray. In the face of their onslaught, the rogues merely smirked, letting out a sharp whistle. Attack. Suddenly, the surrounding woods erupted with a throng of warriors and henchmen, armed with an array of weapons, surging toward Naruto and his companions. In an instant, they were encircled. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained trapped within Zabuza's water prison technique, feeling helpless as he said, "Even if you become a rogue ninja, you shouldn't have sunk to this level, Zabuza. Instead of stalemating like this, why not release me for a fair duel? If you win, you can take Dazna. If I win, allow me to rescue those children. Do we have a deal?" Zabuza, however, firmly rejected, "I have already dispatched my clone to pursue Dazna. My stance remains unchanged. Only after Dazna is eliminated will we determine our victor." Upon hearing this, Kakashi furiously exclaimed, "Zabuza, you wretched scoundrel." Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from the dense forest nearby. Following this, a mocking voice proclaimed, "Kiki, truly worthy of the esteemed Zabuza. You undoubtedly uphold your integrity. Hiring you has proven to be an excellent decision." Both Zabuza and Kakashi turned to follow the sound, and there, atop a towering tree, stood a tall man clad in peculiar armor and wearing a tiger mask. "Yen Luo," Zabuza exclaimed in astonishment. Yen Luo smiled and said, "Indeed, it is I." Kakashi instantly became furiously enraged. He bellowed, I shall slay you. It then dawned on him that Yin Luo had previously killed one of his students. And he couldn't help but sneer. Yin Luo, you possess quite the audacity to dare appear before Kakashi. What brings you here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo chuckled with delight. See. I have not deceived you, have I? Zabuza, I can also assure you that should you eliminate Kakashi, the reward will be half of the Kato Group's assets. What do you say? Are you tempted? With such a substantial sum, you could certainly realize your ambition to overthrow the rule of the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing this, Zabuza appeared visibly intrigued, yet he maintained a sardonic smile as he replied, your proposition is indeed enticing. However, I prefer to rely on my own strength. Why should I not seize control of Kato myself and demand whatever I desire from him? With that, he swiftly formed hand seals with one hand and summoned a water clone to charge at Yin Luo. It was clear that he was still unwilling to comply. Yin Luo murmured softly and then retrieved a remote control to press a button. Boom. The ground beneath the water clone erupted violently, instantly transforming it into a pool of liquid, which was swiftly evaporated by the intense heat. Zaibu grumbled resentfully, indeed, it is this trick once again. Yin Luo toyed with the remote control, chuckling softly, an explosion is indeed a form of art. I have long since buried an extensive array of specially designed detonating symbols around. Their power is not to be underestimated. Therefore, it would be wise not to entertain any reckless thoughts about me. He turned to Zabuza. So, what do you say? Are you ready to accept a new mission? Zabuza remained silent for an extended period. After a long while, he finally spoke in a subdued tone. Well, I suppose I shall give it a try. Kakashi immediately interjected. Zabuza, how can you place your trust in such a treacherous individual? How could he possibly fulfill his promises? Zabuza replied nonchalantly, I find myself in need of that funding. Kakashi retorted angrily, your ambition will ultimately lead to your demise. Hearing this, Yin Luo burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, a wise decision. Allow me to offer you a small hint. As long as you avoid gazing into Kakashi's eyes and obstruct his line of sight, you can unravel his so-called ninjutsu replication. This should be quite simple for you, right? Upon hearing Yin Luo's words, Zaibujan's face immediately reflected a profound astonishment. A glance cast towards Kakashi made Zaibujan realize that Yin Luo's words were indeed truthful. He chuckled ominously. Not as simple as it seems. I must admit, I had underestimated you in the past. Yin Luo smiled and said, I accept your apology. Well then, it is getting late. Let us commence our work. I shall provide support from a distance. With that, he took Kato and departed from the scene. Am I not allowed to see your eyes, nor you mine? Kakashi, trapped in the water prison, chuckled ominously, then let us employ this technique. With a swift motion, he formed a single-handed seal and unleashed the mist technique. A dense fog erupted from his being, swiftly enveloping the entire area. Visibility diminished to the point where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Simultaneously, Kakashi sensed that the water prison technique that had confined him for so long was finally lifted. Yin Luo retreated for a full kilometer before coming to a halt beside a gnarled old tree. This was the carefully chosen vantage point for his sniping. Whether it was the battlefield of Kakashi and Zabuza or that of Naruto, both lay approximately a kilometer away from his position. In this manner, he ensured sufficient safety distance while encompassing both combat zones within his range of attack. The heavy mortars were once again set up beneath the tree, while he himself ascended to the treetop with Cardo in tow. After securing Cardo, Yin Luo utilized his ironclad mask to survey the battlefield between Zabuza and Kakashi. At that moment, the area was completely shrouded in thick mist, rendering visibility from the outside nearly impossible. However, with his thermal imaging vision, Yin Luo was acutely aware of the unfolding events within. Due to Zabuza's home field advantage, he held a slight upper hand at this time, relentlessly launching attacks against Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, displayed remarkable reflexes, deftly neutralizing Zabuza's ambushes and seizing opportunities to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate in their fierce confrontation. Let them continue their battle until they both are utterly exhausted. That would be most favorable. He chuckled to himself. Yin Luo chuckled inwardly, then shifted his gaze towards the battlefield where Naruto and the band of thugs clashed. This skirmish was far more vibrant than the one involving Kakashi, although the thugs vastly outnumbered their opponents and had encircled Naruto and his companions. Most of them were merely posturing and making a ruckus, with only a handful, about 100, actively engaging in combat. Thus, despite their formidable presence, they had yet to achieve any tangible results. In contrast, Naruto and Sasuke grew increasingly formidable as the battle progressed. Not only were they successfully defending Dazna without a scratch, but they were also launching relentless counterattacks against the thugs. Sasuke, in particular, showcased remarkable prowess in taijutsu, dispatching at least one thug with each strike. Occasionally, He would unleash a fireball jutsu, incinerating the thugs and leaving them wailing in agony. Meanwhile, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, allowing his clones to take the front line while he discreetly hurled shurikens from the rear, contributing significantly to the fray. Even the elderly Dasna was not idle, relentlessly picking up stones and branches from the ground and hurling them at the thugs with gritted teeth. As for Zabuza's water clone, it had vanished from the scene, as its focus had shifted away from Dasna, likely being summoned back by its original form. After observing the situation, Yin Luo chuckled ominously. Hee. These two youngsters are quite capable, truly worthy of being the protagonists. Since that is the case, allow me to amplify the intensity. With that, Yin Luo produced a remote control and pressed it forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted at the center of the battlefield. Naruto, along with his companions and the large figure standing nearby, was immediately thrown into chaos. At the epicenter of the blast, Naruto, Sasuke, and Dasna suffered the most grievous injuries. Naruto was not only mangled beyond recognition but also lost a hand in the explosion, now lying unconscious on the ground, uncertain of his fate. Sasuke instinctively leapt away at the moment of the explosion, although his injuries were not excessively severe. He had lost his left foot and was now wailing in agony as he clutched his shortened leg. As for Yin Luo's primary target, Dasna, he was directly torn in two, his innards and intestines spilling onto the ground, likely nearing death. Yet Yin Luo found this demise insufficiently thorough. He retrieved a massive Barrett sniper rifle from his pocket and aimed at Dasna's head, firing twice. The Barrett, affectionately known as the cannon, possessed devastating power akin to that of artillery. How could a mere mortal like Dasna withstand such terrifying assaults? The first bullet obliterated his skull, scattering bone and brain matter everywhere. The second bullet blasted a gory hole through his chest cavity. He was beyond dead. Candidate 952701 has successfully assassinated Dasna. The trial task is complete. Please return to the space within 30 minutes to collect your rewards. Haha, finally rid of this old fool. I almost thought I wouldn't complete the task. Yin Luo exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the notification. The immense pressure that had weighed on him vanished without a trace. This trial task had indeed taken a dramatic turn. The world of Naruto was, in fact, a high-level realm for Yin Luo. Every character in this narrative posed a significant threat to him. He had even accidentally killed Sakura, leading the entire mission into a dead end. Were it not for the narrative corrections and the assistance from the two young protagonists, this trial could very well have remained unaccomplished. Alas, it was no easy feat. In high spirits, Yin Luo raised the Barrett and smirked. Since you have aided me so greatly, I shall send you to reunite with Sakura. He then focused the scope on Naruto. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a piercing warning echoed in his mind. Candidate 952701 is attempting to kill the destined child of this world. Warning. This narrative character is extremely dangerous. Please exercise caution in your decision. Damn it. It's not like I haven't killed a destined child before. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo immediately observed Naruto's condition closely, preparing to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. Just as a bullet was about to pierce Naruto's head, a surge of crimson chakra erupted forth, swiftly coalescing into the form of a demonic fox's head. Upon entering the chakra, the bullet was instantly corroded into a puddle of molten iron that fell to the ground. At that moment, Naruto awoke with a terrifying howl, his eyes wild with primal ferocity as he scanned the surroundings, only to find a group of astonished henchmen. Another furious roar escaped him as he lunged into the throng, his expression a mask of rage. Heavens, what manner of beast is this? Flee at once. Weapons disintegrate upon contact. There is no way to resist. Help, do not let me be devoured. Naruto unleashed a tempest of carnage among the crowd, hardly a soul able to withstand his onslaught. The majority of the henchmen fled in terror, yet many fell victim to the merciless wrath of the tailed beast Naruto. The once verdant grassland became saturated with a deep crimson hue. In a mere 10 minutes, hundreds of henchmen were utterly scattered by Naruto's ferocity. After the frenzied slaughter, Naruto regained a modicum of his sanity. Noticing that no enemies remained, he swiftly seized Sasuke and plunged into the dense forest. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. After Naruto's disappearance, some time passed before Yin Luo gradually regained his senses. With a reluctant sigh, he mused. Goodness, the protagonists of a higher realm are indeed exceptional. It seems not all children of destiny are as feeble and easily manipulated as the Chi. I shall tread carefully from now on. However, despite the terror of the tailed beast form of Naruto, Yin Luo felt little fear. He had already completed his trial and could return to the safety of his space at any moment. Even if he were to attract the protagonist's attention, his life would not be in jeopardy. Since I cannot vanquish the protagonist, settling old scores with you should pose no issue, should it? Yin Luo mumbled to himself, shifting his gaze towards Kakashi. At that moment, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza had reached a fever pitch. Zabuza was relentlessly attacking, employing 2 water clones to assist him. Mastering the art of silent assassination, he could locate Kakashi solely through sound. Coupled with his bizarrely swift movements, he had inflicted numerous minor wounds upon Kakashi. In contrast, Kakashi could only rely on the inside of his Sharingan, engaging in a defensive stance. He pondered with concern, although I can fend off Zabuz's attacks with the Sharingan. Its chakra consumption is exceedingly taxing. I fear it cannot be sustained for long. Moreover, that thunderous explosion was undoubtedly the handiwork of that scoundrel, Yen Luo. He has indeed set a trap. I hope Naruto and Sasuke are unharmed. Zabuza, noticing Kakashi's distraction, let out a sinister chuckle. Kakashi, once your Sharingan loses its efficacy, it seems you possess no other tricks. You're far too preoccupied with those two brats, and if this continues, you shall meet your demise. I wish to toy with you a little longer, so don't perish too soon. With that, Zabuza crouched low and lunged behind Kakashi, spinning to strike at his waist. Aiming to cleave him in two, Kakashi's Sharingan began to spin rapidly. He swiftly deduced Zabuza's trajectory, narrowly blocking the lethal blade. Then, he coldly replied, Zabuza, do you think my reputation rests solely on the Sharingan? I too have served in the Umbu. Now, allow me to showcase my own ninjutsu. With that, he delivered a powerful kick to the spine of Zabuza's greatsword. Using that momentum, he performed a backflip to evade Zabuza, then retrieved an ancient scroll from his pocket. Let us settle this with one decisive strike, Zabuza. Kakashi called out coldly. He unfurled the scroll, smeared a drop of his blood upon it, and commenced a dazzling series of hand seals. Yen Luo quickly realized that Kakashi intended to employ a summoning technique. His expression darkened as he muttered, damn it, I cannot allow him to execute that move. Otherwise, no more shall be able to resist him in an instant. This is not the right moment. Yen Luo immediately raised his barret and fired several shots at Kakashi. Simultaneously, he pressed the button for the heavy mortar, commencing bombardment upon the battlefield. Kakashi had just completed his hand seals when he suddenly sensed an intense crisis. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and he swiftly detected the bullets hurtling towards him. That bastard again! Kakashi cursed with bitterness. He had realized the true strength of this iron-faced fiend might not be formidable, but his combat style was exceedingly despicable. It was as bothersome as a parasite clinging to one's bones. Each attack was timed at a critical moment, rendering evasion impossible. In this instance, the ninjutsu he was about to unleash was of utmost importance and could not be interrupted. With no other choice, he was compelled to utilize that ninjutsu he had yet to fully master. Kamui. A wave of distortion abruptly manifested before him, causing the bullets to vanish upon impact. The incoming shells met a similar fate, being displaced before they could detonate. My eye. Repeatedly employing Kamui had placed an immense burden on Kakashi's Sharingan, with sharp pain radiating from his left eye. Yet, Kakashi endured the discomfort to complete his hand seals. Summoning technique. Earth-style, tracking Fong technique. As the summoning was officially completed, 8 fissures appeared on the ground, rapidly spreading towards Zabuza's location. Crack, crack, crack. Subsequently, 8 exuberant ninja hounds burst forth from the earth, darting towards Zabuza with lightning speed. They leapt and barked noisily, aiming to disrupt Zabuza's hearing. Caught off guard, Zabuza had no time to react. He was swiftly seized by the hounds at critical joints, shoulder, wrist, knee, and ankle, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, Kakashi quickly formed another set of hand seals to release another ninjutsu. A dazzling flash of lightning erupted from Kakashi's body, instantly returning to his palm. It coalesced into a blade of lightning, known as Raikiri, renowned for having severed lightning itself. Zabuza exclaimed in alarm. The chakra has solidified to a visible degree. Such a ninjutsu must not strike me. He struggled desperately to escape, but his joints lacked the strength to move. As Kakashi charged at him with Raikiri, Zabuza shouted, "White! Stop him!" From a nearby tree, a crystalline ice mirror shot forth with lightning speed, appearing almost instantaneously before Zabuza. A slender, graceful boy emerged from the ice, immediately launching steel needles at Kakashi in an attempt to disrupt his ninjutsu. However, Kakashi, armed with the inside of his Sharingan and the speed granted by lightning, evaded the needles with a few quick maneuvers, veering towards Zabuza once more. Zabuza, now in a panic, cried out, "First, deal with the hounds holding me." White, as if awakened, unleashed a barrage of steel needles at the hounds. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the ninja hounds were pierced by the needles, allowing Zabuza to regain his freedom. Just as he prepared to act, a cold voice echoed behind him. "Your future holds only death." With that, the terrifying Raikiri pierced through his back and exited through his left chest, impaling him completely. No. White, unable to reach him in time, screamed in despair. Boom. Simultaneously, violent explosions erupted beneath everyone's feet. This series of explosions proved to be even more ferocious than the one Naruto had unleashed. Kakashi barely had time to withdraw his arm, instead leaping high into the air with Zabuza's lifeless body to evade the blasts. Bang, bang, bang. However, as he ascended, the familiar sound of gunfire rang out once more, with several bullets hurtling toward him at high speed. Kakashi intended to use Kamui to redirect the bullets. However, sensing the depletion of his chakra, he decided to shield himself with Zabuza's corpse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Despite the corpse acting as a barrier, the bullets still penetrated, striking Kakashi. Yet, the force had been significantly mitigated by the body, leaving only minor injuries on Kakashi. The moment he touched ground, he extracted his arm from the corpse and dashed toward the source of the gunfire. As he sprinted, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "I've got you now. You won't escape this time, you despicable, wicked rat. I will avenge Naruto and the others." At this moment, he believed that both Naruto and Sasuke had fallen victim to Yin Luo's treachery. His heart was consumed by wrath and anguish, reaching a boiling point. Such deep-seated enmity must be avenged with the life of the foe. White, who had sought refuge in the ice mirror to evade the explosions, noticed Kakashi fleeing and howled, "You shall not escape. Return my master's life to me." With that, he commanded the ice mirror to pursue Kakashi. In the distance, Yin Luo, observing Kakashi charging directly toward him, chose not to flee once more. He checked the gray screen, noting that less than 5 minutes remained before his return. With so little time, they would accomplish nothing in this chase. He stowed the barrett in his pocket and instead drew forth a 6-barreled Gatling gun. Leaping down from the tree, he gazed menacingly at Kakashi's approach, snarling, "Damn it. After hiding from you for so long, I will face you head on this time. You think you can torment me like before with your half-depleted strength? This time, you shall witness my true prowess." Having observed Kakashi for so long, Yin Luo was acutely aware of his current state. Given Kakashi's fragile condition, he was certain that his strength had waned significantly. This knowledge fueled Yin Luo's confidence in confronting him directly. With a swift rush, Kakashi soon reached Yin Luo's position. As he burst forth from the thicket, he immediately encountered Yin Luo, who stood ready for battle. He mockingly taunted, "Why aren't you scurrying away now, you sewer rat?" Yin Luo let out a cold chuckle. "Humph. There's no time for that now, for I am preoccupied with delivering your end." With that, he fiercely pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Kakashi. The gun roared as it expelled a vast multitude of projectiles aimed at Kakashi, employing the same tactic once more. Kakashi offered a chilling smile and swiftly began to evade the onslaught of bullets with rapid movements. Even without the use of ninjutsu, Kakashi's physical attributes were astonishingly high. He relied on his remarkable agility to dart around Yin Luo in circles, easily outpacing the bullets that sought to catch him. Before long, the Gatling gun had exhausted its ammunition, emitting the sound of an empty chamber. Yin Luo swiftly tucked the Gatling gun into his pocket, then drew forth a submachine gun to continue firing at Kakashi. Meanwhile, he took a moment to discreetly stow a heavy mortar back into his trousers. Kakashi gazed incredulously at Yin Luo's pocket, astonished as he inquired, "What on earth is in that pocket of yours? A spatial tool?" Yin Luo coldly chuckled, "Curious, are you? After your demise, I shall reveal it to you at your funeral." Kakashi, observing Yin Luo's inability to articulate a coherent thought, darkened his expression and fell silent. Losing all desire for further communication, the submachine gun, in terms of both rate of fire and power, paled in comparison to the Gatling gun. Kakashi found it increasingly effortless to evade the onslaught. Occasionally, he would launch a kunai or two, countering Yin Luo's advances. Yin Luo wielded a submachine gun in one hand while the other deftly launched threads to strike at the shurikens. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand, and the battle descended into a stalemate. However, this impasse was finally shattered with the arrival of Bai. "Kakashi, I demand you accompany my master to the grave," he bellowed as he made his entrance, immediately unleashing his bloodline limit. Crack, crack, crack. Countless crystalline ice mirrors swiftly materialized, rapidly assembling into a mirror wall that soon enveloped the entire battlefield. Within each ice mirror, the image of Bai appeared, all echoing in unison. "Kakashi, Yin Luo, your demise is imminent." With that, all of Bai unleashed a barrage of steel needles, descending upon Kakashi and Yin Luo like a tempest. Yin Luo shouted furiously, "Have you lost your mind? We are on the same side. Your enemy is Kakashi." Bai, filled with resentment, retorted, "You are no better. You have been scheming against us all along. It was your machinations that indirectly led to our master's demise. I shall eliminate the both of you." Foolishness. No sooner had he finished his tirade than Kakashi and Yin Luo, in unison, hurled their own insults back at him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo immediately hurled a bundle of 6 grenades towards the descending Bai. Meanwhile, Kakashi continued to launch shurikens, effectively blocking Bai's escape route. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 grenades struck Bai with tremendous force, triggering a violent explosion in midair. Simultaneously, all the ice mirrors shattered under the shockwave generated by the blast. As the colorful fragments of ice cascaded down, Bai fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he was charred and mangled, his flesh and blood a gruesome sight. With his organs exposed to the outside world, clearly on the brink of death, while he coughed up dark blood, he painfully murmured, "Mr. Zabuza, I will come to find you." Rat-a-tat-tat. Before he could finish his words, Yin Luo had already started to fire fiercely at his head. That once handsome visage was instantly reduced to fragments by the storm of bullets. Candidate 952701 has eliminated the vital character Bai. Earned 6,000 points. 1 blue treasure chest obtained. Yin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly picked up the treasure chest and tucked it away in his pocket. He then smiled at Kakashi, exclaiming, "All right. That bothersome fellow has finally been dealt with. Let us proceed. My time is limited." Kakashi smirked in response, saying precisely what I intended. With that, he hurled a multitude of colorful hidden weapons and charged swiftly towards Yenluo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Yenluo's firepower waned, he could no longer restrain his agile movements. In no time, Kakashi dashed before Yenluo. Got you. Kakashi uttered with a chilling smile. Kamui. His Sharingan instantaneously evolved into the Meijiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, the space surrounding Yenluo began to warp and collapse. Feeling his body being gradually drawn into the void, Yenluo exclaimed in horror, "It's impossible. How can you still possess chakra to execute Kamui?" Kakashi replied with a sinister grin, "This Kamui has been specifically reserved for you. Just to capture you, the slippery rat. Your assumption that I have exhausted my chakra is based on the fact that I did not use Kamui to evade your distant projectiles earlier. ISNT it? Humph. That was intentionally staged for your benefit." Yenluo despondently remarked, "So it is. No wonder you refrained from employing any ninjutsu earlier. It was all to disorient me." Kakashi nodded, his demeanor frigid. At such a close range, Kamui cannot falter. Your madness and malevolence have already led countless lives to ruin. It is time for you to descend into the depths of hell. As he spoke, the space surrounding Yenluo twisted into a swirling vortex. No. With a cry of anguish, he was swiftly consumed by the center of the whirlpool. Once the distorted vortex vanished, Yenluo was utterly erased from existence. Seeing Yenluo finally vanquished, Kakashi weakened and collapsed against a tree trunk. This forced use of Kamui had pushed his Sharingan to its limits. A fierce backlash surged from his left eye, coursing throughout his body, leaving him in excruciating pain. Moreover, his chakra had been completely depleted. The overwhelming sense of weakness nearly rendered him unconscious. Despite such a heavy toll, Kakashi managed a bittersweet smile. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, your teacher has avenged you. I'm sorry I failed to take care of you. I promise not to abandon any of my comrades. I have broken my vow as he spoke. Tears streamed down his stern visage. Well, if you feel so guilty, you might as well join them. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind Kakashi. The familiar tone sent a jolt through him. Impossible. He turned in horror, desperate to identify the source. But before he could react, two razor-sharp claws swiftly slashed across his neck. Kakashi's head, previously twisting backward, began to uncontrollably descend. Thud. His astonished head rolled onto the ground. Candidate 952701 has slain the fated child of this world, Kakashi. Awarded 20,000 points. Advanced world rewards doubled. World Die X1. Epic Treasure Chest X1. Detection confirms Kakashi can no longer pose a threat to the candidate. Side quest. Kakashi's revenge fulfilled. Awarded 5,000 points. With this announcement, a radiant purple light suddenly emanated from Kakashi's body, coalescing into a resplendent treasure chest that shimmered with violet brilliance. Gazing at the opulent chest, Yenluo cackled with delight. Aha. Hatake Kakashi. Ultimately, I have triumphed. It is worth noting that when he was consumed by Kamui, he was indeed perilously close to obliteration. He had been entirely ensnared by the void, devoid of any means to retaliate. Had he not chosen to return to the spatial realm immediately, he might have been torn apart by the force of Kamui. Yet, just as he was reluctantly preparing to retreat, Dachi's emblem suddenly radiated a gentle green light, enveloping him entirely. Subsequently, he emerged from the void unscathed, facing the gravely weakened Kakashi. This must be the effect of its intrinsic skill, favor of fate. Who would have thought that this green quality treasure could prove so pivotal in a moment of crisis? Truly, it is a treasure befitting a protagonist. Yenluo caressed the gray Dachi nameplate, murmuring with a sense of relief. He cast a glance at the time displayed on the gray screen. At that moment, only a few seconds remained before the final deadline to return to the space. He could not afford to waste any more time. Swiftly, he scooped up the treasure chest that Kakashi had dropped and tucked it into his pocket, then leaped from the top of the great tree. Upon landing on the ground, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Yenluo exclaimed in astonishment. However, at this moment, he could no longer afford to ponder over such matters. An overwhelming darkness had swiftly engulfed his mind. The evolution space was compelling his immediate return. Yenluo once again found himself engulfed in that familiar darkness. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it was but a fleeting moment. When he finally reopened his eyes, he had returned to his personal sanctuary. At long last, he was back. Gazing upon the room meticulously arranged to his liking, a tender warmth blossomed within his heart. Suddenly, that cold and authoritative voice reverberated from all directions. The candidate has returned to the evolution space. This trial is complete. Trial world, Naruto universe. Level, absurd chaos. Type, unique trial. Main mission completed, 1. Side mission completed, 1. Kill count, 5. Son of Fortune 1, core character 1. Final evaluation of the trial, a grade. At this juncture, the voice shifted to an electronic tone and continued to announce, Candidate 952701 has been elevated to Elite Evolver ahead of schedule. Relevant permissions have been granted. Upon becoming an Elite Evolver, you will possess your optimal evolution path. Target potential assessment in progress. Target style assessment in progress. Customization of exclusive evolution path in progress. Customization complete. Your optimal evolution path has been established, Predator. As the electronic voice concluded, a magnificent and resplendent multicolored beam of light suddenly descended from above, enveloping Yin Luo entirely. Bathed in this radiant brilliance, he immediately sensed profound changes occurring within his body. The light seemed intent on awakening all of Yin Luo's latent potential, fundamentally elevating the essence of his existence. His attributes began to surge rapidly, and some familiar yet formidable powers gradually emerged. This sensation of transcendental evolution intoxicated Yin Luo, bestowing upon him an unparalleled and intense euphoria, a pleasure that surpassed even the most intimate of human connections. Alas, this exquisite feeling arrived swiftly, yet it departed just as quickly. Yin Luo barely had time to savor the moment when the vibrant pillars of light receded, pulling him from that enigmatic state. At this juncture, a gray holographic screen materialized, revealing Yin Luo's current attributes. Predator 9-52701 name. Yin Luo title. Frenzied Hunter Bloodline. Spider-Man mutation strength. 24-11. Agility. 28-13. 2. Constitution. 21-10. Intelligence. 13-6. Values in parentheses denote pre-evolution attributes, talents and skills. Lethal Harvest. For each enemy slain, permanently gain 1/10 of their highest attribute. Can be utilized a maximum of 10 times in each world. Insidious Strike. Each attack on an enemy siphons 10 points of energy, mana, chakra, the force, etc. for personal use. Heart of Greed. The inner avarice enhances the Predator's compatibility with the bloodline, mitigating the negative effects of low compatibility bloodlines. Candidate 952701 has completed evolution, officially advancing to Predator. Relevant permissions have been granted. The advanced skill category has been unlocked, and team formation eligibility has been acquired. Incredible. What a boon. Yin Luo gazed at his newly acquired attributes, a look of sheer delight illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "The evolution of this Predator is simply astounding. Not only have all the attributes more than doubled, but it also possesses 3 remarkably impressive skills. No wonder the difficulty of this trial is so immense. It truly is a case of you get what you pay for." Yin Luo could not help but sing praises for his exclusive evolution. In comparison to the advanced bloodlines within the exchange hall, this Predator evolution is worth at least 100,000 points, plus an additional golden medal. For someone like Yin Luo, who has merely traversed 2 worlds, this sum is astronomical. Moreover, the 3 innate skills of the Predator align perfectly with Yin Luo's cunning and ruthless combat style. He also perceives that these skills seem to touch upon a fragment of core evolutionary principles, encompassing growth, sustainability, and compatibility, thus bestowing upon him boundless potential. Haha. This truly is a magnificent profit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo was exhilarated for quite some time before gradually recovering from the joy of evolution. Finally, he found the mood to tally up the other gains from this trial. In the world of Naruto, he had amassed a total of 35,000 points. He earned 1,000 points for defeating the Ghost Brothers, 3,000 points for vanquishing Sakura, 6,000 points for overcoming Bai, and a staggering 20,000 points for defeating Kakashi. Additionally, he received 5,000 points for completing the side quest, Kakashi's Revenge. He had also utilized a plunder skill, consuming 1,000 points, which perfectly matched the 1,000 points he had accrued from the previous world. Thus, his net worth stood at a total of 35,000 points. As for treasures, he acquired 1 world die, 1 world anchor point, 1 blue rare chest, and 1 purple epic chest. Notably, Sakura had also dropped a green boutique chest. However, at that moment, he was being relentlessly pursued by Kakashi and had no opportunity to collect it. Oh well, it was merely a green chest. If he missed it, so be it. He consoled himself with the thought that a character like Sakura, who played a minor role, probably wouldn't drop anything of great value. His heart ached at the thought, and he could only sigh, alas. Perhaps I should open a treasure chest to ease my mind. He first picked up the blue chest dropped by Bai and slowly opened it. A dazzling blue light immediately flooded Yin Luo's vision, and he thought with anticipation, could it possibly yield his bloodline limit? That would be a monumental gain. As the blue light gradually dissipated, the coveted bloodline limit did not materialize. Instead, there lay a large bundle of silver needles and a finely crafted scroll. Obtained items: Saban 1000, acupuncture skill scroll. Saban quality: blue rare extremely sharp flying needles with excellent chakra conductivity, suitable for both offensive and medical purposes. This item is reusable. Acupuncture skill scroll insights into acupuncture compiled by Bai. Upon use, it grants immediate knowledge of acupoint identification, acupuncture techniques, and flying needle acupuncture. Is this truly what a blue chest yielded? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo was taken aback, exclaiming, how could it be so little? The electronic voice replied matter-of-factly. Items of the prop category are redeemed at a mere 10% of their original value. 10%. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo, seething with rage, exclaimed, I would rather set them ablaze and flush them down the toilet than sell to unscrupulous merchants like you. Begone. Yin Luo initially intended to open a treasure chest to uplift his spirits. However, his mood has deteriorated even further. He now hesitates to open Kakashi's treasure chest, fearing that another wave of excitement might overwhelm him entirely. Yet, the mysterious and resplendent purple glow tantalizes him, stirring an insatiable curiosity within. Until now, he has never opened a purple treasure chest. Damn it. I refuse to believe that the purple chest cannot yield something as enticing as his own paradise of intimacy. No more hesitation. I shall open it. Yin Luo ultimately could not contain the curiosity that swelled within him and opened the purple treasure chest. A magnificent burst of violet radiance erupted forth. Before Yin Luo appeared an ancient scroll, emanating a stunning purple glow. My goodness! Upon seeing yet another scroll, Yin Luo felt a sudden surge of frustration and was on the verge of an expletive. However, after carefully examining the description of the scroll, he regained his composure. He had acquired the item, Lightning Release Secret Technique. Quality. Purple Epic. Upon usage, one can learn all the lightning release techniques developed by Kakashi, including Chidori, Raikiri, Double Lightning Strike, Thunder Tiger's Devastation, and more. This was akin to receiving a grand package of advanced lightning release ninjutsu. Yin Luo beamed with delight as he murmured to himself. A thought struck him. He recalled that the advanced skill category had been unlocked. Hastily, he connected to the exchange hall to ascertain the value of these ninjutsu techniques. The sheer variety and potency of skills available in the advanced category left Yin Luo utterly astonished. From Kamehameha to Shinra Tensei, Spirit Bomb, Bankai, and Pegasus Meteor Fist, a plethora of options lay before him. His mouth watered at the sight. However, upon glimpsing the exchange prices, he promptly swallowed his saliva back. These formidable skills demanded a staggering expenditure of tens of thousands to over 100,000 points. Each skill also had its own prerequisites. For instance, Kamehameha required the mastery of energy cultivation, while Pegasus Meteor Fist necessitated the enhancement of one as Cosmos. All of these required the corresponding bloodline support. Yin Luo could only shake his head as he continued the search for lightning release ninjutsu. At last, he discovered them in the minor category of ninjutsu, lightning piercer category, ninjutsu lightning release rank, S-class rating, 71 points. This technique gathers a substantial amount of lightning chakra in the user's hand, forming a high-intensity electric current that surges forward to pierce through foes, exhibiting formidable destructive power. Additionally, the lightning chakra revitalizes the cells, enhancing the caster's speed of movement. Price: 10,000 points. 1 silver medal. What a remarkable find. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo contemplated with satisfaction. He had come to understand that this group of ninjas from the world of Naruto possessed little in the way of valuables, rendering their loot rather sparse. Consequently, their treasure chests primarily contained ninja technique scrolls, a distinctive feature of the Naruto universe. After opening these 2 treasure chests, Yin Luo proceeded to inspect the remaining spoils. Foremost among them was the pale purple world die. Coupled with the one acquired from vanquishing Major Dachi, he now possessed 2 such items, which only drop upon defeating protagonists or significant narrative figures, undoubtedly held immense value. Yet, until now, Yin Luo remained oblivious to their true purpose. The reason was simple: insufficient authority. However, times had changed. He had ascended to the rank of an elite evolver, granting him considerable permissions. With an arrogant demeanor, he demanded space. Quickly divulge the purpose of this world die. Be swift. The electronic voice remained silent for a considerable time before responding slowly. World die. Quality: Purple Epic. Dropped only upon defeating the Child of Destiny or the Child of Fortune, containing a trace of the world's primordial energy. When matched with a fantasy world, it allows for the forcible selection of the fantasy world to be visited. Each time, 6 worlds that align with the current level will be randomly generated for selection. Should the generated worlds not meet expectations, one may forfeit the current replacement, though this will consume the world die. Multiple world dies may be employed for each matching. This item is exceedingly precious. Please exercise caution in selling. After perusing the description of the world die, Yin Luo's face was etched with astonishment as he exclaimed, to forcibly designate a phantom world, one can actually choose which world to enter? This world die can directly influence the evolution space? How astonishingly powerful! Undoubtedly, the world die was indeed remarkably formidable and exceptionally practical. For instance, when matched with a world that is either unsuitable or exceedingly perilous, one could utilize the world die to effectuate a direct substitution. Additionally, when one urgently needed to venture into a particular world to acquire resources, employing the world die also presented a substantial chance of yielding a favorable outcome. Such a precious artifact must be safeguarded with utmost care. Yin Luo placed the precious world dice into his treasure pouch, pondering thoughtfully as he inquired, since the world dice can alter the fantastical realms we wish to visit. What purpose does the world anchor serve? The electronic voice responded with clarity. Utilizing the world anchor allows one to re-enter the marked realm during a respite. The timeline of this world remains unchanged from the moment of your departure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo will not be entering the Naruto world anytime soon. He has just eliminated 2 significant ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village, particularly Kakashi. It is likely that the village is currently issuing a worldwide manhunt for him. Moreover, having slain Naruto's mentor and the revered goddess, it is probable that Naruto has succumbed to darkness. He has always been formidable, and in his corrupted state, he is likely to be even more fearsome. Therefore, it would be prudent for Yin Luo to refrain from provoking them for the time being. Nevertheless, the world anchor is not entirely without merit. Once he attains sufficient strength, he can still venture into the realm to undertake side quests. One cannot underestimate the potential rewards. Acquiring powerful bloodline limits or advanced jutsu could yield considerable gains. With the world anchor safely stowed in his treasure bag, Yin Luo has nearly completed his assessment of the gains from his time in the Naruto universe, except for Yin Luo extracted the bloodstained Sharingan from his treasure pouch. What purpose can you serve for me? He pondered, holding the terrifying orb aloft. After contemplating for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion, he turned to the space for guidance. Space. How may I utilize the Sharingan? After a brief silence, the electronic voice responded. Detection indicates that this item is a fresh organ material, imbued with immense potential. It can be used to forge weapons or tools, provided that the crafting category is completed. However, the forging of weapons or tools necessitates corresponding blueprints, and currently, the space lacks suitably aligned designs. Yin Luo lamented. Is it truly devoid of any utility? The electronic voice responded. It is possible to transform this organ material through service category modifications and transplant it into the body. Yin Luo inquired with a hint of concern. Will there be any adverse consequences from transplanting the Sharingan? Will it blind me or transform me into a monster? The electronic voice promptly responded. Due to the inherent greed of the Reaper, the genetic compatibility is exceptionally high, thereby minimizing any rejection reactions associated with the bloodline. The transplantation and modification will only result in some physical harm, which can be easily remedied through therapeutic options available in the service category. It must be noted that ever since Yin Luo ascended to the status of a Reaper, the space has been remarkably responsive to his inquiries, providing answers with meticulous attention to detail. Yin Luo nodded in satisfaction, resolutely declaring, since transplanting the Sharingan will not result in any grave consequences, I shall choose to proceed with the transplantation. In the worst-case scenario, I can always revert to my original eye. Having spoken, he connected to the exchange hall, navigated to the modification options, and clicked to confirm. At once, a crimson beam of light emerged from the central pillar, enveloping him entirely. A fervent yet malevolent voice echoed in his mind. Kiki. Another little piglet has arrived. Quickly, state the modifications you desire. The voice was unsettling, prompting Yin Luo to lament. Isn't this merely a service? Why must it come with such a dreadful voice? It significantly detracts from the user experience. Of course, the space was not one to humbly accept user feedback. Yin Luo's complaint was but a fleeting utterance. Holding the bloody eyeball, he commanded, I wish to transplant this eye. After a moment's thought, he added, and please ensure the safe preservation of my left eye, guaranteeing that I can replace it at any time. The fervent voice immediately responded. Modification cost assessment in progress. Assessment complete. The cost for this modification is 5,000 points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo could scarcely fathom that the seemingly omnipotent space of evolution would conduct such a primitive and brutal transformation. His eyeball was directly excised, and the Sharingan was forcibly implanted in its stead. As for his original eye, it was encased within a block of crimson ice crystal. The modification was complete. Farewell. After uttering this declaration, that frenzied voice vanished, and the blood-red beam of light retracted into the central column. The entire procedure transpired in less than 10 seconds. Yin Luo, covering his left eye, exclaimed in bewilderment, Is this it? Is this all they dare to demand 5,000 points from me? Are they jesting? Can't I simply extract it myself and insert it back? Feeling swindled, Yin Luo erupted in a torrent of invective. However, as he rose to a sitting position, he immediately sensed a remarkable transformation within his body. It appeared that all his attributes had experienced a slight enhancement, and an unfamiliar warmth coursed through him. Could it be? Yin Luo, belatedly realizing the situation, exclaimed, "Behold my current attributes." Instantly, a gray light screen materialized, revealing his present stats. Hunter 9-52701 name, Yin Luo title, Mad Hunter bloodline, Spider-Man mutation. Uchiha high-tier bloodline, incomplete, strength, 30 agility, 40, 28, constitution, 26 intelligence, 18 luck, 2. Note, the values in parentheses denote pre-enhancement attributes. Upon witnessing the situation, Yin Luo exclaimed with astonishment, "The transplantation of the Sharingan has awakened my Uchiha lineage? And at such a high level?" He promptly examined the details of his new bloodline. Uchiha high-level bloodline, incomplete, strength 6, agility 12, constitution 5, intelligence 5. Enabling the host to gather chakra and automatically master fire-style ninjutsu with the bloodline limit activated. Current chakra amount, 180 points, intelligence attribute 10. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, upon activation. Significantly enhances the user's insight, allowing them to perceive the flow of energy in their foes and induce a certain degree of hypnosis. Consumes 1 point of chakra per second. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, upon activation, grants the ability to utilize Kamui, consuming 100 points of chakra each time. Due to the incompleteness of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the use of Susanoo is not possible. After reviewing his new bloodline, Yin Luo exclaimed, "Wow. Aside from the inability to manifest Susanoo, this is virtually identical to the Uchiha high-level bloodline sold in the space. That is worth 20,000 points of merit, not to mention a silver medal." He chuckled sheepishly. "Hiki, it seems I misjudged the space earlier. Its seemingly crude transplantation has perfectly unleashed the full potential of this eye. 5,000 points is truly a bargain. The standards of the space are indeed trustworthy." As he felt the chakra within him, he murmured, "So that warm current earlier was chakra. With chakra, I can now utilize the lightning-style ninjutsu and acupuncture techniques from the treasure chest." He smiled with relief. "This saves me a great deal of trouble. I was initially planning to acquire a bloodline capable of gathering chakra to use these techniques. Yet, this trial task rewarded me with not a single medal, making it impossible to purchase any bloodline. Now, the Sharingan has graciously provided me with a high-level bloodline for free, truly a timely blessing." Contemplating further, he greedily muttered, "This time, defeating Kakashi will yield me at least hundreds of thousands of points. Indeed, eliminating these protagonists and key narrative characters is the most effective route to rapid wealth. It seems that in future forays into the fantasy world, I must first assess whether those protagonists can be eliminated. With my current strength, taking down the protagonists of lower-tier worlds shouldn't be overly challenging, right? Heh. Prepare to face the judgment of the Predator, you lofty protagonists." Having said that, Yin Luo let out a chilling laugh, infused with avarice and malice that sent shivers down one's spine. Once he had assimilated the treasures acquired from this trial, he officially began to use his points to enhance himself. Given that he had received no medals this time, the bloodlines, advanced skills, and extraordinary weapons that required medals were out of the question. Of course, he could save these points and wait until he earned medals in the future to purchase those enhancements all at once. However, Yin Luo chose not to follow that path. He believed that in the perilous and unpredictable evolution space, it is imperative to swiftly convert intangible rewards into tangible strength. Only in this manner can he face any sudden crises or opportunities with composure. If accumulating points leads to insufficient strength and results in his demise in the fantasy world, then even 1,000,000 points would be a mere joke. Detecting that the Predator currently has no medals, should it filter out exchanges that do not require medals? As Yin Luo gained connected to the exchange hall, an electronic voice immediately inquired. Ever since his elevation to the status of a Reaper, this electronic voice had become particularly solicitous. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo first ventured into the selection of modern equipment. In this realm of Naruto, he fully appreciated the advantages of ample firepower. Although these armaments lacked any extraordinary attributes, their impact was undeniably significant. The successful completion of this trial was certainly attributable to these seemingly mundane modern weapons. However, this time, Yin Luo did not linger in the weaponry section. The Barrett sniper rifle and the M134 Gatling gun were temporarily sufficient for his needs. He sought suitable protective gear instead. That cursed iron blood armor, in its quest for aesthetic appeal, inexplicably provided no protection at all to critical areas such as the chest and abdomen. This left him hesitant to engage in close-quarters combat with enemies, an utterly frustrating predicament. After a cursory glance around, Yin Luo selected a heavy bulletproof vest model 6B45. This piece offered a modicum of protection, capable of withstanding most firearm assaults. Priced reasonably at merely 200 points, it could serve as a transitional armor. After finalizing his choice of armor, Yin Luo began to peruse other equipment. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and with a look of elation, he exclaimed, "Wow, I've struck gold. I can't believe this item requires no medals for exchange." The Green Goblin Glider, a flying apparatus developed by Norman Osborn in the Spider-Man universe, boasts a speed of 400 kilometers per hour and is equipped with machine guns and missiles. Priced at 4,000 points, this glider was precisely to Yin Luo's liking. He understood all too well the significance of possessing flight capabilities, which would elevate his mobility to an entirely new level. In the world of Naruto, had it not been for the drone facilitating his aerial escape, he would never have evaded Kakashi's relentless pursuit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo eagerly leapt onto the glider, quickly grasping its operational principles with a brief examination. With a slight forward step, the green glider propelled him forward with a swift whoosh. Although the glider soared at remarkable speeds, Yin Luo's exceptional reflexes and keen insight allowed him to master it effortlessly. Furthermore, the device exhibited outstanding agility and balance, enabling him to navigate swiftly and dexterously even within the confines of a small room. Yin Luo savored the experience for a good half hour before gracefully guiding his glider back to the ground. With unabashed delight, he exclaimed, "Ah, what a thrill! I have long yearned to race through the skies, and now I have finally fulfilled that desire. Alas, the space here is far too limited to truly indulge in the exhilaration. I shall wait until I enter the realm of fantasy to truly let loose." After stowing the glider back into his enchanted pouch, Yin Luo eagerly plunged into the exchange hall, perusing the available offerings. The acquisition of the glider had ignited a fervent enthusiasm within him, prompting him to seek out other practical equipment that did not require metals for procurement. Regrettably, after an extensive search, he found no second item worthy of his investment. Following the replenishment of some ammunition and energy bullets, he exited the equipment section, feeling somewhat disheartened. Once he departed from the equipment category, Yin Luo turned his attention to the item section, restocking on healing supplies. This time, he found himself in a more favorable financial position, purchasing not only a substantial quantity of basic healing potions and medical bandages but also 5 bottles of intermediate healing potions. Each bottle commanded a price of 500 points. Although they were somewhat expensive, their ability to swiftly restore nearly all injuries, excluding severed limbs, rendered them invaluable in dire circumstances, necessitating a modest stockpile. After acquiring these assorted items, Yin Luo was left with 19,000 points. He then invested 14,000 points in the single attribute enhancement category, elevating his strength, constitution, and intelligence to 34 points each. This adjustment ensured a more balanced distribution among his attributes of strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence, mitigating any significant weaknesses. As for the remaining 5,000 points, Yin Luo had resolved to set aside the resources as liquid capital to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise in the realm of fantasy. After expending his points, he finally found the opportunity to rest and unwind. Although his sojourn in the Naruto world was brief, it was far more exhilarating and intense than his time in the Iron Blood world, leaving both his body and mind taut with tension. Consequently, he planned to dedicate his first day entirely to relaxation, restoring his physical and mental state to peak condition. During the subsequent days of respite, Yin Luo maintained his usual routine. By day, he engaged in exercises to familiarize himself with enhanced attributes and skills, while by night, he indulged in a diverse array of fantasy works. His recent experience in the Naruto world served as a revelation. The realm of fantasy encompasses not just whimsical films but also the more absurd realms of anime. This realization expanded the scope of his viewing repertoire significantly. Fortunately, with his remarkably swift neural response, he could effortlessly watch multiple televisions at accelerated speeds, thus not hindering his pursuits. Notably, he had been consistently monitoring his elevated permissions through spatial observation. Among them, one particular privilege piqued his interest. He had now acquired the qualification to form teams. This privilege is typically reserved for seasoned veterans who have undergone 6 transformations through the world of fantasy. However, as an elite evolver, Yin Luo enjoyed this privilege ahead of time. Furthermore, as a distinguished elite evolver, he possessed an additional boon, the ability to establish his own team entry rules and draft team contracts. This last privilege ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Yin Luo, who previously harbored little interest in such matters. In his original world, the potential for contracts was vast, with countless unscrupulous merchants and corporations contributing to an array of alarming scandals. From laborers auctioning their very selves, to savings transformed into hazardous investments, and blank papers morphing into guarantees, such incidents were innumerable, all occurring within the bounds of legal constraints. In this ruthless evolution space, however, the fairness of contracts was solely dictated by the moral compass of their creator. As fate would have it, Yin Luo was devoid of any such constraints and harbored a wealth of malicious intent. I find myself always conversing with my thoughts, teetering on the brink of madness. It seems the time has come to experience the warmth of companionship. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. Hiki, Yin Luo mumbled with an air of importance. The establishment of a squad merely required the expenditure of 500 points, essentially the cost of enhancing certain attributes. To Yin Luo, this was a trivial matter, and he promptly opted to establish the squad. As the 500 points were deducted, an electronic voice announced, "Hunter 952701 has successfully formed a squad." As this is the inaugural establishment of the squad, a maximum of 4 members may be recruited. To expand the squad's capacity, an additional fee of 500 points is required for each new member. Once the squad reaches 10 members, a team trial will be initiated, and upon completion, a permanent group enhancement will be granted. Please take note. Before officially recruiting members, ensure that the squad's name, rules, and membership contract are determined. With that, the spatial introduction regarding the squad came to a close, leaving the next steps in the hands of Yin Luo, the captain. It is imperative to note that once the squad's name and rules are established, they cannot be altered. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luosi deliberated and ultimately decided to name the group the Redemption Squad. Behold, a name that evokes both salvation and warmth, reminiscent of a team brimming with love and compassion. Should Yin Luo further refine and embellish this concept, he would undoubtedly attract numerous anxious contractors and feeble evolvers within the evolution space. One might question the purpose of harboring such seemingly useless individuals. This is where the ingenuity of his Squad S regulations comes into play. The Redemption Squad S regulations are as follows. 1. All members must mutually care for and support one another, with any act of harm strictly prohibited. Violation will result in punishment from the captain. 2. All members must adhere completely to the captain's commands. Failure to comply grants the captain the right to duel the offender, with the victor entitled to take the life and possessions of the vanquished. 3. All rewards obtained during explorations must be distributed by the captain, with violators subject to the consequences outlined in the second regulation. 4. Members wishing to leave the Redemption Squad must pay a fee of 100,000 points, or face the repercussions stated in the second regulation. 5. The captain reserves the authority to expel any member from the squad without needing the consent of others. The first regulation serves merely as a facade, a veil for the more consequential 4 that follow. These stipulations are crafted as a test of the boundaries within the space. With these constraints in place, virtually every member will be reduced to Yin Luo's personal servant, forever shackled without the hope of emancipation. Of course, were these 4 regulations to be transparently inscribed in the contract, only a fool would dare to sign it. Thus, further manipulation of the contract is essential. As Yin Luo composed the team contract, he deliberately ensured that the first rule was articulated with utmost clarity, occupying nearly 90% of the document space. However, when it came to drafting the subsequent 4 rules, he switched to a meticulous mode reminiscent of a cold, iron mask, activating his Sharingan to inscribe them imperceptibly in the most inconspicuous corner of the contract. The 4 lines of text were barely larger than a speck of ink. Such a despicable method could only be uncovered by someone with exceptional insight who scrutinized the details. Otherwise, few would notice the concealed nuances. After crafting 4 such pages, Yin Luo admired his masterpiece, a triumphant smirk gracing his face as he chuckled darkly. Heh. Once they sign this contract, I shall immediately acquire 4 slaves to command at will. Each expedition into the world will yield at least an additional 10 to 20% in rewards. Moreover, if I manage to select some promising team members, they might even assist me in battles within the realm of fantasy. Worst case, I could always allocate a portion of my points to enhance them. It's akin to raising livestock in the village. With this thought, Yin Luo clapped his hands in laughter and declared, Indeed, my Redemption Guild should be aptly named the Breeding Squad. I am the farmer nurturing other evolutionaries. Haha. Yin Luo's satisfaction grew as he reveled in his cold, sinister laughter that filled the room. Unbeknownst to everyone, a notorious trend that instilled dread in all evolutionists throughout the annals of evolution space history was born from this newcomer, who had only recently traversed 2 worlds. After completing the team formation, there remained less than 3 days of respite. In this brief span, Yin Luo devoted all his time to mastering the lightning release ninjutsu and acupuncture ninjutsu he had recently acquired. Upon practical application, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the acupuncture ninjutsu was far more effective than he had anticipated. After being thoroughly instructed on the human body's acupoints, he became acutely aware of which acupoints to stimulate for specific effects. Certain acupoints could halt bleeding and facilitate healing. Others, when attacked, could obstruct the flow of energy, rendering enemies incapable of unleashing their skills. Some acupoints, when punctured, could induce a state of unconsciousness, temporarily plunging the enemy into a state akin to death. This seemingly insignificant flying needle encompassed 3 pivotal effects: healing, magic suppression, and control. Although these effects do not inflict direct harm, each serves as an incredibly practical auxiliary capability. The healing effect, in particular, delighted Yin Luo, as he often expended a substantial number of points to exchange for healing potions before entering the world. For instance, this time alone, he had spent at least 5,000 to 6,000 points. Should this acupuncture ninjutsu indeed supplant those healing potions, it would save Yin Luo a significant amount of points, leading to considerable gains. Moreover, the method of utilizing this flying needle is extraordinarily straightforward. It possesses remarkable conductivity and storage capacity for chakra, requiring only a minimal infusion of chakra to meet activation conditions. As for its efficacy, he had conducted a rudimentary test on himself. For ordinary minor wounds, the acupuncture ninjutsu proved to be remarkably effective. By merely puncturing 1 or 2 acupoints, he could immediately staunch the bleeding and initiate rapid recovery. For moderate injuries, such as penetrating wounds, the acupuncture ninjutsu could also halt the injury. And when combined with healing bandages, it could facilitate full recovery. As for severe injuries requiring surgical intervention, Yin Luo had yet to muster the resolve to test it on himself. After thoroughly mastering the acupuncture ninjutsu, Yin Luo attempted to experiment with several lightning release techniques taught by Kakashi. Currently, he found the most practical to be the fundamental lightning blade. This technique not only enhances his speed, but also inflicts tremendous damage upon his adversaries. Its power has surpassed that of a Barrett or a Gatling gun, becoming Yin Luo's most formidable attack. However, the clumsy execution of the lightning blade remains its greatest flaw, limiting its application to close-quarters combat for the time being. Yin Luo's aspiration is to infuse the power of Rei Che into Barrett's bullets. Only by amalgamating the strengths of both can one conceive a truly formidable weapon. However, Yin Luo's comprehension of Rei Che is not yet sufficient to develop such a transformative technique. He must patiently experiment in the heat of battle. 10 days swiftly elapsed. At dawn, Yin Luo rose early, awaiting the summons of the space. The previous piercing alarm had been an exhilarating experience, and he fervently wished to avoid encountering it in his dreams once more. When the clock struck 5, the alarm resounded as expected, while simultaneously, the central light column transformed into a resplendent rainbow bridge. Yin Luo rose and made his way towards the rainbow bridge, murmuring to himself, "At last. Why am I feeling a bit excited this time?" As he stepped onto the bridge, he was immediately drawn into that bizarre space. Simultaneously, a commanding voice echoed once more. Detection indicates that an evolver has entered the transmission space. Identity lock in progress. Locking complete. Predator 952,701. Fantasy world matching in progress. Matching complete. The next world is the Terminator world. Transmission commencing. Once again, he was enveloped in an unfathomable darkness, which he had come to expect would soon dissipate. Yet this time, he found himself ensnared in this despairing void. A grayish light screen materialized, expanding into an enormous size. As crimson letters, each the size of a grinding stone, gradually emerged. Fantasy world. The Terminator world. Level. Science fiction level 1 type. Faction conflict notice. In faction conflict worlds, evolvers and candidates may engage in mutual attacks without incurring penalties, though no rewards will be granted. Victories will be determined based on the completion of respective faction tasks. Defending faction task. Protect Sarah Connor from being killed within 72 hours. Attacking faction task. Collaborate with Terminator T-800 to eliminate Sarah Connor within 72 hours. Task rewards and penalties. Each individual from the faction that fails the task will lose 5,000 points. The successful faction will divide the total points deducted from the failed faction. If points fall into the negative, annihilation will ensue. This faction conflict will see 8 participants. Faction distribution in progress. Detection indicates the predator's attributes exceed the level of this world. Thus, it will be assigned to the attacking faction. The remaining 7 individuals will belong to the defending faction. Yin Luo exclaimed in astonishment. "What? You expect me to face 7 opponents alone?" However, the crimson text continued to unfold, stating, "In light of the unique prowess of the Marauder 952701, entry into the Terminator world will be postponed by 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo could no longer contain his outrage, cursing vehemently, "Damn this space. You've reduced my 3-day mission to just 2. How many traps will they set for me in that time? Are you deliberately trying to get me killed?" Yet, the space paid no heed to Yin Luo's tirade and continued. Faction allocation complete. The mission officially commences. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated apartment, 6 men and 1 woman stared in shock at the gray luminescent screen before them. An amiable, gaunt elder muttered, "What kind of monster have we been matched with in this world? 1 against 7 is already daunting, and he has an entire additional day to prepare." A grim-faced middle-aged man coldly retorted, "Old Zhang, do not inflate his strength. Even if he is formidable, he remains an evolutionist of the first tier. We are 7. How can we possibly fear 1 man?" However, Wei Jin interjected, "Enough. This is not the time for such discussions." After surveying the group, he spoke solemnly. "I presume this is not your first venture into a fantasy world? Let us adhere to the customary introductions. It will facilitate our cooperation as comrades in arms." Noticing the nods of agreement, he continued, "I shall lead by example. My name is Wei Jun, a seasoned evolutionist who has traversed 6 worlds. And I am the captain of this duo." He gestured towards Old Zhang and the young man beside him. "We have formed a squad of evolutionists. Old Zhang is in charge of healing, Lu Ren provides ranged firepower, and I handle frontline assaults. Now that we've introduced ourselves, let us hear from you." A burly man seated opposite Wei Jun exclaimed, "Goodness. You are a master who has endured 6 worlds. We are fortunate to have you." He then inquired, "Are those 2 also seasoned evolutionists?" Old Zhang shook his head vigorously. No. I have only traversed 3 worlds. This is my 4th. As for Lu Ren, this is his 5th world." The stout man nodded appreciatively. "I see. That is still quite impressive. By the way, I am Li Jinhua, proficient in installing surveillance equipment. This is my third world, he added. Wei Jun was taken aback. You are still a candidate? Li Jinhua shyly nodded. Wei Jun turned his attention to the remaining 3 individuals, demanding, what about you? Are any of you evolutionists? The trio shook their heads in unison. One young man stammered. This is also our third world. This revelation caused discomfort among Wei Jun's group, exchanging glances filled with bitterness. Lu Ren complained, damn. No wonder we have 7 here. 4 of them are merely burdens who have yet to evolve. Old Zhang cautioned, Lu Ren, do not speak so. After all, there, Lu Ren rolled his eyes, countering. Why shouldn't I? Evolutionists and candidates possess entirely different combat capabilities. The disparity in attributes is significant, not to mention their lack of combat experience. They won't be able to aid us. They might as well be a hindrance. Old Zhang urged, that cannot be. Before he could finish, Wei Jun cut him off sternly. Enough. What purpose does this argument serve now? He then addressed the 3 candidates coldly. Perhaps you should introduce yourselves and share your specialties. The well-built young man quickly responded. I am Wang Lei, a former member of the track and field team. I have enhanced my agility through the rewards from the last 2 assessments, giving me an advantage in speed. Wei Jun nodded impassively and turned to a student-like boy, asking, and you? The boy, flustered by the attention, stammered, I am Lisha. Skilled in computers, but all my rewards from the previous worlds have been deducted. So, before he could finish, Wei Jun impatiently interrupted, that is sufficient. What about the lady beside you? Does she not wish to introduce herself? The attractive, curvaceous woman spoke softly, I am Li Ming. I have learned a supportive skill called Natural Blessing, which can enhance my teammates' speed and endurance. If Yan Luo were present, he would surely recognize her as the woman with whom he once shared a fleeting romance. Yet, she now seemed devoid of the allure she possessed in the Iron Blood world, appearing timid and subdued. Upon hearing that Li Ming had a supportive skill, the eyes of Wei Jun and his companions lit up. Wei Jun smiled slightly. To have acquired a supportive skill in just 2 worlds is quite remarkable. If we successfully complete this mission, our team may consider inviting you to join us. Meanwhile, Lu Ren gazed at Li Ming's ample figure, laughing heartily. Indeed. Welcome to our team. Though his words were polite, the lewd glimmer in his eyes betrayed his intentions, evident to all. Thank you, Li Ming murmured, her voice barely audible. After everyone had introduced themselves, Wei Jun turned back to the candidates, asking, have any of you seen the Terminator film? The 4 candidates shook their heads in confusion, while only Li Ming exhibited a flicker of recognition but remained silent. Seeing their ignorance, Wei Jun sighed. Then allow me to briefly summarize the plot to assist in our future actions. The group nodded eagerly, focusing intently. Wei Jun succinctly recounted. In the future depicted in this film, human civilization faces annihilation due to nuclear war, allowing the supercomputer Skynet to seize control of the Earth. Skynet creates a mechanical army with the intent to eradicate humanity, nearly succeeding. A human named John Connor leads the remnants of humanity against Skynet, miraculously pushing back the mechanical hordes. In a bid to alter this fate, Skynet utilizes a time reversal device to send the Terminator T-800 back to the present to assassinate John's mother, Sarah Connor, to prevent his birth. John uncovers this conspiracy, seizing the laboratory and dispatching his subordinate, Kyle Reese, back to the present to protect Sarah. The ensuing events are what we are tasked to undertake. We must locate Sarah and protect her while fending off the Terminator and the unknown evolved being until 3 days have passed. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in realization. At that moment, old Zhang suggested, Wei Jun, should we take the initiative and eliminate the Terminator before that evolved being arrives? This might lead to the failure of its mission, and even if it doesn't, it would alleviate the pressure on our defenses. Wei Jun nodded in agreement. It's worth a try. The Terminator isn't particularly strong. We should be able to resolve this swiftly. Lu Ren interjected, Captain. Shouldn't we be searching for Sarah first? Pursuing the Terminator seems counterproductive. Wei Jun smiled at his words. Thus, we shall split into 2 groups. You all go find Sarah and bring her back under our control, while I confront the T-800. Li Jinhua scratched his head, but we don't know where Sarah lives, nor do we know what she looks like. Lu Ren scoffed, how ignorant. Just look up the 3rd Sarah Connor in the phone directory, and we can find her exact address. Wei Jun affirmed, absolutely correct. Lu Ren, you will lead the operation here. Ensure Sarah is captured swiftly and start setting up defensive positions in this apartment. Lu Ren's eyes lit up. So they all have to listen to me now? He cast a sly glance at Li Ming. Indeed. Wei Jun replied with a nod. Lu Ren laughed heartily, haha. Just watch me. I promise to complete the mission flawlessly, Captain. Wei Jun merely smiled faintly. He then glanced at his watch and instructed, all right, the story unfolds at midnight. The Terminator will arrive in just over an hour. Let us get moving. The group stood up and began their preparations. Wei Jun quietly approached Lu Ren and whispered, are you thinking of doing something foolish again? Lu Ren, caught off guard, awkwardly chuckled, Captain. What are you talking about? After last time, how could I possibly act recklessly? Wei Jun patted his shoulder and said coldly, as long as you don't, that's good. This Li Ming could become a team member. You'd better not mess things up. Feeling the pressure of Wei Jun's grip, Lu Ren quickly replied, understood, Captain. Wei Jun nodded and said nothing more. After giving Li Jinhua instructions regarding surveillance arrangements, he departed the apartment. Once Wei Jun left, Lu Ren cursed under his breath, damn it. Just because you can't allow me to take action, does that mean you must? I've seen your predatory side. How many innocent girls have you harmed? Acting all virtuous every day. Ugh, disgusting. With these thoughts igniting a fire within him, Lu Ren kicked over a table in frustration, shouting, How much longer are you useless fools going to dawdle? Hurry up and follow me. The candidates were startled by Lu Ren's sudden outburst. 3 men were inclined to retaliate but feared the evolved being, so they could only swallow their pride and admit their faults. Lu Ren rolled his eyes and scoffed, Humph. Everyone, follow me. With that, he kicked open the door and strode out. Though the others felt aggrieved, they could only follow silently. After leaving the apartment, Wei Jun headed straight towards the eastern part of the city. He was meticulous and remembered that the Terminator would arrive at the junkyard on East Mountain. Unknown to Wei Jun, having acquired a certain lineage, he ran on all fours with astonishing speed. Within less than half an hour, he reached the junkyard atop East Mountain. Breathing heavily, he sat atop a factory building and gulped down a potion to restore his stamina. After about an hour, the surrounding force field began to fluctuate, and strange lightning erupted from the void. After a blinding flash, a muscular, naked man suddenly appeared in the clearing. It was the newly arrived T-800. Finally, you have arrived. Wei Jun sneered coldly, producing 2 uniquely designed black, curved blades from seemingly nowhere and charging straight at the T-800. The T-800, initially striking a stoic pose, suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind it. Just as it turned to investigate, it felt an immense force strike its back. Clang. The 2 curved blades crashed heavily into the T-800's back, sending it spinning several meters away. For an ordinary person, such a fierce ambush would have cleaved them in two. Yet, the T-800 stood up as if unfazed, disregarding the blood streaming from its back. Upon raising its head, it saw Wei Jun charging at it with blades in hand. And it met him with a cold stare. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 combatants clashed like ferocious beasts. Wei Jun wielded his blades with lightning speed, inflicting numerous wounds upon the T-800. However, he understood that he was merely cutting through its bioorganic disguise, as the underlying alloy skeleton remained unscathed. The T-800 abandoned all defense, relentlessly pummeling Wei Jun with its fists. Wei Jun took several heavy blows to his chest, abdomen, and shoulders, causing a surge of blood to rush within him, slowing his movements. After suffering a setback, Wei Jun's expression darkened as he roared, Damn it. You think this will defeat me? Let me show you my true prowess. With a sudden howl, Wei Jun's body began to swell rapidly, fur sprouting from his skin, and his teeth and claws sharpening. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering werewolf over 2 meters tall. The T-800 was momentarily stunned by this astonishing transformation, yet it did not halt its assault, continuing to swing its iron fist at the werewolf. The werewolf deftly evaded the T-800's attacks and lunged for its chest with a powerful claw. With a tearing sound, a large chunk of flesh was ripped from the T-800, sending it flying far away. After transforming into a werewolf, Wei Jun's strength had multiplied exponentially. The T-800, which had previously held its ground, began to falter under Wei Jun's relentless onslaught. Its greatest strength lay in weapon manipulation when it came to hand-to-hand combat. It was merely a few clumsy punches. Wei Jun quickly discerned its pattern. Wei Jun skillfully dodged the T-800 strikes, occasionally landing fierce claw swipes upon it. His claws moved with such agility that soon he had shredded the T-800's disguise, leaving only a bloodied alloy skeleton. Realizing it could not prevail, the T-800 made a swift decision to escape. Wei Jun revealed his sharp fangs and sneered, Ha, fool, to dare compare speed with a werewolf. You may flee, but I relish this game of cat and mouse. With that, his massive form effortlessly scaled the wall, beginning the pursuit with the agility of a rooftop acrobat. Shortly thereafter, he spotted the T-800, who was frantically trying to escape. With a powerful leap, Wei Jun tackled the T-800 to the ground, mounting him and unleashing a flurry of scratches. Unfortunately, his claws were no match for the T-800's superalloy skeleton. Though sparks flew from his relentless scratching, no significant damage was inflicted, not even a scratch remained. Frustrated by his ineffectiveness, Wei Jun growled, You truly are an insufferable pest. Let us see how long you can endure. Seizing the moment of Wei Jun's distraction, the T-800 retaliated with a swift kick, sending him sprawling before it resumed its frantic escape. Thus, the two engaged in a chaotic dance of combat and flight, gradually making their way into the city center. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, and the streets were nearly deserted. Otherwise, the sight of a terrifying silver skeleton and a brutal giant werewolf would surely plunge the city into chaos. Once in the urban landscape, the T-800's path became clear, and it soon crashed into a weapons shop. Wei Jun glanced at the sign and realized with a start, damn, it wasn't fleeing, it was seeking weapons. Just as he contemplated pursuing the T-800 into the store, the android emerged with 2 submachine guns in hand. The T-800 unleashed a barrage of gunfire, seemingly channeling all its fury into the bullets, intent on obliterating the loathsome werewolf. Wei Jun yearned to engage the T-800 in close combat, yet the relentless hail of bullets thwarted his advance. The cacophony of gunfire had already drawn the attention of patrolling police, with sirens faintly echoing in the distance. Cursing under his breath, Wei Jun thought, Damn it, I've alerted the police. I cannot allow them to get involved. The situation would become far too complicated. Resolute, He cast one last unwilling glance at the T-800 before swiftly retreating on all fours. The T-800 continued firing until Wei Jun's figure vanished from sight, rather than pursue. It returned to the weapons shop to procure additional firearms, quietly exiting the premises. Upon returning to the apartment, Wei Jun discovered that the other team members had already arrived. In the center of the room, a foreign beauty was kneeling, tightly bound and gagged, her eyes covered. Recognizing her as Sarah Connor, the target of their mission. Wei Jun nodded approvingly. You all worked efficiently. Lu Ren performed admirably this time. However, he soon realized Lu Ren was absent and turned to old Zhang, inquiring. Where is he? With a resigned expression, old Zhang gestured towards the bedroom, chuckling, alas, that boy has fallen into his old habits again. At that moment, Wei Jun noticed faint sounds of a woman's moans and heavy breathing emanating from the bedroom. Enraged, he exclaimed, damn it, that fool has ensnared Li Ming again? Is he seeking his own demise? I must give him a proper reckoning. Just then, a weak voice piped up, Captain Wei, I'm here. Following the sound, Wei Jun spotted Li Ming sitting composedly on the sofa. Puzzled, he asked, not you? Then who is he with? Li Jinhu interjected, he brought back Sarah's roommate. Claiming he needs some entertainment for the next 3 days, or he'd de-explode from pin-up frustration. Relieved, Wei Jun replied, I see. Since she is a narrative character, let him be. As long as it doesn't hinder our mission. The other candidates were taken aback by Wei Jun's nonchalance regarding a narrative character, their expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Old Zhang quickly changed the subject, asking, Wei Jun, didn't you go to confront that robot? What was the outcome? Sighing, Wei Jun lamented, alas, it escaped. The police were already alerted, and I didn't want to complicate matters, so I let it slip away. Old Zhang expressed his disappointment. What a pity. Wei Jun retorted confidently, there's nothing to regret. Its abilities are mediocre. I could have handled it alone. By the way, has Lu Ren set up the defensive perimeter? Old Zhang nodded. Yes, he has completed most of it. After the last incident, he wouldn't dare delay matters for leisure. Wei Jun acknowledged. Good. Then let us remain hidden in this apartment for the time being. It offers sufficient concealment. Neither the Terminator nor the Evolver would easily discover us. And even if they do, we can utilize our defenses to engage them. As he settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, he declared, listen well. None of you are to venture outside for the next few days. I have ample food and water stored, enough to last us 3 days. If we can endure this period, we will have accomplished our mission. The team, relieved at the prospect of avoiding combat, nodded in agreement. Thus, the defending faction remained cooped up in the apartment, and the first day swiftly passed. As the clock struck midnight, a deserted construction site suddenly erupted with lightning. The surrounding force fields thrown into disarray. In a flash of brilliance, a towering figure materialized, clad in a tiger-faced helmet and an eclectic mix of armor. He exuded an aura of fierce might. It was Yin Luo, finally liberated from darkness after 24 hours. Stretching with a satisfying crack of his spine, he grumbled, damn. Finally freed. I was nearly driven to despair in there. Where are those bastards from the defending faction? I must find some amusement at their expense. With Yin Luo's arrival, a cold, authoritative voice announced, attention. The attacking faction has entered the world. All parties prepare for combat. The faction confrontation mission has officially commenced. Mission duration, 48 hours. Mission requirement, do not leave the city of Los Angeles. Yin Luo, clasping his ears, complained, good heavens. What a grand spectacle. Isn't this akin to startling the snake by beating the grass? This seems excessively targeted towards me, doesn't it? Ever since being transported to this world, Yin Luo had felt constrained and singled out by the space. He had long harbored a tumult of rage, yet found himself unable to vent it upon the space itself. Only able to mutter in frustration, once I locate that pack of scoundrels, I shall certainly unleash my pin-up fury upon them. However, considering the vastness of the city, how was he to find them? Was there truly no hint whatsoever? Upon finishing his thoughts, he activated the gray luminescent screen, hoping to uncover a clue or indication. To his astonishment, the screen displayed a map coordinate. Good heavens, has it truly become this accommodating? Yin Luo, brimming with excitement, muttered to himself as he promptly opened the coordinates. T-800, located at 158 Champs, Lissy S, room 308. Upon discovering that this was not the location of Connor Sulla, his enthusiasm swiftly waned. What a letdown. It turns out to be that guy's coordinates. I got all worked up for nothing. Nevertheless, he reflected, we are indeed allies. I should seek him out. He might possess a method to locate Connor Sulla. With this thought in mind, Yin Luo resolved to take immediate action. He retrieved the newly exchanged green goblin glider from his bag of treasures, activated it, and leaped into the air. What a perfect opportunity for a midnight joyride. Yin Luo exclaimed with exhilaration. As he forcefully activated the mechanism, the gliding wing soared into the night sky like an arrow released from a bow. One cannot help but admire the remarkable advancements in military technology. This green demon gliding wing not only boasts an extraordinarily swift flight speed but also operates in complete silence. Even when Yin Luo navigated through the urban expanse, he remained unnoticed, with onlookers merely perceiving him as a bat in search of sustenance. Thanks to the impressive velocity of the gliding wing, Yin Luo arrived at the T-800's hiding spot in a mere 10 minutes. He bypassed the hotel's main entrance entirely. opting instead to leap through the window into the room. At that moment, the T-800 was seated at the table, methodically wrapping itself in bandages. Having lost its biochemical disguise, it resorted to this rudimentary means of concealment. Upon Yin Luo's abrupt entry, the T-800 immediately raised its submachine gun, eyeing him with heightened vigilance. Yin Luo smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Do not be hasty, my brother. Take a moment to reflect. You should recognize me." Upon hearing this, the T-800 tilted its head, scrutinizing him. Under the influence of the environment, its database swiftly acquired a new piece of information, Hunter 952701, another assassin dispatched by Skynet. Having discerned Yin Luo's identity, the T-800 coldly inquired, "Why have you only arrived now?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo chuckled, "Huh, clearly. This makes you even more conspicuous, doesn't it? You mentioned that someone attacked you. What did your assailant look like?" T-800 reminisced. Initially, it was a human, but he had the ability to transform into a creature that was half man, half wolf. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo inquired with disappointment, "Have you made any progress during your day?" T-800 replied, "I have ascertained from the yellow pages that this city harbors 3 Connor Saris. I have already eliminated the first one. Tomorrow, after dusk, I intend to hunt down the second." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo remarked, "TSK, you are rather outdated, aren't you? Still dealing with infiltration robots. How about this? Instead of eliminating them one by one, let us consider a different approach. John Connor has likely dispatched 7 or 8 more individuals, and Sarah must have been relocated by now. Shall we first visit Sarah's residence? I hope we can uncover some clues." The T-800 nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well." It then donned a loose trench coat and began to select firearms from beneath the bed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo chuckled softly, "As long as you enjoy it, let us set off." Under the cover of night, the two swiftly arrived at the apartment where Sarah resided. Upon locating her room, they discovered that the door lock had been forcefully tampered with. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo murmured in confusion. Suddenly, he perceived a shadow flitting through the innermost bedroom and immediately shouted, "T-800. Over there." Without hesitation, he surged towards that room himself. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After closely examining the man's face, Yin Luo realized that he was none other than the male lead of the film, Rhys. Although he was currently dressed in a disheveled manner, his handsome visage and the aura of a seasoned warrior still rendered him highly recognizable. Yin Luo, brimming with excitement, pressed, "Speak. What exactly did you witness? Where has Connor Sarah vanished to?" Rhys shook his head despondently and replied, "I have no idea. By the time I arrived here, Sarah had already disappeared. I initially thought you had abducted her. Little did I know, there is another party involved. How did matters become so convoluted? Do you truly know nothing?" Yin Luo coldly gazed at Rhys, softly murmuring, "In that case, you are of no use to me." Upon finishing his words, he forcefully twisted the hand that gripped Rhys's cheek. With a sharp crack, Rhys's astonished head immediately drooped helplessly. The Slayer 952701 has eliminated the core figure of this world, the future warrior, Kyle Rhys. Awarded 2,000 points, 1 world anchor, and 1 white treasure chest. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo initially believed that by eliminating Rhys, he would indirectly extinguish John Connor, thereby earning the reward for vanquishing the destined child. To his surprise, there appeared to be no inevitable connection between the two. Yin Luo scoffed. "It appears that the truly significant one is Sarah. You, my friend, are merely a simple tool for sewing. TSK. However, Yin Luo's decision to eliminate Rhys was not solely motivated by the prospect of a substantial reward. This sergeant from the future was inherently a formidable adversary. Not only did he possess exceptional combat prowess, but he also seemed to share some of his son's fortuity. Failing to seize the opportunity to dispose of him would undoubtedly lead to considerable difficulties in the future. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo disdainfully tossed the trousers into the bag of treasures, striving to cast aside thoughts of this perplexing equipment. At that moment, T-800 had completed its search of the entire apartment and coldly remarked, "There is nothing of use here. What shall we do next?" Its words plunged Yin Luo into contemplation. All leads had come to a standstill here. The whereabouts of Connor, Sarah, and the others remained as elusive as stones sinking into the ocean. Damn it. Is the theme of this mission hide and seek? Not a single clue to guide me. How am I supposed to find anything? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Yin Luo's consciousness. He pulled T-800 over to the telephone in the living room and pressed the message button. A woman's voice resonated from the receiver. "Hello. You are speaking with a machine. Engage in conversation, and either Jinjun or Sarah will return your call. Please wait for the beep." After Yin Luo paused the message, he inquired of T-800, "Can you imitate this voice?" T-800 nodded and replied, "Is this the voice you are referring to?" At that moment, its voice had entirely transformed to resemble Jinjun's. However, the grotesque and fearsome creature producing such a playful feminine voice was truly spine-chilling. Indeed, Yin Luo nodded in approval, stating, "Use this voice to call the police and inform them that your roommate has been abducted by a group of thugs. Urge them to devise a plan swiftly. After the call, we shall hijack a police car and intercept their communication channels. I am certain we will glean some valuable information." T-800 concurred. Indeed, this plan is feasible. He promptly picked up the receiver and dialed the police department. Inspector Traxler was currently overwhelmed by a homicide case. The victim, Connor Sarah, was an ordinary middle-aged woman, and the method of murder was a commonplace shooting. However, multiple witnesses claimed that the perpetrator was a silver-skinned skeletal demon. This incident had incited panic in the local area, and numerous reporters were relentlessly pursuing him for the truth of the matter. How could this possibly be true? It is utterly absurd, Traxler exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, his assistant suddenly called out, "Chief, you might want to listen to this call. Another Connor Sarah is in trouble." What? Another Connor Sarah? Traxler could scarcely believe his ears. He hurried to his assistant's side, snatched the phone, and said, "Hello. This is Inspector Traxler. Please tell me what has transpired." A frantic female voice immediately emanated from the phone. "Inspector, my roommate, Connor Sarah, has vanished. There are signs of a struggle throughout the house, and there is a corpse of an unfamiliar man in the bedroom. I am terrified. Please, you must come quickly." After the call, Yin Luo and T-800 promptly departed the apartment. They soared into the sky with their gliders, commencing their search for the patrol cars on duty that night. Utilizing their aerial vantage point, they swiftly located a parked police car in a shadowy alley. The officers inside were initially engaged in a show of authority, reprimanding a group of delinquents. However, in the next moment, they were swiftly dispatched by two descending figures who snapped their necks. The delinquents, stricken with terror, scattered in all directions, only to be ruthlessly pursued and slain by Yin Luo. Their lifeless bodies were carelessly discarded into a garbage bin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo instructed the T-800 to continuously monitor the movements of the police, while he reclined his seat and succumbed to a deep slumber. In the forthcoming 2 days, a relentless battle awaited him, necessitating a replenishment of his strength beforehand. In the midst of his dreams, Yin Luo was abruptly awakened by the T-800's forceful shaking. Upon glancing at the time, he realized it was already noon on the following day. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life with a command from headquarters. "All personnel, proceed immediately to Old City District, number 1103. The informant has provided the whereabouts of the gang of marauders. Be advised, this gang is exceedingly dangerous. Prepare for a potential confrontation." As Yin Luo absorbed the contents of the intercom, a surge of energy coursed through him. Ha ha ha. It seems the police in this world are quite efficient. Have they not just aided us in locating that band of elusive rats? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo wiped the blood from his hands onto the curtain, then surveyed the suspicious apartment from his elevated position. By this time, a dozen police cars had encircled the building, and the officers were urgently strategizing their approach to storm the interior. He glanced at the room where the opposing faction was suspected to be concealed, only to discover that all doors and windows had been sealed shut with heavy steel plates. Yin Luo jested, "Your sense of caution is quite commendable, but it certainly confirms that those few defenders must be within." He scoffed. Who would seal windows with steel plates unless they had something to hide? Truly, a case of not a single silver piece hidden here. Despite the obscured view caused by the steel plates, Yin Luo remained utterly unperturbed. He adjusted his mask to thermal imaging mode and immediately discerned the situation within the room with crystal clarity. There were 9 figures in total. 2 were bound and slumped on the floor, likely the narrative characters. The remaining 7 were armed, pointing their weapons toward the door, evidently bracing for the imminent intrusion of the police. At that moment, the officers had already breached the apartment and were swiftly advancing toward their location. Yin Luo cheerfully chuckled. Excellent. Let them scout ahead and see what those rats have prepared in the past day and a half. The police officers were already positioned on the floors above and below the defender's room. Several officers with riot shields cautiously approached the front door, with a demolition expert behind them. Just as they reached the top of the stairs and prepared to plant explosives, a small window in the steel plate covering the door suddenly opened, revealing the ominous barrel of a peculiar weapon. The lead officer immediately recognized it and shouted, "Damn it! It's a Barrett! Retreat!" He pushed the others back down the stairs. However, the evolutionists inside wouldn't allow them to escape. Bang! With a deafening roar, a massive bullet flew from the barrel, instantly piercing a riot shield. The officer behind the shield and the demolition expert were not spared, their foreheads and necks shattered, leaving them undeniably dead. Inspector Traxler exclaimed, "Damn it! How did they get anti-material rifles?" He frantically ordered, "Suppressive fire. Cover their retreat." The officers opened fire on the window, hoping to cover their teammates' escape. However, a cold laugh echoed from behind the window, and the stairwell erupted in a series of violent explosions. Boom, 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 boom. The entire apartment building shook violently. The explosives possessed destructive power far beyond what was expected, and the confined stairwell amplified the explosions. The officers were engulfed in blinding light and torn apart by a terrifying shockwave. Limbs and debris rained down, and within a minute, dozens of officers had been annihilated. And it didn't end there. Soon, a small window opened in the apartment window, and the Barrett's strange barrel emerged again. Bang! With another deafening blast. A massive bullet struck a police car's fuel tank. Boom! The police car exploded, instantly transforming into a raging inferno. The officers inside were incinerated. Those in other police cars fled in terror, only to be picked off by the unhurried shooter. The Barrett's immense power resulted in gruesome deaths, heads exploded, torsos severed. The street was littered with flesh and brains, and blood flowed freely. Bystanders were caught in the crossfire, screaming in terror as they fled. Combined with the burning police car, it resembled the apocalypse. Haha, awesome, Lurin exclaimed, closing the window. I told you I'm as good with guns in real life as I am in the game. Didn't I? Look, I wiped out all these cops in just a few shots. I truly deserve my title as the regional gun king. Haha. The others watched the massacre on the monitors, awestruck by his performance, and showered him with praise. Even Wei Jun, leaning back on the sofa and smoking, nodded approvingly. Well done. You have a real talent for shooting. If you could just curb your lustful tendencies, you might actually become a gun king. Lurin chuckled sheepishly. Hiki, Captain. You don't understand. I was a virgin for over 20 years before entering the space. I was going crazy thinking about women. Now that I can have any woman I want, I'm having trouble holding back. I'll try to control myself in the future. Sarah and Jinjin, lying on the floor, glared at him with resentment. They had suffered greatly at the hands of this pervert, and the experience was humiliating. They had hoped the police would rescue them, but he had slaughtered them. Their future seemed bleak, and their faces were filled with despair. Old Zhang, who had been silent until now, asked worriedly, Wei Jun, Lu Ren, the police are on to us. Should we move to a safer location? Lu Ren retorted, what do you know? We've made this place impenetrable. Even the army couldn't break through. Going outside would expose us to enemy fire, suicide. Wei Jun agreed. Exactly. We only need to defend this place for another day and a half to complete the mission. No need to complicate things. Besides, I suspect that Evolutionist is watching us. Moving rashly could lead to an ambush. We have the numbers, but if Sarah dies in the chaos, we're finished. Old Zhang remained uneasy. But I have a bad feeling. I sense. Lu Ren interrupted him rudely. Bah, what do you know about premonitions? You're a healer, not a psychic. Stop acting like some kind of seer. Old Zhang, humiliated, could only reply, all right, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Lu Ren grabbed Jinjun, groping her as he sneered, exactly. If you could still handle women, you wouldn't be so paranoid all the time. Too bad you're too old to do anything but ogle. Haha. His words were cutting. Even the usually kind old Zhang flushed with anger. But fearing Lu Ren's brutality, he dared not argue. Yin Luo, watching from a nearby building, witnessed the defenders' annihilation of the police force. Well, they have some serious firepower. They bought a Barrett too, and their explosives are even more expensive than mine. Good thing I didn't rush in. Those defender evolutionists really came prepared. Even I would have been in trouble. I'm glad those cops cleared the way for me. He stared at the steel-plated apartment, wondering, judging by how confidently they detonated the explosives, the entire room must be reinforced with steel. I'll have to break through that steel plate no matter which direction I attack from. And during that time, I'll be under constant fire from that sharpshooter. I can't take too many Barrett shots. Yin Luo realized he had no easy way to assault the defender's safe house. He scrutinized the seemingly impenetrable room, desperately searching for a way in. Looking at the burning police car, a spark ignited in his mind, illuminating a path forward. That's it. We find ourselves unable to breach their defenses, yet they dare not emerge. I could easily disregard that imposing iron box and create a ruckus outside. Following this train of thought, a nefarious scheme gradually crystallized in his mind. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, he chuckled darkly. Heh. You little rodents prefer to cower inside your metal box, do you? Then let this very box become your coffin. Haha. The defenders, ever vigilant, monitored the outside activity through surveillance. They planned to wait until the area was entirely secure before daring to open the door, allowing Lu Ren to exit and make arrangements. Yet, as Li Jinhua remained glued to the monitors, he suddenly exclaimed, Captain Wei, look, a creature is charging towards us. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to the screen. They were met with the sight of a figure entirely wrapped in bandages, brandishing a Gatling gun as it swiftly approached the apartment building. The heavy weapon seemed weightless in its grasp, not hindering its speed in the slightest. Everyone marveled at its incredible strength. Only Wei Jun, after a brief examination, sneered, Heh, that rigid stance. It can only be the T-800. The earlier commotion must have drawn this beast here. However, doubt soon clouded his mind. But why do I not see that attacking evolver? Could they be splitting their forces? Jinhua, quickly pull up the surveillance from other angles. At his command, Li Jinhua hastily switched the feeds, but after scrutinizing the vicinity around the apartment, they found no other suspicious individuals. Old Zhang voiced his confusion. How can there be none? Have they not yet regrouped? Wei Jun shook his head gravely, asserting that evolver has been here for nearly a day. It is impossible it has not met up with the T-800. Moreover, the police arriving so swiftly to trouble us could very well be the work of that attacking evolver. That insidious scoundrel must be lurking nearby. Lu Ren, growing impatient with their deliberations, interjected, why bother with such concerns? We have fortified this entire room with steel plates. No trickery will bypass us. While they waste time dismantling the plates, I shall eliminate them one by one with my Barrett. Ever since Lu Ren single-handedly decimated an entire police squad, his arrogance had swollen, leading him to underestimate any adversary. Wei Jun rolled his eyes and reprimanded, Lu Ren, do not be so presumptuous. There are plenty of means to easily breach those steel plates. They may very well possess such equipment. Should they infiltrate undetected? Will your Barrett have time to fire? A hint of apprehension lingered in Lu Ren's demeanor as he respected his captain's authority, promptly falling silent. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Jun instructed the others, Old Zhang, you and your team must keep a close watch on all surveillance. Alert us at the first sign of trouble. Lu Ren, you are confident in your weapon, are you not? This T-800 shall be your responsibility. I truly have no way to contend with its steel frame. I hope your Barrett can pierce it. With confidence, Lu Ren replied, haha, Captain, rest assured, I shall reduce that monster to a pile of scrap metal. As the T-800 neared the apartment, it began to advance cautiously along the walls and cover, evidently wary of Lu Ren's sniper fire. Lu Ren aimed his weapon for an extended period, yet could not find a suitable angle for a shot. Impatient, he compromised and began firing. Bang, bang, bang. Despite his rapid shots, the obstructed view meant he failed to hit the T-800, which continued to enter the building unscathed. Damn it, Lu Ren cursed under his breath. Hastily repositioning himself to a small window by the front door, awaiting the T-800's arrival. Once inside the apartment, the T-800 accelerated its pace. Though its method of climbing the stairs appeared awkward, its speed was astonishing. In a mere minute or two, it reached the 10th floor. Leaving only half a staircase between it and Wei Jun's group, Lu Ren immediately readied himself to shoot. The sound of gunfire erupted before the T-800 even made its appearance. As it approached the front door, it unleashed a barrage of bullets from halfway up the stairs. Lu Ren recognized this as an attempt to suppress him with firepower, facilitating its advance to the entrance. He could not help but mutter, how has this creature become so cunning? I recall it being rather foolish in the films. Despite its relentless shooting, the T-800 remained concealed on the staircase, unwilling to advance further. The bullets struck unimportant areas, failing to breach the front door. Lu Ren, still aiming, grew increasingly perplexed by the T-800's behavior, questioning, what is it doing? Is it here to showcase the power of the Gatling? Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, Wei Jun suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, no, it is stalling for time, diverting our attention. Jinhua, what is happening on the other floors? Li Jinhua, bewildered, responded, nothing out of the ordinary. Everything seems normal. Am I seeing ghosts? Hearing this, Wei Jun rushed to the monitors. To his shock, he observed a hole inexplicably appearing in a wall. Moments later, a bomb materialized, autonomously drilling into the opening. Shortly thereafter, another wall exhibited the same bizarre phenomenon. Wei Jun shouted urgently, quick, zoom in, zoom in. Li Jinhua, flustered, adjusted the surveillance, focusing on the vicinity of the hole. Through the high-definition feed, they could see a nearly transparent humanoid silhouette stuffing a bomb into the opening. Wei Jun's pupils dilated in astonishment. He murmured in disbelief, invisibility camouflage. This is the Predator's cloaking technology. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow and muttered, almost there. If I keep pretending, they'll start to suspect me. Little did he know, Wei Jun and the others had already noticed his peculiar behavior. At that moment, chaos enveloped the safe house. The usually composed Wei Jun displayed an unusual look of panic on his face. Lost in thought, he murmured, drill the hole, and then fill it with explosives. This is clearly a demolition technique. He intends to bring the entire apartment down. Upon hearing that the building was to be demolished, the others grew even more frantic. Old Zhang, visibly shaken, queried, "What do we do now? There are still 10 floors above us. If it collapses, even hiding in this steel shelter won't save us." The agile Wang Lei exclaimed, "Why don't we rush outside before the building collapses?" Lu Run, irritated, retorted, "How do you propose we rush out? Haven't you heard the gunfire outside? Step out that door, and you'll be turned into a sieve." Li Jia, appearing as a student, timidly asked, "Lu, aren't you the self-proclaimed Gun King? Can't you go out and take down that monster?" Lu Ren's eyes widened in fury, and he cursed, "If I were to charge, I'd throw you, the most useless one, out to block the bullets." Li Jia trembled at Lu Ren's words but still muttered, "You were the one who called yourself the Gun King." Lu Ren immediately aimed his gun at Li Jia, shouting, "Do you dare say that again? Enough. Internal strife is not the time." As Lu Ren was about to act, Wei Jun regained his composure and said sternly, "We must charge out. After I transform, I'll withstand the T-800. But Lu Ren, you must eliminate the T-800 first. Old Zhang, stay close and protect Sarah. Once the T-800 is dealt with, we'll find the nearest window and jump out to escape the apartment." His words implied that he had already given up on the 4 candidates. Lu Ren and Old Zhang immediately agreed, understood. As Old Zhang hoisted the terrified Sarah, Lu Ren readied himself, aiming his gun at the door. Wei Jun took a deep breath and placed his hand on the door latch. Just as he was about to open it, the gunfire outside abruptly ceased. Li Jinhua, monitoring the surveillance, shouted, "Captain Wei." That monster retreated into the hallway. "Wait." It jumped out of the window. "What?" Wei Jun's face paled with fear. This was clearly a sign of impending demolition. He had no time to think and shouted as he forcefully opened the door. But before he could step outside, the ground suddenly jolted violently beneath him, followed by a thunderous roar. It was too late. Wei Jun screamed in despair. The entire apartment began to topple. Massive chunks of wall crumbling and falling. If they ventured outside now, they would be swept away by the debris, and survival would be impossible. Decisively, Wei Jun retreated. Locking the front door, he quickly transformed into his werewolf form, cradling Sarah protectively in his arms. The others, witnessing this, sought cover, though it offered little real safety. Yet, it provided them with a semblance of security. Thuds echoed outside as heavy objects collided, and the thick steel plates emitted a creaking sound, threatening to collapse at any moment. Inside, the room spun like a washing machine, and everyone was thrown about, sustaining injuries. With a nauseating groan, the steel plates finally buckled under the strain, bending and collapsing. Time seemed to stretch, or perhaps it passed in an instant, before Wei Jun realized that the tumult had ceased. He raised his head, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself amidst a heap of rubble, surrounded by twisted scraps of steel. The safe house had been crushed, yet he was still alive? Wei Jun exclaimed in exhilaration. Then, recalling something, he quickly looked down. Despite being covered in wounds, Sarah still exhibited faint signs of life. She had survived. In disbelief, he shouted, "Truly the protagonist. Tough as nails." He staggered to his feet, taking stock of the situation. Unfortunately, the others were not as fortunate. Li Jinhua had been severed in half by a steel plate, dead beyond revival. Wang Lei and Li Jia were trapped beneath 2 steel plates, now indistinguishable from one another. Even the self-proclaimed Gun King, Lu Ren, was pinned beneath a boulder. With only his head and shoulder exposed, he remained unconscious, barely clinging to life, reduced to an ineffective state. As for the beautiful Li Ming, she lay battered and broken, her fate uncertain. Alas, they're all gone. Wei Jun sighed, his expression one of desolation. "Captain Wei, save me." At that moment, a faint cry for help reached Wei Jun's ears. His wolf ears perked up, and he followed the sound. In a secluded corner, Old Zhang, trapped beneath a beam, looked at him with hopeful eyes. Wei Jun leapt to his side, overjoyed. "Old Zhang, you're alive? That's wonderful." Old Zhang, in pain, pleaded, "Captain, can you help me out? My waist hurts terribly. I can't feel my lower body." But instead of rushing to assist him, Wei Jun urgently asked, "Old Zhang, can you still perform healing? Connor and Sarah are on the verge of death. Save her first." Old Zhang replied bitterly, "I already used my energy to heal my wounds. I have none left." "I'm sorry, Captain." Upon hearing this, Wei Jun's expression soured. "You are truly useless. No help at all. No wonder Lu Ren looked down on you. I don't have time to save you, nor will I carry this burden. Good luck to you." With that, he turned to flee. However, a mocking voice echoed in the air. "How heartless. And to think they call you captain. Even I can't bear to watch this." Wei Jun looked up in terror to see a bat-shaped flying machine hovering above, a tall figure in a tiger mask looking down at him. Realizing that Yin Luo was wielding a gleaming Barrett rifle, dread washed over him. This was the final thought that crossed Wei Jun's mind. It was all over. He understood all too well the terrifying power of the Barrett. Even in his werewolf form, he would not withstand even a single shot. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo laughed derisively. No. You are mistaken. This world of Terminators is merely the third realm I have traversed. According to your esteemed ranks of evolved beings, I am still a novice, not the predecessor you speak of. What? Wei Jun was instantly taken aback. His mouth agape in disbelief. He muttered incredulously, "You have only traversed 2 realms? You are merely a newcomer who has only recently entered this space. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." He shouted frantically. "How could our entire team be annihilated by a mere novice like you? How could you possess such an abundance of advanced equipment after only experiencing 2 worlds? Cease your mockery." Yin Luo chuckled coldly. "This is the realm of evolution. What is impossible here? Well, I shall not waste any more words with you. Prepare to meet your doom." With that, he concluded. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo let out a cold laugh, immediately maneuvering the green goblin glider to ascend to a higher vantage point. With a swift motion, he pulled the bolt and continued to fire at Wei Jun. After narrowly dodging a bullet, Wei Jun scanned his surroundings, searching for advantageous terrain. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with realization as he spotted a hefty steel plate exposed on the ground. This was precisely the steel he had utilized in constructing his safe house. Given that his team had someone armed with a Barrett, Wei Jun had considered the need to defend against such weaponry when selecting materials. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the steel plate, lifting it with all his might to shield himself. Fortunately, his transformation into a werewolf granted him the strength necessary to lift this massive piece of metal. Clang! Another bullet struck the steel plate. Erupting with a sound akin to a resounding bell, Wei Jun, concealed beneath the plate, felt the impact reverberate through him, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such minor injuries. He pressed forward recklessly. Ahead lay an inconspicuous manhole cover, which, according to his memory, led to the city's sewer system. If he could gain access to the sewers, the firearms in the hands of his adversaries would become useless, offering him a glimmer of hope for survival. At this moment, he cast aside all thoughts of the mission, driven solely by the instinct to preserve his own life. Bang! Bang! API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo chuckled coldly, as his left eye rapidly transformed into a crimson hue. The black pupil first emitted 3 spinning tomo, which soon coalesced into a shape reminiscent of a dart. In the blink of an eye, it manifested into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Divine might. Yin Luo unleashed his most formidable technique. A distorted, translucent vortex suddenly materialized around the steel plate. Whoosh! After a brief moment of anticipation, the whirlpool swiftly engulfed the steel plate, drawing it into an alternate realm, leaving Wei Jun below in a state of utter astonishment. What just transpired? Wei Jun exclaimed incredulously. However, after a fleeting moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. He lifted the manhole cover beneath him and leaped inside. His previous stillness had merely been a prelude to manipulating that very cover. Yin Luo had initially intended to promptly reload his weapon. However, a sudden, excruciating pain emanated from his left eye, compelling him to halt his shooting. Once he finally managed to alleviate the discomfort, he discovered that Wei Jun had surprisingly leapt into the sewer. He swiftly switched his mask to thermal imaging and commenced the search for Wei Jun's whereabouts. To his astonishment, he found that Wei Jun was not lying in ambush within the pipes. Rather, he had indeed embarked on a desperate escape. A rat in the gutter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo raised his hand and fired a shot, but his opponent swiftly dodged into a corner, evading the bullet. This individual certainly possesses a profound understanding of the Barrett. Upon witnessing this, Yin Luo pondered for a moment and decisively stowed away the cumbersome sniper rifle. He then swiftly began to weave hand seals. Cho. Mao. Shin. As he completed the final seal, blinding arcs of electricity erupted from his hands, coalescing into a dazzling blade of lightning. Simultaneously, countless sparks danced around Yin Luo, significantly enhancing his speed. This was the S-rank ninjutsu he had recently mastered, the lightning cutter. Wei Jun, gazing at the electrifying spectacle surrounding Yin Luo, exclaimed in astonishment. Is that Kakashi's lightning cutter? You possess such an extravagant advanced skill? How can you still claim to be a novice? Yin Luo ignored Wei Jun's inquiry and coldly remarked, you should focus on your own matters instead. Enhanced by the power of thunder and lightning. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Yin Luo beheld Wei Jun with his defenses wide open, he raised the Thunderblade and executed a decisive downward strike. Flash, flash, flash. The thunder blade cleaved through with relentless force, slicing from Wei Jun's chest down to his abdomen, delivering a truly gruesome disembowelment. Warm intestines, mingled with crimson blood, gushed forth from the wound, releasing a fetid, nauseating warmth that assaulted the senses. A howl of agony escaped Wei Jun's lips, echoing with despair. Yet he did not succumb to the throes of defeat immediately. Instead, his eyes became bloodshot and feral, igniting a frenzied rage within him. He first used his left claw to stuff his entrails back into his belly, clutching the wound with desperate ferocity. Then, with a fierce swing of his right claw, he lunged at Yen Luo's face with savage intent. However, his inherent attributes paled in comparison to Yen Luo's, and in his wounded state, his movements were markedly sluggish. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yen Luo gazed coldly at the panicked Wei Jun, a cruel smile playing on his lips, before wielding the thunderblade and delivering a decisive strike. With a resounding crack, the sound of flesh and bone parting echoed through the air as Wei Jun's wolf claw was severed at the wrist. The massive claw spun and embedded itself into the ground. Damn it! Wei Jun cursed, pain seeping through his words. It was now evident to him that Yen Luo's prowess surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Their confrontation resembled more of a game, a diversion crafted solely for Yen Luo's amusement. A flicker of fear darted across Wei Jun's eyes, compelling him to abandon his counterattack and turn to flee. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Yen Luo exclaimed in astonishment, life sanctuary. You truly are quite extravagant. Surely, you have exploited a considerable amount of points from your teammates, haven't you? Yen Luo had encountered this life sanctuary in the realm of space before, with a staggering price tag of 20,000 points. It does not require the expenditure of metals and grants the user an invincible state. However, it possesses two critical drawbacks. One is that it continuously drains the user's vitality, and the other is that movement is prohibited during its use, making it exceedingly vulnerable to being ambushed by enemies. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yen Luo smiled and said, indeed. I aspire to establish a mutual aid redemption team. What do you think? Join us. The contract appeared quite appealing, and its content seemed devoid of any issues. However, the seasoned Wei Jun sensed an immense crisis lurking within. It was a calamity more terrifying than death itself. After transforming into a werewolf, Wei Jun's instincts became exceptionally acute, allowing him to evade countless perils. Therefore, he resolutely declined, stating, I shall not sign this contract, even if it costs me my life. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yen Luo felt a stirring of interest, particularly piqued by the intelligence mentioned by the other party. He shifted the thunder blade aside and inquired coldly, what information do you possess? Speak, and let me hear it. If it proves to be of genuine worth, I may contemplate sparing your life. Wei Jun, seeing that Yen Luo had finally relented, hastily responded. This intelligence pertains to the explosive points world and is exceedingly valuable. I assure you, it will meet your expectations. Explosive points world? Yen Luo had never heard of this term before, and could not help but ask curiously, what is that? Wijn, with a look of astonishment, replied. You don't know about the explosion points world? Has no one ever mentioned it to you? Yen Luo said impatiently, have I not mentioned this before? This is only the third world I have encountered, and you are the first seasoned evolver I have met. How could anyone have shared this with me? Wei Jun exclaimed in astonishment, you truly are a novice? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yen Luo coldly remarked, this is not something you should concern yourself with. Let us discuss the world of abundant points. At this moment, Wei Jun had yet to recover from the shock that Yen Luo had inflicted upon him. He muttered to himself, is this individual truly so formidable? Having traversed merely 2 worlds, he is already this extraordinary. Given time, might he not soar to greatness, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? It was only upon Yen Luo's second prompt that Wei Jun snapped back to reality. He hastily explained, the so-called world of abundant points is a term coined by us, the evolvers, specifically referring to those realms where vast quantities of points can be accrued, if one's strength is sufficiently formidable and preparations are made accordingly. Amassing tens of thousands of points in a single world is entirely feasible. Tens of thousands of points? Now it was Yen Luo's turn to be astonished. He had yet to witness such a wealth of points. Images of powerful and costly exchanges, such as Thor's hammer, the Gundam mechs, and Scion bloodlines, flitted through his mind. His eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he inquired, which worlds qualify as the worlds of abundant points? Wei Jun responded slowly, within our primary worlds. There are only 3 such realms. They're the World War Z, the Starship Troopers universe, and the Dynasty Warriors realm. These 3 worlds share a common trait. They are teeming with countless minions, nearly endless in number. Moreover, aside from the World War Z, the minions in the other 2 worlds possess considerable strength, and the rewards for defeating them are not insubstantial. With the right equipment or skills, one can certainly amass a significant amount of points. If one's power is sufficiently formidable, there exists no upper limit to the points that can be obtained. Yin Luo listened, drooling as he murmured, so that's how it is. If only I could encounter such a world, that would truly be a windfall. Wei Jun nodded in agreement and continued his exposition. Indeed, it is a rare occurrence, one that cannot be sought after. Some individuals may traverse through 10 primary worlds without ever stumbling upon a single explosive point world. Therefore, if one is fortunate enough to enter such a realm, it is imperative to maximize the benefits. Not only should one strive to vanquish as many minions as possible, but it is also essential to obtain an item known as the World Anchor Point. With this World Anchor Point, one can re-enter the explosive point world and reap substantial rewards once more. What I wish to convey is the intelligence regarding how to acquire these World Anchor Points for explosive point worlds. Yin Luo chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Is this what you were referring to? As he spoke, he retrieved 2 small badges resembling anchors from his treasure pouch. Upon seeing these badges, Wei Jun was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, Indeed, this is it. But how could you possibly possess so many? Yin Luo chuckled lightly. Once I step into the realm of fantasy, I find great pleasure in eliminating protagonists. Occasionally, I may also dispatch their supporting characters if they possess sufficient weight. Each of these characters can yield world anchor points, and here lies one such anchor dropped by this world S-Reese. Wei Jun, upon hearing this, suddenly realized. So, Reese has already fallen to your blade. That explains his absence. Since you are aware of how to acquire world anchor points, I shall proceed directly to the crux of the matter. In the zombie world war, slaying the protagonist Gray Rain's wife and 2 daughters will yield 3 world anchor points. In the Starship Troopers universe, eliminating protagonist Rick's friend Carl, ex-girlfriend Carmen, and Lieutenant Razak will similarly grant 3 world anchor points. As for the Dynasty Warriors realm, the opportunities are plentiful. Nearly every renowned general drops world anchor points, making it the most promising world for consecutive entries. However, one must be wary, as those generals possess formidable combat prowess. Furthermore, there is an important note regarding the Dynasty Warriors world. Firearms are heavily suppressed, so it would be wise to prepare a suitable melee weapon. That concludes all the intelligence I wish to share. Here, take my storage ring. With that, Wei Jun proceeded to trade his storage ring to Yin Luo. As the transaction was completed, Wei Jun's ancient ring vanished only to reappear in Yin Luo's grasp. Immediately, Yin Luo received a notification: acquired equipment, storage ring type, auxiliary item rating, green quality description, a spatial item capable of containing approximately 100 cubic meters of goods. Each use requires a slight expenditure of energy, including internal force, true essence, primordial energy, chakra, spiritual energy, etc. In comparison to this storage ring, Yin Luo's treasure pouch seemed diminutive, as its storage capacity was on an entirely different scale. Moreover, the contents of this ring far surpassed those in his treasure pouch, boasting an abundance of food, fresh water, medicine, firearms, and ammunition, all in considerable quantities. Yin Luo nodded with satisfaction and remarked, Indeed, the intelligence you have provided is quite valuable. Coupled with this spatial equipment and the supplies within, it is sufficient to barter for your life. Really? Wei Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yin Luo scoffed. Do you truly believe I have any reason to deceive you? Killing you would yield no additional advantage. With that, he turned to leave, intent on resolving the matter of the salad. After confirming that Yin Luo had indeed departed, Wei Jun, trembling with unease, finally deactivated his life shield. He then opted to forcibly exit the world. Though this decision would incur a penalty in terms of points, he had, after all, exploited several teams and amassed quite a sum of points. As the golden light of the life shield dissipated, Wei Jun's form began to wane. The invincible state he had just experienced could not facilitate his escape into the teleportation space. Otherwise, he could have exited the world during the shield's duration. Just as Wei Jun's expression finally relaxed, a thunderous gunshot rang out from the end of the corridor. A long, hefty bullet struck his forehead, obliterating his head. Yin Luo, wielding a Barrett rifle, slowly deactivated his cloaking device and gazed at Wei Jun's headless corpse with a cold smirk, remarking, While I gain no spatial reward for killing you, I can certainly harvest your attributes. My apologies for breaking my word. No sooner had he spoken than an electronic voice announced, Evolutionary 924243 has been slain. Fatal harvesting initiated successfully. The highest attribute detected is agility. Would you like to proceed with the harvest? Upon Yin Luo's affirmative response, a green light emanated from Wei Jun's corpse and swiftly entered Yin Luo's body. He immediately felt his agility increase by 3 points. Yin Luo nodded in satisfaction, then hummed a little tune as he exited the foul-smelling sewer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo smiled and said, "Well done, T800. I have nearly completed my tasks as well." With that, he gestured toward the unconscious Sarah Connor lying on the ground. "I shall now continue with my mission," the T800 replied impassively, aiming the Gatling gun at Sarah Connor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo's expression darkened instantly, and he muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it. This is the first time I've encountered someone so brazen in stealing kills. How utterly shameless." With that, he swiftly darted in front of T800, brandishing his Thunder Blade and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon it. The Thunder Blade, a formidable S-class ninjutsu, effortlessly dismantled the ultra-durable alloy skeleton that had previously left Wei Jun powerless, reducing it to mere fragments with ease. Yin Luo stepped on the severed head of T800, cursing fiercely. "Do you not realize that stealing kills is a despicable act? Moreover, you gain no reward for your actions. Why the urgency?" Although T800 had been dismantled into numerous parts, it was not dead. It continued to speak monotonously. "I execute Skynet's directives without the need for rewards. 952,701. Do you intend to defy Skynet's command?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo first approached the ever-spirited old Zhang. He refrained from indulging in superfluous chatter, instead laying the contract before him with a smile, saying, "Uncle, your captain has passed on. Would you be interested in joining my redemption squad? After all, I am the only one capable of offering you salvation now." Old Zhang had been observing the scene intently and had already discerned Yin Luo's character. Though this fellow appeared amiable and congenial, his actions were exceedingly ruthless. Not only had he swiftly dispatched the formidable Wei Jun, but he had also dismembered his own companion at the slightest provocation. Old Zhang had never been a particularly obstinate person, and encountering such a fierce individual compelled him to yield. He eagerly exclaimed, "I will join. I will join. Please do not make things difficult for this old man." With that, he bit his finger, allowing his blood to stain the contract. Upon contact, the contract transformed into a brilliant white light that soared into the sky. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in their minds. "Imbued with the authority of the space, Evolver 897573 has signed the contract to join the Redemption Squad, 25. As the captain of this squad is currently in the attacking faction, Evolver 897573 also transitions to the attacking faction." Hiki. Just as expected. Upon hearing the notification, Yin Luo felt a quiet sense of pride within himself. He had contemplated this question while lingering in the shadows, if he were to recruit evolutionists from the opposing faction into his own team. Would that indeed alter the faction's alignment? After careful consideration, Yin Luo concluded that it was highly probable that the members would shift allegiance to the captain's faction. The spatial realm would certainly not allow members of a team to be coerced into mutual destruction, as that would undermine the very purpose of forming a team. It was evident that the spatial realm would take this factor into account when assigning factions. Indeed, the outcome was as he had anticipated. Meanwhile, old Zhang was also exceedingly delighted upon receiving the notification. His points were quite limited. After deducting 5,000 points, he would inevitably find himself in the negative, thus unable to escape the fate of obliteration. Now, not only had he preserved his life, but he might also have points to gain. The joy of transforming misfortune into fortune enveloped him in a surreal sense of unreality. However, in his moment of elation, he suddenly remembered that he was still pinned beneath the beam. Thus, he earnestly implored his new captain, "Captain, could you please rescue me first? Look at my age. If this continues, I may lose my life." "No problem." Yin Luo readily agreed. He first kicked open the beam that was pressing down on old Zhang's back. Then, he took out several flying needles, infused them with chakra, and skillfully inserted them into old Zhang's acupoints. As the chakra stimulated the points, old Zhang discovered that he was regaining sensation in his lower body. After the needle sights expelled a stream of dark blood, he found that he could gradually rise to his feet. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "I have practiced medicine for many years before entering this realm. Yet I have never witnessed such extraordinary medical skills. Captain, did you develop this acupuncture technique through your own insights?" Yin Luo shook his head with a smile, saying, "How could I comprehend such things? This is a skill dropped by a character in the storyline." Old Zhang, realizing, responded, "I knew it. At your young age. How could you have inherited that? Captain, might I borrow a few of your flying needles? I wish to study their principles." Yin Luo possessed thousands of these flying needles and generously handed over a dozen to the old man. Old Zhang carefully accepted the needles and immediately began to study them with great seriousness. Successfully luring in the first team member had lifted Yin Luo's spirits. He then approached the unconscious female evolver, hoping to awaken her. However, as soon as Yin Luo caught sight of her face, he exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Li Ming?" Old Zhang, who was preoccupied with the flying needles, also expressed astonishment. "Captain, do you know her?" "Indeed, her name is Li Ming. She is a newcomer who has just traversed 2 worlds." Yin Luo nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, she and I entered this realm together. Having shared the harrowing experiences of the Predator world, we are quite familiar with each other." As he spoke, he produced a slender needle and deftly inserted it into various acupoints on Li Ming's body, with the chakra commencing to invigorate her meridians. Li Ming promptly expelled several mouthfuls of stagnant blood and gradually regained consciousness. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo could no longer contain his disdain and exclaimed, "What are you thinking? Li Ming? I went to great lengths to wake you, only to kill you again? Am I simply idle?" With that, he tossed the contract onto Li Ming's face and coldly stated, "Since you are willing to entrust your life to me, then sign this contract. Once you have signed it, we shall be allies again." Upon hearing Yin Luo's words, Li Ming's expression transformed into one of astonishment. After reading the contents of the contract, her sorrow swiftly turned to joy. Old Zhang, standing nearby, chimed in, "Hurry and sign, child. Once you do, we will be the ones completing the mission. And not only will there be no deductions, but there are rewards to be earned as well." "Yes." Li Ming responded emphatically, and without hesitation, she consented to the contract. In an instant, the contract transformed into a beam of white light that soared into the heavens, signifying that Li Ming had joined the offensive faction. Now, only Lu Ren remained. However, as Yin Luo approached Lu Ren, he discovered that he had long since succumbed to death. The injuries he sustained were far too severe. Nearly all of his organs had been crushed, leaving no possibility for survival. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo cast aside all reservations and strolled leisurely towards Sarah Connor. At that moment, Sarah had just begun to awaken from her slumber. She gazed at the towering figure of the strange man as he approached her slowly. Instantly, with tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "Please, let me go. I have endured your torment for far too long. Surely, you must be tired of this. Just release me, please," sobbed. Even now, she remained bewildered as to why she had been captured, mistakenly believing she had encountered a band of perverse ruffians. Moreover, she had misidentified her supplicant. The very person before her was the least likely to grant her mercy in this world. Yin Luo smiled meaningfully and said, "Sarah, you need not worry any longer. I have dealt with those who tormented you. However, in return, you shall offer your own life." Haha. Sarah, initially filled with the joy of revenge, was instantly struck with terror upon hearing the final words. She screamed hoarsely, "No." Yet, Yin Luo paid no heed to her pleas. In an instant, he lunged towards Sarah, raising his right foot to brutally stomp down upon her beautiful head. The skull shattered into countless pieces under the force. In an instant, grayish brain matter mixed with blood splattered everywhere, leaving Li Ming and old Zhang, who followed Yin Luo, feeling nauseated and retching. Upon witnessing this, Yin Luo smiled and explained, "Hee. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her visage, I felt an irresistible urge to act, but the reason eludes me. I apologize for the distress I have caused you. Pity the ill-fated lovers, Connor and Sarah, who transcended time yet never even shared a glance. They were mercilessly dispatched by me, this deranged individual. Consequently, the fruits of their passionate union, the future leader of humanity, John Connor, have been irrevocably erased, with Sarah's untimely demise." A solemn voice resonated through the space, announcing, "Hunter 952701 has slain Sarah Connor, earning a reward of 1 world die, 5,000 points, and 1 white chest." As Hunter simultaneously eliminated both Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese, John Connor will be completely obliterated. Hunter 952701 receives an additional reward, 1 world die, 10,000 points, and 1 green chest. The attacking faction emerges victorious in this skirmish, resulting in the defending faction's members losing 5,000 points, which will be redistributed among the attackers. The main quest has concluded. All candidates for evolution are to return to the evolution space within 2 hours. With this declaration, the space signaled the end. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo promptly inquired about the points distributed to Lao Zhang and Li Ming, to which the latter replied that he had only received 500 points. This time, the main quest was primarily accomplished by Yin Luo alone, thus he garnered a remarkable 80% of the points. In contrast, Lao Zhang and Li Ming merely participated at the end, each obtaining a mere 10%. It appears that the so-called rewards in this space are indeed determined by the amount of effort exerted. Nevertheless, this is quite fair. Those who labor more are justly compensated. Were the points to be evenly distributed among participants, it could lead to instances of indolence among those who contribute less. Yin Luo murmured with approval. At that moment, the bodies of Lu Run, Li Jinhua, Wang Lei, and Li Jia transformed into shimmering specks of light, gently ascending towards the heavens. It appeared that the space, having advanced them 5,000 points, sought to reclaim their remains as recompense. Finally ceasing his retching, old Zhang weakly inquired, Captain, is everything over? Shall we return to the space? I must receive urgent treatment for my injuries. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This was the first time Yin Luo witnessed someone returning to the realm of space. And he couldn't help but ponder, so this is how we return to space. It appears truly ethereal. The realm of illusion, the vanishing of the unreal. Why does everything seem so insubstantial? Could this unexpected revelation have stirred a flurry of unsettling thoughts within Yin Luo? However, he swiftly shook his head and sighed. Alas, why am I indulging in such fanciful musings? Is the present not satisfactory? To kill when one desires. To indulge when one wishes, was this not precisely what I had longed for? Even if this is but a dream, let it unfold endlessly. Hiki, once everyone has departed. Only Yin Luo and the shattered remnants of the T-800 will remain amidst the ruins. Yin Luo slowly approached the solitary head of the T-800, smiling as he spoke. T-800. I have already killed Sarah Connor. Do you still harbor hatred towards me? The T-800 remained as impassive as ever. Responding in a monotone, I do not possess a program for simulating emotions and therefore cannot experience hatred. Moreover, since you have eliminated Sarah Connor, you are no longer my adversary. Yin Luo picked up the head of the T-800 and chuckled lightly, saying that you may appear rather dull. You possess the commendable trait of holding no grudges. Now that your final mission has been accomplished, what are your plans moving forward? The T-800 replied in a monotone. As the time-space reversal device is unidirectional, I am unable to return to my original timeline. Furthermore, Skynet has not provided me with further instructions. Therefore, I shall seek a place to lie in wait, entering a state of dormancy, until Skynet of this timeline is born and reawakens me. Upon hearing that the T-800 had not received any subsequent directives, Yin Luo's eyes darted with cunning as he boldly proclaimed, who says Skynet lacks subsequent directives? It informed me of everything before my arrival. Skynet's instruction to me is that after eliminating Sarah Connor, we must immediately traverse to another timeline to continue our mission against the next adversary. You, in turn, must cooperate fully with me and adhere to my commands. After a brief moment of silence, the T-800 replied, I have not received such a directive. However, since you are my counterpart and have received additional instructions from Skynet, I choose to place my trust in you. How may I assist you in this endeavor? API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, a subtle. Nefarious smile crept across Yin Luo's face as he activated his plundering skill upon the head of the T-800. With a swift mental transaction of 1,000 points, a vivid crimson light erupted from his hand, completely engulfing the T-800's head. Moments later, an electronic synthesized voice announced, plundering skill in progress. Activation successful. Acquired super alloy mechanical skeleton, T-800. Super alloy mechanical skeleton T-800 equipment quality, blue rare equipment type. Auxiliary battle pet attributes, strength, 10 agility, 5 constitution, 25 battle pet characteristics. Gunsmith master, possesses a comprehensive arsenal of firearms and a natural proficiency in their use. Swiftly mastering new weapons. Iron body, constructed entirely from super alloy, significantly enhancing impact resistance and enabling self-repair when equipped with the necessary tools. Absolute loyalty, the T-800 has been granted maximum authority by the hunter, ensuring unwavering obedience and efficient execution of commands. Voice mimicry, the T-800 can accurately replicate any sound it hears. Note, the T-800 is currently heavily damaged. Please expedite repairs to avoid permanent impairment of certain functions. The hunter may also purchase emotional simulation chips in the space to upgrade the T-800. This enhancement will greatly elevate the T-800's intelligence and grant it autonomous learning capabilities. Upon reviewing the T-800's introduction, Yin Luo nodded in satisfaction. Although this super alloy skeleton might not be particularly formidable as a world boss, falling significantly short of the Predator, it was quite competent as a battle pet for an evolver, who could continually strengthen it through the space. Most importantly, its unwavering loyalty and ability to engage in independent combat would prove invaluable to the evolver. He also contemplated trying the emotional simulation chip. Should it truly attain sentience, its potential would be immense. With these thoughts in mind, Yin Luo retrieved the remnants of the T-800 into his storage ring and opted to return to the space. The T-800 felt itself enveloped in an endless darkness. akin to the years it had remained dormant. It was an extreme void of silence and solitude. Time passed indistinctly until a flicker of crimson light emerged before it. For reasons unknown, it felt an inexplicable yearning towards that glimmer. This was an emotion it had never experienced before. It hastily pursued the light, eagerly immersing itself within. In that instant of immersion, it perceived a sudden brightness. The darkness dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of white. The only tangible presence was that of a human face. Startlingly close. The person smiled and spoke. "You have finally awakened, T-800. The T-800, bewildered, inquired, "Who are you?" The individual chuckled lightly. "It is I, T-800. Do you not recognize my voice? Think carefully." The T-800 mechanically echoed. "Think carefully. Your voice does indeed sound familiar. You are 952,701? Another Terminator?" The person shook his head. "Incorrect. I am not another Terminator. I am your new master, Yin Luo." The T-800 repeated, "My new master, Yin Luo?" As those words escaped, a torrent of information surged through the T-800's central system. A whirlwind of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and more, washed over its processor, enabling it to rapidly comprehend and learn various feelings. "What is this?" The T-800 exclaimed in terror. Yin Luo smiled and said, "This is indeed emotion, my friend." "Emotion?" The T-800 responded with a hint of confusion. "Precisely. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted." Seeing this, Yin Luo chuckled lightly. "The cost of space repairs for your mechanical unit is quite reasonable, and it even has the capability to restore biomimetic disguises. Personally, I find you more pleasing in this form, so I took the liberty of repairing you." With that, he patted the T-800's well-defined muscles and smiled. "All right. Take your time to adjust. I must check on my completion rewards now, in my eagerness to install the chip for you." I barely glanced at the spoils of this endeavor. After speaking, he approached the central pillar of light and immersed his consciousness within. Instantly, a record of his recent completion appeared in Yin Luo's mind. Completion summary: Fantasy World, Terminator World Level, Science Fiction Grade 1 Type, Faction Opposition Plot Exploration Degree, 150. Main Quest completed. 1 Side Quest completed. 1 Total Eliminations. 3. Fate's Child 2, Core Character 1. Final Evaluation, SS. Rewards acquired. Bronze Medal 3, 10,000 points. After finishing, Yin Luo exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow. I never realized there exists a double S tier above the S tier. They've awarded me 3 bronze medals all at once." With a hint of anticipation, he inquired, "Show me my current total assets." A gray translucent screen promptly materialized, displaying all his assets. Slayer 9, 52701, points 39, 700. Medals: bronze medals 3, chest white chest 1, green chest 1, world dice 4, world anchor points 2. Observing his replenished points, Yin Luo's face lit up with joy as he remarked, "Not bad. To rack up such points in the barren world of the Terminator is indeed no small feat. With our efficiency in earning, I truly am destined for the spotlight." Haha. After Yin Luogang finished his self-praise, he noticed T-800 gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he mumbled, "I'm so used to talking to myself that I forgot I now have a roommate." He then, in a somewhat accusatory tone, complained, "You could have at least given me a heads up. Instead, you're just sitting there grinning like a fool. Why don't you learn something useful instead of mocking others?" Upon receiving this reprimand, T-800 promptly wiped the smile from its face and, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Master, I did not mock you. I simply felt joy seeing you so happy. I cannot quite explain why, but I truly cherish this feeling. It is wonderful." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo, in a cheerful mood, smiled and asked, "What's the matter, Arno?" Arno hesitated and inquired, "May I step outside for a stroll?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo felt a sense of astonishment. Nevertheless, regardless of the destination, he was eager to abandon his confinement. He longed to escape from the room that had imprisoned him. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing an entirely unfamiliar scene before Yin Luo. The room, approximately 100 square meters, was enveloped in a stark white hue. Both the walls and the floor were devoid of color. The sole distinction was the presence of a large round table at the center, accompanied by 5 chairs. Additionally, 2 more doors had appeared on the walls. At that moment, a mechanical voice announced, "The hunter has entered the team hall." The team hall serves as the common area for the squad, connecting all members to their designated rooms. Only the captain has the authority to unlock the door leading to the team hall. Ordinary members cannot perceive the door. After absorbing this information about the space, Yin Luo came to understand the purpose of the team hall. It was a venue for the captain to convene the members for discussions, and ordinary members were prohibited from entering the team hall autonomously. This arrangement effectively minimized the potential for members to conspire, thereby preserving the captain's authority. Yin Luo murmured to himself, "I knew it. If we are to form a team yet remain confined to our individual rooms, it serves no purpose at all." He contemplated without distraction, realizing that the captain ought to engage in more communication with the team members. Only through such interaction can they devise more effective strategies. With this thought in mind, Yin Luo no longer hesitated. He directly opened the nearest door. Behind this door lay a room shrouded in whiteness, yet adorned with an array of exquisite antique mahogany furniture. Yin Luo cast a fleeting glance and discovered the elderly Zhang, reclined in a grand armchair, experimenting with a flying needle upon himself. Alas, my eyes. The sight was so distressing that Yin Luo immediately cried out in despair and shut the door. Meanwhile, the oblivious old Zhang, unaware of Yin Luo's prior visit, murmured in confusion, "Did something just come in?" After closing the door, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo nodded. He entered the room and casually found a chair to sit down, then slowly inquired, "You've undergone quite a transformation this time. Pray, tell me, what have you experienced since we last parted?" As soon as these words left his lips, Li Ming's expression turned ashen. She closed her eyes in anguish, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably, as if haunted by some dreadful memory. After a prolonged silence, she sighed and recounted. "Since our last separation in the world of the predators, I found myself in a realm dominated by the Han River monsters. It was there that I first encountered the evolvers of this space. Meeting them unveiled the grotesque nature of humanity to me. They are not human at all, merely beasts clad in human skin." With that, Li Ming began to sob. "Oh." Upon hearing her lament, Yin Luo could not help but inquire, "What have they done?" Li Ming, with a pallid complexion, responded, "They do not regard us candidates as human beings at all. All the male candidates have been manipulated by them, treated merely as bait to lure the Han River monsters. The female candidates were deceived into believing that if they complied, they would be safeguarded until the completion of the mission. However, once they were used, they too were cast aside as bait for the monsters. All under the guise of resource utilization. In their eyes, human life is worth less than the most inexpensive props. They do not see us as people." As she finished speaking, Li Ming's eyes began to redden anew, and 2 silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. Observing her anguished expression was heart-wrenching. Yin Luo sighed softly, "Alas, this is the realm of evolution. While it bestows upon humanity boundless possibilities, it simultaneously magnifies the darkness within our hearts." Despite these words, he felt a sense of skepticism within. In his perspective, these evolved individuals had committed no wrongdoing. One could hardly expect to embark on missions burdened by a host of encumbrances. Contemplating this, his curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "You mentioned being treated as bait. How did you manage to survive?" Upon hearing Yin Luo's question, Li Ming's expression transformed, brimming with excitement. With a face full of gratitude, she responded, "My survival is entirely thanks to you. After returning from the Iron Blood world, I not only received 1,000 points for completing the mission, but the space also granted me an E-level rating, rewarding me with a black iron medal and an additional 500 points. With these rewards, I was able to exchange for a supportive lineage, and it was this very lineage that ensured I was not abandoned by the evolved beings of the second world." Yin Luo nodded and said, "So that is how it is." Li Ming then softly murmured, "Yin Luo, it is truly wonderful to encounter you again. I had thought I would never see you in this lifetime, yet here we are reunited so swiftly. Just as I had once hoped, we can be together forever. You cannot fathom how significant you are to me. In this iron-blooded world, without your guidance, I would have never survived until the end. 8 of us in total. Ultimately, only the 2 of us remain. Do you know? In the end, not only did I witness Jiang Yu's lifeless body, but even Major De Chi perished. That iron-blooded warrior was simply terrifying." Yin Luo silently lamented, "Of course, I am aware. For it was I who ended his life." Li Ming continued, "Through these 2 worlds, I have come to a profound understanding. Human life in this realm of evolution is indeed as insignificant as that of an ant. The powerful may brazenly demean and annihilate the lives of the weak. It was only at that moment that I truly comprehended the depth of your kindness, and how fortunate I am to have encountered you. You are the deity who can redeem me in this terrifying world. I am willing to follow you eternally." dedicating all that I possess to you. As long as you do not forsake me, I, Li Ming, shall never betray you. With that, Li Ming unexpectedly knelt before Yin Luo, worshipping him with utmost reverence. Upon returning to her chamber, Yin Luo observed Arno standing motionless by the door. His posture nearly identical to that of when he had departed. Considering that he had been gone for several hours, it was striking that Arno remained so still. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luoping held her breath as she slowly opened the white treasure chest. No radiant light adorned its interior. Instead, at the bottom lay a tattered piece of clothing. A bloodstained, ragged shirt. It was Sarah's shirt, belonging to Sarah Connor, infused with the essence of the protagonist. It promised to bestow good fortune upon its bearer. Attribute. Luck 1. Indeed. Yin Luodun felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He should have anticipated that since Reese and Sarah were capable of falling in love at first sight, the equipment they produced would be of a similar caliber. At the very least, it was an improvement over those repugnant trousers. Furthermore, worn underneath, it would remain concealed from others. As soon as Yin Luogang conceived this idea, he shook his head vigorously. If he donned this piece of equipment and was discovered by others, he would undoubtedly become infamous throughout the entire realm. He could not engage in such a perilous endeavor. With this thought, he hastily tossed the nefarious item into his storage ring, striving to banish it from his mind. In order to divert his attention, he promptly opened the green treasure chest dropped by John Connor. As a splendid green light flickered, he was relieved to find that this time, the chest contained no clothing items. At the bottom lay an antiquated, ornate metal lighter. The electronic voice then announced, acquired equipment. Memorial of John equipment quality. Green elite. This lighter was used by John to incinerate his final memories, and he had always treasured it dearly. Equipment effects. 1. Luck 1 2. Burn Thought. Allows the incineration of equipment related to John Connor, absorbing the attributes of the equipment. Upon incinerating 5 pieces of equipment, this item will automatically enhance its quality. Goodness. So this is how it works. After reading the attributes of the lighter, Yin Luo was instantly invigorated. He hurriedly retrieved the 2 clothing items and ignited them with the lighter. The flames that erupted were a shimmering green, and as soon as the garments met the green fire, they were consumed entirely. Simultaneously, 2 points of green light silently merged into the lighter, instantly elevating its attributes to Luck 3. Moreover, the Burn Thought skill now bore the suffix 25. Yin Luo's face blossomed with joy as he exclaimed, ha ha ha. So it turns out this family of 3 must unite to be effective? I nearly went on that ridiculous outfit. After completing 2 treasure chests, Yin Luo finally concluded this farcical escapade. He promptly connected to the exchange hall to explore various enhancements. Thanks to Wei Jun's intelligence, Yin Luo focused this time on the category of extraordinary weapons. Previously, due to the claws that came with his iron blood armor, he had never specifically chosen a melee weapon. Later, after mastering the Thunder Slash, his desire to purchase one diminished even further. Ordinary melee weapons proved to be rather unsatisfactory, and he found it far more advantageous to wield firearms instead. The extraordinary variants, however, were prohibitively expensive, demanding not only a substantial amount of points but also the expenditure of metals. This daunting prospect left Yin Luo feeling quite disheartened. Yet now, having learned of the existence of the explosive points world, he felt a pressing need to acquire a primary weapon with group attack capabilities. If fortune smiled upon him, and he could enter those 3 explosive points worlds, the points required to procure such a weapon would be effortlessly regained. Yin Luo meticulously examined the extraordinary weapons and ultimately selected 2 melee extraordinary weapons, Vortex Thunder Hammer, equipment quality, Purple Epic, equipment effects, 1, Strength 5, Agility 10 2, Chain Lightning. Each attack has a 30 chance to unleash a chain lightning that strikes up to 4 nearby enemies, inflicting considerable damage. Price, 15,000 points, Silver Metal X1 Berserker Axe, Set, 12, Equipment Effects, 1, Strength 10, Agility 5 2, Berserk. Each strike absorbs a small portion of the enemy's life force and stamina, replenishing the wielder. 3. Split. Each attack has a 40 chance to inflict the same damage on enemies within a 20-meter radius in front. Price, 20,000 points. Silver Metal X1. Both of these weapons possess area damage effects and are similarly priced. After a meticulous comparison, Yin Luo ultimately gravitated towards the choice of the Berserker Axe. Although this extraordinary weapon cost an additional 5,000 points, it endowed the wielder with a frenzied effect that could restore both vitality and stamina. Furthermore, Yin Luo's innate ability, the Devious Strike, would absorb the energy of his foes during attacks. With the addition of this Berserker Axe, he could achieve virtually endless endurance. In terms of area damage, the Vortex Thunder Hammer could strike a maximum of 5 enemies, which pose significant limitations. In stark contrast, the Berserker Axe could strike all foes within its immediate vicinity. If the enemies were closely clustered, it was entirely feasible to simultaneously attack dozens of them. Therefore, without a hint of hesitation, Yin Luo exchanged for the Berserker Axe. In his mind, 3 bronze medallions swiftly converged into a singular, gleaming silver medallion, which then vanished along with his 20,000 points. With a resounding clang, a massive double-bladed axe thudded onto the ground. This axe, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, gleamed in a dark golden hue, with its razor-sharp edges shimmering in an orange-red radiance. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo could not help but let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, ha ha ha. With this axe in hand, what do I have to fear from 1,000 troops? After purchasing the Berserker Axe, Yin Luo found that his points still amounted to 19,700. However, his bronze medals had been entirely depleted. He couldn't help but lament, these medals truly do vanish with such ease, almost as soon as they are used. After all, it turned out that the most precious items within the evolution space were indeed these honor medals. Without medals, one could not exchange for bloodlines, and most advanced skills would remain unattainable. Fortunately, Yin Luo did not have an immediate need for bloodlines, as his own Slayer profession and 2 bloodlines had already bestowed upon him ample attributes. As for advanced skills, Yin Luo recalled that his Uchiha lineage seemed to greatly enhance his proficiency in fire-release ninjutsu. Furthermore, given that fire-release techniques predominantly encompass area of effect attacks, they perfectly aligned with his requirements. Thus, he deliberately sought out fire-release ninjutsu. Soon, he discovered a technique known as the Great Fireball Technique. Classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique category, Ninjutsu Fire Release rank, C rating, 59 description, a proprietary ninjutsu developed by the Uchiha clan, capable of converting the chakra within the user's body into flames, subsequently expelling a colossal fireball to execute attacks that inflict considerable area damage. Note, the attack range of the Great Fireball Technique varies according to the amount of chakra utilized. Price, 3,000 points. 1 black iron metal detected that the Slayer possesses Uchiha lineage, thus the purchase price is halved. Revised price, 3,000 points. Upon witnessing this, Yin Luo exclaimed in astonishment, what an unexpected benefit to possess the Uchiha bloodline. How remarkably considerate. He promptly exchanged for the ninjutsu, thus fulfilling his requirements for area attacks. Considering the possibility of entering the Starship Troopers universe, Yin Luo began to peruse the category of technological weaponry. In the Starship Troopers realm, the alien bugs are equipped with a uniquely resilient exoskeleton that can deflect all laser-based assaults, necessitating the use of kinetic weaponry for engagement. This perfectly aligned with Yin Luo's preferences, as laser weapons such as plasma cannons fall within the realm of science fiction and typically require the expenditure of metals. Conversely, most kinetic weapons already exist in reality and do not necessitate metal investment. After filtering the weaponry category to solely kinetic weapons, Yin Luo quickly identified a target of interest, a self-propelled fire control machine gun turret. This turret not only possesses treads capable of traversing diverse terrains, but also operates without the need for a gunner, allowing for complete remote control. Priced reasonably at 500 points, one could acquire a turret. If he were to obtain multiple fire control turrets, Yin Luo could establish an automated defensive position at any location and time. Moreover, this weapon could be entirely manipulated using Yin Luo's Iron Blood Mask, which, fittingly, was originally designated as a masked combat platform, designed specifically for the operation of automated weaponry. In light of the perfect compatibility of this weapon with his capabilities, Yin Luo decisively exchanged for 10 units. As for another weapon that caught his eye, known as the Individual Electromagnetic Drive Weapon System, it is essentially an electromagnetic gun. This weapon represents the ultimate evolution of modern submachine guns, boasting portability, absence of muzzle flash, silence, and lack of casings, making it exceptionally suited for covert assaults. Utilizing a 9-level magnetic coil for acceleration, this electromagnetic gun can achieve a firing rate of several thousand rounds per minute, marking it as a formidable weapon. Each electromagnetic gun is also priced at 500 points. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Currently, Yin Luo's primary extraordinary skills are ninjutsu, necessitating an enhancement of his intellect. Consequently, after equipping the Great Axe, his attributes have risen to Strength 44, Agility 45, Constitution 42, Intelligence 42, Luck 5. Following this enhancement, his 4 principal attributes have effectively balanced out, eliminating any conspicuous shortcomings. It is worth mentioning that API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo cheerfully mused to himself, so this is how the attribute of luck operates. It seems I should invest in more probability-based weapons in the future. If I could enhance my luck attribute further, wouldn't every strike become a blazing fire, guaranteeing a critical hit? Of course, Yen Luo was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. The enhancement of the luck attribute is a rare occurrence, and deliberately amplifying it is virtually impossible. After exchanging all his enhancements, Yen Luo found himself with merely 700 points remaining. Given that Wei Jun's storage ring housed a considerable amount of ammunition and auxiliary supplies, Yen Luo decided against utilizing the remaining points, opting instead to conserve them as liquid assets for the next world. Speaking of Wei Jun's storage ring, Yen Luo discovered not only a plethora of resources but also stumbled upon some equipment, setting aside the rather mediocre white gear. A pair of uniquely designed curved daggers caught Yen Luo's attention. Deadly curved daggers equipment quality, green excellence origin, the world of the Century War era. Held by curved dagger warriors. Equipment effects: 1. Agility 2, Strength 1 2. Slightly increases the holder's movement speed. These green quality weapons were likely Wei Jun's spare armaments, and their quality was fairly standard. Given Yen Luo's current prowess, he had little use for these daggers. However, he contemplated gifting them to Arno as his melee weapon. This fellow, despite his immense strength, had an odd penchant for hand-to-hand combat. Not only was his attack efficiency subpar, but he also struggled to inflict significant damage. With these reasonably decent daggers, Arno's melee capabilities would surely ascend to a new level. When Arno laid eyes on the curved daggers, his expression shifted noticeably, as if he were enveloped in a wave of deep-seated memories. With uncertainty, he inquired, "Master, are these for me?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Excellent. However, I have another task for you in the coming days. That is to instruct Li Ming and Old Zhang in their firearms proficiency, ensuring they become adept with several commonly used weapons as swiftly as possible." The following morning, Yen Luo summoned Li Ming and Old Zhang to the team hall. The three of them, along with Arno, gathered around the round table, embarking on the first discussion since the establishment of the Redemption Squad. Once seated, Yen Luo noticed Old Zhang's hesitance, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Zhang, we are all comrades here. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind." Upon hearing this, Old Zhang eagerly inquired, "Captain Yen, I discovered yesterday that I am unable to utilize my points at all. It says that I require your approval. Do you know what the issue could be?" Yen Luo chuckled softly. "Ah, you see, this is indeed my oversight. I neglected to emphasize this point to you all. Hehe. Perhaps you should carefully recall the contents of the contract." Old Zhang, puzzled, inquired, "What does this have to do with the contract? There is clearly just one stipulation." However, as he began to recollect the contract's contents, his expression immediately transformed, and he exclaimed in shock, "What is happening here? When did these additional clauses appear?" At this moment, he must have discovered the three insidious provisions that Yen Luo had deliberately concealed. Must completely obey the captain's commands. Rewards must be distributed uniformly by the captain. A penalty of 100,000 points is required to leave the team. Old Zhang's visage grew increasingly grim. Ultimately, he became ashen-faced, his expression filled with despair as he asked, "Captain Yin, could you please elucidate what is transpiring here?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo's expression abruptly darkened. He coldly remarked, "What is Wei Jun, after all? Does he even deserve to be compared with me? Moreover, you have misstated a crucial point. The rewards you receive are not the fruits of your labor, but rather the result of my efforts, as I led you to victory effortlessly. Take this instance. For example, had you not joined my ranks, would you have been able to attain those 2,500 points? You might have even lost your lives. Furthermore, the reason for my rapid advancement is due to my exceptional performance in every realm. When you reap the substantial rewards alongside me, do you truly believe they are earned through your own toil?" Upon hearing this, Old Zhang's confidence waned significantly, yet he still stammered. "But we still need to use those points for enhancements, right? If you take them all, how will we survive?" Yen Luo scoffed. "You have once again erred. When did I ever claim I intended to seize your points? I merely suggested a unified distribution based on your contributions. Do you truly believe I, Yen Luo, would covet your trifling gains? Just yesterday, I even dipped into my own pocket to procure 2 weapons for you." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 electromagnetic guns from his storage ring and tossed them to Old Zhang and Li Ming. Old Zhang examined the attributes of the electromagnetic gun and, upon discovering its worth of 500 points, hesitantly inquired, "Since you are not intent on hoarding our points, how might we utilize them?" Yen Luo spoke softly. "It cannot be utilized. It must be allocated uniformly by me." Observing the growing anxiety in Old Zhang, he added, "However, you may present your attributes to me and express your enhancement intentions. When I allocate the points, I will reasonably consider your opinions." He continued, "At this moment, you may showcase your attributes as it serves as a means of mutual recognition." Upon hearing this, Old Zhang promptly tapped the holographic screen, displaying his attributes to Yen Luo. Evolver, 897573 name, Zhang Xiao bloodline. Inherited from the ancient physician Qi Huang's spiritual energy, 60 points strength, 3 agility, 3 constitution, for intelligence. 6 luck. 1 current skills, prescription and herbal medicine. Chiropractic therapy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo smacked his lips and inquired, setting aside the previous instance, you have traversed 3 worlds. How is it that your attributes are still so meager? Old Zhang chuckled bitterly and replied, Captain, not everyone possesses the ability to amass points as you do. I spent the rewards from my first world on acquiring that ancient medical inheritance, which only marginally enhanced my intelligence. Moreover, had I not already possessed some inheritance in the real world, that 1,000 points would have been insufficient. In the subsequent 2 worlds, I scarcely earned any points. Just enough to slightly fortify my physique and intelligence. Were it not for the automatic enhancement of all attributes by 2 points upon becoming an evolved being, I would have been left with no attributes at all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Yen Luo burst into laughter, saying, I thought it would be a larger sum. It turns out to be merely 2,000 points. I have approved your application. Old Zhang, upon hearing that Yen Luo had granted his request, exhibited a joyful expression. However, as he reflected on the fact that this was, in essence, his own points, a sense of unease crept into his heart. After Yen Luo allocated the points to Old Zhang, he turned to Li Ming and inquired, Do you have anything you wish to apply for? Li Ming smiled and replied, Yen Luo, I trust your judgment. Please advise me on how I might enhance my abilities. As she spoke, she presented her information. Evolver 952708 name, Li Ming lineage, Maya priestess spiritual power, 50 points strength, 3 agility, 3 constitution, 3 intelligence, 5 luck, 2 current skill, natural blessing. Bestows the blessing of the nature goddess upon oneself or an ally. Slightly enhancing speed and endurance for a duration of 10 minutes. Li Ming's attributes closely mirrored those of Old Zhang, both possessing a supportive lineage, with their strength, agility, and constitution maintained at 3 points. This is a common trait among newly ascended evolvers who have recently traversed 3 or 4 worlds. Most of them rely on the 2 points of all attributes awarded upon their elevation to evolver status, marking the onset of their physical transformation. Those fortunate enough may even grasp a rudimentary lineage or legacy. Nonetheless, even at this stage, they have tentatively stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Do not underestimate their 3 or 4 points of attributes. That represents a physical quality surpassing that of ordinary individuals by more than 3-fold, enabling them to excel as top-tier athletes in the real world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo nodded thoughtfully and solemnly declared, considering that both of you are the veterans of our team, I shall not impose stringent regulations on your points. However, starting from the next batch of recruits, the points they earn must first be allocated to the team. Only the surplus may be used for their personal enhancement. Should anyone refuse to comply, I will deal with them according to team regulations. Do you both have any objections? Li Ming, in unwavering obedience to Yen Luo, immediately nodded in agreement. Yet, Old Zhang displayed a look of reluctance and ventured, Captain, might this approach be seen as a violation of human rights? After all, they too require points for their personal enhancement. Before Old Zhang could finish his thought, Yen Luo coldly interrupted, Zhang Xiao. It seems you have misunderstood the nature of this organization. This is not a charitable institution. The purpose of my investment in forming this team is to facilitate my own evolution at an accelerated pace, not to support the weak or maintain fairness in this space. Moreover, since they are benefiting from my protection and high commendations, they must bear the corresponding costs. If you disagree with my philosophy, you are free to leave my team at this moment. As a gesture for being the first to join, I shall waive the requirement of 100,000 points for you. Upon concluding, Yen Luo fixed a menacing gaze upon Old Zhang and coldly inquired, Do you wish to depart from the team, Zhang Xiao? Hearing Yen Luo's threat of expulsion, Old Zhang's face drained of color. Having witnessed Yen Luo's formidable strength, he understood that by remaining close to him, he could enjoy a life of abundance. How could he possibly abandon such a pillar of support? Furthermore, the seasoned Old Zhang was not one to sacrifice himself for others. He was merely expressing his opinion, albeit rather vocally. Trembling, Old Zhang stammered, See, Captain, I was merely sharing my perspective and not questioning your decisions. Please forgive my impudence. I implore you, do not expel me from the team. Despite Old Zhang's apology, Yen Luo's expression remained unyieldingly cold. He replied icily, Humph. If you lack the resolve to sacrifice, do not impose your moral constraints upon others. This is your first indiscretion. May it also be your last. Should you fail to control your tongue again, I will have to deal with you according to team regulations. Do you comprehend? Old Zhang, drenched in cold sweat from Yin Luo's frigid demeanor, hastily assured, I understand. Captain, I will remember this. I shall not err again. And if I do, I shall sew my own mouth shut. Humph. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo let out a cold snort, momentarily sparing old Zhang. He then proclaimed his second command. Henceforth, you shall dedicate half a day each day to practice firearms under Arno's tutelage, ensuring that each of you masters the weapons at our disposal. If time permits, I shall also engage you in physical training and combat exercises, though your attributes have improved. You still lack fundamental combat skills. Only through rigorous training can your true potential be unleashed. That is all I shall announce for today. You are to remain in the team hall shortly to undergo training with Arno. With that, Yin Luo rose from his chair and made his way back to his personal quarters. Old Zhang, however, had hoped to spend this time examining the few flying needles, contemplating their application to his own legacy. Consequently, he was far from pleased with the firearms training. Yet, having just incurred Yin Luo's ire, he dared not voice his objections. Resigned to accept Arno's training with a dejected demeanor, the ensuing hours were spent in intense training. During this period, Yin Luo primarily focused on mastering the lightning blade and the recently acquired fireball technique. He also became adept with the heavy berserker axe, confident it would prove invaluable in the next world. Meanwhile, Old Zhang and Li Ming experienced greater gains during this time. Arno's training regimen was exceedingly rigorous. In his simplistic worldview, the concepts of age and frailty held no sway. Once training commenced, the daily goals must be met, or one would face the consequences of his specially crafted whip. Li Ming, being young, adapted swiftly, enduring only the first day's punishment. In stark contrast, the elder Old Zhang suffered greatly, frequently emerging from training bruised and battered, with broken bones and torn ligaments. Fortunately, as a healer, he could tend to his own injuries. Otherwise, he might well have been driven to the brink of despair by Arno's relentless methods. Ultimately, not only did Old Zhang make significant strides in his marksmanship, but his clinical skills in surgery also advanced considerably. It was inevitable. He was required to perform a major surgery each day, making it nearly impossible not to improve. On the morning of the 11th day, Yin Luo and his companions awoke early, as was their custom, only to find that the door to their room had inexplicably swung open. Through the doorway, they beheld a magnificent sight. The conference table in the team hall had transformed into an enormous swirling rainbow vortex. With expressions of wonder, they stepped into the team hall. Yin Luo felt the immense suction of the rainbow vortex and couldn't help but exclaim. So, upon forming a team, the method of entering the realm of fantasies also transforms. Such tremendous force. I fear that if I get swept in, I might be torn to shreds. The others nodded in silent agreement, none daring to be the first to step into the swirling portal. Meanwhile, the clock struck 5 in the morning, and the spatial warning alarm blared promptly. Warning. Rest period has concluded. All members of the redemption team must swiftly enter the next fantasy world. Failure to do so within 10 minutes will result in obliteration. Old Zhang and Li Ming instinctively moved to step into the vortex. However, Yin Luo halted them, wearing a mysterious smile as he said, not so fast. Allow me to use an item first. With that, he produced 4 glowing purple dice from his storage ring, having already learned of the existence of the explosion point world. Yin Luo saw no reason not to give it a try. Moreover, he had amassed a total of 4 world dice, greatly increasing his chances of manifesting the explosion point world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. He now faced 2 choices. One was to enter a world strikingly similar to that of the zombie apocalypse, reminiscent of the Resident Evil universe. Although this realm lacked endlessly respawning minions, the number of zombies was far from negligible. By venturing into this world, he could at least secure a substantial amount of points to recoup his losses. The alternative was to forego these 6 randomly generated worlds and continue refreshing the selection. However, doing so would render the already activated world die useless. The thought of wasting a world die in such a manner was painful for Yin Luo, and the prospect of the next refresh yielding a world inferior to that of Resident Evil was truly disheartening, leading to a complete loss. Yin Luo found himself in a predicament. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to activate the second world die. As the saying goes, good things often come with trials. In this world, how can one expect everything to go as planned from the outset? Moreover, he felt a lingering sense of regret if he did not attempt a second time. As the violet glow gradually dissipated, 6 luminous orbs emerged before the crowd, representing the following worlds: the Venom world, the Harry Potter world, the Evil Dead world, the Pirates of the Caribbean world, the Avatar world, and the Jurassic world. Damn it! Yin Luo exclaimed, frustrated to see that yet again, a world of explosive points had not materialized. At that moment, only 3 minutes remained until the final deadline for entering the fantasy realm. The rainbow vortex grew increasingly tempestuous, seemingly urging everyone to enter swiftly. Old Zhang could no longer contain himself and urged, Captain, there's no need to try again. The explosive point world isn't so easily attained. If we don't select a world to enter soon, we will all be obliterated. Shut up. Yen Luo interrupted him brusquely, his eyes blazing with fury. He scolded. I have come this far through my own daring and determination, seizing every opportunity. If I declare that we shall enter the explosive point world today, then we shall. I will not hesitate to use all the world dice if necessary. After his outburst, he grasped the third die tightly and shouted vehemently, Open for me. As a burst of purple light flared and then faded, 6 enigmatic orbs materialized once more. Among them, one orb stood out conspicuously. Enveloped not in violet mist but radiating a splendid golden light, Yen Luo focused his gaze. And within the luminous sphere lay the very essence of the world of Dynasty Warriors, one of the 3 great explosive realms. Yen Luo laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. I knew it would work. As he selected the next realm, the world of Dynasty Warriors, the golden orb was immediately cast into the vibrant whirlpool. Instantly, the entire vortex transformed into a dazzling golden spectacle. Yen Luo gazed at the resplendent vortex, as if witnessing countless points of energy pulsating with life. He exclaimed, Comrades, let us seize the opportunity to amass wealth. With that, he boldly leaped into the swirling abyss, closely followed by Arno, who also plunged in without hesitation. As they entered the vortex, the alarm echoed through the space once more. Warning. Less than 1 minute remains until the final deadline. All members, please enter the realm of fantasy promptly. Upon hearing the alarm, Old Zhang and Li Ming, sensing the urgency, hastily jumped into the vortex as well. Due to their prolonged delay, the interior of the vortex had become exceedingly tumultuous. Old Zhang felt as though he were being torn apart by the chaotic currents of time and space, every inch of his body aflame with pain. Just as he was on the brink of collapse from the overwhelming force, he faintly heard a thunderous roar reminiscent of a tidal wave. The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. This year marks the beginning. Peace shall reign across the land. The voice seemed to resonate with the fury of thousands. Yet it also felt as though it emanated from a singular soul, screaming in desperation, pain, despair, fury, bloodlust. The cacophony was a tumult of emotions, like relentless waves. It crashed repeatedly against Old Zhang's mind, threatening to shatter his sanity. Unable to contain himself, he joined in the roar. The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. The moment he bellowed this slogan, an eerie silence enveloped him, and even the chaotic currents vanished without a trace. It was as if the tempestuous outcry had merely been a figment of Old Zhang's imagination. He opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a void of darkness. Yen Luo, Arno, and Li Ming were among them. They were intently gazing at a vast and magnificent gray luminous wall, upon which crimson letters inscribed, The Redemption Squad has fully entered the teleportation passage. Fantasy world matching in progress. Matching failed. The teleportation world has been locked by an item. Locked world, Dynasty Warriors. Level, High Martial Level 1. Type, Epic Battlefield. This category of world is a large-scale multiplayer realm. The space shall introduce various branches of human civilization for moderate intensity confrontation. Evolvers and contractors from different civilizations may engage in mutual combat, with victors receiving point rewards equivalent to the strength of the defeated. Participating civilizations, Huaxia Civilization, Angsa Civilization, Eastern Japan Civilization. Each civilization shall deploy 10 members. When any civilization's numbers fall below 5, the remaining members will be forcibly expelled from this world, resulting in a mission failure. Faction tasks. Han Army Faction Task. Eliminate the Yellow Turban Army's Grand Strategist, Zhang Jiao. Yellow Turban Army Faction Task. Eliminate the Han Army's Commander, Huang Fusong. Faction Comparison. Yellow Turban Army Forces, 360,000. Eastern Han Army Forces, 80,000. Faction Task Completion Reward, 10,000 points per person. Faction Task Failure Penalty, deduction of 10,000 points per person. When points turn negative, annihilation shall ensue. Faction Allocation in progress. Detected that this world is the home ground of Huaxia Civilization. Mandatory allocation assigns Huaxia Civilization to the Han Army faction, while Angsa and Eastern Japan civilizations are designated to the Yellow Turban Army faction. Faction allocation concluded. This mission commences. As the text on the luminous wall finished displaying, the surrounding darkness began to swiftly recede. Yen Luo and his companions then realized that they were situated within a vast military encampment, surrounded by soldiers clad in black and red light armor. Nearby, 7 modern individuals, all with distinctly Huaxia features, either lounged or stood. One pale, lanky youth expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, Hey, are you all the companions for this mission? Why does everyone look so dazed? Meanwhile, in a side room within the city of Julu, several fair-skinned Anglos gathered to discuss matters. A strikingly handsome blonde remarked, I never expected to find myself in the same world as that group of yellow-skinned monkeys again. And this time, it's their home turf. A burly man responded loudly. Isn't that splendid, Chris? Didn't the higher-ups assign us the task of hunting Huaxia evolvers? We can collect trophies of their kills for rewards. Beside him, a provocatively dressed beauty chimed in. Adam is right. Those cross-eyed freaks are doomed this time. Not only do we outnumber them 2-1, but we also have the advantage of a larger army from the Yellow Turban faction. With such a significant edge, I can't fathom how those cross-eyed creatures could possibly prevail. Haha. As the woman laughed boastfully, a petite girl of about 16, wearing glasses, coldly interjected, Jennifer, if you were to smoke less marijuana and read more books, you wouldn't utter such foolishness. Although the Yellow Turban Army is numerous, their soldiers are nothing but a rabble. 5 Yellow Turban soldiers barely equate to 1 Han Army soldier. Thank the heavens. And is the Three Kingdoms world dominated by sheer numbers? This world thrives on its generals. A renowned general can often equal thousands of troops. Just think of the legendary generals on the opposing side. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xiahou Dun, Dong Zhuo, Cao Cao, Liu Bei. The list is endless. And us? Can you name a single notable figure on our side? Thus, we are not merely lacking a narrative advantage. We are, in fact, at a severe disadvantage. Do you understand? You drug-addled, Sal? As the girl delivered her scathing remarks, Jennifer felt dizzy from the earlier comments, but the final insult struck her like a bolt. She immediately retorted, Avery, are you looking for a fight? Just wait until I tear that mouth of yours to shreds. With that, she sprang to her feet, ready to confront Avery. Chris swiftly intervened. Enough, both of you. We are on a mission, not at a party. What nonsense is this? Avery's earlier words suddenly echoed in Chris's mind, prompting him to add, and Avery was right. At this, Jennifer's expression shifted to one of fury. Chris quickly corrected himself. Ahem. I meant to say that her earlier analysis was correct. The essence of the Three Kingdoms world is indeed its generals. This war will conclude with the total defeat of the Yellow Turban Army, placing us at a narrative disadvantage. Our only advantage lies in having another civilization as an ally. At this juncture, he called out, John, have those Easterners yet to come greet us? A burly man stationed at the door replied coolly, I haven't seen a single Eastern person arrive, Captain. If Yin Luo were present, he would be astonished to discover that this man was his former mercenary companion, John Krober. This man, who held a deep regard for family, had somehow survived and entered the evolution space. One could only wonder how Yin Luo would react upon encountering this teammate he had once wronged. Upon hearing that the Eastern civilization had yet to arrive, Jennifer seethed. Those little chicken monsters truly have become more outrageous. Have they forgotten their place? Do they think that entering the evolution space means they can cast off their roles as our Anglo dogs? The slender girl scoffed. Humph. They must believe that by entering the space, they can finally free themselves from our control. This inferior civilization has never been a trustworthy ally. They harbor dreadful ambitions. Chris's expression darkened as he coldly stated, give them 10 more minutes. If they don't arrive, we will seek them out ourselves. We must make them painfully aware of who their true masters are. He then turned to another, Hannibal. How did the quality assessment of the new recruits go? Are any of them worthwhile? A chilling voice responded, regrettably, Captain, these 4 candidates possess only mediocre qualities, lacking any exceptional talents. Perhaps I could prepare them as delectable meals instead? I've always been curious about the difference between the flesh of candidates and that of ordinary people. As he spoke, an elegantly sinister middle-aged man stepped out of the shadows, a sickly smile adorning his face. Chris firmly rejected the proposition, absolutely not. This is an epic battlefield. Losing 4 members at once would lead to our expulsion from this world if we lose even one more. Hannibal, control your grotesque inclinations. We will not partake in your perverse cuisine. Hannibal lamented, what a pity. You all have no idea what you are missing. It is the closest experience to divinity. Avery, upon hearing this, began to gag, her expression contorted in discomfort. Hannibal, please stop. Every time you mention that, I recall that cursed dinner. I can't bear it. I need to go vomit. Hannibal, with a gentlemanly flourish, gestured for her to leave, only exacerbating her nausea. At that moment, John coolly announced from outside, Captain, the Easterners have arrived. Upon learning that the Easterners had opted to approach them, the group wore smug, triumphant smiles. Chris scoffed, humph, they finally decided to show up. Let them in. As soon as he finished speaking, a rather unsightly Eastern individual rushed into the room, beaming, good morning, everyone. My name is Jean Guejiro. I apologize for my tardiness. My sincerest apologies. Seeing that the Eastern civilization had sent only one individual, Chris questioned, why is it just you? Is this the attitude your people have towards collaboration? Jean Gué chuckled lightly in response, collaboration? Who said anything about collaboration? I merely came to inform you of something. Our captain, Kirikawa, has stated that you need not interfere in this epic battlefield. We will handle those Chinese ourselves. Yin Luo and his companions were currently confronting a pallid young man. A distinct air of arrogance radiated from his eyes as he disdainfully remarked, given your appearances. It seems this is your inaugural venture into an epic battlefield realm, is it not? My name is Lin Bin, a seasoned evolver who has traversed 9 worlds. This is the final first-tier world I must conquer. If I succeed, I shall ascend to the second-tier realm. Therefore, I implore you not to hinder my progress. For should you do so, I will ensure that your suffering surpasses death itself. Lin Bin's words reverberated with considerable impact among the group. Old Zhang, visibly astonished, exclaimed, 9 worlds? That is nearly equivalent to a second-tier evolver, isn't it? We have encountered such a formidable expert. Li Ming, equally apprehensive, cast wary glances at him, her perspiration betraying her tension. Only Yin Luo, intrigued, inquired, having traversed 9 worlds, you must possess a wealth of information. Share some insights with us. In response, Lin Bin coldly sneered, do you wish to exchange information with me? Pray tell, how many worlds have you navigated? Do you possess any information that would warrant such an exchange? Yin Luo smiled and remarked, I haven't experienced as much as you. This world must be the fourth one I have encountered, wouldn't you say? No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Bin interjected. What? I thought you were some hidden masters. After all this time, it turns out you were merely fledgling evolvers? He scoffed. You mere novices wish to exchange intelligence with me? Are you jesting? The mockery from his counterpart was palpable. Yin Luo, however, was not the least bit angered. With a grin, he remarked, hee. Just based on this. As he spoke, he raised his right fist toward Lin Bin. He had already utilized the iron blood mask to assess Lin Bin's attributes, which hovered around 30 points. With none exceeding his own, it was perplexing how this individual had managed to traverse 9 realms, seemingly brimming with arrogance. Upon hearing Yin Luo's intent to subdue him through force, Lin Bin's laughter abruptly ceased. Initially taken aback, his expression swiftly morphed into one of savagery. With a chilling smile, he sneered, TSK. Are the newcomers today no longer afraid of death? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of a top-tier evolver. So you might comprehend the nuances of existence within this space. With that, a pair of ebony wings suddenly sprouted from his back, and his physique rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bin transformed from a frail, sickly youth into a formidable and fearsome beast. Following this metamorphosis, Yin Luo detected that Lin Bin's attributes had surged by at least 10 points, nearing parity with his own. A cold smile crept across his mind as he mused. A transformation skill, is it? What kind of creature is this? A demon? A vampire? In that moment, Lin Bin's voice deepened to a raspy growl, and he bared his sharp teeth with a cruel grin, proclaiming, Fear not, rookie. I shan't kill you. I will merely remove your superfluous tongue, snap your limbs, and dispose of you in the latrine of the barracks. Should I successfully complete my mission, you may yet return to your realm. Hee. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo retorted, Oh, should I then express my gratitude for your benevolence? Lin Bin was momentarily taken aback by Yin Luo's dismissive demeanor. He exclaimed with a fierce tone, Do you truly have no fear of death? I hope that when I torment you shortly, you can maintain such optimism. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Bin forcefully flapped his muscular wings, propelling himself forward like a sharp arrow aimed directly at Yin Luo. As Yin Luo perceived Lin Bin's aggressive advance, he swiftly launched a pair of webbing projectiles from his hands to obstruct his opponent. Then, with remarkable speed, he began to form hand seals. Si, Wei, Shin, Hai, Wu, Yin. Upon completing the final Yin seal, the mouth of his tiger-headed mask erupted with a torrent of searing flames. It was the searing ninjutsu he had recently mastered. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. Just as Lin Bin tore through the webbing, he was immediately engulfed by the oncoming inferno. The great fireball, empowered by the Uchiha lineage, was undeniably formidable, leaving the transformed Lin Bin wailing in agony. Blood flame. He urgently shouted, releasing a layer of crimson flames from within to counter the great fireball technique. The two conflagrations entwined and neutralized each other. The blood flame's potency evidently surpassed that of the great fireball, swiftly depleting the latter's energy. Lin Bin, now devoid of hair and seething with rage, desperately searched for Yin Luo. He yearned to inflict upon his adversary the pain he had just endured, multiplied tenfold. Yet, before him lay nothing but emptiness. Yin Luo was nowhere to be found. Fool, I am right behind you. A chilling voice suddenly resonated behind Lin Bin. In sheer horror, he attempted to pivot for defense, but crack. A crackling lightning blade violently pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. Lin Bin, in disbelief, stared at the lightning blade protruding from his torso, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dazed, he murmured, How could this be? How could I be defeated by a mere novice who has just become an evolver? I am a top-tier evolver who has traversed 9 worlds. Yin Luo coldly chuckled behind him. Do not feign death here. Your enhanced lineage must be that of a vampire, for your heart is certainly not your weakness. Go ahead, unleash your hidden moves. Lin Bin, whose expression had initially been one of shock, suddenly turned serene as he ominously replied, You've uncovered my secret. I had intended to use this move when you were at your most relaxed. Since it has been exposed, prepare to face my bloodbat frenzy. As soon as Lin Bin finished speaking, he transformed into countless dark bats that scattered in all directions. Each bat ignited with a fierce blood flame. After circling in the air, they viciously charged toward Yin Luo. In that moment, it seemed as if a torrential rain of blood flames was descending from the sky. Determined to reduce the detestable Yin Luo to ash, faced with this overwhelming assault of bloodbats, Yin Luo displayed not a hint of panic. He directly retrieved a dark golden double-bladed axe from his storage ring and swung it fiercely at the oncoming swarm of bats. With a piercing hum, a fan-shaped shockwave, spanning over 20 meters, erupted violently from the axe blade. The cluster of blood flames and bats let out anguished cries upon colliding with the shockwave. Countless bats plummeted from the sky, cleaved in twain by the force of the blast. With a single strike, Yin Luo eradicated nearly 30% of the blood flame bats. Witnessing this, the remaining bats abruptly halted mid-air, frantically flapping their wings in an attempt to retreat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo let out a cold laugh, remarking, Indeed, you possess quite the discernment. No wonder you are a top-tier evolved being who has traversed through 9 realms. He emphasized the word 9, clearly mocking Lin Bin's previous arrogance. Lin Bin, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile as he replied, I concede that I momentarily failed to recognize greatness. May I inquire, dear brother, just how many realms have you traversed? You must also be an esteemed individual on the verge of ascending to the second-tier realm. Am I right? Yin Luo shook his head with a light chuckle, saying, I have mentioned before, this is the fourth world I have traversed. Lin Bin retorted with indignation, brother, your attributes, skills, and equipment are indeed superior to mine. I concede this defeat with full acceptance. There is no need to mock me with such absurdities any further, is there? Yin Luo disdainfully remarked. Do you truly believe I have any reason to deceive you? After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards Li Ming. Without hesitation, Li Ming corroborated, indeed. Yin Luo and I entered the evolutionary space together, and we have only traversed 3 worlds thus far. At this point, Lin Bin could reluctantly accept that Yin Luo was indeed a newcomer who had only passed through 3 worlds. He couldn't help but exclaim, to have attained such formidable strength after just 3 worlds, I find it utterly unimaginable how you accomplished your tasks. I once thought of myself as exceptional. But today I have learned that there are always greater heights and extraordinary individuals beyond one's own experiences. I apologize for my earlier offense. You are a worthy adversary deserving of respect. Yin Luo smiled gently and nodded, signifying her acceptance of his apology. Lin Bin slowly descended from the air, reverting to his slender youthful form. He spoke weakly, that axe strike you just delivered has severed at least 1/3 of my primordial energy. Many of my skills are now rendered unusable. I can only await the onset of battle to gradually replenish my strength by siphoning the vitality of my foes. Truly, the power of this berserker axe is as formidable as its reputation suggests. Yin Luo smiled and remarked, you get what you pay for. It cost me quite a few medals and points. Lin Bin gazed enviously at the strikingly designed berserker axe and sighed. Ah, no amount of money is too much for this. The berserker axe is akin to a divine artifact in the world of explosive points, promising returns beyond imagination. Alas, if only I had focused on acquiring a formidable weapon instead of solely advancing my lineage and skills. Had I known, I would have invested in a proper weapon. As Lin Bin lamented, the newcomers who had been in a stupor finally began to awaken. 2 of them, likely seasoned candidates familiar with the realm of fantasy, silently stood aside to peruse the task information in their minds. The remaining 4, however, were entirely new to this world. They looked around in bewilderment, and upon realizing they were in an utterly unfamiliar environment, panic swiftly ensued. Where on earth is this? Wasn't I just sleeping at home? How did I end up here? Good grief. Is this some sort of movie set? Why are there so many ancient artifacts? Hey, who are you people? Why have you abducted me here? Lin Bin, still reeling from his recent defeat, felt his irritation mounting upon hearing their raucous outcry. With an exasperated roar, he exclaimed, for heaven's sake, can you all just be quiet? What are you all shouting about? Can't you just check the information in your minds? If you keep making noise, I swear I'll rip out your tongues. At his war upon witnessing this, Yin Luo secretly rejoiced, thinking, ah, this saves me some trouble. Once the dark-faced singer finished, it was time for their side to take the stage. With that thought, he immediately exchanged a knowing glance with old Zhang. The latter promptly understood and approached the newcomers. After several minutes of patient explanation from old Zhang, the newcomers finally began to grasp and accept the concept of the evolution space. Now it was Yin Luo's turn to step into the limelight. He first removed his mask, adopting a sorrowful yet benevolent expression, and spoke gently. I trust you have just witnessed that the evolution space is far from peaceful. It is fraught with peril. Here, I have encountered too much injustice and witnessed the fragility of human life. As human beings, the right to live is our most fundamental entitlement. Yet here it is utterly unprotected. As a seasoned inhabitant of this space, I feel both the capability and the obligation to assist you, the wayward lambs. I shall exert every effort to redeem you, provided you grant me your unwavering trust. His heartfelt words soothed the terrified souls of the newcomers, even bringing tears to the eyes of the 2 seasoned candidates. Yin Luo observed that everyone had fallen for his scheme. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, hee. I hope that when I collect your points, you will still retain this sense of gratitude. In a single stroke, he managed to deceive 5 newcomers, significantly exceeding the current capacity of the redemption team. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo secretly curled his lips. However, if the civilization of Huaxia emerged victorious this time, each of them would receive a reward of 10,000 points. In comparison, this paltry sum was hardly worth considering. With this thought in mind, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo could only feign a benevolent demeanor, waiting respectfully for the other party. As the man approached, he first offered a bow, then humbly introduced himself, saying, I am Kong Rong. I come at the behest of General Huangfu to invite the leaders of the distinguished ones to the central military tent for a discussion. May I inquire who among you is the leader of the esteemed group? The crowd pondered for a moment before realizing that he was referring to themselves. Noticing that he sought their leader, they instinctively turned their gazes towards Yin Luo. At that moment, having just triumphed over the formidable Lin Bin, he had emerged as the leader of the group. He was indeed a leader worthy of the title. Yin Luo, with a sense of propriety, clasped his hands and said, "I am indeed the one you seek. Please lead the way." Kong Rong, initially intrigued, scrutinized Yin Luo with curious eyes before responding with a smile. "I beg your pardon. I have never encountered such a novel attire as yours, which compelled me to gaze a little longer. Kindly follow me." With that, he turned and made his way toward the central tent. Before departing, Yin Luo glanced back at old Zhang and Li Ming, whispering instructions. "Keep a close watch on these newcomers. Do not allow them to wander, and certainly, do not provoke Lin Bin. We shall address all matters upon my return." Old Zhang and Li Ming nodded in understanding as he organized his companions. Yin Luo promptly pursued Kong Rong. It is said that Yin Luo was already well acquainted with the illustrious name of Kong Rong, often accompanied by the epithet "the one who gives up his share." However, as he gazed upon the elegant and dashing young gentleman before him, he found it utterly inconceivable to associate him with the child depicted in his textbooks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo immediately felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. As he glanced around, he noticed that the dozen or so martial generals within the arena were all fixated on him. Some were robust and imposing, while others exuded an air of distinction. The one commonality among them was the formidable sense of oppression that radiated from their beings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo surveyed his surroundings and noted that only the chair at the far end remained unoccupied, presumably reserved for him. Hastily, he took his seat. Huang Fusang then spoke slowly. "Now that everyone has arrived, let us commence our deliberations. I shall share my thoughts first. Based on our recent encounters, it has become evident that while the Yellow Turban Army boasts a formidable number, the majority comprises coerced refugees and common folk. This disparate assembly is often difficult to command and lacks strategic agility. They may engage in plundering and capitalize on favorable circumstances, yet they falter under pressure. My proposition is that starting today, we shall assault 2 city gates daily, with the direction and timing remaining unpredictable. We shall relentlessly harass them. After several days of this relentless onslaught, the Yellow Turban forces will undoubtedly be drained and overwhelmed. We can then seize the opportunity to launch a decisive offensive, ensuring a swift victory that will strike at the heart of their strength. What do you all think?" Upon concluding his remarks, the elder saw the others nodding in agreement, all endorsing the strategy. A young man of modest stature but possessing an air of distinction chuckled lightly. "General Huangfu is a renowned commander of our time, seasoned in the theater of war, and this plan is indeed prudent. However, it must be noted that the Yellow Turban forces outnumber us significantly. Our troops, when besieging a city, may easily find themselves encircled by the enemy. If we were to face annihilation instead of exhausting their morale, it would only serve to bolster the enemy's resolve. Therefore, those tasked with the harassment must be chosen from among the bravest and most skilled warriors to ensure success and instill fear in the hearts of our adversaries. Might I inquire if General Huangfu has suitable candidates in mind?" As his words faded, a thunderous voice erupted. "What is there to select? Let my brother and I charge down one path each. Within mere days, we can breach Julu City." The assembly was startled by the sudden outburst. Turning to locate the source of the voice, they discovered a towering figure at the rear of the group, a robust man with a dark complexion, standing nearly 8 feet tall. With fierce eyes and a commanding presence, a true warrior of remarkable stature. Yin Luo naturally recognized him as the future hero who would bravely confront the bridge at Dangong, the valiant Zhang Ida of Yin. However, at that moment, he found himself without a proper seat, forced to stand behind a pale, beardless youth with a sullen demeanor. This brooding young man was likely the yet-to-be illustrious Liu Bei. A corpulent giant seated beneath Huang Fusang bellowed, "Impudence! Which ruffian dares to spout such nonsense here? Do you believe it is your place to speak? Moreover, how can such a crucial first battle be entrusted to mere commoners like yourselves, who hold no official rank? You know nothing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei was immediately consumed by rage, cursing as he prepared to confront the rotund man. Liu Bei swiftly interjected, "Ida, cease your disrespect." At the same time, an even taller figure with a magnificent beard restrained Zhang Fei by the shoulder, rendering him immobile. This man towered at least 2 meters high, standing like a formidable mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon observing the task, Yin Luo felt a surge of joy within. This continuous mission must serve as the foundation for Dynasty Warriors to become a realm of explosive scores. As soon as I accept this task, I can embark on my journey to accumulate points. He promptly chose to proceed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Dongjua, Cao Cao, and the trio of Lu, Guan, and Zhang had already distinguished themselves. He hurriedly followed suit. The group responded in unison, "Your humble servant, at your command." Huang Fusong nodded and declared, "Excellent. You shall descend to organize the troops. Today we shall launch our operation at the appointed hour." Understood. The generals replied in unison. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the scene, Yin Luo chuckled lightly. It appears that you all have received the task notification as well. Around 1 o'clock tonight, we shall accompany Dongjua in the assault on the southern gate of Jiulu City. This will be our inaugural battleground for accumulating points. The others, upon hearing that they would finally embark on the quest for points, could hardly contain their elation. Only Lin Bin coldly interjected, "Do not celebrate too prematurely. Let us not forget that there are still a full 20 hostile evolved beings within Jiulu City." Old Zhang, taken aback, inquired, "It is plainly an opportunity to gather points. Do they really have the leisure to target us? Could we not negotiate? They could slay the Han army while we deal with the yellow turbans. Let us refrain from interference and collect points together." Lin Bin, upon hearing this, scoffed, "Humph. Such naive thoughts from a novice. Should this encounter occur in an epic battlefield among other civilizations, your proposition might indeed hold merit. Even faction tasks could be set aside, as the rewards from such tasks pale in comparison to the benefits of slaying common adversaries. Yet, only within our Wuxia civilization shall we face relentless pursuit from other civilizations in the epic battlefield. They will abandon all else, devising every possible means to hunt us down, determined to eradicate every evolved being from Wuxia." These words left the crowd in a state of astonished disbelief. Old Zhang, in shock, exclaimed, "They would forsake vast amounts of points just to annihilate us? Why would they resort to such measures?" Lin Bin replied with a wry smile. "The precise reasons escape my understanding. I have merely heard that this rule has been passed down from higher realms. It seems that possessing a record of our kills can be exchanged for rewards produced in the higher world. Imagine possessing the strength of a second-tier world while still in a first-tier world. What tremendous advantage that would confer. Such an advantage is indeed beyond the reach of any amount of points." Yin Luo could not help but inquire, "Are all civilizations like this? Is there not a single one that is friendly towards us?" Lin Bin pondered for a moment, responding with uncertainty, "Perhaps there is, but I have yet to encounter one. Whether it be the nearby civilization of Nanyang or the amicable Slavic civilization, once we enter space, hostility abounds. As for the Ansa civilization and the Eastern civilization, which have always been adversarial towards us, it goes without saying that they would attack us with the ferocity of rabid dogs." Old Zhang, with a bitter expression, remarked, "It seems we have gathered both the Ansa and Eastern civilizations this time. In other words, we 9 must face their 20 in a frenzied onslaught?" Lin Bin corrected him. "Humph. To be precise, it should be 4 of us against 20 evolved beings." He pointed disdainfully at the 5 newcomers, sneering, "Do you believe these individuals can be of any assistance? Merely not being a burden would be sufficient. In my view, it would be wiser to incapacitate their limbs and leave them with the medics until the mission concludes. This way, we can minimize the risk of them falling to the enemy and forcing us to withdraw from this world." After saying this, he cast a malevolent glance at the newcomers. The group was immediately struck with fear, seeking refuge behind their newly appointed older brother, Yin Luo. However, little did they know. After a moment of serious contemplation, Yin Luo unexpectedly concurred, "You make a compelling point." The other newcomers were once again taken aback. However, the uncertainty of such an approach is immense. I doubt that the military of this era would offer much protection to the frail and the infirm, would they? Essentially, they would be left to fend for themselves. If the enemy civilization were to successfully infiltrate the rear of the Han army, wouldn't they be utterly overwhelmed? At that point, any attempt at remedy would be futile, and we would be compelled to withdraw from the world. Lin Bin pondered this and felt there was some truth to it, prompting him to counter. "Then what do you suggest we should do?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo sneered. "Let them figure it out themselves. If they cannot devise a solution, we shall lend them a hand." Upon uttering these words, he and Lin Bin maliciously cast their gazes upon the 2 women, who shuddered at the cruelty reflected in their eyes. Time swiftly passed, and dusk soon enveloped the sky. 7 modern individuals, adorned in diverse attire, stood silently atop the city walls of Jiulu, gazing into the distance at the Han army's encampment. Kuwait Kinjiro, who had audaciously infiltrated the Angsa territory during the day, inquired with a hint of trepidation, "Captain, will those Wuxia evolvers truly come to assault the city tonight? Our accord with the Angsa civilization is only valid for this evening. After tonight, we shall not be able to monopolize this group of Huaxia evolvers. The one he referred to as captain was a brooding middle-aged man, clad in a sleek black suit, tall and well-proportioned, exuding an air of a domineering CEO. Yet, incongruously, he bore an ancient, weathered longbow upon his back, its mottled texture reminiscent of an artifact unearthed from an ancient tomb, starkly contrasting with his attire. This man was none other than the leader of the Japanese evolvers, Hikawa Shiento. Hikawa cast a cold glance at Kuei-tien Jiro and replied, "Do not be so anxious, Kuei-tien. Did not the senior from the advanced world state that Huang Pu-song would undoubtedly issue a nighttime raid mission on the first day? As long as those Zhongguo pigs wish to accrue points in this world, they must participate in tonight's nocturnal assault, rather than worrying about whether they will come. You should ponder how to annihilate that group of Zhongguo pigs tonight." As the clock approached the hour of the dog, the Han army's encampment quietly opened its gates. A contingent of several thousand soldiers stealthily emerged from the barracks. They masked their blades with black cloth, held their breath, and muffled their steeds' hooves as they silently advanced towards Jiulu. As they neared their target, the formation split into two paths. One faction, led by a shorter general, veered towards the east gate of Jiulu, while the other, commanded by a portly general, pressed onward to the south gate. These two leaders were none other than the principal commanders of tonight's raid, Dong Zhuo and Cao Cao. Yin Luo, Lin Bin, Old Zhang, and Li Ming trailed closely behind Dong Zhuo. Utilizing the cover of the inky night, they swiftly approached within 1,000 meters of the south gate. At that moment, Dong Zhuo gestured for everyone to halt. With a sly grin directed towards Yin Luo, he proposed, "Let Mingda initiate the night raid. Once he stirs up chaos, we shall seize the opportunity to strike." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo muttered to himself in anger. He immediately alerted General Dong Zhuo. "General Dong, there is an ambush. The Yellow Turban Army must be aware of our night raid tonight." Upon hearing this, Dong Zhuo was greatly astonished and exclaimed, "Is this truly the case?" Yin Luo pointed towards the dense forest and affirmed, "Without a doubt. Concealed within that thicket are approximately 5,000 to 6,000 individuals." Dong Zhuo, filled with skepticism, inquired, "Can you discern how many more are present?" Yin Luo nodded and said, "Indeed. This is a secret technique of mine, one that has never failed." Hearing this, Dong Zhuo pondered, "If that is the case, it is certain that there are more ambushes within the city. They must intend to surge forth during our siege, attacking us from both flanks." At that moment, a burly youth behind Dong Zhuo inquired in a deep voice, "Father-in-law, since the enemy troops are already lying in wait, should we continue our assault? Perhaps we ought to retreat?" This young man was none other than Yo Fu, Dong Zhuo's son-in-law and favored general, the foremost commander under him. After a moment's contemplation, Dong Zhuo replied gravely, "We cannot withdraw. If we retreat, Cao Cao's forces will be left isolated, and they will undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. At that point, we would thwart Huang Fu's plans, and he would not let us off lightly. He does not concern himself with whether there are ambushes or not." Although both Dong Zhuo and Huang Fu-song held the title of lieutenant general, Huang Fu-song ranked as the left lieutenant general, while Dong Zhuo held a lesser title. Thus, he was subject to Huang Fu-song's authority. Niu Fu then asked, "What shall we do then?" After a brief reflection, Dong Zhuo smiled and said, "Why not turn the tables on them? Let us first dispatch our infantry to continue the night raid, drawing out all the hidden yellow turban bandits. We shall then lead our cavalry to launch a surprise attack from the rear, striking the yellow turban formations. In such a scenario, with our forces flanking them, the enemy, lacking adaptability, will surely be unable to respond effectively. However, the one who lures out the ambush must be an exceptional warrior. Otherwise, before we can arrive, he may fall victim to the ambush." With that, he turned his gaze towards Yin Luo. In Yin Luo's heart, he cried out furiously, "What do you think I'm doing? I would never undertake such a suicidal task." However, Dong Zhuo did not choose Yin Luo. Instead, he commanded a middle-aged general behind him, Su Rong. "You shall go." It was evident that Su Rong was not favored by Dong Zhuo, as he was the first to be thought of for this perilous mission. Noticing the consensus among the others, Su Rong responded despondently, "I shall obey the command." Upon seeing Su Rong accept this task, the other generals under Dong Zhuo's command secretly sighed in relief. After approximately 15 minutes, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the eastern gate. Cao Cao had launched his attack. Su Rong, no longer hesitating, led his death squad into what might be a one-way night raid. As Su Rong charged near the city gate, a large contingent suddenly emerged from the dense forest, launching a fierce assault on the rear of his troops, cutting off their retreat. At that moment, the city gate thunderously swung open, and tens of thousands of yellow turban soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave, completely encircling Su Rong's forces. Dong Zhuo kept a close watch on the situation. Seeing Su Rong successfully lure the enemy troops out, he thundered, "Niu Fu, Hua Xiong, Li Ju, Wu Si, quickly assemble the cavalry and charge with this general." "Excellent. They have finally launched their assault," Kuei-tien Jiro exclaimed excitedly, having clung to the wall and observed the movements of the Han army. Once the Han army truly initiated their night raid, he let out a long sigh of relief. Behind him, Hirakawa solemnly remarked, "Indeed. Since they are in position, it is time for us to act." Hirakawa turned to a kimono-clad beauty and asked, "Why? Can you sense the evolvers of the Huaxia civilization? Where are they attacking the city? The kimono-clad beauty, evidently possessing a telepathic ability, closed her eyes to sense the surroundings and, after a moment of confusion, stated, Captain, I do not sense any mental fluctuations from the evolvers. Yet soon after, she pointed in a direction and screamed, Wait, another wave of Han soldiers is approaching. I sense evolvers among them. Kirikawa followed her pointed direction and indeed spotted a cavalry unit charging toward the city. He immediately commanded, YA, lock onto the positions of those evolvers and share the information with me. After speaking, he drew forth an ancient longbow, knocking 3 arrows and aiming at the newly appeared Han forces. YA replied sweetly, Understood, Captain. She swiftly filtered through the ranks of the Han army and soon identified a unique mental fluctuation. It resembled a fiery crimson. Ecstatically, she reported, Yes. This mental fluctuation can only belong to an evolver of noble blood. Captain, it is this individual. I have shared it with you. Well done, YA. Kirikawa praised. Through the shared perspective, he quickly spotted the crimson figure. Without hesitation, he drew his bow to its full extent and released 3 arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew with astonishing speed. Almost as soon as Kirikawa completed the draw, the arrows appeared before the crimson figure. The figure had no time to react, and 3 arrows pierced through its left chest in succession. The individual immediately collapsed to the ground, and the crimson fluctuation extinguished. Seeing this, Kirikawa exulted, Ha ha ha. A direct hit. YA. Lock onto the next target. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo was startled by the sudden and elusive attack. He promptly exclaimed, Enemy assault. Take cover. Following his warning, he activated his Sharingan, seeking the source of the prying presence that had been observing him. As Yin Luo activated his Sharingan, everything around him began to slow down in his perception. Whoosh. Suddenly, the terrifying sound of slicing air echoed once more. With the aid of his Sharingan, Yin Luo finally discerned the concealed weapon that had targeted Lin Bin. To his astonishment, it was 3 short, jet-black arrows. This time, however, the intended target was none other than himself. He swiftly fired strands of silk to disrupt the arrow's trajectory and desperately contorted his body, narrowly evading the onslaught. Even so, the 3 arrows grazed perilously close to his armpit, the force of the accompanying wind stinging his skin. Such a razor-sharp assault, if it had struck true, would have pierced through Yin Luo in an instant. After narrowly escaping this barrage of arrows, Yin Luo hastily rolled and repositioned himself to evade another attack. Meanwhile, he pondered in confusion. How could they possibly pinpoint my location when I am cloaked? At that moment, the sensation of being spied upon resurfaced with greater intensity, especially after activating his Sharingan. Suddenly, Yin Luo caught a glimpse of several ethereal tendrils drifting and probing ahead, reminiscent of octopus arms in search of prey. A realization struck him. So it was this entity that discovered my whereabouts. Cautiously, he maneuvered to avoid the tendrils while following their trajectory. Before long, he discerned that all the tendrils converged at a specific point on the city wall. Switching to thermal imaging, he indeed spotted a figure kneeling atop the wall. A triumphant smirk crept across his face. Got you. Yin Luo revealed a sinister smile. In an instant, he retrieved a handful of flying needles from his storage ring and hurled them with great force towards the shadowy figure. With the augmentation of his 44 points of strength, the power of these needles rivaled that of bullets from a sniper rifle. In the blink of an eye, they traversed nearly a kilometer, arriving before the kimono-clad beauty, Yua. At that moment, Yua remained with her eyes tightly shut, sensing Yin Luo's presence, blissfully unaware of the impending doom that loomed over her. Swish, swish, swish. It was as if a torrential storm had descended, and Yua's petite form was instantly pierced by countless flying needles. She scarcely had time to utter a cry before collapsing softly to the ground, devoid of life. It was only then that Kirikawa realized Yua was under attack. Upon witnessing her demise, he bellowed in rage, No, you have slain an Eastern evolutionist. Reward, 1,500 points. The fatal harvest is initiated. The opponent's highest attribute is intelligence, 22 points. Will you proceed with the harvest? Harvesting will increase Yin Luo's intelligence by 2 points. Although this is not an insignificant amount, it is not particularly vast either, considering he had yet to utilize any of his available slots. He decisively chose to proceed with the harvest. Whoosh. A beam of blue light shot from a distance and swiftly entered Yin Luo's body. His intelligence attribute surged to 44. 2 points. After slaying this Eastern evolutionist, the unsettling sensation of being watched vanished instantly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yen Luo responded, the one I just killed was an Eastern evolutionary. I am uncertain whether the archer is an Angsa evolutionary. Lin Bin shook his head upon hearing this, stating, they are unlikely to collaborate. The relationship between the Eastern and Angsa evolutionaries in the realm of space is far from amicable. They often look down upon one another, seemingly entangled in the grievances of the real world. However, this is advantageous for us, as we need not confront two civilizations of evolutionaries simultaneously. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yen Luo nodded and then instructed Arno and the others, Arno, you shall accompany me into battle while also tending to Lin Bin. Li Ming, Old Zhang, you two should take cover behind Dongzhuo. After all, his ample frame will provide ample concealment for both of you. Should he urge you to fight, simply reveal your identities as healers and support. I am certain he will be more than willing to have you by his side. Old Zhang and the other two complied with reverent acknowledgement. At that moment, Dongzhuo's cavalry vanguard had approached the outermost perimeter of the Yellow Turban army. They spurred their steeds to accelerate, seeking to capitalize on their momentum to launch a surprise charge against the unsuspecting Yellow Turbans. The four esteemed generals of Dongzhuo and Youfu, Hua Xiong, Li Ju, and Guixi, were at the forefront of this assault. The primary characteristic of the Xiliang cavalry was their wild ferocity. A brilliant aura of battle energy enveloped the four of them, as if they were four human tanks crashing into the throng. With a resounding boom, hundreds of Yellow Turbans were sent flying into the air. Those unfortunate enough to stand in their path were reduced to mere pulp. The Yellow Turbans, who had been focused on besieging Su Rong's troops, were startled by the deafening noise. Some hastily turned their weapons, attempting to fend off the charge of Niu Fu and his companions. However, their hasty response rendered them incapable of forming a defensive formation against cavalry. Moreover, Niu Fu and the others were simply too fierce. The makeshift defense erected by the Yellow Turbans was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of Niu Fu and his comrades. The four of them pierced through the Yellow Turban ranks like a sharp dagger, creating a straight breach in their formation, following closely behind. The rest of the cavalry descended upon the battlefield like ferocious tigers, mercilessly cutting and crashing through. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle. The thunder of hoofs, and the earth trembled beneath their charge. The besieged Su Rong forces, upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, rallied to counterattack. In a coordinated effort, they wreaked havoc upon the Yellow Turbans, leaving them in despair and wailing for mercy. The entire battlefield erupted into a tempest of blood and carnage. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Yen Luo, accompanied by Arno and Lin Bin, stealthily entered the fray. Upon engaging in combat, they were struck by the terrifying spectacle of the tens of thousands of Yellow Turbans. It was as if a colossal wave of yellow was poised to engulf any adversary in its path. Though their fighting style was chaotic and their weaponry a hodgepodge of long spears, short poles, rakes, forks, and even hefty wooden clubs, which appeared quite ludicrous. When they coalesced into a unified force, they transformed into instruments of horror. Such was the scene at that moment. Arno found himself repeatedly thrust back by a cacophony of mismatched weapons. Fortuitously, his robust physique prevented him from being punctured like a beehive. Instinctively, he drew his Gatling gun in a bid to retaliate, only to discover that the bullets it discharged were feeble and lacked any lethality. Upon witnessing the scene, Yen Luo reminded Arno, utilize Wei Jun's dual blades. Firearms are restricted in this realm. Understood. Arno promptly returned the Gatling gun to his bag of treasures and retrieved the pair of curved blades. With weapons in hand, his situation improved significantly. However, the peculiar design of the blades, resembling a crescent moon curving inward, rendered them rather unwieldy for Arno. He could only fend off the assaults of the Yellow Turban army, lacking the capacity to inflict substantial harm upon his foes. Lin Bin, following closely behind, could no longer bear to watch and interjected, "Hey, big guy, these curved blades are meant to be held in reverse. They cannot be swung. You must slice. Yes, just like that. First, sever their weapons, then target them." Under Lin Bin's guidance, Arno gradually found his rhythm and began to counterattack against the Yellow Turban army, in stark contrast to Arno's struggles. Upon witnessing the densely packed Yellow Turban army, Yen Luo's eyes gleamed with a fervent ferocity. He murmured with exhilaration, "Haha, come forth. My mighty axe has long been yearning for this moment." With that, he swung his battle axe fiercely towards the Yellow Turban soldiers before him. With a formidable strength of 44 points, Yen Luo is no laughing matter. Coupled with the exceptionally sharp fury axe, a single swing cleaves the enemy soldier before him in two, warm blood splattering everywhere. Kill Yellow Turban warrior 1 reward, 10 points. Yen Luo licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, exhilarated as he exclaimed, "The power is indeed remarkable, but alas, it failed to trigger the splitting effect." Once more. With that, he executed a sweeping strike against a cluster of Yellow Turban soldiers. The soldiers raised their weapons in a futile attempt to block. But how could their feeble might be compared to his? With a series of sharp cracks, their disordered armaments shattered like glass. The momentum of the battle axe did not wane. It effortlessly cleaved through the remaining yellow-turbaned soldiers, severing them in twain. Yet, this was not the end. The battle axe emitted a piercing hum, and its blade erupted with a fan-shaped wave of dark crimson energy. The shockwave surged forth, swiftly sweeping through the front line, bisecting the yellow-turbaned soldiers caught within its path. Countless half-bodied warriors fell to the ground, howling in agony before succumbing to death. The dark red shockwave continued to expand for 20 meters before gradually dissipating. Every yellow-turbaned soldier, irrespective of their strength, fell victim to the devastating onslaught, all mercilessly annihilated. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The commotion caused by Yin Luo had long drawn the attention of the Eastern evolutionists. At that moment, amidst the battlefield, apart from a few martial generals, he stood out prominently. As he continuously unleashed a series of dark red shockwaves, the nearby yellow-turbaned soldiers fell in droves, none able to withstand his onslaught for even a moment. Kurita Jiro could not help but exclaim, "Is this fellow truly a Tier 1 world evolutionist? This is utterly astonishing." His efficiency in slaughter is nearly on par with those martial generals. Beside him, a handsome youth with a ponytail scoffed, "Humph. It's merely the result of equipment stacking. Did you see the axe in his hand? It holds great significance, an epic weapon that can only be exchanged for a silver medal. That devastating red shockwave is a special effect of that axe. His personal skill may not be particularly impressive." Upon hearing this, Kurita Jiro gasped, "A silver medal? Such a precious item shouldn't be used for anything other than bloodline exchanges. Besides, obtaining even a bronze medal is a challenge for us. How could he possibly possess a silver medal?" The handsome youth sneered, "Of course, it's impossible that he acquired it himself. It must have been bestowed upon him by the advanced evolutionists of the Chinese civilization. This fellow is likely a seed evolutionist receiving significant support from that civilization, which would entail numerous high-level rewards." Kurita Jiro, filled with envy, cursed, "Damn. How wonderful it would be if I had an axe like that. I'd undoubtedly reap tremendous rewards in this point-exploding world." The youth replied coldly, "If we capture him, we can force him to relinquish all his treasures. It would serve as a splendid welcome gift for my induction into the team." Kurita Jiro exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, that sounds splendid. Once we seize it, I must borrow it for a while. When shall we make our move, Hirano?" The handsome youth, referred to as Hirano, did not respond but instead glanced back at their captain. This man, who had once appeared as solid as a mountain, was now staring blankly at the corpse of Yuya, utterly unresponsive to the outside world. Kurita Jiro explained, "The death of Yuya has dealt a tremendous blow to the captain. It is said that they entered the space together, having coordinated through many worlds, fostering a deep bond. He may take some time to recover from this." Hirano sneered inwardly, "Humph. To engage in romance within the evolution space, how foolish of him. However, this current state suits me well. I can use this opportunity to establish my authority through the seizure of the Berserker Axe. Perhaps I might even overshadow him and take command of this small team." Thus, he feigned concern, saying, "Captain, since you have suffered such a heavy blow, do take your time to recover. But we cannot allow that Chinese evolutionist, who has finally exposed himself for points, to escape." Unbeknownst to him, several teammates readily volunteered, with Kurita Jiro being the first. "I would gladly accompany you." Another slender youth, wielding a longsword, chimed in, "How could I not partake in slaying a Chinese pig? Count me in." A burly man added, "Include me as well. This day has been dreadfully dull." Seeing their eagerness, Hirano smiled, "Excellent. Since everyone is so eager, we must seize this opportunity. Let us make our move at once." Yin Luo had initially been on guard against the potential assault from the Eastern evolutionists. However, after engaging in combat for a considerable duration, he noted that the Eastern civilization remained unresponsive. A sense of perplexity washed over him. Had something momentous transpired among them? Was the perceptive evolutionist he had just slain a figure of great significance? Regardless, he thought, since they seem preoccupied and indifferent to my presence, I shall hasten the eradication of their forces. Otherwise, these points of accumulation would be annihilated by the Han army. In this brief interlude, Yin Luo and Arno had already decimated nearly 2,000 yellow-turbaned soldiers. Surrounding them lay a vast array of fallen foes, their remains strewn about, and the ground was slick with a thick layer of blood. Although the majority of the adversaries were merely common warriors worth but a single point, they had nonetheless amassed a staggering total of 7,000 to 8,000 points. Such a rapid accumulation of resources was nothing short of astonishing. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo chuckled bitterly, alas. As the enemy has become increasingly sparse, the might of the Berserker Axe has failed to manifest. It seems that remaining here is no longer viable. I must seek a direction where I am unrecognized to unleash my wrath. With this thought, he called out to Lin Bin nearby. "Lin Bin, Having consumed so much blood from the yellow turbans, how is your strength faring? During this period, Lin Bin had ceased his reliance on Arno and had begun to independently hunt the yellow turbans for sustenance. To date, he had drained the lifeblood of over 100 yellow turban soldiers. At this moment, his complexion had markedly improved, and he no longer appeared listless. He responded energetically. I am nearly restored. With the absorption of just 10 more yellow turban warriors' essence, I shall regain my peak condition. Yin Luo nodded and said, very well. Accelerate your pace. Once you have finished, we shall relocate our position. The yellow turban soldiers in this direction are starting to evade me. The slaughter is simply too sluggish. Understood. Lin Bin naturally had no objections, immediately lunging with fierce determination towards another yellow turban warrior. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a specter of the midnight hour. The yellow turban soldier, caught off guard, was swiftly seized by Lin Bin's grip around his neck, with a ghastly gulping sound. As Lin Bin forcefully began to draw the life essence, the yellow turban warrior wailed in agony, swiftly reduced to a desiccated corpse. Just as Lin Bin was about to extract the last vestiges of blood, a sharp, cold beam of light surged towards him. In a panic, Lin Bin discarded the lifeless body and rolled aside to evade the lethal strike. He had just regained his footing, prepared to seek out his assailant, when another blade of light appeared at his side. This time, it was alarmingly close. His adversary had anticipated his position upon rising. This strike, Lin Bin found himself unable to escape. The audacity was overwhelming. Reluctantly, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Bloodbat Frenzy, melding into countless shadowy bats that scattered in all directions. The sword light cleaved through the air, managing to sever only a handful of bats. These creatures ascended to several hundred meters before coalescing back into Lin Bin. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the battlefield and discerned that his attacker was a tall, slender youth clad in athletic wear, who was now scanning the surroundings. Evidently still in search of him, his gaze shifted to Yin Luo's position, where he noted 3 Eastern evolutionaries subtly encircling her. They comprised a diminutive, furtive middle-aged man, a towering, robust figure, and a striking young man in a black trench coat with a ponytail. Moreover, the swordsman, having failed to locate Lin Bin, had also approached Yin Luo from behind. Yin Luo gazed at the 4 individuals who had completely cornered him, a mocking smile gracing his lips. I have yet to seek you out, yet you have also kindly delivered yourselves to me. How considerate. Hirano was taken aback by Yin Luo's ability to smile in the face of impending doom, momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, sneering, humph. Surrounded as you are, maintaining such calmness is indeed commendable. I hope your bravado remains steadfast shortly. The diminutive and unseemly Kamita Jiro chimed in with a feigned amiability. My dear brother, there is truly no need for us to resort to violence. Simply surrender your berserker axe and reveal the whereabouts of your companions. We may even entertain the notion of allowing you to depart this world alive. After all, you have been grinding for quite some time. Surely you've amassed enough punishment points by now? After listening, Yin Luo sneered disdainfully. Humph. Your words are fit for a mere child of 3. And I have no intention of sparing you little brats. With that, he activated his cloaking device and swiftly rolled to change his position. Pianyi, noticing Yin Luo's sudden disappearance, hastily gestured with a fierce command, Night's Wind. A swirling tempest materialized from thin air, rapidly expanding outward. Soon, the whirlwind swept across Yin Luo's form, and Pianyi immediately sensed it. He pointed towards Yin Luo's last known location, shouting, he is behind Takahashi. Don't let him escape. Takahashi was the tall, slender youth wielding a longsword. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly glanced behind Takahashi and indeed spotted a mottled, translucent figure. Takahashi reacted with remarkable speed, promptly turning to slash behind him, only to clash with a semi-transparent great axe. With a resounding clang that echoed like a clash of metal, Takahashi felt an overwhelming force surging through his longsword. His grip shattered, and the sword flew from his hands. In utter shock, he exclaimed, his strength is overpowering me. Quickly, save me. Before he could finish his plea, the translucent great axe swung down fiercely once more, and he never had the chance to utter another word. His body was slowly cleaved in 2. Simultaneously, a piercing hum resonated as a fan-shaped crimson shockwave erupted from Takahashi's corpse, swiftly sweeping toward the remaining 3. Pianyi and the others hurriedly dodged the oncoming wave. Fenghe, Pianyi shouted, instantly transforming into a gust of wind and vanishing into the air. In the next moment, he reappeared several dozen meters away. Kumita Jiro, struck by the shockwave, dissipated with a pop like a bubble. He was merely an illusion. The final burly man, however, manifested a layer of stone skin on his surface, choosing to endure the shockwave. The wave cascaded over him, shedding his stone skin in a flurry, yet it remained intact until the shockwave subsided. Seeing that he had sustained no damage, the burly man boasted, my stone skin ability is not so easily breached. Do you think you can kill me? Dream on. Is that so? A chilling voice echoed from behind him as he spoke. Can your stone skin withstand my divine might? Upon hearing this, the burly man felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Just as he turned to investigate, he discovered the world around him had twisted grotesquely. No, he shrieked in terror. In the next instant, a transparent vortex engulfed his head, and his massive body collapsed to the ground, gushing blood. 2 Eastern evolutionists slain, earning 3,600 points. Fatal Harvest activated. The highest attributes of the two were agility 25 and strength 30. Shall the harvest proceed? Yin Luo did not hesitate this time. Opting directly for the harvest. 2 luminous orbs, 1 green and 1 red, emerged from the bodies of the swordsman and the stout man, swiftly merging into Yin Luo's being. His agility and strength attributes experienced a slight enhancement. However, he was not inclined to examine the alterations in his attributes at this moment. Instead, he painfully rubbed his left eye, revealing a scara suffused with crimson veins, betraying his exhaustion. After all, his Sharingan was a third-rate variant. The forced use of Kamui inevitably imposed a significant burden on him. Nonetheless, it was thanks to this very Kamui that he found himself in this position. Yin Luo's extraordinary prowess enabled him to swiftly eliminate 2 Eastern ninjas, successfully dismantling their encirclement. Following the defeat of the swordsman and the brawny man, only Hirano and Kamita-jiro remained from the Eastern faction. Remarkably, Kamita-jiro seemingly shattered into nothingness, clearly revealing himself to be but a mere clone. After a thorough investigation, Yin Luo was unable to locate his true self. It remained uncertain whether it had concealed itself from afar or if it had never arrived at all. Now, Yin Luo was left to confront only the formidable Hirano, who wielded the power to manipulate whirlwinds. At this moment, Arno had already taken his position beside Yin Luo, brandishing dual blades as his protector. In the sky, Lin Bin was poised to strike. The situation had dramatically reversed, transforming from a 1-against-4 into a 3-against-1. Yin Luo Chao mocked the distant plane, saying, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you hiding so far away? You little devils truly resort to despicable tactics. That's why I could hardly be bothered to deal with your Eastern female evolvers before. I would only send my beloved dog into battle. I wonder if any of your relatives or friends are among them." Ha. In response, Pinji coldly replied, "You need not use such vulgar taunts to provoke me. I will not flee. I indeed underestimated you before. Now, allow me to show you the terrifying prowess of an elite evolver." Fenghe. With that, Pinji transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing without a trace. Is he also an elite evolver? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo swiftly completed the hand seals and unleashed the fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted fiercely from his mouth, hurtling directly towards the azure energy. Humph. Great fireball technique? Behold my night wind. A disdainful voice echoed from Pinji. A ferocious pillar of wind rapidly coalesced, and then collided head-on with the fireball. Boom. The clash of the wind pillar and the fireball produced a deafening roar. They entwined and struggled against each other, each striving to extinguish the other. However, it soon became apparent that the fireball gained the upper hand. Under the searing heat of the flames, the wind pillar could no longer maintain its form, dissipating into a rush of turbulent air, vanishing into the atmosphere. At last, the enormous fireball struck the azure energy. Boom. The surging flames instantly engulfed the energy and began to scorch it mercilessly. How is this possible? With a startled cry, Pinji reverted to his physical form, tumbling to the ground in disarray. He incredulously questioned, "How could the damage from your ninjutsu be so immense? Is your primary attribute intelligence?" Yin Luo's intellect has soared to an impressive 44. 2. In terms of the first-tier world, this is truly remarkable. Many specialized spellcasters may not possess such elevated intelligence. Furthermore, this heightened intellect amplifies his spell damage to a terrifying degree. Coupled with the Uchiha lineage's enhancement of fire-based ninjutsu, his seemingly ordinary C-rank technique yielded damage far exceeding Pinji's expectations. Naturally, Yin Luo would not elucidate these details to Pinji. Instead, he brandished his berserker axe and charged silently towards his opponent. Seeing the fierce approach of Yin Luo, Pinji swiftly dispersed the flames enveloping him with a gust of wind. He then retrieved a pale blue pill from his waist and swallowed it. The invigorating potion instantly replenished his stamina and alleviated his injuries. For the next 2 minutes, all attributes were enhanced by 10. However, after 2 minutes, he would enter a state of weakness. Upon consuming the potion, Pinji immediately felt revitalized. He glared at the advancing Yin Luo and shouted, "Don't get too arrogant, you scoundrel. Witness my arm lightning everlasting." After uttering this declaration, Pinji unexpectedly turned his back to Yin Luo, gesturing with his hand in a dismissive manner. Upon witnessing Pinji's audacious posture, Yin Luo abruptly halted. A look of confusion etched upon his face. There must be something amiss. He resolved to test the waters with a ranged attack. At present, Yin Luo's options for long-distance offense were limited to firearms and the mighty fireball technique. Thus, he resorted to this C-rank ninjutsu once more. A colossal fireball surged forth, hurtling towards the plains. Yet, mere meters from its target, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of white wind blades materialized from thin air, slicing through the enormous fireball at incredible speed. The fireball, which had previously been capable of dispersing gusts of wind, now found itself powerless against these wind blades. Within mere moments, the blades effectively extinguished the fireball. Indeed, something sinister was afoot. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo let out a cold smile. He swiftly dashed to the edge of the wind blade array and raised his berserker axe to deliver a fierce strike. Countless wind blades manifested instantaneously, desperately attempting to resist the onslaught of the axe. Yet, due to the rapid slicing action of the axe's blade, the splitting effect was triggered repeatedly. A resonating hum filled the air. 7 or 8 dark red shockwaves erupted almost simultaneously. They intertwined, coalescing into a shockwave darkened by red, swiftly expanding forward. The wind blades along its path were shattered as it surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, hurtling towards Hera. Initially oblivious, Hera soon sensed something amiss. As he turned to investigate, he was confronted with the ominous sight of the black-red shockwave engulfing his entire field of vision. Ah, Goni deceived me. Hera could only lamentingly shout this phrase before the terrifying shockwave cleaved him in two. The East Japan Evolver has been slain, earning 3,000 points. The Fatal Harvest is initiated. The highest attribute is intelligence at 38 points. Shall the harvest proceed? Observing Hera's notably high intelligence, Yin Luo promptly chose to reap the rewards. As a blue orb of light was absorbed into his being, his intellect experienced yet another enhancement. At this moment, his attributes transformed to Strength 47, Agility 47, 5, Constitution 42, Intelligence 48, Luck 5, with intelligence soaring to become his paramount attribute. He had vanquished a total of 4 Eastern ninja foes. Through the process of lethal harvesting, he had cumulatively augmented his attributes by 5 points. The astonishing rate of attribute enhancement left even Yin Luo himself in awe. It was at this juncture that he truly grasped the formidable prowess of the lethal harvesting skill. He also came to comprehend why the space spoke of elite evolvers being able to expedite their evolution. In a realm where one could effortlessly acquire attributes, it would indeed be peculiar if the evolution did not progress swiftly. Speaking of elite evolvers, Yin Luo suddenly recalled that this Japanese evolutionist was also an elite evolutionist. This individual was the first elite evolutionist Yin Luo had encountered, and his prowess certainly did not disappoint. However, his strength was not manifested through attributes or equipment, but rather in the myriad of potent and practical skills he possessed. For instance, the Finga skill exhibited a stealth effect far superior to that of the Iron Blood armor's cloaking disguise, evading even the Iron Blood mask scrutiny. If it weren't for the Sharingan's investigative abilities, Yin Luo might have genuinely fallen victim to this tactic. The other 2 skills also showcased a harmonious blend of offense and defense, proving to be exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, these 3 skills seemed to originate from a singular source. Yin Luo could not help but ponder the precise direction of his elite evolution. Thus, he inquired of the space. What is the elite evolution path of this Eastern ninja? After a brief silence, the electronic voice responded. Detection indicates that the Predator 952701 has eliminated the Frenzy Blooder 941644. You may acquire its core data. The evolution direction of the Frenzy Blooder 941644 is as follows. Rare bloodline of the Orochi clan. The Orochi clan emerges from the realm of King of Fighters. Upon consuming the blood of Orochi, one shall become a member of the Orochi clan and randomly inherit the legacy of one of the 8 masters. This legacy can be gradually unlocked by defeating various formidable foes. The currently locked legacy is the Breath of the Storm inheritance. Hunting other 8 masters will allow you to seize their legacies. Yin Luo suddenly realized, so it's a skill from King of Fighters. No wonder it seemed so familiar. He never anticipated that he would fortuitously acquire the inheritance of Breath of the Storm. That was the leader among the 8 masters. With this thought, Yin Luo's heart stirred. He hurriedly inquired, can I use the Plunder skill to extract the Orochi blood from within him? The electronic voice responded, in the absence of interference. The Plunder skill has a significant chance of extracting the Orochi blood from within him. Hearing this, Yin Luo exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it is as such. However, the elated Yin Luo did not hastily seize the opportunity from this bloodthirsty madman. He contemplated that the world of dynasty warriors, with its extraordinary martial prowess, harbored a plethora of divine weapons. Notable examples include Cao Cao's heaven-subduing sword, Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, and Zhang Fei's serpent spear, each undoubtedly possessing remarkably formidable effects. Should he manage to acquire even one of them, he would truly strike it rich. In comparison, the blood of this great serpent would become inconsequential. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo gazed towards the towering walls of Julu City. He was acutely aware that the remaining Eastern evolutionaries were likely concealed within. A fervent desire surged within him to charge forth and vanquish the Eastern civilization from this world. Yet, he remained apprehensive of the formidable yellow turban warriors within the city, fearing that such a bold move could lead to his own demise. After much contemplation, Yin Luo ultimately relinquished this notion. At present, it seems that few remnants of the Eastern civilization's evolutionaries remain. Even if they were to align themselves with the Anglosphere, their impact would be negligible. It is best to let them be for now. Furthermore, we are currently in a world of explosive points. Seizing the moment to accumulate points is of utmost importance. It would be unfortunate if those remaining few obstinate individuals continued to disturb him. Yin Luo, even if it means expending the Taming emblem, is determined to eradicate them completely. After careful consideration, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yin Luo's assault grew increasingly unrestrained, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty ferocity. The war axe whirled in his grasp, leaving behind a blur, while the dark crimson shockwaves surged almost incessantly. Wherever he tread, the air was filled with anguished wails, and the blood pooled beneath him coalesced into a veritable river of crimson. Having slain countless members of the Yellow Turban Army, his entire being was drenched in their lifeblood, each step leaving behind a damp footprint of gore. He resembled a demonic entity that had just emerged from the infernal river of blood. Though Arno and Lin Bin may not have matched his slaughtering efficiency, their ferocity was equally formidable. One wielded dual blades with a speed reminiscent of a relentless killing machine, emotionlessly reaping the lives of the Yellow Turbans. The other was even more ruthless. Not only was his assault as swift as a specter, but every foe he vanquished became a chilling corpse. These three appeared as celestial harbingers of death, akin to vengeful spirits unleashed upon the world. Even the notoriously ruthless Dong Zhuo could only secretly marvel, muttering to himself, in all my years of warfare, I have never encountered such a bloodthirsty practitioner of the martial arts. Do these Yellow Turbans harbor a personal vendetta against him? The frenzied slaughter by Yin Luo and their companions swiftly captured the attention of the main forces of the Yellow Turban Army. Among them, a commanding general, mounted on a magnificent steed, bellowed, "Halt! You vile creatures shall not act with such impudence. Witness as I, Guan Hai, claim your heads." This formidable warrior stood over 7 feet tall, with disheveled hair and a fearsome visage. He wore a headband and was clad in golden armor, wielding a formidable broadsword designed for decapitating horses. He swiftly dispatched the Han soldiers that obstructed his path before spurring his warhorse directly toward Yin Luo and their allies, embodying the essence of a ferocious martial general. Nearby, Generals Guan Qing and Zhang Rao, concerned for Guan Hai's safety, hastened to rally behind him. These three were esteemed leaders among the Yellow Turban Army, the 36 commanders, each hailing from different provinces and notorious as marauders of great renown. Now, united in the defense of their shared leader, Zhang Jiao, they converged upon the grand city of Jiulu. As these three minor bosses approached, the tension in the air escalated. Yin Luo, however, remained composed. He coldly instructed Arno, Lin Bin, you two, hold off the two adversaries at the back. I shall confront Guan Hai. Yes, no problem. Arno and Lin Bin replied in unison before charging towards their respective foes. Arno, rather straightforward, disregarded the disparity between foot and cavalry, wielding his twin blades as he charged directly at Zhang Rao. In contrast, Lin Bin exhibited a more cunning approach. He would not engage head-on. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of blood flames, persistently harassing Guan Qing from above. Regardless of their methods, both managed to keep their respective commanders at bay. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Seeing this, Yin Luo let out a cold smile. He first shot out a silk thread projectile, then began to form the hand seals for the fireball technique. As Guan Hai charged forward with great momentum, he was suddenly confronted by an odd spider web assaulting him. Fearing the sorcerer's sinister arts, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned a surge of earthy yellow fighting spirit into his blade and struck fiercely. The destructive force of this earthy yellow energy shattered the spider web into countless fragments. Humph, a mere trick. Just as he was about to taunt in triumph, he saw a massive fireball hurtling towards him with ferocity. He hastily enveloped himself in fighting spirit while raising his great sword to slash at the fireball. Boom. Upon collision, the fireball exploded violently, engulfing Guan Hai in a blaze of roaring flames. Guan Hai managed to withstand the flames thanks to the fighting spirit coating his body. However, the warhorse beneath him was utterly unprotected, letting out a pained scream before being instantly turned to char. The charred remains could no longer bear Guan Hai's weight and immediately crumbled into a cloud of ash. The unsuspecting Guan Hai then fell directly to the ground. This is bad, Guan Hai thought to himself, hurriedly rolling away from the spot. The next moment, indeed, an axe struck down precisely where he had just been. As Yin Luo swung his first axe, it failed to strike Guan Hai, prompting an immediate follow-up with a second swing. His agility was nearly double that of Guan Hai, who could hardly keep pace with his speed. The axe found its mark with a resounding clang. the sound of metal meeting metal resonating through the air. It turned out that Guan Hai's surface aura had absorbed the blow, yet the force remained unmitigated, shielded by his aura. Guan Hai was nonetheless sent flying over 10 meters by the sheer might of the strike. Humph. Aura. Seeing this, Yin Luo let out a cold laugh and pursued with his fierce battle axe in hand. Cough, cough. After taking a moment to regain his strength, Guan Hai managed to rise once more. However, as he stood, he was struck by the alarming realization that his fighting spirit had dwindled to merely a fraction of its former self. In utter astonishment, he exclaimed, "That single strike drained so much of my energy. This fiend's assault is truly terrifying." At that moment, a glimmer of fear crept into his gaze as he looked at Yin Luo. Yet, true to his nature as a formidable tyrant, he swiftly suppressed that flicker of fear, transforming it into a fierce determination. With eyes ablaze, he roared, "Come forth, you wicked demon who aids the tyrant. I, Guan Hai, got to eradicate every last one of you sycophantic rulers." With that declaration, his fighting spirit surged forth like a tempest. He wielded his broadsword with breathtaking speed, creating phantoms of the heavy blade as it sliced through the air like a whirlwind of steel directed at Yin Luo. Is this an unparalleled technique? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yin Luo required the aid of the Sharingan to discern his opponent's onslaught. Each of his adversary's strikes demanded considerable exertion to withstand. Yet, the mockery in Yin Luo's gaze intensified with each encounter. Such a high frequency of slashes would inevitably trigger the splitting effect of the berserker axe, catching Guan Hai completely off guard. However, utilizing this weapon in such a manner to invoke the splitting probability remained rather low. Despite enduring numerous attacks, it had yet to activate. Nevertheless, Guan Hai was engulfed in astonishment. This individual managed to withstand my unparalleled technique with apparent ease. Moreover, why was my energy expenditure so excessive? The rate of stamina depletion seemed utterly unreasonable. Had I fallen victim to some arcane sorcery of his? Before Guan Hai could unravel this enigma, their weapons clashed once more, and suddenly the adversary's axe emitted a piercing hum. In an instant, a dark crimson radiance flooded Guan Hai's vision, followed by an overwhelming force crashing into him. Crack! The already thinning aura could no longer withstand such might and finally shattered into fragments. Almost immediately, a flash of red light raced across Guan Hai's neck, and his horrified head was sent soaring, only to tumble to the ground thereafter. The yellow turban leader, Guan Hai, has been slain. You have earned 5,000 points. The lethal harvest has been activated. Maximum attribute, strength 40 points. Do you wish to proceed with the harvest? This was the highest attribute Yin Luo had achieved in his harvesting endeavors thus far, and he readily accepted, opting to proceed with the harvest. As a crimson orb of light entered his being, Yin Luo's strength surged to 51 points. At that moment, bluish light began to emanate from Guan Hai's corpse, eventually coalescing into a blue treasure chest. Truly, in the realm of high martial arts, even minor bosses yield blue treasure chests. With a visage of delight, Yin Luo eagerly picked up the treasure chest and opened it without hesitation. A radiant blue light burst forth, revealing a colossal ring-headed blade and a medallion in Yin Luo's hands. Awakening seal type, consumable item quality, blue rare upon usage, it grants the user an awakened state, significantly enhances the attributes of strength, agility, and stamina, while rendering the user immune to all debuffs. It amplifies the potency of all skills, allowing them to be unleashed without expenditure. Duration, 15 seconds. Note, only one item of this type can be possessed at a time. Ring-headed blade quality, green premium of finely crafted ring-headed blade forged from tempered steel, possessing a slight slashing attribute, with a 10 chance to deliver a fatal blow to ordinary soldiers in a single strike. To Yin Luo's astonishment, this treasure chest had yielded 2 pieces of equipment. The last occurrence of such fortune was when a blue treasure chest had dropped in the world of Naruto. Yin Luo had discerned the situation. Typically, when such occurrences arise, a treasure chest would yield a high-quality item. Perhaps, out of consideration for the chest quality, a low-quality piece of equipment would be added as a supplement. The Ring of Slaughter, the first blade, was merely glanced at by Yin Luo before it was returned to his storage ring. With the acquisition of the purple-quality berserker axe, he had little regard for such a green weapon. Moreover, the slashing attribute it possessed was utterly superfluous to him. Given his current prowess, he could already dispatch mere minions with ease. There was no need to rely on a mere slashing attribute of 10. Yin Luo is primarily focused on the awakening of that Azure quality token. This token resembles a buff that can be activated at any moment. More precisely, it encompasses 4 distinct enhancement states: attribute augmentation, skill enhancement, skill 0 consumption, and an additional magic immunity. Although it lasts merely 15 seconds, the benefits it confers are exceedingly formidable. According to the nature of the space, when it claims a significant enhancement, it is nearly equivalent to a doubling effect, coupled with the subsequent 3 enhancements. It can undoubtedly elevate Yin Luo's combat prowess several tiers. He might even contemplate challenging those formidable renowned generals. Alas, he can only embody the essence of a true man for a mere 15 seconds, and that opportunity is limited to just once. Yin Luo, with a tinge of regret, returned the awakening order to his storage ring. Unintentionally, he caught a glimpse of Guan Hai's astonished head and, with a swift motion, stowed it away as well. It was not his intention to brandish the severed head and proclaim, "The enemy general has been vanquished by my hand." Such a display would not only terrify the Yellow Turban army but also attract the attention of other martial leaders, inviting a counterattack. Rather, he sought to exchange this trophy for military merit, as he intended to remain involved in this grand conflict until its conclusion, remaining a mere peripheral participant. Devoid of any authority proved exceedingly inconvenient. The head of the Yellow Turban commander undoubtedly served as an excellent bargaining chip. His decision to conceal the trophy stemmed from his trust in the loyal Gouging of the Han dynasty. Having concluded the task of gathering his spoils, Yen Luo then had the opportunity to observe Arno and Lin Bin's situations. Arno, due to his inherently inferior attributes and an unsuitable weapon, was essentially enduring a one-sided beating. Guancheng and Guan Hai are brothers, and Guancheng's attributes, while slightly inferior to Guan Hai's, still far surpassed Arno's, acknowledging his disadvantage. Arno wisely avoided direct engagement with Guancheng, instead clinging tenaciously to the warhorse, preventing its departure. Guancheng relentlessly assaulted him, hacking away until Arno was nearly a bloody mess, yet Arno remained steadfast. Fortunately, Arno's endoskeleton was constructed from a superalloy, otherwise, he would have succumbed to the relentless assault. Lin Bin, on the other hand, was in a much more favorable position, perpetually circling above Zhang Rao, unleashing volleys of sanguinary flames. Whenever Zhang Rao attempted to retaliate with arrows, Lin Bin would disperse into a swarm of bats to evade the projectiles. Once Zhang Rao's quiver was empty, he would reassume his human form and resume his previous tactics. All the while, he muttered to himself, "When it comes to being underhanded, who can surpass me? Give me an hour, and I'll vex him to death." Zhang Rao, thoroughly exasperated by his harassment, was gradually contemplating a retreat, witnessing Lin Bin's evident enjoyment. Yen Luo resolved to first aid the beleaguered Arnold. However, Yen Luo did not intend to stride ostentatiously to his aid, lest he frighten Guancheng into flight. Instead, he activated his armor's cloaking device, stealthily advancing towards Guancheng's rear. He successfully infiltrated to within 10 meters of Guancheng's position. Yen Luo no longer wasted time and directly unleashed his formidable power upon Guancheng's neck. After a prolonged period of cooldown, he was once again able to wield this invisible assassin's technique. Guan Hai, who was still angrily striking at Arno and contemplating whether to dismount and throw him aside, suddenly noticed a transparent vortex encircling his neck. What is this? As this question formed in his mind, the vortex created by the divine power abruptly contracted. In an instant, his neck vanished into thin air. The head of Guancheng, still perplexed, rolled to the ground. The commander of the Yellow Turban Bandits, Guancheng, has been slain. Earn 5,000 points. Fatal Harvest activated. Maximum attribute, Strength 35 points. Would you like to proceed with the harvest? Yen Luo naturally chose to reap. His strength soared to an impressive 54. 5 points, far surpassing all other attributes. Until this moment, Arno remained obliviously focused on grasping the horse's leg, completely unaware that the target he had been obstructing had already perished. It was only when Guancheng's corpse emitted a blue treasure chest that he curiously lifted his gaze. To his astonishment, he discovered that Guancheng had, at some unknown point, become a headless corpse. At that moment, Yen Luo chuckled softly behind him. "Well done, Arno. You have accomplished the task admirably. You may take a moment to rest." It was then that Arno realized Yen Luo had effortlessly vanquished the formidable adversary without his awareness. He finally released the horse's leg, which he had nearly constricted to the point of breaking. "This is for you, master," Arno said, gracefully presenting the fallen treasure chest to Yen Luo. "Thank you." After Yen Luo took possession of the treasure chest, he refrained from opening it again and instead stowed it directly into his storage ring. At that moment, an epiphany struck him. While the space limited him to possessing only one awakening order, it did not prohibit him from carrying multiple treasure chests, each of which could potentially yield an awakening order. By holding such chests, he could effectively accumulate awakening orders. This strategy would enable him to maintain an awakened state for an extended duration during battles against formidable foes. While others consumed potions when facing bosses, he would simply unveil treasure chests, creating a rather absurd spectacle. Nearby, Zhang Rao observed in shock as Guancheng unwittingly perished in battle, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He sought to locate Guan Hai, yet the latter's form eluded his sight. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He immediately turned his steed back towards his main formation, but Lin Bin, having long prepared for this moment, would not allow the opportunity to slip away. He transformed into a multitude of fiery bats, surging toward Zhang Rao in a dense swarm. Zhang Rao, unwilling to engage, summoned his fighting spirit to envelop himself and continued his flight. However, Lin Bin had already depleted most of his fighting spirit, preparing for his most potent strike. Swarm after swarm of bloodfire bats relentlessly collided with Zhang Rao's fighting spirit. Within mere seconds, it shattered into fragments, bereft of protective energy. Zhang Rao was swiftly engulfed by the swarm of bats. When the bats finally dispersed, only 2 lifeless corpses remained on the ground. Having slain 3 commanders in succession, the Yellow Turban army began to descend into disarray. It is worth noting that they had dispatched only 8 commanders in total for this operation, for were currently entangled in combat with Niufu and other generals, while 3 had already fallen. Only one remained to oversee the situation, a figure of the highest standing among the 36 commanders, known as the Divine Envoy, Zhang Manqing. Regrettably, at this critical juncture, the Divine Envoy displayed no inclination to rescue his beleaguered followers. Instead, he stealthily retreated with his confidants back into Jiulu City, commanding the gates to be shut. With the sole commander having exited the battlefield, the Yellow Turban soldiers were plunged into utter chaos. The majority of the fleeing common soldiers abandoned their weapons in terror. Only a handful of Yellow Turban warriors managed to maintain their composure and continue fighting. Meanwhile, the 4 commanders engaged with the Han army displayed expressions of both anger and shock upon witnessing the city gates close. They were all commanders of the Heishan faction, who had long been at odds with the domineering Zhang Manqing. Presumably, he was seizing this opportunity to eliminate rivals. The seasoned Zhang Youjiao furiously exclaimed, "That fool Zhang Manqing. He cannot discern the appropriate times for internal strife. The legacy of the great sage will inevitably be ruined by this mediocrity." His heart seethed with indignation, causing his spear to falter and expose a vulnerability. Seizing this chance, Li Ju unleashed a barrage of ferocious attacks. The intensity of his onslaught overwhelmed Zhang Youjiao, ultimately leading to his demise. Li Ju, lifting Zhang Youjiao's severed head with his spear, proclaimed with a triumphant voice, "The bandit commander has been slain by me, Li Ju. You rogue soldiers, do not delay in surrendering." As he flaunted his victory from a distance, the battlefield lay in turmoil. Yin Luo remonstrated in a hushed tone, "Why the boisterous clamor? You frightened away all my points. Are you going to compensate me for that?" Lin Bin, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, if anyone deserves to claim first blood, it should be you. When it comes to the swift dispatch of commanders, he wouldn't even rank among the top contenders. How dare he boast with such audacity?" "Humph." Yin Luo scoffed, "It is better not to compete for such fleeting glory. Rather than dwell on that, we should seize the moment to eliminate the minions. This battle is likely nearing its conclusion. Let us make one final push." Lin Bin nodded emphatically, "Indeed. Accumulating points is our priority. Let us swiftly commence our last revelry." As his words faded, he transformed into hundreds of blood flame bats, screeching as they surged towards the Yellow Turban army. The destructive power of the blood flames was astounding. Each bat, upon colliding with the enemy, would swiftly incinerate the foe's body. Then, they would burrow into the enemy's form, feasting on their innards amidst their agonizing cries. Such a terrifying spectacle unfolded in hundreds of locations. Observing Lin Bin's exuberant enjoyment, Yin Luo felt a natural urge to emulate him. Inspired by Guan Hai's unparalleled technique, he conceived an innovative approach, abandoning monotonous cleaving in favor of a gyroscopic, rotating assault. This strategy promised to engage a greater number of adversaries with each revolution, thereby amplifying the likelihood of triggering the splitting effect. He immediately commenced experimenting with this maneuver, and the results proved remarkably efficacious. Each rotation of the wildly spinning axe blades reaped a harvest of over a dozen lives. He became akin to an out-of-control mowing machine, rampaging across the battlefield, leaving utter devastation in his wake. Periodically, a colossal shockwave would emanate from him, felling swathes of enemies. Furthermore, the berserker effect of his axe continuously replenished his stamina. Yin Luo felt no fatigue at all. He believed he could continue spinning until dawn. This brutal slaughter persisted until the hour of the dog was nearly over, and the hour of the tiger was approaching. Outside the city, the tens of thousands of Yellow Turbans had been decimated by the Han army, leaving only a scattered remnant. The remaining Yellow Turbans were devastated, trembling with fear, crying out for their parents as they pounded on the city gates, begging to be let back inside. However, there was no sign of the gates opening in Jiulu City. It was evident they had been completely abandoned. The city's decision was understandable. After all, these Yellow Turbans were merely a rabble, lacking any understanding of organization or retreat. Should the gates open, they would undoubtedly surge into the city in a chaotic frenzy, preventing the defending troops from establishing a proper defense line. The Han army could easily push this panicked mob into the city, facilitating their assault on the gates. If the main Han forces were lying in ambush nearby, they would surely launch a full-scale attack, leading to the true fall of Jiulu City. After realizing their futile attempts to return to the city, these remnants decisively chose to surrender to the Han army. They trembled as they knelt before the Han soldiers, repeatedly bowing their heads in desperate pleas for mercy. Dongjua, with a fierce expression, declared, "Humph, what use is there for such ruffians and scoundrels? Keeping them would only disperse our manpower and waste provisions. Let them all be shot down by arrows." At this moment, the Han soldiers were already blinded by bloodlust, treating killing with the same casualness as breathing. Upon hearing Dongjua's command, they wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the remnants. Following a flurry of swift arrows, the ground was left littered with countless corpses. In the Han army's tent, Huang Fusang continued reading by candlelight. Though his face was serene, he was deeply concerned about the outcome of this night raid, as it would determine whether his subsequent strategies could advance. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A messenger rushed into the tent, urgently reporting, "Report. Generals Dong and Chao have returned from the night raid, achieving a resounding victory. They have slain 10 leaders of the Yellow Turbans and completely annihilated over 40,000 bandits." "Haha, excellent," Huang Fusang exclaimed joyfully. He slammed the bamboo slip onto the table and laughed heartily. "My plan has succeeded. Relay my orders. Ensure that achievements are verified before dawn. We shall discuss rewards tomorrow at the hour of the dragon. Understood. The messenger immediately took his leave. Finally, Huang Fusang could remove his armor and enjoy a well-deserved sleep. Upon returning to the Han army encampment, Yen Luo escorted all members of the Chinese civilization back to their encampment. Fortuitously, they incurred no casualties this evening. 10 individuals embarked, and 10 returned. This was largely attributable to Yen Luo's preemptive elimination of the sensory-type evolutionist from the Japanese civilization, which forestalled their ability to precisely locate the newcomers amidst the tens of thousands engaged in battle. Following this, Old Zhang and Li Ming remained behind to settle the new recruits. Yen Luo retreated to his military tent to repose. There, he availed himself of the opportunity to assess the gains from the evening's nocturnal raid. Upon activating the gray light screen, a deluge of combat reports inundated the display. Yen Luo, observing the seemingly endless battle records, promptly exclaimed, "Halt. Desist from presenting these. Tabulate my extant assets." The gray screen cleared forthwith, displaying several lines in vermilion. Marauder 952701. Points, 91,615. Medals, 0. Chests, Azure 1. World Dice 1. Transcendent Item, Awakening Decree 1. Subsidiary Battle Pet. Points, 1253. Beneath the ramparts of Julu City, the pallid moonlight bathed the once tumultuous battlefield. Innumerable corpses lay piled upon one another, steeped in a sanguine river, the air thick with the acrid stench of mortality. Upon the city's battlements, Kirikawa remained, cradling Yua's lifeless form, lost in somber reverie. Behind him stood Kamita Jiro and a beautiful maiden garbed in a sailor's uniform. He had remained thus throughout the night. The once menacing and domineering aura had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of desolation and enervation. After an extended silence, he inquired in a hoarse voice, "Has the perpetrator been identified?" Kamita Jiro responded with dejection, "Not yet. After prolonged observation, we have yet to discern which Chinese combatant employed the flying needle attack. The miscreant is deeply concealed." "My apologies, Captain," the sailor-suited beauty lamented. "Damn it. In our pursuit of the culprit, we have forfeited 3 veteran members. The cost is exceedingly disproportionate." Kirikawa retorted coldly, "They were 3 insubordinate fools. Such insidious outsiders would have inevitably precipitated calamity within our ranks. It is preferable that they perish prematurely." He paused, then added, "Moreover, is not the present situation advantageous, Tamanoki? We have reverted to our squad's original composition, save for Yua." At the mention of Yua, Kirikawa's countenance once more reflected despondency. Tamanoki, stroking his shoulder in consolation, said, "Captain, do not succumb to excessive grief. Should we gain entry into the realms of a record of gods and devils or Narnia, we shall have the opportunity to resurrect Yua." "Indeed," Kirikawa affirmed, his tone resolute, buoyed somewhat by Tamanoki's words. "Upon our return, we shall spare no expense in acquiring anchor points to those 2 worlds, irrespective of the cost." Kamita Jiro then inquired, "What shall be our next course of action? With the demise of 2 more, we risk expulsion from this world. We have neglected accumulating points of late, and our reserves may prove insufficient." Kirikawa, after contemplation, sighed, "Alas. Let us refrain from further entanglement with those Chinese evolutionaries for the remainder of our time here. Let us dedicate ourselves to amassing points. Once we have each accrued 10,000 points, we shall swiftly eliminate 2 newcomers and withdraw from this world. The Chinese evolutionaries this time are formidably puissant, and the Saxon evolutionaries harbor ill intentions. The 3 of us alone cannot contend. Let us leave them to engage in internecine conflict." Kamita Jiro rejoined with rancor, "Precisely. Let them engage in internecine conflict. May the Saxon evolutionaries obliterate those Chinese swine." The Saxon evolutionaries, upon whom Kamita Jiro had placed such hopes, were gathered within their chamber. In contrast to their initial composure and self-assurance, they were now taciturn and burdened with anxiety. The brawny man named Adam lay prostrate upon the floor, 1 arm and 1 leg maimed, his condition precarious. After a protracted silence, Jennifer sighed, "It is futile, Captain. I am unable to heal Adam. He is beyond recovery." The others grew more despondent upon hearing this. The slender girl, Avril, complained that Adam is even more obtuse than you, despite being warned against provoking those renowned generals. He persisted in antagonizing Zhang Fei, boasting of seizing his divine artifact. As a result, he has reduced himself to this lamentable state, and we have been targeted by Liu, Guan, and Zhang, hindering our accumulation of points. Jennifer, who had been attempting to succor Adam, retorted with indignation upon hearing Avril's taunts, "Avril, enough. Who could have foreseen that those martial figures would be so abnormally potent? Such puissance is incongruous within a first-tier world. Moreover, is Adam's impending demise insufficient atonement for his error?" Jennifer appeared to share a close bond with Adam, consistently defending the rugged giant. Avril grumbled softly, "Is imminent death a license for impunity? Unless we amass 10,000 points, none of us shall escape obliteration. I, for one, do not believe that anyone can slay their commander-in-chief while contending with those renowned generals. Conversely, Zhang Jiao is assuredly vulnerable to the pursuit of those renowned generals. This is a foreordained defeat. This accursed Chinese home ground is egregiously unfair." At this juncture, Chris, who had been silent for an extended period, interjected, "In truth, our situation is not entirely devoid of hope. Let us not forget that, while the Chinese civilization possesses the advantage of home ground, it is but a single civilization. Should we eliminate 6 of their members, we can forcibly expel them from this world. With their departure, our faction mission would be automatically completed. Avril responded slowly. That is our sole remaining hope. Are not those Japanese evolutionaries bent on annihilating the Chinese evolutionaries? We shall inquire into their progress and glean intelligence regarding the Chinese evolutionaries. Chris nodded in assent. Very well, I shall inquire later. We have extended them considerable deference. They should not refuse. Hannibal, who had been observing the proceedings, hesitated before speaking. Chris, assuming that he had additional suggestions, said, Hannibal, if you have any thoughts, please share them. Now is the time for collective wisdom. Having received the captain's permission, Hannibal cleared his throat and inquired, given Adam's impending demise, may I transform him into a culinary delicacy? I have long coveted his sinewy physique. Its texture shall not disappoint. Furthermore, I am confident in imbuing the dish with 10% of his attributes, sustaining that effect for at least 1 day. His bulk should suffice for all of us. What say you? May I proceed? The efficacy shall diminish should he expire completely. Jennifer shrieked, Hannibal, you shall not. You are a madman. I shall never consume your repulsive concoctions, nor shall I permit you to subject Adam to such an atrocity. Jennifer had anticipated that everyone would condemn Hannibal as she did. However, they were enveloped in an eerie silence. Even Avril, who usually opposed Hannibal vehemently, averted her gaze with a bittersweet smile. After a prolonged silence, Chris bitterly remarked, Jennifer, this is a unique situation. Let's heed Hannibal's words. After all, he is the architect of this calamity and ought to face the corresponding consequences. Jennifer's eyes widened in disbelief, and she tremulously exclaimed, Chris, what are you saying? He intends to torment Adam. Hannibal abruptly interjected, precisely because he is Adam. That is why I am willing to intervene. Enough. Jennifer, step aside. Ultimately, that should be your most cherished memory, wouldn't it? Aha. With that, Hannibal disregarded the stunned Jennifer and seized Adam's remaining right leg, dragging him into the shadowy recesses. In stark contrast to the somber despair of the Eastern and Anglophone evolutionaries, amidst the rapt attention of the assembled multitude, Yin Luo stood poised to receive his commendation. Preceding him in this honor were Dongzhua, Cao Cao, Niu Fu, Hua Xiong, Li Ju, Guosi, Su Rong, Liu Bei, and others, each recognized in accordance with their respective station. Upon the makeshift dais, Kong Rong, in sonorous tones, proclaimed Yin Luo's martial achievements. Yin Luo, esteemed strategist. Rising from humble origins, his heart is ever devoted to the imperial court. Gathering extraordinary individuals, he has augmented our forces in the campaign against the insurgents. Ever at the vanguard, he has demonstrated valor in battle, personally vanquishing the Yellow Turban chieftains Guan Hai, Guan Qing, and Zhang Rao, 3 formidable leaders of the rebellion. He has routed over 7,000 Yellow Turban insurgents. His martial exploits are truly remarkable, meriting a substantial reward. General Huangfu has personally petitioned the imperial court on your behalf. Let strategist Yin await the auspicious tidings. Initially, Yin Luo was captivated, but as the discourse concluded, he realized there was no tangible conferment of rewards. His countenance darkened at the realization that he had merely received verbal accolades. Fortunately, Huangfu Song, seated regally on the dais, proclaimed, the imperial court's bestowals are a matter for the future. As the commander-in-chief, I have 2 honors within my purview to grant. Firstly, I hereby appoint you as a Byabusi Ma, an officer under my command, granting you a division of 1,000 soldiers, with a salary commensurate to that of 1,000 dan of grain. You are authorized to appoint and dismiss officers such as Chu, Tun, Dui, Shi, and Wu. Secondly, upon the fall of Julu, your division shall retain 80% of the spoils of war. I trust, Yin Sima, that you will continue to exert yourself and attain the ranks of general and marquis in due course. Upon the completion of Huangfu Song's appointment, an electronic notification chimed. Acquire the 3 Kingdoms World exclusive title, Byabusi Ma. Equipment effects. I. Intelligence attribute increased by 20. 2. Strength, agility, and constitution attributes 5. 3. Comes with the skill governance. Allied forces within a 1 kilometer radius will enjoy a 10 enhancement of the Byabusi Ma's strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence attributes. Note, only 1 official title can be equipped at a time. Yin Luo's attributes have been transmuted to Strength 59, 5, Agility 52, 5, Constitution 47, Intelligence 53, Luck 5. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that bestowment of official posts in this world qualified as titles, imbuing substantial attributes. His countenance, hitherto gloomy, brightened perceptibly, expressing his gratitude. He avowed, I am indebted to the general's esteem. I shall endeavor to fulfill my mandate with utmost diligence. Huangfu Song acknowledged with a genial nod. In truth, this title of Colonel of Separate Detachment was not an office formally conferred by the imperial court, but rather a provisional appointment made by commanding officers to subordinates on the battlefield. Devoid of formal establishment and lacking a precise allocation of troops, Yin Luo's endowment of 1,000 soldiers was indeed a remarkable honor. However, Yin Luo harbored scant interest in such formalities. Given his transient sojourn in this world, the possession of tangible military authority was of paramount importance. Capitalizing on the effervescent mood engendered by the bestowal of honors, Huangfu Song proclaimed, The resounding triumph of last night's nocturnal assault was attributable not only to the valor of our officers and men in their relentless engagement with the enemy, but also to the manifest vulnerability of the yellow turban insurgents, who proved to be a mere rabble, devoid of true resilience. Now that we have ascertained their superficial strength, it behooves us to redouble our efforts, perpetuating our nocturnal incursions to utterly demoralize the insurgents. Thus, subsequent to the conclusion of the awards ceremony, the officers were enjoined to reconvene at his tent for further deliberation on the matter of the nocturnal assault. Following the officers' deliberations, the strategy for this nocturnal assault was modified slightly from the previous night. Not only was the time of attack altered to the hour of Yin, 3 to 5 a.m., but also, at Zhang Fei's vehement insistence, Cao Cao's objective was shifted to the main gate, while Dongzhuo's contingent was redirected to assail the west gate. Subsequent to the adjournment of the military council, the officers dispersed to prepare for the impending assault. Only Yin Luo detained Kong Rong, inquiring, "Venerable Wenjiu, might you be apprised of where I am to receive my 1,000 troops?" Kong Rong responded with a subtle smile, "Even without your inquiry, I was on the cusp of seeking you out. Rest assured, General Huangfu has already made ample provision for you. Pray, accompany me." Thereupon, Kong Rong escorted Yin Luo to the drill ground. Upon arrival, encountering Yin Luo, he beheld a contingent of 1,000 soldiers, though their appearance diverged considerably from his expectations. Indeed, among the 1,000, scarcely 2 shared the same posture. Some brandished menacing visages, while others possessed a furtive, shifty demeanor. Still others exhibited lewd grins and lascivious gazes. In short, they bore little resemblance to disciplined military personnel, instead evoking the image of a rabble of local ruffians. Observing the spectacle, Yin Luo exclaimed with dismay, "Wenju, from whence did you gather this assemblage of callow youths? Is it not a misapplication of their talents to send them into battle? Methinks acts of brigandage and domestic plunder would be more befitting their proclivities." Upon hearing this, Kong Rong responded with a sheepish chuckle, "Fear not, Sima. We harbor no intention to deliberately vex you. It is merely that the established legions are already under the command of their respective lords, making it impossible for us to forcibly reassign them. Thus, we are constrained to initially supplement your ranks with these individuals burdened by transgression. Once the imperial court bestows its formal sanction, they shall be replaced with soldiers of proper standing." Yin Luo lamented, "While the soldiers can be managed, surely you must assign me some regular officers? Otherwise, once we engage in battle, everything will descend into chaos, and how can we possibly fight?" Kong Rong pondered for a moment before responding, "We had initially considered delegating the authority to select officers to you. Since you lack suitable candidates, let us temporarily assign 2 individuals from the General's Guard to serve as your military aides. Additionally, we shall assist you in restoring discipline within the ranks." Upon hearing Yin Luo's words, he expressed his gratitude, stating, "Then I shall trouble you, esteemed Wenjiu. Rest assured, I will attend to it immediately." Confucius Rong, perhaps sensing his own awkwardness, responded casually before taking his leave. With the matter of the military officer resolved, Yin Luo cast his gaze upon the 1,000 prisoners. During the Han Dynasty, martial prowess was highly esteemed, and the populace often revered the valorous, albeit reckless, wanderers. These individuals were predominantly bold and fierce, advocating for the philosophy of using violence to counteract violence, yet they lacked avenues to achieve distinction and success. As a result, their surplus energy was frequently misdirected towards nefarious pursuits. Thus, it was commonly said in the Han era that heroes often transgressed the law through their martial exploits. The prisoners assigned to Yin Luo were predominantly of this unruly and rebellious ilk. With the impending siege scheduled for tonight, Yin Luo had no time to reform this defiant youth. Therefore, he resolved to adopt a decisive approach, employing violence to counter violence. Yin Luo surveyed them with an icy gaze, articulating, "Presumably, you are all cognizant that I am your appointed commander. I harbor a distaste for excessive formalities. Within my ranks, only 2 precepts prevail. First, absolute obedience is mandatory. Second, relentless engagement against the enemy is imperative. Provided you adhere to these stipulations, I pledge that all spoils and emoluments acquired through conquest or bestowed as rewards shall be relinquished entirely to your discretion for distribution. However, should any among you demur to my mandates, rest assured that I am not one for superfluous discourse. Thus, we shall resolve any discord through direct confrontation. Should any individual vanquish me honorably, the prerogative to dictate the rules shall be transferred to them. Are there any dissenters present?" Even as his pronouncement concluded, a score of impetuous youths, their countenances etched with resentment, emerged from the assembly. Displaying prudence, Yin Luo, utilizing a mask to probe their attributes, discovered that most hovered around the score of 10. Such a statistic, even within the realm of dynasty warriors, a world renowned for its martial prowess, is by no means insignificant. It surpasses the level of the average Han infantryman. However, when placed before Yin Luo, these figures appeared woefully inadequate. With a mocking smile, he taunted, "Is it just the few of you? Then let us engage all at once. I am pressed for time." A mere incensed stick later, the previously arrogant group of a dozen prisoners lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Each one had been rendered unrecognizable, their forms reduced to a gruesome mass, as though they had been ruthlessly torn apart by a ferocious beast. These individuals, who once dared to defy the authority of their military commander, were evidently rebellious spirits, Inherently difficult to tame, their presence within the ranks posed a considerable threat to stability. Thus, from the very outset, Yin Luo showed no mercy. His intent was clearly to annihilate them. He wiped the blood from his fist with a tattered cloth and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, "Is there anyone still unwilling to submit?" After witnessing his brutality, the prisoners dared not provoke this living embodiment of death. They shook their heads vigorously, like rattling drums. "Excellent." Yin Luo nodded with a smile and selected 10 more prisoners who appeared relatively composed and agreeable, instructing them, "You 10 are promoted. From now on, you are my company commanders. During lunch, you will each select your subordinate squad and platoon leaders. Once those 2 military commanders arrive, organize your men to diligently study military discipline and regulations. Ensure that orders are strictly enforced before tonight's raid. If anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable in turn." Heh. You wouldn't want to end up like those unfortunate fellows from earlier, would you? Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily shook their heads in unison. That night, atop the city walls of Jiulu, Tanoki yawned expansively, musing with a hint of bewilderment, "Captain, it's almost 3 in the morning. Do you think the Han army might forego their nightly raid tonight?" Before Kirikawa could respond, Kamadajiro interjected, "Why are you so impatient? The Han army has been harassing us every night for the past few days. It's just a matter of when they decide to strike. We must seize every opportunity they offer to attack and accumulate enough points to leave this accursed world." Tanoki sighed, lamenting, "Easier said than done, but as a healing-type evolver, how am I supposed to rack up that many points? I can't even use firearms. It's incredibly frustrating." Kamadajiro retorted mockingly, "Humph. I told you to choose a melee weapon, but you squandered all your points on life-saving trinkets. Who else is to blame for this predicament?" Tanoki was about to retort when Kirikawa interjected, "Silence. Listen closely. They're here." Upon hearing this, Kamadajiro and Tanoki immediately ceased their bickering and strained their ears. Sure enough, they detected a faint rustling sound. Tanoki hastened to ask, "Indeed. Captain, should we light the signal fire to warn them?" Kirikawa shook his head, asserting, "Negative. We don't want to scare them off. We'll just focus on farming points." "Understood." Tanoki responded with a nod. Simultaneously, he gripped a wooden longbow tightly, nervously aiming towards the darkness. As the Han army stealthily approached the vicinity of Jiulu, they discovered that the outer defenses were unmanned, the defenders having withdrawn their forces into the city. It seemed the Yellow Turbans had been thoroughly demoralized by the previous night's casualties and had lost confidence in holding the outer perimeter of Jiulu. However, the Han army had anticipated this maneuver and had prepared accordingly. They ignited the arrows they held and unleashed a barrage of flaming projectiles into the city using powerful crossbows. The sudden illumination cast an eerie glow,